Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1621 to Chapter 1645. On the spaceship, Wang Ting was surrounded by a group of Grand Masters. Grandmaster Wang Ting, come and sit here. You must be tired from the journey. Sit down and rest for a while. Grandmaster Wang Ting, what would you like to drink? We brought a lot of good drinks. I'm sure you'll like them. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you must be hungry. Do you want to eat something first? Let me tell you, the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance has all kinds of delicious food. There are several spiritual food streets specially built by spirit chefs. It's very lively and there are all kinds of delicious food. It will definitely broaden your horizons. Do you want to go and have a look? As soon as they entered the spaceship, the Grand Masters greeted Wang Ting with great enthusiasm and asked about his well-being. It seemed that they were afraid that he would be hungry and tired. Luo Tang, Xianxia, and the other young Grand Masters of the Qian Empire were speechless. These old Grand Masters were worshipping Wang Ting as if he was their ancestor. Was it necessary? Maybe this Grand Master Wang Ting was really a genius. However, as Grand Masters, who didn't have some talent? There was no need to flatter him like this. There was no doubt that in these young Grand Masters' eyes, Grand Master Huayuan and the others were flattering Wang Ting. However, they didn't know the relationship between Grand Master Huayuan and Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These Grand Masters were making a mountain out of a molehill. He wasn't such a pretentious person. Did they treat him like a 3-year-old child? Grand Master Wang Ting, ahem, Grand Masters. Wang Ting looked at these old Grand Masters' attentive faces and couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly said, "You don't have to do this. Since I'm a member of the Qian Empire Secondary Profession Alliance, I naturally have to do my part. What's more, when I first came to the Qian Empire, you Grand Masters and the Secondary Profession Alliance gave me a lot of help. So, whether it's in terms of reason or kinship, this is something I can't shirk from." None of the evolved Jing Masters had expected Wang Ting to say such a thing. They were all stunned for a moment before exchanging glances with one another. Gradually, a smile appeared on their faces. That kind of smile was completely from the heart. If it was said that before they roped in Wang Ting because of his talent and recognition, then now they had already regarded him as a real sub-professional of the Qian Empire. To put it simply, they were on the same side, they knew about Wang Ting's background. Generally speaking, for an outsider like Wang Ting, it was very difficult for him to have any sense of belonging to the Qian Empire. Therefore, they tried their best to rope him in, fearing that Wang Ting would run away. But after Wang Ting said this, they looked at Wang Ting's sincere face and the trace of worry in their hearts finally disappeared completely. Of course, their relationship with Wang Ting was very close. This was without a doubt. However, they hoped that Wang Ting could become a sub-professional of the Qian Empire. Only then could they be considered to be on the same side. It's us old guys who are too pretentious. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others sat down on the side and shook their heads with laughter. "Hey, we're just concerned about you." Grandmaster Alfred smiled and said. "Then I'll have to thank you Grandmasters for your kindness." Wang Ting finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked as though he was overwhelmed by the favor. Ha ha ha, seeing that he was obviously being funny, the evolved Jing Masters couldn't help but laugh. "Right, who was that just now?" Grandmaster Alfred asked curiously. "I can't see through that young man." When everyone heard this, they also looked over curiously. They had been wanting to ask, but they didn't say anything in front of the other party. "He's a friend I met on the way here. His name is Gu Luo, and he's from the ancient Hong Weave." Wang Ting recounted what happened on the way here. Ancient Hong Weave. The evolved Jing Masters present were all knowledgeable people. Moreover, the ancient Hong Weave was famous outside. Very few people didn't know about it. When they heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. "He has the surname Gu?" Grandmaster Huayuan's face turned serious. The ancient Hong Weave was already shocking enough, not to mention that the other party had the surname Gu. This identity was somewhat thought-provoking. "He took the initiative to befriend you?" Grandmaster Alfred asked in disbelief. Xianxia, Luo Tang, and the other young evolved Jing Masters couldn't help but look at each other. They saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. An alchemist from the ancient Hong weave with the surname Gu actually took the initiative to befriend Wang Ting. Was his talent really that great? Even an alchemist from the ancient Hong weave was willing to lower himself to befriend him. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Feeling that their expressions were a little strange, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there a problem?" "I'm afraid this person's identity is not simple." Grandmaster Alfred pondered for a moment before continuing, "Moreover, you might not know this, but the ancient Hong weave has always been a lone wolf. They rarely take the initiative to befriend others. On the other hand, people from other forces always try to befriend them. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. Very few people can enter the ancient Hong weave's eyes. For so many years, only a few top heaven's prides have been able to gain their friendship." "Oh?" Wang Ting couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Gu Luo's description was completely different from what Grandmaster Alfred and the others had described. Gu Luo was extremely friendly to him and didn't put on any airs. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that the person Grandmaster Alfred and the others were talking about was from the same place. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't suspect that Grandmaster Alfred and the others were lying to him. There was no need for that. Everyone knew about this matter, and they had no reason to lie to him. This meant that the people of the ancient Hong weave were indeed like what Grandmaster Alfred and the others had described. It was just that Gu Luo treated him a little differently. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little curious. What was Gu Luo's goal in approaching him? Could it be that Gu Luo had really seen through his unparalleled talent, but he hadn't done anything? How could Gu Luo have seen through his extraordinariness? Sigh. Sure enough, it's impossible to hide someone as extraordinary as me, Wang Ting sighed inwardly. Damn, I have nowhere to hide my excellence. In addition, the ancient Hong weave subprofessions are very strong. In every previous exchange, the ancient Hong weave subprofessions would shine brightly, shocking everyone. Grandmaster Huayuan seemed to recall something as he added. Are they that strong? Wang Ting couldn't help but rub his chin. Things are getting more and more interesting. Gu Luo was interested in him, but he was also very interested in Gu Luo. He really wanted to meet the ancient Hong weave subprofessions. Who knew, he might be able to get some unexpected benefits. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They had warned Wang Ting to be careful, but why did this guy look so excited? Grandmaster Wang Ting, the ancient Hong weave subprofessions are very strong. You mustn't let your guard down. Grandmaster Alfred hesitated for a moment before solemnly reminding Wang Ting. That's right. In every previous exchange, any ancient Hong weave subprofessions would be a formidable opponent for all the other subprofessions. Grandmaster Hazel nodded with great emotion. Grandmasters, don't worry. I won't underestimate them. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Although he said that, he was actually very confident in himself. Unless a Saint-class subprofessions appeared in this exchange, he definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. However, this exchange was limited to the younger generation. The participants couldn't be over 300 years old, so it was impossible for a Saint-class subprofessions to appear. After all, if one wanted to reach the Saint class by the age of 300, their martial arts cultivation would have to reach the realm of a sector lord. This condition was too harsh. It was already extremely difficult to reach the Saint class subprofessions by the age of 300, and it was even more difficult to raise one's martial arts cultivation to the realm of a sector lord by the age of 300. Only a small number of prodigies with extremely strong martial arts talent could achieve this. It could be said that it was almost impossible to have both a subprofessions and martial arts talent that were so heaven-defying. In any case, in the endless history of the universe, the number of people who could reach the Saint class by the age of 300 could be counted on one hand. Those people were prodigies that could only appear once in countless eras. Therefore, Wang Ting was practically in an invincible position. At most, there would be people who could be on the same level as him. However, with Wang Ting's means, he believed that even if they were on the same level, his subprofessions would be completely superior to others. Grandmaster Alfred and the others didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking, but seeing his serious expression and that he didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating others, they were more or less relieved. From their point of view, although Wang Ting was usually a bit jumpy, he wasn't someone who looked down on others. When it was time to be serious, he would be serious without the slightest bit of carelessness. They were very relieved about this. However, if the other party wants to make friends with you, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Grandmaster Huayuan's eyes flashed as he stroked his white beard. That's right, this kind of opportunity is very rare. If you can make friends with a genius alchemist from the ancient Hong Weave, it will only be good for you. Grandmaster Alfred nodded in agreement. Wang Ting was about to nod. Could that person be a fake? Grandmaster Xianxia's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. A fake. Everyone was stunned, and then their gazes became strange. They looked at Grandmaster Xianxia, but didn't say anything. Wang Ting also looked at him. Where did this idiot come from? He actually suspected that Gu Luo was a fake. His brain circuit was quite strange. Even Luo Tang and the other young grandmasters looked at him strangely. Their expressions seemed to be saying, "What kind of stupid question is this? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Xianxia felt his scalp go numb under everyone's stares. He couldn't help but bite the bullet and say, people from the ancient Hong Weave usually don't appear so casually. They must have a special flying ship to pick them up. How could they have run into Grandmaster Wang Ting? No one would dare to pretend to be someone from the ancient Hong Weave, especially with the surname Gu, Grandmaster Alfred said. Grandmaster Xianxia looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The muscles on his face stiffened slightly, and then a trace of red appeared on his face. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Just now, when he saw everyone surrounding Grandmaster Wang Ting, he felt a little uneasy and said those words without thinking. Now that Grandmaster Alfred had pointed it out, he realized that he had said something stupid. It was impossible to pretend to be someone from the ancient Hong Weave. No one would have the guts to do so. If he dared to think that way, the people of the ancient Hong Weave wouldn't let him off easily. This is? Wang Ting asked. This is Grandmaster Xianxia. He is a runes grandmaster from the Qian Empire. He is not more than 200 years old, Grandmaster Alfred introduced. Ah, so it is Grandmaster Xianxia. Sorry for the disrespect. Wang Ting smiled and cupped his hands. Grandmaster Xianxia's face was covered in sweat. At this time, he didn't even dare to look at Wang Ting. He felt that he had been utterly humiliated, and the smile on Wang Ting's face made it seem as if he was mocking him. This is Grandmaster Luo Tang. Grandmaster Alfred also noticed Xianxia's embarrassment and couldn't help but shake his head. He pointed to another young grandmaster and said, he is a grandmaster blacksmith. He is 213 years old. He is also a genius of the Qian Empire. Grandmaster Luo Tang. Wang Ting nodded at the other. I have heard of Grandmaster Wang Ting for a long time. Now that I have met you in person, you are indeed extraordinary, Grandmaster Luo Tang said. You flatter me, Grandmaster Luo Tang. Wang Ting said modestly. And this? Grandmaster Alfred was about to introduce the third person, the golden-haired woman. She smiled and said, I'll do it myself. As she spoke, she stood up and bowed slightly at Wang Ting. My name is Susanna. I am a Grandmaster alchemist. I have heard that Grandmaster Wang Ting is very talented in alchemy. I am looking forward to learning from you. You are too kind, Grandmaster Susanna. We can learn from each other. Wang Ting returned the bow and smiled. The Grandmaster alchemist in front of Wang Ting looked very young. She had long blonde hair and a delicate and beautiful face. She looked like a doll, stunning people. Grandmaster Susanna is also very young. Grandmaster Alfred wanted to say something, but he was interrupted again. Grandmaster Alfred, let's not talk about my age. Age is a secret for women, Grandmaster Susanna said with a smile. Pfft. I am being rude. Grandmaster Alfred's face suddenly became awkward. He almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Wang Ting looked at Grandmaster Alfred sympathetically. He had lived for so long, but he didn't know such a simple thing. Was he the legendary single for hundreds of years? Terrifying. Terrifying, Grandmaster Alfred seemed to have noticed Wang Ting's gaze and glared at him. Cough, cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. How long have you been here? A few days before you. Grandmaster Huayuan said. How is the situation now? When will the conference officially start? Wang Ting asked curiously. 3 days before the conference officially starts, Grandmaster Huayuan said. 3 days later, the entrance to the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters will be closed, and outsiders won't be able to enter. Grandmaster Alfred said, yes. Now, more and more sub-professions are coming from all over the universe. Basically, everyone who should be here is here. You'll know when you see the situation outside. Wang Ting looked outside through the panoramic simulation of the spaceship. He saw that the spaceship had already entered the main continent, and a bustling scene immediately came into view. Many spaceships were shuttling back and forth in the sky in an orderly manner. It was very lively. These spaceships are all from the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters, Grandmaster Alfred said. They are all controlled by the headquarters AI system, so there won't be any accidents. Wang Ting wasn't surprised, because the virtual universe company's world island was the same. Every spaceship was controlled by the AI system, which could avoid unnecessary conflicts and trouble. He nodded and said, there are indeed many people here. This situation is very rare, Grandmaster Huayuan said with a smile. Usually, there won't be so many people at the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters. For us, to be able to participate in this conference is really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Grandmaster Luo Tang sighed. Unfortunately, at our age, participating once is the limit, Grandmaster Susanna said. We won't be able to participate in the next one. This beautiful Grandmaster, who had kept her age a secret, couldn't help but sigh. It was tantamount to admitting that she wasn't young anymore. Wang Ting looked at them. Grandmaster Wang Ting is the one who is truly young, Grandmaster Luo Tang said meaningfully. They had already learned some information about Wang Ting from Grandmaster Alfred and the others, but it wasn't specific. They only knew that he should be under 100 years old, which was why they were curious about Wang Ting's age. To be praised by Grandmaster Alfred and the others, this Wang Ting must be extremely outstanding. Moreover, they had just talked about the alchemist with the surname Gu from the Guhong Weave. If even someone of that status took the initiative to make friends with this Grandmaster Wang Ting, it meant that Wang Ting's talent was extraordinary. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they couldn't pretend that they didn't see all of this. Grandmaster Wang Ting is indeed very young. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at each other and nodded with a smile. In the Qian Empire Sub-Profession Alliance, Wang Ting's specific information was top secret, and very few people knew about it. However, as the people who had recommended Wang Ting to the Sub-Profession Alliance, they knew very well. Every time they thought about how Wang Ting was only in his early 20s, they couldn't help but sigh and be amazed. He was too young. Moreover, how long had it been since he had first arrived in the Qian Empire? Now, he had grown to a level that made them feel inferior. This kind of talent was really unimaginable. It's okay. Wang Ting touched his nose. From the beginning, he felt that the attitude of these young grandmasters seemed to be a little different. That feeling was like jealousy. Yes, it was a kind of faint jealousy. Although they hid it very well, whether it was the look in their eyes or some of their attitude toward him, they would still unconsciously show a trace of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Therefore, he didn't intend to reveal his age. He was afraid that he would hurt their feelings. Being young doesn't mean everything. Realm and attainment are the most important, Grandmaster Xianxia said lightly. Grandmaster Xianxia is right. Everything still depends on strength. I'm too young, and I still need to learn more from the Grandmasters. Wang Ting looked at him and smiled faintly. Grandmaster Wang Ting is too humble. We don't have the ability to let you learn. Grandmaster Susanna smiled. Grandmaster Xianxia glanced at her. What was wrong with this woman? Didn't she look very unconvinced before? Why did she seem like a different person when she saw Grandmaster Wang Ting? Grandmaster Luo Tang's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. The strength of this Grandmaster Wang Ting could only be known after watching him fight. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These young Grandmasters were still unconvinced after all. However, it was nothing. If they were young and met other geniuses, they would also be unconvinced and insist on competing. Unfortunately, they were old and had been silent in the Grandmaster realm for many years. They had never taken that step. At this moment, the old Grandmasters couldn't help but feel that they were old. Time was unforgiving. Although the path of a secondary profession was not as dangerous as that of a martial artist, it was no less difficult. They had been immersed in their own fields for so many years, but they still couldn't break through. That was enough to explain everything. At this moment, the spaceship shook slightly, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. "We're here." Grandmaster Huayuan stood up and said. Everyone walked out of the spaceship's cabin door and came to the outside world. Wang Ting glanced around and found that they were in a quaint residential area. The villas and manors were all luxurious and exquisite. "Grandmaster Wang Ting, we'll take you to your residence." Grandmaster Alfred led the way in front. Wang Ting nodded and followed behind him. After a while, they arrived in front of a villa. Grandmaster Alfred smiled and said, "Your residence is here. We've already registered it for you. You just need to use your identity account to open it." "Thank you, Grandmasters." Wang Ting nodded and said gratefully. "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head and said, "You must be tired after such a long journey. Go back and rest. If you want to eat anything, you can buy it on the internal network of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Also, our residences are next to yours. If you need anything, just call us." "Okay." Wang Ting smiled and nodded again. Grandmaster Alfred and the others did not stay for long. After a few more words, they left. Wang Ting watched them leave and then turned to the villa. He asked Yuan Gungun to open the door and walked in. The residences provided by the Secondary Profession Alliance were very luxurious. The interior was well equipped and made people feel very comfortable as soon as they stepped in. It was as if they had returned home. However, Wang Ting was already used to it. He had seen too much of it, so it was nothing to be surprised about. "Wang Ting, those young grandmasters just now seem to be unhappy with you." Yuan Gungun laughed. "It's their business if they're unhappy." "Don't worry about it," Wang Ting said lightly. "Don't you want to give them a slap in the face?" Yuan Gungun teased. "It's nothing. They're not my target. There should be more powerful prodigies in this conference. I hope they don't disappoint me." Wang Ting shook his head. "They definitely won't disappoint you. There are so many prodigies from all over the universe. Maybe someone will surprise you." Yuan Gungun said, "Right, that Guluo might be one of them. The prodigies of ancient Hong Weave should not be underestimated. Those grandmasters are right." "I know." Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he smiled. "This new friend of mine will definitely make me happy." "So, you're going to participate in the Alchemist Conference?" Yuan Gungun asked. "No, I'm going to participate in all of them," Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was stunned for a moment. He wondered if he had misheard. He hesitated and asked, "What did you say?" "I said I'm going to participate in all of the secondary profession competitions," Wang Ting said. "You're crazy!" Yuan Gungun shouted. He appeared at the side and looked at Wang Ting as if he was crazy. Every competition in the Secondary Profession Alliance's conference was extremely difficult. Countless prodigies had to be eliminated before one could advance to the next round. At first, he thought that Wang Ting would definitely choose the alchemy competition that he had the highest attainment in. In the end, he actually told him to participate in all of the competitions. This guy was definitely crazy. Was that something a human would do? "I'm not crazy." Wang Ting looked at him speechlessly. He had been with him for so long, yet he had not made any progress. He did not understand him at all. Wasn't it just participating in a few more competitions? What was there to be surprised about? Do you know how difficult it is? In this conference, to be able to reach the end of a field requires you to spend all of your energy and ability to succeed. Now you want to participate in all of the competitions? That's just wishful thinking. Can you handle it? Don't pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon in the end, Yuan Gungun said anxiously. In the face of Yuan Gungun's anxiety, Wang Ting smiled faintly and said calmly, "To me, it doesn't matter if I participate in one of the secondary professions or all of them. It makes no difference." Yuan Gungun was completely speechless. It didn't know whether to say that Wang Ting was conceited or confident. A person participating in all the secondary profession competitions at the same time, a normal person wouldn't even think about it, let alone do it. It didn't know where Wang Ting's confidence came from, but it knew, once Wang Ting decided on something, it couldn't change anything. Thinking of this, it was left with a sense of helplessness, saying, "Have you really thought it through? This isn't a joke." "Don't worry," Wang Ting said emotionlessly. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk to you." Yuan Gungun rolled its eyes, having such a master, it was really tired. Wang Ting smiled, didn't say anything else, looked around the room, and then washed up and rested in the room. It really wasn't easy, rushing without much rest, plus entering the domain space to train for a few days, he was mentally exhausted. Now that he finally had some free time, he didn't plan on training, and just took it as a chance to relax. At this time, Wang Ting threw himself onto the soft bed, both hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind blank. This feeling of being completely relaxed was really good. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. All along, to deal with the pressure and schemes from the various powers, he had been training non-stop, increasing his own strength, wanting to change everything. That kind of tense feeling was really uncomfortable, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on the top of his head. However, as Wang Ting's strength slowly increased, this pressure also slowly decreased. Even though his current level was only at the pinnacle of the universe level, his true strength was enough to threaten a sector lord level 1 or 2. This level of strength may not be enough to shake a colossus like the Pyrax family, but Wang Ting still had various powers behind him, whether it was the Qian Empire's military, Cosmic Sky College and the Virtual Universe Company, or even the Secondary Profession Alliance. They were all his sources of confidence. The Pyrax family wouldn't dare to touch him. Although a large part of this was due to the fact that he had cheated and picked up attributes, he had also put in a lot of effort and faced many dangers in the process. Even other genius warriors might not have done as well as him. If I can become a core member of the Secondary Profession Alliance, the Pyrax family will be no longer a threat, they probably won't dare to touch me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, muttering. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't. Yuan Gungun, the Pyrax family, after all, is only one of the 8 royal families of the Qian Empire. They can't compare to the Secondary Profession Alliance. As long as they aren't stupid, they wouldn't dare touch the bottom line of the Secondary Profession Alliance. 8 royal families. Wang Ting's lips curled into a cold smile. The colossus in my eyes before isn't that terrifying anymore. He reached out his hand, looked at his palm, and slowly clenched his fist. Yuan Gungun floated on the side, looking at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. Who would have thought that he could reach this step in such a short amount of time? When Wang Ting just left Earth, he wasn't even a star level, facing a domain lord level fighter like Chao Hongtu, he didn't even have the ability to resist. If he didn't borrow the power of the Secondary Profession Alliance, he probably wouldn't have been able to inherit the title left behind by the old master of Nangongyu. And now, with Wang Ting's own strength, he could crush a domain lord level fighter like Chao Hongtu. In comparison, the difference between Chao Hongtu and Wang Ting was simply too great. The old master of Nangongyu was extremely lucky to have a successor like Wang Ting. At first, he thought that Wang Ting was extremely lucky to have received the legacy of the old master of Nangongyu, but now, it was the complete opposite. The Pyrax family will also come, right? Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Oh? They will come? Wang Ting was slightly dazed. They should come. The Qian Empire has quite a few spots, the Pyrax family will definitely get one, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. It would be great if the Pyrax family came. He would let them watch him ascend and piss them off. If you become a core member of the Secondary Profession Alliance, the Pyrax family might take the initiative to resolve their grudge with you. Yuan Gungun smiled. Resolve their grudge? Wang Ting was stunned again and frowned. With the Pyrax family's style of doing things, I don't think they will do that. They can't bring themselves to do that. Then you're underestimating the deterrence of a core member of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Yuan Gungun smiled mysteriously. Are you sure? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. I'm very sure. Just wait and see. Yuan Gungun chuckled. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can become a core member of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Hee, I will definitely become a core member. No one can stop me. I'm curious if the Pyrax family will really do that. Wang Ting sneered. Time always passed quickly when one was relaxing. The sky outside gradually darkened, and night had arrived at the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. At this time, Grandmaster Alfred and the others came to find him. Grandmaster Wang Ting, let's go out for a walk. The night at the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters is very lively. Grandmaster Huayuan invited him. I want to go out for a walk as well. Let me see what's so special about the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. Wang Ting walked out with a smile. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Grandmaster Alfred smiled. Then let's go. Wang Ting waved his hand and said excitedly. Wait a moment. Grandmaster Huayuan hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Wang Ting paused and asked in surprise. Why don't you change into the subclass alliance's uniform first? It'll be more convenient to change into the corresponding uniform in the subclass alliance's headquarters, Grandmaster Huayuan explained with a smile. We've also brought your uniform. As he spoke, a folded exquisite robe appeared in his hand and he handed it to Wang Ting. It's my fault. Wang Ting looked down at the uniform he was wearing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He nodded and took the robe. Grandmasters, please wait a moment. Go. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others smiled. Wang Ting held the robe and walked into the room. He closed the door and took off the uniform he was wearing. He then put on the robe Grandmaster Huayuan had brought him. It was a purple and gold robe. The surface was exquisite and smooth, and it was very comfortable too. Touch. Runes could be seen hidden in the details. It was obviously not ordinary clothing. With Wang Ting's knowledge of runes, he could immediately see that these runes had many functions, such as waterproof, fireproof, dust, and poison. They even had a certain defensive function. This kind of defense was not inferior to that of a universal armor. This robe reminded Wang Ting of the robe he was wearing in the Xingwu continent after passing the runemaster, alchemist, and other subprofessions examinations. The two were very similar. He had to admit that the subprofessions of the Xingwu continent were very similar to the subprofessions in the universe. When Wang Ting first stepped into the universe, he felt this similarity. Moreover, it was not just the subprofessions. There were many similarities in martial arts as well. Wang Ting often thought of these things and couldn't help but wonder about the connection between the Xingwu continent and the universe. Could it be that someone from the Xingwu continent had stepped into the universe, or was the Xingwu continent a part of the universe, and their inheritance came from the universe? Thousands of thoughts appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If he wanted to know, he would find out when he returned to the Xingwu continent. When Wang Ting lowered his head, he suddenly exclaimed softly. On his chest, there were 3 badges of different styles. One of the badges had the symbol of an alchemy cauldron. It was golden and surrounded by 3 stars, which was very eye-catching. 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm. Wang Ting was deep in thought. When he was in the Qian Empire for the assessment, he refined the 9 orifices condensing spirit pill, which was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm, so he was judged to be at the 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm. Later, because he didn't go for formal certification, this grade didn't change much. The 2nd badge had runes on it. These runes formed a special pattern, like a mark. Everyone knew that this mark represented the runemaster branch of the subprofessions. Around this rune's mark, there were also 3 golden stars, which represented the 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm. Wang Ting's first assessment was also inscribed with a 3rd level Supreme Power Realm formation, so he was a 3rd level Supreme Power Runemaster. The last badge was a pattern formed by 2 hammers crossing each other, which represented the blacksmith branch. Around the 2 hammers, there were 4 golden stars. 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm. Wang Ting thought of something and couldn't help but smile slightly. When he took the blacksmith's assessment, he refined the thunder-turning brick. Because of some changes, he pushed the thunder-turning brick, which was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm, to the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm. Now that he thought about it, Grandmaster Mode, Grandmaster Gunter, and Grandmaster Burke were shocked. I didn't expect that my blacksmith level would be the highest. Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. Yuan Gun floated aside and looked at the 3 badges on Wang Ting's chest. He touched his chin and joked, "Wang Ting, you're wearing 3 badges like this. You're a bit ostentatious." "This is not ostentatious. My real strength is more than this," Wang Ting said lightly. "That's right. These 3 badges show that the highest level is only at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm. It's still far from your real strength," Yuan Gun said. "Let's go." Wang Ting said no more and walked out. Yuan Gun immediately disappeared. Outside the door, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others saw Wang Ting coming out. They looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, clothes make the man. Grandmaster Wang Ting has been wearing the combat uniform all this time. We felt a little awkward looking at you. Now you really look like one of us, ha ha ha. Grandmaster Alfred laughed. Didn't I look like one before? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Of course not, Grandmaster Huayuan said with a smile. Grandmaster Wang Ting looks like a different person in this outfit. I almost couldn't recognize you. Grandmaster Susanna's eyes flashed as she praised him. Is it really that bad? Wang Ting lowered his head and looked at himself. He was a little surprised. It was just a change of clothes. Was there such a big change? Grandmaster Luo Tang and Grandmaster Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had never seen Wang Ting's appearance in their lives. They had extraordinary auras too, but when they compared themselves to Grandmaster Wang Ting, the difference between them and him was obvious. What was even more unacceptable was that no matter whether he was wearing the combat uniform or the uniform of the secondary professional union, he had a different temperament that ordinary people couldn't compare with. At that moment, they seemed to finally understand why Grandmaster Susanna suddenly changed her attitude toward Wang Ting. Damn it, women were really unreliable. So what if he was handsome? This outfit suits you better, Grandmaster Hazel chimed in with a smile. Wait. Grandmaster Xianxia seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Ting's chest with a look of disbelief. For a moment, he was speechless. What's wrong? Grandmaster Luo Tang couldn't help but frown. Ever since Grandmaster Xianxia saw Wang Ting, he had lost his composure. It was really disappointing. You're a Grandmaster of Sandow. Grandmaster Xianxia's voice was a little dry. What Grandmaster of Sandow? Grandmaster Luo Tang's frown deepened. He didn't know how to react for a moment. Grandmaster Susanna noticed Grandmaster Xianxia's gaze and also looked at Wang Ting's chest. She was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on her face. See for yourself. Grandmaster Xianxia pointed at Wang Ting's chest and said anxiously. Only then did Grandmaster Luo Tang look at Wang Ting's chest. When he saw the 3 badges, his eyes widened. What? You don't know? Wang Ting was surprised. He thought that since they were all Grandmasters of the Qian Empire, they should have known about his background. However, it seemed like they didn't know. Ahem. Grandmaster Alfred coughed and said, in order not to leak the news, we've always said that you're an alchemist. I see. Wang Ting nodded. Grandmaster Xianxia and Grandmaster Luo Tang's faces were filled with bitterness. They had been kept in the dark all this time. They had always thought that they knew a lot about Wang Ting, but who knew that it was just the tip of the iceberg? These old Grandmasters had known everything, but they were still like clowns. It was ridiculous. A Grandmaster of Sandow, furthermore, he was so young. It was hard to imagine. No wonder these old Grandmasters thought so highly of Grandmaster Wang Ting. Even if Grandmaster Wang Ting didn't achieve anything in this exchange, he would definitely shine in the next one. This is also for the sake of the Qian Empire's vice-professional alliance. I hope you don't mind, Grandmaster Huayuan said apologetically. Grandmaster Luo Tang shook his head and said, "This is what we should do. There's no need to blame us." He agreed with the old Grandmaster's approach. Top-secret information like this definitely could not be revealed casually. If it were him, he would have done the same. Grandmaster Wang Ting is really amazing. You're already a Grandmaster of Sandao at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Grandmaster Luo Tang saluted Wang Ting. Grandmaster Luo Tang, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to have reached the Grandmaster level, Wang Ting said. Although it's great to be a Grandmaster of Sandao, the path to becoming a Grandmaster has always been difficult. Grandmaster Wang Ting, if you split your attention, it might be detrimental to your development, Grandmaster Xianxia suddenly said. Grandmaster Luo Tang and Grandmaster Susanna were taken aback. They glanced at Xianxia, thinking that Grandmaster Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. You're right, Grandmaster Xianxia. Wang Ting didn't refute. He just smiled faintly. Grandmaster Xianxia was speechless. He felt like he had punched cotton and was a little powerless. It's getting late. Let's go. We can talk while we walk. Grandmaster Huayuan waved his hand and said. Wang Ting naturally didn't have any objections. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked out of the residential area. Grandmaster Xianxia was the only one who followed behind them. He looked gloomy and sullen. On the way, groups of people with sub-professions passed by Wang Ting and the others. There were runemasters, alchemists, blacksmiths, doctors, and so on. It was very lively. The flow of people was very large, and the noise was constantly spreading, making the surroundings noisy. There were also many martial artists mixed in with the sub-professions. It was quite a strange scene. However, no one found it strange. In addition to the sub-professions, there would also be many martial artists who would come to watch the exchange at the headquarters of the Sub-Professions Alliance. Wang Ting found that almost all the people he met on the way were at least Grandmasters. He was shocked. The Sub-Professions Alliance was indeed worthy of being called the headquarters of the Sub-Professions Alliance. Grandmasters were rarely seen in the entire universe, but they could be seen everywhere here. This was the true strength of the Sub-Professions Alliance. No wonder no one dared to provoke them. Let's go to the spiritual food street to eat something first. Spirit chefs from all over the universe gather here. It would be a pity if we didn't try it. Grandmaster Alfred smiled. Delicacies from all over the universe. Wang Ting couldn't help but salivate. He had never had any resistance to all kinds of delicacies. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Ting suddenly smelled a rich fragrance floating in the air. It was refreshing. These fragrances were too special. Each one was extremely distinct and didn't mix together at all. It was easy to distinguish many kinds of delicacies with just a sniff. This was the ability of spirit chefs. The delicacies they made all had their own characteristics. Moreover, the fragrance wouldn't dissipate and wouldn't be affected by other delicacies. Unless there was a more advanced delicacy that could completely cover the fragrance of the food they made. It smells so good. Wang Ting said. We're here. Grandmaster Mode and the others laughed. At this time, they also couldn't help but start to swallow. Even people who didn't pursue delicacies couldn't control themselves when they came to a place where all kinds of delicacies gathered. Wang Ting immediately raised his head and looked over. He saw a brightly lit street in front of him. It was a special long street. After walking closer, he could see that there was a memorial arch at the entrance of the long street. On it were the words Spiritual Food Street written in an ancient style. Go go go, my tongue is already unable to endure the thirst. Grandmaster Alfred said hurriedly. Wang Ting looked at him with a strange expression. He wanted to say, don't use words if you don't know how to use them. It's easy to misunderstand. At this time, no one cared about this. They all couldn't wait to walk into the spiritual food street. Wang Ting also couldn't wait and immediately followed. The moment they walked into the spiritual food street, the fragrance suddenly became stronger. Stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Spirit chefs in white clothes were cooking all kinds of delicacies in full swing. Flames and fragrance floated at the same time. It was eye-catching and dazzling. Wang Ting was instantly overjoyed. So many attribute bubbles. Most of the spirit chefs here were at the Grandmaster level, so the attribute bubbles they dropped were basically useful to Wang Ting. Spirit Chef *100, Spirit Chef *80, Spirit Chef *50, Spirit Chef *120. Wang Ting hadn't specifically raised his Spirit Chef level. After all, the Grandmaster level was more or less enough. Occasionally, he would cook delicious food for himself and the girl he liked. It was fine as long as he didn't mistreat his stomach. However, in this kind of situation, it would be a waste not to pick them up. At this time, he was picking up the attribute bubbles while squeezing through the crowd with Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. They walked to the side of a stall and began to buy all kinds of delicacies. You can buy the points from the Spiritual Food Sub-Profession Alliance, Grandmaster Huayuan explained. Wang Ting suddenly felt a little helpless. He seemed to have owed a lot of points from the Sub-Profession Alliance in order to exchange for pill recipes. Now, he was really poor. What's wrong? Grandmaster Huayuan had already paid the points and bought a portion of crystal caviar. When he turned around and saw Wang Ting's appearance, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. No. Points. Wang Ting smiled bitterly. You used them all? Grandmaster Alfred asked in surprise. I used them all to buy pill recipes, Wang Ting said helplessly. Use ours first, Grandmaster Huayuan said. He had already earned 3 million points for Wang Ting. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Grandmaster Huayuan to turn around so quickly without any hesitation. This kind of trust made him feel a little touched. Although the threshold for the Sub-Profession Alliance's points system wasn't as high as that of the Virtual Universe Company, it wasn't low either. 3 million points wasn't a small amount. Grandmaster Huayuan gave them away just like that. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to do so. Even Grandmaster Luo Tang and the others were very surprised. One had to know that they didn't even have that many points on them after all these years. Grandmaster Huayuan had just given them away, which made them feel a little ashamed. Comparisons were odious. Thank you very much, Grandmaster Huayuan. When I have more points, I'll return them to you. Wang Ting didn't refuse. For him, earning points wasn't too difficult. When the time came, he could just return them to Grandmaster Huayuan. Grandmaster Huayuan waved his hand and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Don't be so polite. The pills you gave us are worth a lot, and we didn't say anything about it. You're treating us like strangers now. How can it be the same?" Wang Ting said. It's the same. Take it as us treating you to spirit food, Grandmaster Huayuan said without giving him any chance to explain. Grandmaster Luo Tang and the others were secretly shocked. What kind of pill was worth 3 million points? Did this Wang Ting not know that it was a third-grade Grandmaster? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say anything more. He followed Grandmaster Huayuan and bought a serving of crystal caviar. This delicacy came from a fish-type star beast called crystal caviar. It was made with special methods by spirit chefs and was very delicious. He had heard of it before, but had never tasted it. Now that he had come across it, he naturally wanted to taste it. The crystal caviar in front of him not only exuded a faint fragrance, but also was extremely exquisite and beautiful. Each caviar was plump and round. Its color was transparent and clear, just like a crystal. At the same time, it increased one's appetite, but at the same time, one couldn't bear to eat it. In particular, the two female grandmasters, Susanna and Hazel, couldn't bear to look at such a delicacy. Spirit Chef *120, Spirit Chef *70, Crystal Caviar *1. Attribute bubbles fell from the spirit chefs behind the stall and were picked up by Wang Ting. Suddenly, a series of insights appeared in his mind. At the same time, there was an extremely special insight about the method of making crystal caviar. I actually got a method of making spirit food. Wang Ting felt a little surprised as he comprehended the information in his mind. Looking at the crystal caviar in his hand, he wasn't in a hurry to eat it because this crystal caviar needed to be brewed with a type of fine wine in order to bring out its full taste. It would be a waste to eat it now. Grandmaster, do you have white snow ice wine here? Wang Ting asked. The spirit chef grandmaster who was making crystal caviar suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. He seemed to be very surprised. Then, he lowered his head and said, "Wait a moment." His hands didn't stop at all because the process of making crystal caviar was very strict. There couldn't be the slightest pause. Generally, it had to be finished within a few minutes. Otherwise, it would affect the taste. This spirit chef grandmaster took out the caviar from a fresh crystal caviar. Then, he sifted, washed, dried, marinated. In one go, he finished a total of more than 10 processes in less than a minute. Finally, he handed it over to another customer. It could be called a work of art. After doing all this, he raised his head and looked at Wang Ting again. He glanced at the badge on Wang Ting's chest and was slightly surprised. His attitude instantly became countless times better. He said with a smile, "Grandmaster, you seem to have some understanding of the path of spirit chefs." "I know a little," Wang Ting said. "There are many people who know that crystal caviar tastes better with wine. However, there are very few people who know that crystal caviar tastes best with white snow ice wine." The spirit chef grandmaster looked meaningfully at Wang Ting and said, "It's just a coincidence." Wang Ting smiled faintly. "Regardless of whether it's a coincidence or not, I can give you some white snow ice wine since you know this," the spirit chef grandmaster said. "Thank you very much," Wang Ting said. The spirit chef grandmaster took out a snow-white wine bottle that emitted a faint cold air. He carefully handed it to Wang Ting and said, "I think you should know how to use this wine." "I won't say much." Wang Ting nodded and asked, "How many points does this bottle of white snow ice wine cost?" "It's a gift for you," the spirit chef grandmaster said with a smile. "How can I accept it?" Wang Ting said with a smile. "It's rare to meet someone who knows such obscure information. This bottle of wine is on me," the spirit chef grandmaster said. "By the way, my name is Robert. How about we exchange contact information?" "Okay." Wang Ting exchanged contact information with him and said with a smile, "My name is Wang Ting. Thank you for the wine." Master Robert waved his hand and didn't say anything more. He began to busy himself again. "Let's go." Wang Ting didn't want to disturb him and said to Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others followed behind Wang Ting. Their expressions were a little strange. They wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Why is this guy so popular everywhere he goes? In addition to these stalls, there were also places for people to rest on the spiritual food street. Of course, it was more comfortable to sit while eating. Although for the martial artists present, standing was not tiring, who would be willing to stand in front of delicious food, luxurious seats were placed in the middle of the street. As long as it was empty, one could sit anywhere. Wang Ting, Grandmaster Huayuan, and the others bought a few more unique delicacies, then found an empty seat and sat down. Wang Ting first took out the crystal caviar and white snow wine and put them in front of him. He wanted to eat this first. The delicious food and wine made him drool. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others had been watching his movements. They had been very curious along the way, and now they finally couldn't help but ask. "Grandmaster Wang Ting, how do you know that the crystal caviar has the best taste with white snow wine?" "Because I just got the attribute bubble of the crystal caviar's recipe." Of course, this sentence couldn't be said out loud. Wang Ting said with a smile on his face, "My spirit chef attainment is also at the Grandmaster level. I accidentally saw the recipe of the crystal caviar before." "You're also a spirit chef Grandmaster?" Everyone was shocked. Third Path Grandmaster was already very abnormal. Now that Wang Ting told them that he was also a spirit chef Grandmaster, wouldn't that mean that he was a Fourth Path Grandmaster? "Grandmaster Wang Ting, are you really a spirit chef Grandmaster?" Susanna asked in surprise. "Yes, I wouldn't lie to you about this." Wang Ting smiled as he opened the box of crystal caviar. The box that contained the crystal caviar was carved out of pure jade, exuding a luster. Runes were engraved on the surface, which could maintain the taste of the crystal caviar to the highest degree without losing any of its freshness. This was the quality of spirit food at the Grandmaster level. Even the food box was so high-end. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and was speechless. This guy said it so casually that people who didn't know him would think that he was talking about an ordinary spirit chef, not a spirit chef grandmaster. Actually, it's not that difficult. I just like good food. As I learn, I'll naturally learn. Wang Ting said faintly as he lowered his head and sniffed the crystal caviar in front of him. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma assailed his nostrils and shook his spirit. The crystal caviar sauce was a good thing. The greatest benefit of spirit food was that it could not only satisfy one's desire for good food, but also help martial artists cultivate. The crystal caviar in front of him was produced from crystal anchovies, and crystal anchovies were an extremely special water-type star beast. Their caviars contained rich and gentle water-type energy, which was extremely helpful to the cultivation of water-type martial artists. In addition, the Spirit Chef Grandmaster had added various secret ingredients to marinated during the process of making it, allowing the effects of the crystal caviar to be completely brought into play. Therefore, if a universe-level warrior ate this Grandmaster-level crystal caviar, if he was lucky, he might be able to increase his realm by 2 or 3 levels. Even if it was a domain lord or even a sector lord, if they ate it during their free time, they might be able to increase their realm. According to Wang Ting's judgment, the crystal caviar sauce in front of him was a 3rd-grade Grandmaster-level star beast. Naturally, its effects would be weaker for sector lords. However, if it was a 9th-grade Grandmaster-level star beast, it would be a different story. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at Wang Ting's nonchalant expression and were even more speechless. What the F***ck did he mean by learning? That was the Grandmaster-level star beast. Reaching the Grandmaster level in any field was beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, Wang Ting said it so casually. It really made people want to beat him up, that's right. Even Grandmaster Huayuan and the others felt that Wang Ting was asking for a beating at this moment. Everyone, hurry up and eat. What are you all standing there for? Wang Ting called out. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others took a deep breath and looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook their heads. Then, their gazes fell on Wang Ting's bottle of white snow brew. They had all bought the crystal caviar sauce. Since they knew that the crystal caviar sauce was the best with white snow brew, they couldn't let it go. Wang Ting immediately hugged the white snow brew like he was protecting his calf and looked at the others warily. What are you all doing? Cough, cough. Grandmaster Alfred was thick-skinned. He coughed dryly and said, if there's good stuff, we should all share it. This is good stuff that can only be found by chance. It has to be brewed in an extremely cold place with all kinds of rare ice-type materials. Finally, it has to be sealed in a 10,000-year-old ice for 100 years to brew. Moreover, Grandmaster Robert only gave me 1 bottle. It's pitifully little. How can you be so shameless? Wang Ting shook his head repeatedly. Then, he winked at Grandmaster Huayuan and said with a smile, but I can share some with Grandmaster Huayuan. Ha ha ha. That's great. Grandmaster Huayuan couldn't help but laugh. The 3 million points were worth it. To be able to get a little special treatment from Wang Ting was even better than 3 million points. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you can't be so biased. Grandmaster Hazel chuckled. That's right. Are we short of cosmic dollars? What we lack is this bottle of wine. Grandmaster Alfred said. Grandmaster Mode and the others also spoke, condemning Wang Ting for being disloyal. Grandmaster Luo Tang and the other young grandmasters couldn't get a word in. They couldn't help but envy Wang Ting's friendship with these old grandmasters. Although the old grandmasters were very polite to them, they could clearly feel that they couldn't compare with Wang Ting. These old grandmasters obviously treated Wang Ting differently. It was like the difference between an ordinary friend and a close friend. Wang Ting was speechless when he saw the crowd condemning him for being stingy. These grandmasters were really shameless for a bottle of wine. He immediately said, all right. All right. I'll share some with you, but only 1 cup per person. No more. Good. Good. Great. Grandmaster Alfred and the others were overjoyed and quickly replied, 1 cup is fine too. They knew that there were too many people present. 1 cup per person would be enough to split half the bottle of snow wine. Wang Ting giving everyone a cup was already a sign of their good relationship. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to take a sip. A trace of craftiness flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the star force of the ice element surged. Immediately, ice condensed on the table and turned into exquisite ice wine cups in front of each grandmaster. Then, he controlled his psychic power to roll up the snow wine and pour it for each grandmaster. The sound of wine being poured rang out. The fine wine formed a fine line from the mouth of the bottle, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and falling into the wine cups. It was so precise that not a single drop of water splashed out. It would be a waste if such a fine wine was spilled. Wang Ting's move really surprised all the grandmasters present. This Grandmaster Wang Ting is actually an ice element warrior, and his martial arts cultivation is probably not low. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with different thoughts in their minds. The martial arts cultivation of a subclass warrior was usually not very strong, but this Grandmaster Wang Ting had been wearing a battle suit from the beginning. His style was completely different from that of a normal subclass warrior. If they hadn't seen him change from a battle suit to a subclass warrior's uniform with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have been able to connect the two different styles. Wang Ting quickly poured everyone's wine, including Luo Tang and Susanna. They were all on the same table. If he only left these people out, he would be too stingy. "Thank you so much, Grandmaster Wang Ting." Grandmaster Luo Tang hurriedly thanked him. He knew that he was completely basking in the glory of Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to drink such fine wine. "Grandmaster Luo Tang, you're welcome." Wang Ting smiled. Grandmaster Susanna also hurriedly thanked him. Only Grandmaster Xianxia looked a little embarrassed. Should he drink or not, Wang Ting's generosity set off his stinginess. But at this moment, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was looking at the wine cups in front of them and couldn't help but gulp. It was too beautiful. The crystal-like wine floated in the chilled wine cup, and a faint wine aroma drifted out. It was refreshing, and their spirits seemed to be stimulated by the cool air. "You're too stingy. You only gave us such a small cup," Grandmaster Alfred complained. "If you don't want to drink it, you can give it back." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. "Hey, how can I take back the wine that I've given away?" Grandmaster Alfred quickly picked up the wine cup. Wang Ting shook his head with a smile and began to eat. He also bought a pure jade fruit bread from another Grandmaster Spirit Chef. It tasted even better with the crystal caviar. The jade fruit bread was made from a fruit called the jade fruit. The jade fruit had very strict and special requirements for its growth environment. It could only grow on planets with suitable climates. The bread made from this fruit tasted very good. It was a very famous pasta in the universe. At this moment, Wang Ting first scooped a spoonful of the crystal caviar and spread it on the jade fruit bread, and then gently took a bite. The softness of the jade fruit bread combined with the thick grease of the crystal caviar instantly bloomed on his taste buds. That feeling was simply wonderful to the extreme. Wang Ting picked up the chilled wine cup and took a sip. A slightly sour taste spread in his mouth. The fragrance was refreshing, and there was a trace of coldness. It wasn't too cold, and the warmth of the tongue and the trace of coldness completely merged together. It was just right. This white snow ice wine was also good stuff. With just a sip, Wang Ting felt the ice origin power in his body fluctuate slightly. Obviously, it had an effect on him. Wang Ting closed his eyes and tasted it for a while. He suddenly felt that life was full of meaning. What was the purpose of martial arts cultivation? In Wang Ting's opinion, it was to live a better life. And how to live a better life? In addition to having a long lifespan and powerful strength, the most important thing was, of course, all kinds of enjoyment. If one didn't know how to enjoy life and only knew how to cultivate, then life would be too meaningless. Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Huayuan, and the others kept staring at Wang Ting, and then they followed suit and ate. Their eyes suddenly lit up. They had never thought that the crystal caviar's taste could be improved so much. It was really incredible. The same thing, but different ways of eating it, could give a completely different taste. The path of Spirit Chef was really not that simple. Wang Ting was enjoying the delicious food while picking up the attribute bubbles around him. He was really in a good mood. Spirit Chef * 120, Spirit Chef * 200, Spirit Chef * 150. Wang Ting glanced at his Spirit Chef attribute and was slightly happy. Spirit Chef, 6150/10,000, Grandmaster, the improvement is so fast. If this goes on, I can reach the peak of the Grandmaster level tonight. Wang Ting thought to himself. This speed was really unbelievable. If it was spread out, no Spirit Chef Grandmaster would believe it. I wonder what changes there will be after reaching the Grandmaster level. Wang Ting was a little curious, but then he shook his head. Unfortunately, with my current mental strength, it's impossible to break through to the Saint level. The path of Spirit Chef had extremely strict requirements for mental strength. After all, the complicated process of making spirit food also required mental strength to control and grasp. If one's mental strength didn't reach the Sector Lord level, they definitely wouldn't be able to make the extremely complicated and extraordinary Saint-level spirit food. In the end, these side professions were all similar. The use of spirit food was even somewhat similar to pills. One was to use spirit herbs to increase the strength of a warrior, or to have some effect. The other was to use ingredients to achieve these goals. In fact, spirit food would also add various spirit herbs, but the method was more gentle. Moreover, the ingredients were the main, and the spirit herbs were supplementary. It wasn't as overbearing as pills. Not long after, everyone finished eating and continued to stroll around. To the people present, the spirit food just now wasn't enough to fill their stomachs. At most, it was just enough for a sumptuous meal. Soon, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were attracted by a stall with rising flames. The flames there were purple and rose more than 10 meters high. Many people stopped to look at it. Even Wang Ting couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he felt that the flames weren't ordinary flames, but a strange beast flame. At the place where the flames rose, several attribute bubbles were floating around. Pick them up, Wang Ting didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Spirit Chef * 160, Spirit Chef * 145, Flame Purple Spirit Steak * 1 Purple Spirit Flame * 2000. One by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. Most of them turned into insights, but one of them turned into a strange purple flame and merged into Wang Ting's body. After circulating through his limbs and bones, it merged into the small universe inside his body and quietly floated there. In Wang Ting's small universe, there were many flames of different colors floating. Among them, there were 4 flames in the center. They were white, black, cyan, and crimson respectively. They formed a triangle and emitted a terrifying heat. There were several other flames surrounding these 4 flames. Whether it was the size or the temperature, they were far inferior to the 4 flames. The difference between the two was like the difference between a firefly and a star. At this moment, another purple flame appeared around the 4 flames. When this purple flame first entered this place, it was a little unruly. However, under the invisible suppression of the 4 flames, it immediately became obedient and didn't dare to move at all. Purple Spirit Flame. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he was delighted. It is indeed a type of beast fire. Just as he had guessed, this beast fire came from a star beast called the Purple Spirit Cow. It contained special characteristics of the flame force, and its temperature was extremely high. Ordinary flames couldn't be compared to it. This purple spirit flame is quite interesting. Wang Ting touched his chin. After obtaining this flame, the relevant information and description appeared in his mind. The Purple Spirit Cow was a fire attribute star beast. Its meat was very uniform and plump, and it had a nourishing effect. The Purple Spirit Flame and the Purple Spirit Cow's body happened to have similar characteristics. It could make the meat of various star beasts more delicious and bring out the best flavor completely. Using the Purple Spirit Flame to cook the meat of the Purple Spirit Cow was naturally more effective since they were of the same origin. It was completely incomparable to the meat of other star beasts. Obviously, this Purple Spirit Flame was a type of flame that was completely suitable for cooking. Wang Ting had obtained many types of beast fire, including wood fire, stone fire, and so on. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a special flame. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Wang Ting smiled slightly. This harvest could actually be used in battle. After all, the purple spirit cow used this as a means of battle. However, compared to this, it was undoubtedly more effective as a cooking flame. This flaming purple spirit steak seems to be quite good. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at the Grandmaster Spirit Chef behind the stall cooking the steak. They sniffed and couldn't help but say curiously, "This flaming purple spirit steak is helpful for improving the physical body. If you are interested, you can give it a try," Wang Ting said. "How do you know?" Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were surprised. Grandmaster Luo Tang and the others also looked at him and couldn't help but be surprised. This Grandmaster Wang Ting knew too much. "I know a little," Wang Ting said with a smile. He had obtained a recipe for the flaming purple spirit steak, so he naturally knew it very well. This Grandmaster has a good eye. The Grandmaster Spirit Chef behind the stall raised his head and said in surprise, "This flaming purple spirit steak is my exclusive recipe. People who haven't eaten it usually don't know its effects." "I haven't eaten it." Wang Ting smiled and said, "But I'm not unfamiliar with the purple spirit cow." "I see." The Grandmaster behind the stall suddenly understood. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others bought another flaming purple spirit steak one after another and went to the next stall. "It's really delicious. After eating it, I feel a warm feeling in my body, as if I've improved a little." Grandmaster Huayuan took a bite and said in amazement, "That's true." Grandmaster Alfred took a bite, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything. However, everyone's opinion of Wang Ting had changed. Every time they came across a new delicacy, they would ask for his opinion. This is the 8-treasure Thunder Bear paw. The material is very special. It's the paw of a Thunder Bear type star beast. It's very delicious and nourishing. It has the power of thunder and lightning in the mouth, but it won't hurt the consumer at all. Instead, it will make the consumer feel an unprecedented numbness. This is the blazing rain lamb skewer. The rain lamb is a special kind of water-type star beast. It is said that it only appears on rainy days. The texture of its meat is very unique. It's like raindrops jumping in the mouth, making one unable to stop. This is the scarlet star mushroom. Look at its shape. Doesn't it look like a special thing on a man's body? As the saying goes, the shape complements the shape. If a man eats this thing. He he he. Wang Ting explained to the crowd while picking up the attribute bubbles. It was an eye-opener for the grandmasters present. They secretly exclaimed that they had learned something new. They were all grandmasters and had eaten many delicacies on a daily basis. However, what they saw today was completely out of their expectations. They had never seen or heard of anything like this before. However, when he mentioned the last spiritual food, everyone's expression became extremely strange. Among them, a few female grandmasters blushed slightly and were too embarrassed to look at the scarlet star mushroom. It was mainly because this thing was very similar to a certain thing. Coupled with Wang Ting's explanation, they couldn't help but associate it. Grandmaster Susanna and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wang Ting. They didn't expect Grandmaster Wang Ting to have such a bad taste. It really made them speechless. "Ahem, what did you say? I don't understand at all." Grandmaster Alfred coughed dryly and asked in a serious tone. That's right, that's right. What do you think it looks like?" "We can't tell at all." Grandmaster Mode and the other burly grandmasters with honest faces had their eyes shining, but they pretended that they didn't know anything and agreed as if nothing had happened. "You don't understand? If you don't understand, then forget it." Wang Ting looked at them meaningfully, his face full of disdain. He chuckled and said, "It seems that no one is interested. Then, let's go. Go, go, go." The group immediately turned and left. However, a few people quietly stayed behind and quickly returned to the previous stall. After buying a scarlet star mushroom, they followed silently and pretended that nothing had happened. Bah! Grandmaster Hazel couldn't help but spit at them. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. "Speaking of which, with your attainments as a spirit chef, if you set up a stall here, I'm afraid you'll make a lot of money." Grandmaster Huayuan quickly changed the topic and said. "Set up a stall? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. That's right. These spirit chefs are all here to participate in the exchange. However, they want to make a lot of money before the exchange begins. After all, this kind of opportunity is very rare. Grandmaster Huayuan smiled. Wang Ting suddenly turned his head and looked at the bustling spirit food street. His eyes immediately lit up. He felt that he had found a way to make a fortune. Maybe he could really give it a try. What's the procedure to set up a stall here? Can I just set it up casually? Wang Ting immediately asked. Ah? This time, it was Grandmaster Huayuan and the others' turn to be stunned. They had just said it casually, but this Grandmaster Wang Ting seemed to take it seriously. You don't really want to set up a stall, do you? Grandmaster Alfred asked with a strange expression. Is there anything wrong with that? Wang Ting asked. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Grandmaster Alfred was speechless. They were here to taste delicacies. It was completely wrong to change from a taster to a chef. There are indeed some procedures, but do you have the ingredients? If you want to set up a stall, you'll need to prepare a lot of ingredients. Grandmaster Huayuan rubbed his forehead and asked. Obviously, he wanted to use this to dispel Wang Ting's idea. However, he didn't expect ingredients. I have them. Wang Ting thought of the many light attribute star beasts he had brought from Smooth Velvet Planet. Weren't they all ingredients? Light attribute ingredients were considered rare here, right? So, there was nothing wrong with the price being higher, right? At the thought of this, Wang Ting became even more excited. It was as if he could see countless points rushing towards him. He immediately said excitedly, hurry up and take me to the procedures. I want to set up a stall. Everyone looked at each other. Looking at the suddenly excited Wang Ting, they didn't know what to say. In the end, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others had no choice but to take Wang Ting to a building. Spirit Food Street is actually set up by a few spirit chef clans in the Sub-Profession Alliance's headquarters. Those clans are all core members of the Sub-Profession Alliance's headquarters, and their identities are not simple. They set up Spirit Food Street so that spirit chefs from all over the universe can display their talents here and earn points at the same time. Spirit Chef Clans. A strange look appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He hadn't expected such clans to exist in the Sub-Profession Alliance. All this time, he had only heard of alchemist clans, runemaster clans, and blacksmith clans. Spirit chef clans weren't very famous, so not many people knew about them. Everyone entered the building, and Grandmaster Huayuan and the others led Wang Ting to a counter. Behind the counter was a girl with short pink hair wearing a spirit chef uniform. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was very young, and her pretty face was chubby. She was very cute. She was bored to death, and she was holding her chin with her hand while muttering something. Seeing someone come, her eyes immediately lit up. What do you want? We want to rent a stall. We're here to go through the procedures. Grandmaster Huayuan was a little surprised to see the girl behind the counter, but he still spoke to her. Go through the procedures. Come. Just fill out this form. The girl with short pink hair slapped a form on the table and said with a smile, who wants to go through the procedures? Is it this old grandpa? She curiously looked at the group in front of her. It was rare to see so many people going through the procedures at the same time. She was very surprised. It's not me, it's him. Grandmaster Huayuan slightly leaned to the side and let Wang Ting through. Wow, it's a handsome little brother. The girl with short pink hair suddenly cried out in surprise. Wang Ting's face was embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Huayuan saw his appearance and suddenly laughed. But this little brother doesn't look much older than me. Has his spirit chef attainment reached the Grandmaster level? If you haven't reached the Grandmaster level, I don't recommend you to go out and set up a stall. The girl with short pink hair looked at Wang Ting with sparkling eyes and reminded him. Little girl, thank you for your kindness, but I think I should be able to. Wang Ting smiled and directly filled out the form. The matter of making money couldn't be delayed. The girl with short pink hair's eyes flashed. She curiously looked at Wang Ting, then looked at the form and said, Little brother Wang Ting? Hey, you're a Grandmaster Spirit Chef. You're so awesome. Wang Ting was a little speechless. Was this girl always so friendly? He couldn't help but think of Gu Luo. Why did he keep meeting people like this recently? Oh right, little brother Wang Ting, my name is Xianxia. Nice to meet you. The girl with short pink hair seemed to have suddenly remembered something and quickly introduced herself. Surname Yu. Grandmaster Huayuan and the other's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Okay. Wang Ting filled out the form and handed it to Yu Xiangxiang, saying, I'm also very happy to meet you. Also, please help me get it done quickly. I need it urgently. No problem. Little brother Wang Ting is so handsome. I'll definitely pick out the best stall for you. Yu Xiangxiang nodded heavily. Everyone was speechless. Was this the legendary love-struck idiot? It was clearly the first time they met, but this Yu Xiangxiang opened the back door for Wang Ting. Wasn't it too obvious? Yu Xiangxiang didn't care about what others thought. She opened a screen and extended a chubby finger. She quickly typed on it. After a while, she laughed and said, okay, I'll bring you to the stall. As she said that, she actually jumped out from behind the counter and landed beside Wang Ting. She pulled Wang Ting and ran out. Wait, is it okay for you to just leave like that? Wang Ting was speechless. It's okay. If someone comes to handle the procedures when I'm not here, there will be someone else to take care of them. I'm just a temporary worker. It's too boring here. I don't want to stay here forever. Yu Xiangxiang said. She stood beside Wang Ting. Her height only reached his chest. It was a problem if she wasn't 1.5 meters tall. There was a strong contrast between the two. Wang Ting didn't say anything more. He was pulled out of the building by Yu Xiangxiang. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others laughed and shook their heads as they followed. Yu Xiangxiang brought Wang Ting to a stall and said, What do you think? This stall is not bad, right? It's located at the place with the most traffic. I specifically chose this spot for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Wang Ting looked around and was a little surprised. He asked, why is such a good spot empty? When he was eating earlier, he noticed that the stall was empty. At that time, he was surprised. Why would such a good spot be empty? How would I know? Since it's empty, let's use it. It's a waste not to use it. Yu Xiangxiang rolled her eyes and said. Wang Ting looked at her speechlessly. He didn't know why, but he felt that this little girl was a little unreliable. Will there be any problems with this place? Grandmaster Huayuan asked. I don't know. Wang Ting shook his head. Aya, don't worry. If I let you use it, no one will dare to say anything. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it for you. Yu Xiangxiang seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's doubts. She patted her chest and promised. This little girl's surname is Yu. She should be from one of the spirit chef families, the Yu family. This stall is probably left by their family. Now, it's yours. Grandmaster Huayuan told Wang Ting his guess. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. He smiled and said, I'll accept your offer then. Hee, that's right. Yu Xiangxiang smiled proudly and urged, quick, let me see what you're capable of. I've been in there for half a day. I'm a little hungry. Then I'll let you eat the first dish I've made today. Wang Ting smiled. He used his spiritual force to scan the entire street and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Spirit Chef * 250 Spirit Chef * 180 Spirit Chef * 200. All of a sudden, all kinds of insights appeared in Wang Ting's mind, causing his Spirit Chef attainments to rise rapidly. Spirit Chef, 10,000/10,000, Master Level, it's finally complete. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He then took out all kinds of tools and was about to start cooking. At this moment, the gazes of many Spirit Chef Grand Masters in the surroundings had been drawn over. This stall had been empty for a long time, and many Spirit Chef Grand Masters had wanted to rent it, but they had never succeeded. Now that someone had finally rented it, everyone was very curious about who had the qualifications to do so. It was a small surprise for Wang Ting that his Spirit Chef attainment had reached perfection. He had a hunch that he would be able to reach perfection tonight, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. However, there was nothing strange about it. The entire street was filled with spirit chef grandmasters. If each of them provided some attribute bubbles, it would be enough for him to reach perfection. Each of these grandmasters had their own unique skills and spirit chef attainments, which were of great help to Wang Ting. What surprised him even more was that there were obviously high-level spirit chefs among them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach perfection. After all, no matter how many low-level spirit chefs he picked up, they were only low-level spirit chefs. They couldn't reach high-level spirit chefs. The gap was too big. At this moment, Wang Ting closed his eyes and comprehended for a while. He integrated all the attribute insights he had obtained and completely turned them into his own. To be honest, Wang Ting felt that it was a little unbelievable that he had reached perfection. Even if spirit chefs weren't as profound and mysterious as the three mainstream subprofessions of alchemy, runes, and forging, it wasn't that easy to reach spirit chefs, let alone perfection. What is he doing? Grandmaster Xianxia couldn't help but frown and ask when he saw that Wang Ting didn't start making spirit food and even closed his eyes while so many people were waiting. Of course, he's brewing his emotions. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said matter-of-factly, when we spirit chefs make spirit food, we have to integrate our emotions into it. Only with happy emotions can we make delicacies that make people happy. You're a grandmaster, but you don't even understand such a simple principle. Grandmaster Xianxia was speechless. He was just casually asking. Did she have to be so uptight? And what's with that disgusted look on her face? He didn't know how he had made this little girl hate him. Wait patiently. It's not that easy to taste delicious spirit food, Grandmaster Huayuan said calmly with a smile. Yeah, look at those spirit chef grandmasters. They're all waiting patiently. Grandmaster Hazel looked around and also said with a smile. Only then did Grandmaster Xianxia realize that he was the only one who seemed to be impatient. His expression suddenly changed and he felt embarrassed. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help but criticize Wang Ting's every action and everything he did. In the end, he was the clown? I wonder what kind of delicious spirit food Grandmaster Wang Ting will be. I'm really looking forward to it, Grandmaster Susanna said. At this moment, Wang Ting's spirit food, SSSSSS, with a wave of his hand. A color Ti Hua. That looks like a light attribute crab. Light attribute ingredients. That's quite rare. This Grandmaster is really generous. Interesting. Looks like he came prepared. To be able to get this stall, this Grandmaster must have a certain background. Seeing Wang Ting take out a light attribute crab, many people thought that he had a good background and had come prepared. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others listened to the discussions around them and couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were a little strange. Only they knew that Wang Ting had come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He hadn't prepared anything at all. But judging from his posture, he was obviously a foodie. He always had ingredients and tools with him. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting began to process the crab in front of him. In the past, he mainly roasted in the wild. His cooking method was very monotonous. Today, he was going to do something different. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. First, he took out a bottle of fine wine and forced it to the crab. Oh? Oh, it had to drink even if it didn't want to. The white flower crab struggled desperately, but to no avail. The white flower crab in front of them was a low-level emperor. In the ocean, it could be considered an overlord. Now, it was reduced to an ingredient. It was really sad. The surrounding onlookers raised their eyebrows. Their eyes were full of surprise. Was he going to make a drunken crab? Regardless of what the crowd thought, Wang Ting continued to feed the crab. A low-level emperor star beast wouldn't get drunk so easily, but Wang Ting's wine wasn't ordinary either. This wine was called drunken flower wine. It was very easy to get drunk. After he fed the crab an entire bottle, the crab finally staggered and collapsed. Letting you die in your drunken dreams is my greatest mercy, Wang Ting muttered. Everyone. Then, without Wang Ting doing anything, the white flower crab's shell automatically opened. Its internal organs seemed to be pulled out by an invisible hand. This scene shocked everyone. Their hearts trembled. This Grandmaster was also a spirit reader? Normally, force chefs would process the ingredients personally. Only a spirit reader would be able to use an invisible force to process the ingredients like Wang Ting. The young Grand Master in front of him was actually a spirit reader master, which was really surprising. But what was even more surprising was that Wang Ting stretched out his hand. A wisp of purple flame rose from his palm. This was the purple spirit flame he had just obtained. He immediately used it. It had to be said that this purple spirit flame could improve the meat quality of star beasts. It was indeed an extremely useful cooking method. Eh? In the crowd, a Grandmaster couldn't help but exclaim softly. It was the Grandmaster who had made the flaming purple spirit steak. He saw that the stall owner was the one who had seen the effects of the flaming purple spirit steak. Out of curiosity, he came over to take a look. He didn't expect to see such a scene. It was really unexpected. The purple spirit flame was a special flame that he had obtained with great difficulty. How did this Grandmaster get it? Wang Ting threw the innards of the white flower crab into the flame. In an instant, it was incinerated and disappeared without a trace. It had to be said that for a fire attribute martial artist, it was too easy to destroy a corpse. A fire was enough to solve the problem. Next was a delicate task. That was to pick out all the meat of the white flower crab from the shell. Moreover, it couldn't be scattered. This naturally tested the skills and proficiency of a spirit chef. But it wasn't a problem for Wang Ting. He still controlled his spirit power. Some of it turned into an invisible spoon, while some turned into a small knife. He gently removed the crab meat from the shell. The surrounding people were dazzled because Wang Ting didn't just remove the meat from one part of the shell. Instead, he removed the meat from more than 10 parts at the same time. It was as if there were more than 10 pairs of hands handling this huge crab at the same time. This level of skill was truly breathtaking. In just a short minute, the entire crab meat was removed. The white and tender crab meat was placed in jade food boxes. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt that it was inconceivable. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at each other in dismay. They felt that they had underestimated Wang Ting's spirit chef attainments. Just this move alone was enough to make people stop in their tracks. Sure enough, more and more people gathered around. They were attracted by the operation and couldn't move a step. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Her chubby little face was filled with amazement. She muttered, "Little brother Wang Ting is so awesome. He is even more awesome than big brother and big sister." Wang Ting continued to prepare the ingredients. He took out all kinds of spirit herbs. Some were of the water attribute, some were of the fire attribute, and some were of the light attribute. After they were crushed, he extracted them with flames and turned them into powder. He then mixed them into the crab meat and marinated them. In addition, there were also all kinds of seasonings that were added according to a certain ratio. This was the unique skill of every spirit chef. It was finally decided after countless repeated attempts. Normally, outsiders wouldn't know about this. However, Wang Ting was an exception. He had picked up a lot of recipes and had already grasped the unique recipes of many spirit chef grandmasters. Those recipes had also become the accumulation of Wang Ting's knowledge. He could make his recipes even more perfect. He could get rid of the impurities and keep the essence, leaving behind the most perfect essence. This was something that others couldn't compare with. This series of operations was like a work of art. Not only did the surrounding people not feel bored, but they were also watching with rapt attention. They were unwilling to move their eyes away for even a moment. Especially those spirit chef grandmasters. To them, Wang Ting's operation was like a feast. Every detail was worth exploring and learning. The marinating time didn't need to be too long. After about 10 minutes, the marinating of the crab meat was completed. During this time, Wang Ting took out another crab and cooked it in the same way. He didn't plan to cook too much. 2 crabs were enough. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Too much wouldn't be good. It would affect the price later. As for whether people would buy it or not, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. With his attainments in spirit chef, the only question was whether the spirit food he made would be enough to sell. After the marinating of the crab meat was done, Wang Ting put it into a large pot that he had prepared. Then, purple spirit flames appeared in his hand and he placed it under the pot to heat it up. He wanted to steam the crab meat. This process was very fast. In less than a minute, the crab meat was completely steamed and ready to be eaten. Wisps of fresh fragrance floated out from the pot, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Their eyes gradually lit up. "Can we eat now?" Xianxia licked her lips and asked impatiently. "Don't be impatient." Wang Ting faintly smiled. He took out the crab meat and placed it in a jade food box. With a wave of his hand, it quickly cooled down. However, the fragrance didn't disperse at all. It was as if the food box was very effective in preserving the fragrance. Immediately after, ice attribute star origin power gushed out from Wang Ting's body. Frost immediately fell from the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a lot. This is... Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Their faces revealed astonishment. This spirit chef grandmaster seemed to be an ice attribute martial artist. It was really surprising. "Fancy." Grandmaster Xianxia curled his lips and said. "So beautiful." Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Little girls liked fancy things the most. Wang Ting's actions were exactly what she wanted. Grandmaster Susanna and Grandmaster Hazel's gazes also changed. Looking at the scene around them, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. They were in a good mood. "Quick, look!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction that person was pointing. They immediately discovered that the crab meat that Wang Ting had just processed was completely frozen. However, it wasn't frozen into ice blocks. Instead, a thin layer of frost had condensed on the surface of the crab meat. It covered the crab meat, making it look like ice crystals. It was magnificent and magnificent. Grandmaster Xianxia opened his mouth, but he was suddenly speechless. Although it was fancy, it was too exaggerated. Many of the Grandmaster's expressions turned serious as they looked at Wang Ting. They didn't stop at the surface. Instead, they saw something deeper. This kind of meticulous manipulation required extremely strong mental power control. This person wasn't simple. Wang Ting took the crab shell from just now and placed the purple flame under it. Immediately, the crab shell turned red. This process only took an instant. Wang Ting then placed the crab meat from the food boxes on top of the red-hot crab shell. With a sizzling sound, green smoke rose, and a rich aroma immediately spread out and filled the surroundings. Not only was there the freshness and sweetness of the crab meat, but there was also a trace of intoxicating wine fragrance. When the two were mixed together, it was as if it had been sublimated. Everyone's mouth was watering. At this point, the ice-fire drunken crab was completed. This was a spirit food that Wang Ting had developed by combining his understanding of various spirit foods. It could be considered an exclusive recipe. However, today was the first time he had tried it. So fragrant. Everyone looked at the crab meat in the hazy smoke and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes burned with passion. They still didn't know that they were about to become Wang Ting's guinea pigs. So fragrant. So fragrant. Xianxia couldn't help it. If she didn't know that a spirit chef couldn't be disturbed when making spirit food, she would have already rushed up. At this moment, seeing that Wang Ting had finished, how could she endure it? She immediately rushed up. "Little brother Wang Ting, quickly give me a portion. Quickly give me a portion. I want to be the first to taste it." "Of course, I said I'll give you the first portion. I won't go back on my words." Wang Ting smiled as he took a portion of the ice-fire drunken crab and gave it to Xianxia. "This is the sauce I made. It'll taste better if you dip it in it." Xianxia looked down and found that there was a small plate next to the crab meat. There was a dark brown liquid inside that smelled slightly sour. However, for some reason, it matched perfectly with the freshness and sweetness of the crab meat. "I'm going to dig in." Xianxia couldn't wait to pick up a piece of crab meat, dip it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately narrowed as a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Then, she immediately picked up another piece of crab meat and put it in her mouth. "Hey, little girl, is it good?" Someone looked at her and couldn't help but ask. Xianxia didn't have time to pay attention to them. She just kept eating and said vaguely, "Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Wang Ting also prepared a portion for Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. Hee hee, let's try it too. Grandmaster Alfred took it with a smile and immediately tasted it. They couldn't wait to try it after seeing how Xianxia was enjoying it. Grandmaster Huayuan tasted it and his eyes immediately lit up. He curiously asked, Grandmaster Wangting, what's the name of this spirit food? The taste is so special. Ice Fire Drunken Crab. Wangting said. Ice Fire Drunken Crab. Grandmaster Huayuan exclaimed, good name, very suitable for this spirit food. Ice Fire Drunken Crab. Everyone murmured and finally couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster, how much are you selling this for? Not expensive, 10,000 points per portion. Wangting said. 10,000 points? That's not bad. Alright, give me a portion to try, someone said decisively. This was a muscular man. He wasn't a sub-occupation but a sector lord level fighter. There were a few other sector lords with him. Wangting could feel the powerful waves of energy coming from their bodies. He knew that they weren't ordinary sector lords. They were at least level 7 or 8 of the sector lord realm. Please. Wangting said. The man immediately transferred 10,000 points and took a portion of Ice Fire Drunken Crab. In the next moment, his expression was the same as Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. His eyes lit up and his hands moved faster as he ate with relish. As he ate, his expression suddenly became very interesting, as if he had noticed something different. How do you feel? Wangting asked with a smile. Grandmaster, your Ice Fire Drunken Crab can heal internal injuries? The muscular man stared with wide eyes. Yes, this white flower crab is a light-type ingredient, supplemented with several spirit herbs. After my mixing, it indeed has such an effect. Wangting said. Good stuff. The sector lord praised and ate all the crab meat in one go, saying, one more portion, it's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. 3 portions per person. Wangting said. Forget it then. Give me 2 more servings, the muscular man said. Wangting. The others looked at the muscular man speechlessly, then reacted. This Ice Fire Drunken Crab could actually heal internal injuries. It was unbelievable. For many fighters and sub-occupations, this was good stuff. So, give me 1. Give me 1 too. Give me 3. The next moment, everyone went crazy and immediately shouted. They squeezed in front of Wangting's stall and started to buy the Ice Fire Drunken Crab. 10,000 points for 1 portion, 3 portions was only 30,000 points. It was nothing to many people here. Their mentality was simple. Since they were eating, why not eat something with better effects? Damn. Wangting was shocked. He didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. He was a bit busy by himself. Little brother Wangting, I'll help you. Imperial Fragrance ran over and said with a smile, but you have to give me 2 more portions. Good. Come and help. Wangting hurriedly said with joy. With Xianxia's help, Wangting settled all the customers very quickly. The hundreds of Ice Fire Drunken Crabs in front of his stall were all sold. He earned 9 million points in an instant, and all he had to pay was 2 low-level Emperor Stage white flower crabs and some spiritual herbs. In short, the cost was very low. No wonder so many spirit chef masters set up stalls here. A small stall with such a high income. It was a huge profit. Of course, Wangting neglected one point. His spirit chef attainments far exceeded others. The spirit food he made was also unique to the extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high income. This was something others couldn't compare to. Master Wangting, your Ice Fire Drunken Crab is really wonderful. I didn't expect such a simple crab meat to contain such a rich taste. The heat of the flame and the coolness of the ice complemented each other. There's also a slight intoxicating feeling. Paired with the sweetness of the crab meat and the sourness of the sauce, it's really an extreme enjoyment. Spirit Chef Lobel also came to the stall at this time. After tasting a portion of Ice Fire Drunken Crab, he sighed with emotion. For spirit chef masters like them, their analysis of spirit food was naturally more detailed than others. All the flavors were carefully tasted. Yes, I haven't eaten such a delicious spirit food in a long time. Master Wang Ting's spirit chef attainments are amazing. The spirit chef master who made the flaming purple spirit steak before sighed with emotion. Master Wang Ting is so young, but his attainments are so profound. It really makes us feel ashamed of our inferiority. At this time, the others also knew Wang Ting's name. They were sincerely convinced of his spirit chef attainments and praised him one after another. Everyone is too kind. Wang Ting said with a smile, I will continue to make spirit food. If anyone is interested, you can continue to come and try. Is it still ice fire drunken crab? Someone asked curiously. Of course not. I will only make ice fire drunken crab once. I will make other spirit food next. Don't worry, everyone, I won't let you down. Otherwise, all the customers will run away. What else can I do? Wang Ting said confidently. When everyone heard him say this, they were immediately curious. Could it be that this Wang Ting still had spirit food as delicious as this ice-fire drunken crab? Wang Ting didn't waste time. He immediately took out other ingredients and continued to make several different spirit food. Xianxia also came to help, but the price was that Wang Ting would provide her with spirit food for free. Such a simple request, of course Wang Ting, would satisfy her. For a time, Wang Ting's place became extremely lively. Many customers were attracted, causing the flow of people in the surrounding stalls to decrease greatly. This made the spirit chef masters feel extremely helpless. Some even couldn't help but feel jealous. These spirit chef masters had all come to participate in the exchange. Now that a young master with higher attainments than them had appeared, they were naturally extremely unhappy. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others didn't leave. They happily watched from the side. Instead of eating other people's spirit food, it was better to eat Wang Ting's. First, they took care of his business. Second, free spirit food was naturally more delicious. Make way. At this moment, a very discordant voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Everyone was slightly taken aback. They turned their heads and saw a young man leading a group of people over in an aggressive manner. The people present subconsciously made way, but they all frowned. They didn't like the young man's behavior. The young man didn't care at all. He walked to the front of the stall and looked at Wang Ting with cold eyes. If you want to buy something, please line up, Wang Ting said indifferently. There are so many people waiting. This stall is mine, the young man said coldly. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Seeing her ignorant look, he suddenly felt a headache. There was something wrong with this stall. Sure enough, it was true. How could he keep such a good spot? He didn't have such a big face. Moreover, before this, no one knew him. When the people around heard this, they were all surprised. Then, a trace of light flashed in their eyes. Their faces revealed meaningful expressions. More directly, they were already gloating. It seemed that Grandmaster Wang Ting was in trouble. No one used this stall before. Many Grandmaster spirit chefs applied for it, but they couldn't get it. It was very strange. Now that they thought about it, it was probably controlled by someone from a big force. And this Grandmaster Wang Ting snatched the stall. Now that the owner came to find him, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Oh no, why is it this annoying guy? Xianxia finally came back to her senses. Her pretty face changed slightly. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. Needless to say, this person in front of him must be from a family of spirit chefs. The young man glanced at Xianxia and sneered. Then, he looked at Wang Ting and said disdainfully, "Get out now. Don't dirty my stall." Wang Ting originally wanted to have a good talk with the other party. At most, he would just return the stall to the other party. He had earned enough. However, the words of the young man in front of him made him frown. His eyes narrowed slightly. You, say it again. In the next moment, the corner of his mouth curled up. It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like that. That young man looked at Wang Ting's faint smile and couldn't help but frown. He felt even more impatient and his eyes flashed coldly. Do you want to die? Wang Ting's eyes flashed coldly. There was someone so arrogant in this profession union? Fingdu, don't go overboard. Xianxia finally gathered her courage and stared at the young man. Hey! Grandmaster Huayuan and the others' expression changed. The Fengdu clan was a spirit chef clan in the headquarters of this profession union and was as famous as the Yu clan. They didn't expect this stall to be reserved for them. No wonder no one dared to touch it. This was troublesome. The surrounding people were also shocked. They didn't expect it to be someone from the Fengdu clan. This Wang Ting had poked a hornet's nest. Many people were already prepared to watch the show. Little girl from the Yu clan. The young man called Fengdu glanced at her with a face full of disdain. This has nothing to do with you. You better not interfere. Otherwise, I will teach you what the rules are. Xianxia was so scared that she took a step back. However, she still stood up and clenched her teeth. I am not afraid of you. If you dare to hit me, I will ask my third brother Yu to hit you. As she spoke, she raised her little fist and waved it. Wang Ting couldn't help but want to laugh. This little girl's expression of wanting to protect him was too amusing. However, this showed that she probably didn't know this stall belonged to this young man in front of her. Moreover, she was still able to stand up in this situation. Wang Ting had a higher opinion of her. At least she wasn't just a foodie. Yu-san. Fengdu snorted and said, even if Yu-san is here, so what? Moreover, this kid shouldn't be someone from your Yu clan. Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Fengdu clan for an outsider? This stall was given to him by me. We didn't know it was yours at first. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as she quickly said. I don't care. Since you used my stall, you have to pay the price. Fengdu said. Xianxia didn't expect this fella to be so unreasonable. She was so angry that her face turned red. Wang Ting shook his head. He secretly thought that this little girl was still too naive and was about to speak. However, at this moment, there was another commotion outside. The crowd parted as a figure walked over from afar. This was a handsome young man with long pink hair and a tall figure. He wore the uniform of a spirit chef, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Brother Yu-san. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to see him. Yu-san nodded at Xianxia and then looked at Fengdu with a faint smile. Brother Fengdu, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Do me a favor and let this matter go. How about that? Fengdu looked at the smiling young man in front of him and frowned. Yu-san, take care of your sister. This matter is your problem. Indeed, my sister is not sensible. Yu-san nodded. I will take her home immediately. Third brother Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She did not think that her brother would choose to keep the peace. Don't mess around. Yu-san glanced at her and said indifferently. Xianxia was so anxious that she couldn't say anything. Facing such a serious Yu-san, she didn't dare to be too impudent. However, little brother Wang Ting was tricked by her, so she couldn't just ignore it. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. Since that's the case, bring your sister back and properly educate her. Don't come out and cause trouble. Fengdu revealed a complacent smile as he said indifferently. Then many thanks, brother Fengdu. Yu-san turned to look at Xianxia and was about to leave. Let's go. From start to finish, he didn't even look at Wang Ting. Third brother he is my friend. Xianxia said anxiously. Since this friend chose this stall, I believe he has the ability to deal with it. Yu-san glanced at Wang Ting and said indifferently. Wang Ting suddenly smiled. This Yu-san seemed to have some prejudice against him. Could it be that he thought he was a swindler who tricked a little girl? This matter isn't what you think. He doesn't know that this stall belongs to the Fengdu family. Xianxia quickly explained. No matter if he knows or not, when he saw the location of this stall, he should have understood everything. Yu-san didn't say anything else and said calmly, you are still young and don't understand the dangers of the outside world. Come back with me. This sentence made Wang Ting laugh again. He wasn't someone who would stick his hot face on someone's cold butt. From the start, he didn't lie to Xianxia. However, looking at Yu-san's appearance, he seemed to be treating him as a swindler. It really made him speechless. Grandmaster Huayuan and the rest's expression changed. This Yu-san's words were a bit too much. It was just a spirit chef family. To be honest, they didn't put it in their eyes. With the alchemy grandmaster, blacksmith grandmaster, and runes grandmaster's background, they weren't any weaker than a spirit chef family. And they were Wang Ting's most solid backing. Wang Ting was the treasurer of the Qian Empire's sub-profession alliance. They wouldn't allow anyone to insult him. Fengdu couldn't help but laugh at the side and looked at Wang Ting with ridicule. He wanted to see what kind of confidence this kid had without the protection of the Yu family. For so many years, no one dared to offend the Fengdu family. Today, they finally met one. It was quite interesting. The surrounding people looked at Wang Ting with sympathy. This grandmaster had gotten this stall because of a little girl from the Yu family. Unfortunately, she wasn't reliable. Grandmaster Huayuan and the rest couldn't stand it anymore. Just as they were about to speak, Wang Ting said to Yu Xianxia, "You can go back. This matter has nothing to do with you." But Yu Xianxia still wanted to say something. "You are quite responsible." Yu San looked at Wang Ting. Ha ha ha. Fengdu seemed to find this scene very amusing. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "What do you plan to do now?" "What do you mean?" Wang Ting looked at him like he was an idiot and said lightly, "Does this stall have your name written on it?" Yu San was about to leave with Yu Xianxia, but when he heard Wang Ting's words, he couldn't help but stop. He looked over in surprise and carefully sized up Wang Ting. This person actually wanted to fight head-on. His gaze suddenly fell on Wang Ting's chest. There were 3 badges there. He didn't put Wang Ting in his eyes before, so he didn't notice it. But now, he saw it. Grandmaster of the 3 Daos. Yu San's eyes suddenly shrank. A grandmaster of the 3 Daos who was a master of alchemy, blacksmith, and runes. Any one of these 3 Daos couldn't be compared to a spirit chef, let alone 3. Could it be that this person had a special identity? No, even without mentioning his background, just his talents as a grandmaster of the 3 Daos couldn't be underestimated. All of a sudden, Yu San's heart was somewhat regretful that he had drawn a clear line between the two of them. However, he had always thought of Wang Ting as a person with evil intentions who deceived Yu Xianxia, so he didn't want to have anything to do with Wang Ting. But now, it was a bit too late to say anything. Grandmaster Huayuan's group couldn't help but wryly smile. They had forgotten that Grandmaster Wang Ting was someone who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. Back then, he wasn't afraid of the Pyrax clan, so now, there was no way he would be afraid of a family of spirit chefs. Fengdu's expression gradually darkened as he coldly said, "You are even more arrogant than me." "You are wrong. I have always been a humble person who likes to reason with others." Wang Ting faintly smiled. "For example, I applied for this stall according to the usual procedures, so it is now mine. Do you have any objections?" "Kid, are you trying to act shamelessly with me?" Fengdu sneered. "If there is anything that is against the rules, you can do it according to the rules of the Secondary Profession Alliance. I have absolutely no objections. If not, please leave and don't disturb my business. I am a person with 1,000,000 points in every minute. Can you afford to delay me?" Wang Ting said. Everyone, what 1,000,000 points in every minute? Wasn't this Grandmaster Wang Ting acting a bit pretentious? Fengdu's expression stiffened. He never thought that someone would act pretentious in front of him. Suddenly, he felt like he was forced to eat shit. "I will give you 10 more seconds to give up your stall and give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, you can consider the consequences yourself." Fengdu coldly said. "I said, everything will be done according to the rules. Don't you have ears? Do you want me to repeat myself?" Wang Ting faintly said. "You." Fengdu's entire face darkened. He stared at Wang Ting and said, "Good. Very good. Since you don't want to listen, then don't blame me for being impolite. Take him down." Rumble. The moment he said that, a domain lord level fighter behind him suddenly exploded and charged towards Wang Ting. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they immediately moved aside. No one expected Fengdu to actually dare to make a move on Spirit Food Street. He was truly lawless. However, thinking about his identity, they felt that it was only natural. After all, this street was built by the various large spirit chef families. If their own people made a move here, who could do anything about it? Wang Ting squinted. His lips curled into a cold smile. Making a move just because he couldn't win, he really couldn't afford to play. However, a Domain Lord level fighter wanted to make a move on him. That Domain Lord level fighter was an Earth-type Domain Lord level 7 fighter. He was a helper of a Spirit Chef family. Normally, he would protect the younger generation of the Fengdu family. The Fengdu family was just a Spirit Chef family. He didn't have many chances to make a move. Even if he did, it would only be against warriors below the universe level. Therefore, many people liked to become helpers of these families. Firstly, there were many benefits. Secondly, there wasn't much danger. Unlike those martial arts families, those were the real danger. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become a helper of a Spirit Chef family. Most importantly, one had to be stronger than ordinary fighters. Otherwise, how could one protect others? Although there were fewer fights between Spirit Chef families and martial arts families, they valued the geniuses of their families very much. These geniuses were mostly weak and needed the protection of powerful fighters. At this moment, the Domain Lord level fighter charged over expressionlessly. His eyes were incomparably calm. He didn't put Wang Ting, a universe level fighter, in his eyes at all. He stretched out his hand, which transformed into a huge yellow palm. Impudent! Grandmaster Huayuan and the others' expressions changed abruptly as they shouted. These people were too lawless. They actually dared to make a move here. Did they really think the Fengdu family could cover the sky with one hand? Grandmaster Alfred's expression was cold. He waved his hand and was about to make a move. He was a master of runes and had reached the pinnacle of the Domain Lord level as a fighter. Dealing with a Domain Lord level fighter was a piece of cake. Grandmasters, don't worry. Wang Ting suddenly smiled faintly. Grandmaster Alfred was slightly taken aback. Seeing Wang Ting's calm expression, his hand movements suddenly stopped. The Earth-type Domain Lord level fighter frowned. This kid in front of him seemed to be a little too confident. Did he have some kind of confidence? However, at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had to release it. To be safe, he had only used 50% of his strength. Now, he used 80% of his strength again. Even the power of his domain was integrated into the huge palm. Even if a universe-level fighter had some kind of trump card, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. There was one disadvantage to being a helper of these secondary occupation families. Normally, the people he faced were all extremely delicate. He didn't dare to use too much strength. If he crippled them, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. That huge yellow palm suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ting and viciously clawed at him. Wang Ting still stood with his hands behind his back. He wasn't nervous at all. However, to outsiders, that wasn't the case. The people around couldn't help but shake their heads. They all thought that he had given up. They could almost see Wang Ting's fate in the next moment. A universe-level fighter against a domain lord-level fighter had almost no chance of winning. Not to mention a secondary occupation. The strength of a secondary occupation was well known. They were the weakest of the weaklings. Yusan frowned. This kid was too confident. Facing such a situation, his expression didn't change at all. Just what was he waiting for? Heffingdu laughed coldly. His eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. No. Xianxia's face paled as she screamed. She pulled Yusan and anxiously said, "Brother, save him, quickly save him." No one can save him. Fengdu glanced at her. Rumble, however, just as the yellow palm was about to land on Wang Ting's body, a powerful aura exploded from his body. A mysterious golden imprint appeared on his forehead. His black hair fluttered without any wind. In the next moment, Wang Ting moved and punched out. Five-element fist, a fist print that was only slightly bigger than Wang Ting's fist suddenly exploded. It covered his fist and fiercely imprinted on the yellow palm print that was the size of Wang Ting's body. Pung, a muffled sound rang out. The yellow palm print suddenly froze in place. The Earth-type domain lord fighter's expression changed. His eyes opened wide, almost like he had seen something unbelievable. In the next moment, the yellow palm print collapsed and turned into specks of light. Pooh, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out uncontrollably. His face was pale white. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Many people who were prepared to watch the show felt their hearts tremble. They were completely stunned. Fengdu's expression froze. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Yusan's expression froze as well. He was unable to maintain his composure. The scene before him was completely out of his expectations. A universe-level fighter actually sent a domain lord level 7 fighter flying with one punch. Something wasn't right about this. Xianxia's mouth turned into an O shape. She looked at Wang Ting and then at the Zone Lord Martial Warrior who flew out. Her mind was buzzing. She couldn't wrap her head around the situation. What's going on? Isn't little brother Wang Ting a spirit chef master? How is he so powerful, sending a domain lord fighter flying with one punch? Even brother Yusan isn't that powerful. Numerous questions filled her mind, causing her chubby little face to fall into a completely dumbfounded state, causing her to seem charmingly naive. Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Huayuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster Wang Ting had become stronger again. And ridiculously strong. He had only entered the 7-star academies for a short while and he had gotten so much stronger. It was unbelievable. A domain lord fighter dares to make a move against me. Wang Ting didn't follow up with another attack. He gently put down his fist and stood there, glancing at the domain lord fighter. You. The domain lord fighter crawled up from the ground. His face was filled with shock. His face was green and white. He was extremely embarrassed. As a domain lord fighter, he was actually looked down upon by a universe-level fighter. It was extremely embarrassing. However, this was the truth. He couldn't even take one punch from him. The terrifying power contained within that punch had truly shocked him. The youth in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. That kind of strength was stronger than any prodigy he had ever seen before. This person wasn't just a sub-occupation genius. He was also a martial arts prodigy. You just said that no one can save me? Wang Ting looked at Fengdu's face twitched. He finally regained his senses and stared at Wang Ting. Who are you? Yusan also looked over. His face was extremely serious. This black-haired youth in front of him was definitely not a simple person. With such strength, he could be called a prodigy. Where did he come from? I'm just an ordinary spirit chef. Wang Ting said calmly. Fengdu. Yusan. What do you mean by an ordinary spirit chef? How could an ordinary spirit chef have such strength? Who would believe that? I'll give you a chance to apologize. Otherwise. Wang Ting glanced at Fengdu's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't think you're amazing just because you defeated a domain lord. This is the Sub-Occupation Alliance. If you offend my Feng family, don't even think about leaving. And then? Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at him calmly. Fengdu's face turned ugly. He didn't know if this fellow was acting dumb or if he really had something to rely on. Even if he brought out the Feng family, he wasn't afraid at all. A mere spirit chef family is your backing? Wang Ting said. Fengdu at this moment, even Yusan was speechless. A mere spirit chef family? This black-haired youth in front of him included their Yu family. Although their spirit chef family wasn't the strongest family in the Sub-Occupation Alliance, their status wasn't low. They had a deep foundation. He actually didn't put them in his eyes. This fellow's tone was a bit arrogant. Yusan's face instantly became uncertain. He suddenly had a premonition that he might have done something stupid today. Very good. Since you look down on my Feng family, I'll let you see what my Feng family is capable of. Fengdu's face was filled with anger as if he was greatly insulted. He fiercely glared at Wang Ting and turned to leave. Did I say you could leave? Wang Ting said, You want to leave after saying such harsh words? Do you think I'm stupid? If I want to leave, can you stop me? Fengdu sneered. Sigh. Wang Ting shook his head, I can't reason with you. You just want me to make a move. As his voice fell, his body suddenly dissipated on the spot. Fengdu's face slightly changed. A bad premonition emerged in his heart. This fellow actually dared to make a move on him. He was truly daring. He didn't have time to think and immediately retreated. When Yu San's face turned serious. This black-haired youth's strength was too strong. It made him feel shocked. Your speed is too slow. At this moment, a voice exploded in Feng Du's ears. It made his pupils shrink. At the same time, behind him, a black figure flashed and a fierce wind attacked. Bastard! You dare! Feng Du's face turned ugly as he shouted, wanting to intimidate Wang Ting. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Wang Ting's character. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly echoed, followed by the crackling sound of thunder. Under everyone's gaze, thunder suddenly appeared on Feng Du's body, causing his body to twitch involuntarily. Feng Du only felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His eyes couldn't help but turn white as his vision turned black. He wanted to resist, but his body couldn't keep up with his head and became extremely sluggish. Do you think I dare or not? Wang Ting curled his lips. His hand didn't slow down as he raised it again and smashed it down. Bang, crackle, Feng Du couldn't resist at all. Under Wang Ting's flipping thunder brick, he was hit again. A visible bump appeared at the back of his head. This friend. The corner of Yu San's mouth twitched as he quickly said, he is after all a member of the Feng clan. If you hit him so hard, I'm afraid you will offend the Feng clan to death. It doesn't matter, Wang Ting glanced at him and said lightly. His hand didn't stop moving. This? Yu San's face slightly changed. He didn't expect this guy to be so merciless and didn't put him in his eyes at all. Bang bang bang, crackle, a series of muffled sounds echoed around, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Feng Du's face and head swelled up, causing the surrounding people's faces to twitch uncontrollably. Too ruthless, this master was simply a ruthless person. No one would have thought that such a kind face would be so terrifying when he was ruthless. Fortunately, they didn't offend this guy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He even dared to hit a member of the Feng clan so ruthlessly, let alone them. Master Huayuan. And the others looked at each other and secretly thought that this was in line with Wang Ting's style. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. After that, they all lowered their heads and looked at the night sky as if they didn't see anything. Only Xianxia was excited. Her face was flushed red as she clenched her little fist. Her eyes were shining as she stared at the brick in Wang Ting's hand. She seemed to find it very interesting. After a while, Wang Ting finally stopped his hand movements. He slowly put away the brick and clapped his hands. All right, now no one is disturbing my business. Everyone, continue eating. Don't let this person affect your mood. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Everyone was speechless when they heard him say it so casually. A perfectly fine person was beaten to a pulp. His body was twitching uncontrollably and he was lying in front of the stall. It was too much of a killjoy. How could they pretend they didn't see anything? It was simply too difficult. Wang Ting also felt that he was forcing him. He frowned and glanced at Feng Du. Then, he raised his leg and kicked Feng Du in front of the region Lord Martial Warrior. He said, hurry up and take him away. He's affecting my mood. The Domain Lord level fighter's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He took the unconscious Feng Du and left dejectedly. He didn't have the courage to say anything to that demonic youth. He didn't even put the Feng clan in his eyes. What could he, a consecrator, do? Unfortunately, after this incident, he probably couldn't stay in the Feng clan anymore. He definitely wouldn't be able to keep his job. At that moment, this Domain Lord level fighter's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was too unlucky. He originally thought that this was a universe level fighter, an ordinary spirit chef master without any background. In the end, he kicked an iron plate. Little brother Wang Ting, you're too powerful. Yu Xianxiang immediately abandoned Yu San and ran to Wang Ting's side. Her face was filled with admiration as she spoke. It's all right, it's just a small scene. Wang Ting glanced at the girl and couldn't help but laugh. What, you still dare to stand with me? I'm not afraid. Hit him. Yu Xianxiang pouted. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Friend, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. Yusan walked over and said awkwardly. He now understood. How could a person who wasn't afraid of the Feng clan lie to a little girl like Yu Xianxia? The other party probably didn't even care about this stall. He just happened to find a good stall. Plus, Yu Xianxia didn't know anything, so he gave the stall to the other party. The other party naturally went with the flow and accepted it. And this master in front of him was not only a master of the three paths, he was also a martial arts genius with great talent. Such a person was naturally worth befriending. If he missed this chance, it would be too much of a pity. It's nothing. We don't know each other. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, I don't care. Wang Ting said indifferently. Yusan immediately smiled bitterly. The other party clearly didn't care about him. The most helpless thing wasn't the other party's blame, but his complete disregard. He immediately gave Yu Xianxia a look, hoping that his little sister would speak up for him. In the end, brother Yusan, there's nothing for you to do here. You should go back. Yu Xianxia waved her hand in disdain. Yusan. Pucci, he suddenly felt like his heart was pierced by an arrow. I wanted to ask you for help. In the end, it was useless. Once you saw Feng Dou, you became a coward. Too disappointing. Yu Xianxia muttered. Pooh. Yusan felt like his heart was pierced by an arrow again. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ting had a strange expression. This little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. Huh. Haha, I still have a lot of things to deal with. I will go back first. You can have fun by yourself. Yusan had an embarrassed expression. He couldn't help but remind, when we go back, I will come and pick you up. Let's go back together. Feng Dou won't let this matter go. Before that, I hope this friend can help me look after my little sister. Don't let her run around. As he spoke, he cupped his fist towards Wang Ting. This little girl is quite pleasing to the eye. She has also helped me a lot. If the Feng clan wants to touch her, they will have to go through me first. Wang Ting said. Then I can be at ease. Feng Dou nodded. This master's strength was probably above his. With him around, he didn't have to worry about Yu Xianxia's safety. He didn't say anything else and left. Humph. Yu Xianxia looked at his back and snorted. She said resentfully, you are always like this. Why can't you be as tough as little big brother Wang Ting? Wang Ting looked at her and couldn't help but shake his head. This Yusan was daring enough to admit his actions. Although the other party's previous actions made him unhappy, they didn't know each other. It was understandable for the other party to do that. Of course, Wang Ting didn't want to have any relationship with him. Friendship was mutual. Yu Xianxia might have just met this little girl, but she was always on his side. Even when facing Feng Dou, she didn't retreat. This made him feel touched and recognized her. Since that was the case, he didn't mind having a little friend like her. Little big brother Wang Ting, just now, what kind of weapon was that? Can you let me take a look? Yu Xianxia's emotions came and went quickly. She circled around Wang Ting to look for traces of the flipping thunder brick and asked curiously. This? Wang Ting took out the flipping thunder brick, weighed it in his hand, and asked. Yes, that's it. Can you let me take a look? Yu Xianxia's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. Take it. Wang Ting threw it to her. Be careful, it's a bit heavy. Yu Xianxia might be young, but she was still a universe-level martial artist, so her strength wasn't small. She could definitely pick up the flipping thunder brick when it wasn't activated. One had to admit that the children of these big families had won at the starting line from the moment they were born. A universe-level martial artist, if it was in the outside world, would need at least 10 years of cultivation to reach that level. However, this little girl was already a universe-level martial artist at such a young age. Of course, this universe-level martial artist probably didn't have much fighting power. She relied on all kinds of spirit food, treasures, and pills to reach that level. At this moment, she held the flipping thunder brick in her hand and looked at it over and over again. She touched every pattern on it and seemed to be in high spirits. It was hard to believe that a little girl actually liked this flipping thunder brick. Grandmaster Huayuan and the rest walked over. When they saw this scene, they were speechless. Was this little girl serious? Her expression was exactly the same as when Wang Ting used it to hit people. What kind of weird hobby was this? Grandmaster Wang Ting, this should be the flipping thunder seal that you refined back then, right? You refined it again? Grandmaster Mode looked at the brick, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. It is indeed the flipping thunder seal, but I didn't refine it, Wang Ting said. It didn't refine it. Grandmaster Mode was stunned. His face became serious as he stared at the flipping thunder brick for a long time. He took a deep breath and said, "SSS, this actually leveled up by itself." What? The other Grandmasters were also shocked. They looked at the flipping thunder brick in front of them and felt that it was unbelievable. Grandmaster Mode took a deep breath and said with certainty, "I can't be wrong. It has indeed leveled up by itself." Back then, they had seen Wang Ting forge this weapon with their own eyes. At that time, it was only a 4th-stage Grandmaster. But now, when they looked at it again, it had become a 6th-stage Grandmaster. It had risen by 2 levels, which was really surprising. "You have good eyes, Grandmaster Mode," Wang Ting said. "You. How did you do it?" Grandmaster Mode hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, "If it's not convenient for you to say, you don't have to." "It's not inconvenient." Wang Ting shook his head and said, "Grandmasters, you should remember that when I was refining this flipping thunder brick, the flipping thunder seal, I accidentally absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation, which caused some changes. After that, every time I refined pills that attracted the thunder tribulation, I used it to resist it. Over time, it leveled up by itself." Absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation? Grandmaster Mode and the others were stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. This is really good luck." "Little girl, let me have a look at it," Grandmaster Alfred said with a smile. Xianxia reluctantly handed the flipping thunder brick to Grandmaster Alfred and said, "Here, let me play with it for a while after you're done looking at it." "Okay." Grandmaster Alfred nodded with a smile and then looked at the flipping thunder brick with a serious face. After looking at it for a long time, he said in surprise and doubt, "The thunder runes on it seem to have undergone some changes. It's closer to the ancient runes." "Yes, it seems that Grandmaster Alfred also knows something about the ancient runes," Wang Ting said in surprise. "Just a little bit." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head and exclaimed, "This is really a magical change. If this weapon continues to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation, it may reach the peak of the Grandmaster level or even the Saint level. You have to keep it well." Wang Ting nodded. The flipping thunder brick did have extraordinary potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't like it so much. Of course, it was mainly because it was convenient to use. "Little brother Wang Ting, this flipping thunder brick seal, did you forge it yourself? You seem to be a Grandmaster blacksmith." Xianxia looked at the badge on Wang Ting's chest and said, "I forged it myself." Wang Ting smiled and said, "Why, are you interested?" Yes. Xianxia nodded. "Little girl, forging this flipping thunder seal is not easy. One of the main materials is called profound brilliant weight gold. It is very rare and not easy to get." Grandmaster Mode reminded. "Profound brilliant weight gold." Xianxia said, "I will go home and look for it. Maybe I can find it. There are many treasures in my family's treasury." I sneaked in to take a look. Everyone. This level of Versailles, there was no one else. However, this little girl said it out loud. Wasn't she afraid of thieves? Wang Ting rubbed her head and said with a smile, "You should be more careful. This flipping thunder brick is not suitable for a little girl like you." "I think it is quite suitable," Xianxia muttered. Everyone had a strange expression. They felt that Wang Ting was right. This flipping thunder seal was really not suitable for a little girl. Thinking about the scene of her holding a brick and shouting at other people's heads, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu arose spontaneously. "A good little girl, please don't be led astray by Wang Ting. Little girl, you are really not suitable for this weapon. It needs a strong origin power to support it. Only then can it bring out the profound brilliant weight gold's characteristic, weight." Also, you have to be a lightning-attributed martial artist. Are you one? Grandmaster Alfred advised. Xianxia's face was filled with disappointment. She was only a spirit chef. Her strength was not even comparable to those ordinary martial artists, let alone a genius martial artist like little brother Wang Ting. Moreover, she was not a lightning-attributed martial artist. Alright, don't think about these useless things. You're a pure spirit chef and have a powerful family background. You're not like me. I have to go out and fight for my life. It's not worth it, Wang Ting consoled him. I don't want to be a powerless person who can't do anything about being bullied, Imperial Fragrance said dejectedly. However, she also knew her own limits, so she didn't continue to pester him. However, her rolling eyes clearly showed that she hadn't given up yet. Grandmaster Wang Ting, do you still want to make spiritual food? Someone asked loudly. Many people didn't leave. Some simply wanted to taste the spirit food Wang Ting made, while others were extremely curious about Wang Ting and wanted to stay and support him. This was the effect of a celebrity. His actions just now had made many people interested in Wang Ting. Naturally, it also made him a little more sticky. Of course I'm going to do it. Wang Ting put away the flipping lightning brick and smiled. The opportunity to make money was right in front of him. Not to mention, this stall was also a good place that could only be encountered by chance. He probably wouldn't be able to get it next time, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Not long after, a rich aroma once again wafted from Wang Ting's stall, causing everyone to immediately forget about the previous episode and throw themselves into the embrace of the spirit food. Even if you can't get through anything, don't go against your own mouth and stomach. A few hours quickly passed, and the people on the street gradually dispersed. Although martial artists didn't need to rest much at night, who would eat all night for no reason, Wang Ting also packed up his stall and prepared to leave with Grandmaster Alfred and the others. I've troubled all of you Grandmasters today. Wang Ting smiled. What trouble? I've been eating the whole time. Grandmaster Alfred rubbed his stomach and sighed. Today, I've seen your spirit cooking skills. It's really amazing. Why didn't I notice it before? If we had noticed it earlier, we would have been able to enjoy it earlier. Grandmaster Huayuan smiled. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These grandmasters couldn't have been trained by him to be gluttons, right? Little brother Wang Ting's spirit food is really good. It's even better than third brother Yu's. Xianxia looked as if she hadn't had enough. Then she asked, by the way, will you be participating in the spirit chef competition this time? Yes, Wang Ting said. Then you'll definitely get a good ranking. Xianxia said. You have so much faith in me. Wang Ting smiled. Of course. My tongue is very sharp. Xianxia said confidently. Seeing her silly appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. You're going to participate in the spirit chef competition? Grandmaster Huayuan was slightly taken aback. Yeah. It won't take much time and effort anyway. Wang Ting said. Grandmaster Huayuan was speechless. This was a competition for grandmasters. How could it not take much time and effort? Ordinary people would do their best to participate in the competition. Don't tell me you're going to participate in all the competitions? Grandmaster Alfred seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked. Of course, he was referring to the 4 subprofessions: alchemy, forging, runes, and spirit cooking. Yeah. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that if these grandmasters heard his decision, they would have such an expression. That was why he hadn't said anything. At worst, they would know when the competition started. This. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at each other. They had thought of all the possibilities, but they didn't expect Wang Ting to be so crazy. Participating in all the subprofessions competitions wasn't the idea of a normal person. Grandmaster Luo Tang and the other 2 were also stunned. However, very quickly, a cold smile appeared on Grandmaster Xianxia's face. Wasn't Grandmaster Wang Ting a little too confident, participating in all the competitions alone? What was he thinking? Grandmaster Wang Ting, isn't this a little hasty? Grandmaster Hazel thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a better word to describe it. In the end, she could only use the word hasty. Don't worry. If I can't take care of it, I'll give up. Wang Ting smiled. Grandmaster Alfred and the others exchanged glances with each other. They heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wang Ting's words. They were afraid that Wang Ting would be blinded by his confidence and lose the sesame seed after picking up a watermelon. He wouldn't be able to achieve good results in any of his secondary occupations. Xianxia only felt that Wang Ting was very strong. Her face was full of admiration. If only he was her biological brother. He was much more handsome than brother Yusan. Xianxia, you're done, right? We should go back. At this time, a voice came. It was Yusan who came from afar. He was in charge of the Spirit Food Street today, taking care of some chores. Now that the street was over, he naturally had some free time. It's time to go back. Xianxia's face was full of reluctance. Go back with your brother. We also need to go back and rest. Wang Ting waved at her. Okay. Xianxia asked, will you come again tomorrow? We'll go to the trade fair tomorrow. Grandmaster Alfred said. Trade fair? Wang Ting was stunned. The trade fair is a place where sub-professions from all over the world trade. It's organized by the Sub-Professions Alliance. It's even more lively than the Spirit Food Street. It's indeed starting tomorrow. Yusan said. Then there must be a lot of good stuff. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He asked Grandmaster Alfred and the others. That's right. There are a lot of treasures that the outside world doesn't have. There might even be some that others can't see. So there's a chance you can pick up a treasure. Grandmaster Alfred smiled. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This kind of activity was his favorite. Don't listen to him. Don't you know what kind of people are at the trade fair? It's not that easy to pick up a treasure. Grandmaster Huayuan said. Ha ha ha, there's still a chance. Grandmaster Alfred laughed. There is a very small chance of picking up a treasure. That's why the trade fair is so attractive. Yusan smiled. I want to go to the trade fair. I want to go. Xianxia said excitedly. Where do you live? I'll come find you tomorrow. Is that okay? Come if you want. What's wrong with that? Wang Ting said. Okay, then it's settled. Xianxia said happily. Yusan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. Although this grandmaster didn't like him, his relationship with his sister was very good. This could be considered a gain. The two quickly said their goodbyes and left. Wang Ting and the others also returned home. Wang Ting calculated carefully. He had earned a total of 38 million points by setting up his stall today. This was a terrifying number. In just a few hours, he had only made some spirit food, yet he had earned 38 million points. This was something that would have been impossible to achieve under normal circumstances. But tonight, he had done it. Wang Ting had earned a lot. If the other Grandmaster Spirit Chefs knew that Wang Ting had earned so much, their eyes would probably turn red with jealousy. They were all setting up stalls. How could the difference be so big? Most Grandmaster Spirit Chefs could only earn a few million points, and this was already a lot. More importantly, in order to set up stalls on the Spirit Food Street, they had prepared for a long time in advance. All kinds of precious ingredients, supplementary spirit medicines, and exclusive condiments had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to earn enough points on the Spirit Food Street. After all, there were too many Grandmaster Spirit Chefs here. The competition was very fierce. Wang Ting was different. He had won at the starting line. First, he had a special stall that attracted everyone's attention. Next was his light attribute ingredients. They were very rare. Even in the entire Spirit Food Street, there were only a few people who used light attribute ingredients. Finally, his Spirit Chef attainments were at the peak of the Grandmaster level, which was enough to surpass most people. Most importantly, Wang Ting had absorbed the insights and experiences of many Grandmaster Spirit Chefs. It could be said that he had learned from many people and displayed the Spirit Chef's Tao to the extreme. All of these were the biggest factors for his success tonight. No one could compare to them. Now that Wang Ting's pockets were full, he had enough confidence. He immediately paid back Grandmaster Huayuan's 3 million points, as well as the points he owed to the Vice Profession Alliance. He was free of debt. "You've become rich overnight," Grandmaster Alfred teased. Grandmaster Xianxia, Grandmaster Luo Tang, and the others couldn't help but feel envious. Although they didn't know how much Wang Ting had earned tonight, they knew it was a lot when they saw his rich and overbearing appearance. More importantly, he had earned so much in just a few hours. It was even easier than refining pills for them. "Hee, I'm just a little rich." Wang Ting chuckled. After paying off his debt, Wang Ting still had 33 million points left. His pockets were still full. To be honest, he wanted to continue setting up stalls tomorrow. "You've made a lot of money tonight. You'll be able to make it to the trade fair tomorrow," Grandmaster Huayuan said. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. "Seems like I'm in luck." If he didn't have the points, he would have been like a housewife who couldn't cook without rice. He would have been screwed. Now that he had 33 million points, it was enough to buy a lot of things. 33 million points shouldn't be underestimated. It was enough to buy some not-so-rare immortal rank treasures. Not to mention, Wang Ting didn't necessarily buy immortal rank treasures. He preferred to scavenge. It was more challenging that way. But don't be too happy yet. Many people don't lack points. What they need is what they lack, Grandmaster Mode said. "Barter?" Wang Ting said. "Yes, many people only accept barter." Grandmaster Huayuan nodded. "The purpose of this trade fair is to let the sub-professions get what they want. There aren't many opportunities like this to gather sub-professions from all over the world. They might have a lot of unexpected treasures on them." Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Oh right, is there any news about the celestial cloud milk?" "No, the celestial cloud milk is usually guarded by an emperor-rank star beast. Ordinary warriors definitely can't get such a treasure." Grandmaster Huayuan shook his head. "That's true." Wang Ting wasn't too disappointed. He was just casually asking. If there was something, it was luck. If there wasn't, there was no need to ask for anything. "We can pay attention to tomorrow's trade fair. Maybe there will be something," Grandmaster Huayuan said. "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. Everyone quickly returned to the residential area and went back to rest. Yu family. Yu San and Yu Xianxia had just returned to the family when they met a few people of the same generation. "Yu San, I heard that Yu family's Fengdu was beaten up at Spiritual Food Street?" A girl saw Yu San and Yu Xianxia and her eyes lit up. "Yu Yin." Yu San frowned. "You have to call me big sister, do you understand?" Yu Yin said unhappily, "Quickly tell me, what is going on?" I know. Yu Xianxia immediately raised her hand and said. "Xianxia saw it too?" Yu Yin was surprised. "I was there at the time. Fengdu was beaten up badly." Yu Xianxia said. Come. Tell sister." Yu Yin immediately left Yu San and pulled Yu Xianxia to the side to talk. The other Yu family's younger generation also came over. Clearly, they were very curious about Fengdu being beaten up. The families of the Sub-Professions Alliance more or less had conflicts. Yu family and Yu family's relationship wasn't good. The younger generation often had conflicts. Now that they heard that Fengdu was beaten up, they were gloating. Yu San shook his head. These people really wanted to see the world in chaos. At this time, following Yu Xianxia's narration, there were shouts and exclamations. Especially when she heard that a domain lord of the Yu family was actually sent flying by Wang Ting, they were shocked beyond belief. "Are you sure he's a universe-level fighter?" Yu Yin asked in disbelief. "Of course I'm sure. Little brother Wang Ting is a universe level. If you don't believe me, you can ask brother Yu San." Yu Xianxia saw that they didn't believe her and immediately said anxiously. "Yu San, is what Xianxia said true?" Yu Yin and the others immediately looked at Yu San and asked. "It's true," Yu San said. "See." Everyone took a deep breath. Their hearts were shaken. Just who is that person? Wasn't he a spirit chef grandmaster? Why is his martial arts strength so strong? Yuan asked curiously. As they spoke, a person walked out and said, Yusan, Xianxia, the family leader is looking for you? The family leader is looking for us? Yusan's eyebrows twitched. He seemed to have guessed something in his heart. Without hesitation, he walked forward. Third uncle, let's go. Third uncle, do I have to go too? Yu Xianxiang asked curiously. Right. Yu Yi smiled and nodded. Can we go together? Yu Yin's gaze flashed as she asked. Then let's go together. Yu Yi hesitated before nodding. Everyone immediately walked towards the inner parts of the Yu family. Not long after, they arrived at a large hall. A middle-aged man was already waiting there. He stood with his hands behind his back. His back was facing the crowd. Staring at the large Yu word in front of the hall, he seemed to be deep in thought. Family leader. Everyone greeted. This middle-aged man was the family leader of the Yu family. His name was Yu Jing. He was a saint-level spirit chef and had a decent position within the sub-occupation alliance. Every saint subclass holder could not be underestimated, because even immortal rank fighters would treat them as guests of honor and would often ask them for help. Just like this family leader of the Yu family, he was often invited by undying fighters to make all kinds of spirit food. Hence, his power was not small. The middle-aged man turned around. He had a gentle face. His pink long hair was slightly curly and draped over his shoulders. Not only did it not look out of place, it made his face even more attractive. This was definitely a person with great charm. You've come. At this moment, his gaze swept across everyone. He smiled and nodded, saying, sit. Yes. Everyone did not hold back. They were very familiar with their family leader. He was easygoing and did not care about the small details. Yu-san, I called you here this time. You should know why, right? Yu Jing smiled and said. I guessed a little. Although Yu-san was a little surprised, he immediately nodded. Today, I happened to be with a few other family leaders. That old thing from the Feng family was very angry and wanted to find trouble with me. He didn't even check if he was in the right. Ha ha ha. Yu Jing seemed to have thought of something interesting and could not help but laugh. Yu-san suddenly realized. He originally thought it was just a conflict between the younger generation. He was wondering how the family leader knew about this. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that the family leader of the Feng family had already heard about it. His heart tightened uncontrollably. The family head of the Feng family wasn't an easy person to deal with. Grandmaster Wang Ting had beaten up Fengdu so badly in front of so many grandmasters and guests. He had damaged the Feng family's reputation, so the family head wouldn't let him off easily. Tell me about it. I'm very curious about what happened. Yu Jing smiled and said. Yu-san did not hide anything and directly narrated what happened, that's all I know. Xianxia was too muddle-headed. She did not understand what was going on and gave the stall to that Master Wang Ting. I don't know either. It didn't clearly state whose stall it was. Yu Xiang carefully glanced at Yu Jing and curled her lips. She said guiltily, Feng family is so great. You still have the face to say that. If it wasn't for you, they would not have gotten into a conflict. Yu-san snappily said, I just asked you to help me look after it for a while, and you made trouble for me. You are really something. Humph, isn't it because you were too useless? Once you saw Fengdu, you were scared. If it was me, if I had your strength, I wouldn't even care about him. Yu Xiang glared. Pfft. Yuan and the others could not help but laugh. They looked at Yu-san with a weird expression. Being bullied by his own sister, as an elder brother, it was too embarrassing. You damn girl. Yu-san's face instantly turned black. Xianxia is right. The Feng family is so great. What does it have to do with us that the stall was stolen? Yu Jing touched his chin and laughed. Yu-san. That's right, that's right. You see, even Uncle Patriarch said so. Yu Xiang seemed to have found a backing as she said proudly. You said that Wanting is a triple Dao. Oh, that's not right. If you add in Master Chef Spirit, then he is a quadruple Dao Master? Yu Jing asked. That's right. Yu San nodded. His face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Quadruple Dao Master. Yuan and the others opened their eyes wide. They did not hear this news just now. Yu Xiang, this girl was too unreliable. She did not even explain it clearly. Quadruple Dao Master. Yu Jing touched his chin. His face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He asked, his 3 Daos include alchemy, runes, and forging? That's right. Yu San nodded again. Did you see it clearly? Yu Jing confirmed. It was not that he did not believe it. It was just that this matter was too shocking. Quadruple Dao Master. Moreover, 3 of them were the 3 most mainstream subprofessions. Could it be that a super monster would appear in this year's exchange? He is wearing an emblem on his chest. There is no mistake. Yu San said with certainty. Yu Jing's eyes flashed rapidly. No one knew what he was thinking. I misunderstood him. I missed the chance to make friends with this kind of genius. Yu San said with guilt. Yuan looked at Yu San sympathetically. A monster was right in front of them, but they missed it. It was really a pity. Before the exchange started, the clan head said that once they found a genius, they should establish a friendship with him. It would be easier to rope him in later. The other clans did the same. To every clan, a genius was an extremely important resource. It was especially so for clans with subprofessions. Moreover, they needed to carry on their bloodline. If they could not absorb new blood from the outside world to make the clan's bloodline more outstanding, they would be eliminated. Therefore, every exchange was actually a great opportunity for clans to rope in geniuses. It was not something that could be missed. The clans even set up a reward fund. As long as someone managed to rope in a suitable genius, they would be able to obtain the corresponding reward from the clan. From your point of view, you did nothing wrong. Yu Jing shook his head. He didn't blame Yu San, as if he was regretful and glad. He said, fortunately, Xianxia, this silly girl has silly luck, she actually accidentally made friends with such a talented genius. Hee hee. Yu Xianxia immediately laughed in a pleased manner. Everyone looked at her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan and the others were even more envious. This girl's luck was really good. She actually managed to meet such a genius. Do you know where he came from? Yu Jing asked again. On the application form, he filled in the Qian Empire Subprofessions Alliance. Yu San said. Qian Empire. It should be an advanced civilization in the glazed light weave. Yu Jing's eyes flashed as he muttered. I noticed that the grandmasters around Grandmaster Wang Ting seemed to think highly of him. When Fingdu attacked him, they almost helped him. Yu San recalled the details at that time and added another sentence. It's not strange. For such a genius to appear in the Qian Empire Subprofessions Alliance, they would definitely treat him like a treasure. Yu Jing said. Yu San nodded. He felt even more depressed. Unfortunately, he found out too late. Otherwise, he would not have treated him like that. And from the looks of it, that Grandmaster Wang Ting is not only talented in his subprofessions, but his martial arts talent is also extremely shocking. Yu Jing sighed. He had never seen such a genius before. He then said to Yu Xiang, Xianxia, how about I give you a mission? What mission? Yu Xiang opened her eyes wide and looked at Yu Jing. She immediately asked with great interest. Make friends with that Grandmaster Wang Ting. Yes, make friends with him sincerely. Yu Jing said with a smile. Yes. Yu Xiang hesitated and said, but Uncle Master, I am already friends with little brother Wang Ting. Friends are not enough. Become good friends. Yu Jing smiled. Oh. Is that so? Yu Xiang waved her fist and nodded heavily, no problem. I will definitely become good friends with little brother Wang Ting. Yu Jing just nodded happily, but then he heard Yu Xiang mumble, little brother Wang Ting is so handsome. Just looking at him makes me feel comfortable. Of course, I will become good friends with him. Everyone. Wang Ting didn't know about the Yu family's reaction. After returning to the villa, he went back to his room to cultivate. This night, his spirit chef attainments reached the peak of the master level. His harvest was great. At the same time, there were many spirit food recipes from spirit chefs from all over the universe. They all had their own characteristics. The spirit food recipes they developed were very valuable. In order to break through their own attainments, many spirit chefs would often travel the universe to absorb the experience and comprehension of spirit chefs from all over the universe. They would learn from others' strong points and allow their attainments to evolve. For a master-level subprofession, being conservative and sticking to one place was the most undesirable. Only by gathering the strengths of many could one achieve something. And Wang Ting had now crossed this stage. He didn't need to travel all over the universe. He directly completed this transformation at the Spirit Food Street tonight. If other spirit chef masters knew this, they would definitely not dare to believe it. At this moment, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged on his bed. He closed his eyes and recalled all kinds of comprehensions, integrating everything he had gained tonight. When he was at the Spirit Food Street, he relied on picking up attributes to gain a lot of comprehension. He also came up with some very unique recipes on the spot to make unique spirit food like the ice-fire drunk crab. However, at the end of the day, all the comprehensions he had obtained were somewhat disorderly. They were not perfectly fused together. Of course, for many Grandmaster-level experts, such a small flaw was nothing. But since Wang Ting wanted to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Picking up attributes had already saved him a lot of time. How could he be stingy with this little bit of time to perfectly integrate these comprehensions together? He wanted to make it completely his own. The night was silent. The next morning, Wang Ting opened his eyes slowly on his bed. A glint flashed past his eyes uncontrollably. Countless comprehensions appeared in his mind. There was no longer any obscurity or obstruction. It was extremely smooth and round. It was as if it had completely turned into a system. This was Wang Ting's own spirit chef system. Next is mainly alchemy and forging. Comprehension and runes. These three subprofessions haven't reached the peak of the master level. If I want to win the competition, I must reach the peak. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He thought to himself. Since his spirit chef attainments could reach the peak of the Grandmaster level overnight, why couldn't he do the same for his other subprofessions? Now that the Subprofession Alliance had gathered too many Grandmaster subprofessions, this was the best opportunity for him to improve his own subprofession. Others thought that he participated in all the subclass competitions to show off, but in fact, he was more interested in picking up attributes. From there, his attainments would reach perfection. Of course. Being valued by the Subprofession Alliance was one of the most important reasons. Wang Ting, someone is looking for you at the door. Yuan Gungun floated out. He said with a strange expression. Is it Grandmaster Alfred and the others? Wang Ting got up from the bed. He asked casually. It's not them. Yuan Gungun chuckled. It's the little girl you met last night. See for yourself. It waved its small hand. A screen of light appeared. It was the situation outside the door. A pink-haired little girl was standing by the door, looking around in a dignified manner. People who don't know. They might think that it was a thief who was about to commit a crime. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl said that she was going to look for him last night, but she woke up so early today. Her energy was too exuberant. Open the door and let her in. Wang Ting shook his head. Xianxia was looking around at the door. She wasn't sure if it was the villa in front of her. Her sense of direction had always been bad, and she often found the wrong place. But at this moment, the villa's door suddenly opened. A voice sounded. Come in. Hearing this familiar voice, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran in. Why are you here so early? Wang Ting had already arrived at the hall. He asked with a smile. Hee, I was afraid that you guys would leave first. I couldn't make it in time. Xianxia touched her head and smiled. Wang Ting shook his head and asked, Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. Xianxia said. Then let's eat together. Wang Ting walked into the kitchen. This villa was well equipped, and a kitchen was naturally a must. Let me help you. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran in. Wang Ting took out ingredients from his spatial ring and was about to make breakfast when Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded again. Someone else is here. This time it's Grandmaster Alfred and the others. These people aren't here to freeload my breakfast, right? They're all here so early. Wang Ting said suspiciously. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but laugh. Wang Ting was helpless. He could only let Yuan Gungun open the door and welcome Grandmaster Alfred and the others in. Why is this little girl here? Grandmaster Hazel immediately saw Xianxia behind Wang Ting. Her face showed a trace of surprise. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Wang Ting with a dubious expression. You two can't be. Grandmaster Alfred and the others also looked over. Their gazes moved back and forth between the two of them. It's good to be young. Grandmaster Mode exclaimed. Grandmaster Wang Ting, this little girl is still very young. This little girl is still young. You have to take it easy, Grandmaster Huayuan pulled Wang Ting to the side and whispered to him. Wang Ting was speechless. What the hell was going on? He was so pure. Why were these grandmasters so dirty? It was embarrassing to be associated with them. Xianxia was confused. She only felt that the gazes of the grandmasters were a little strange, but she didn't know what they were thinking. She's only one step ahead of you. Wang Ting said helplessly. Ha. Ha ha. Is that so? Grandmaster Alfred and the others were stunned. They realized that they had misunderstood Wang Ting. Their old faces turned red, and they laughed awkwardly. You grandmasters haven't had breakfast yet, right? Wang Ting glanced at them and asked. Cough, cough. We're here to invite you to the trade fair. Grandmaster Huayuan coughed. Then let's go. We don't have to eat breakfast. It's a waste of time. Wang Ting said as he walked out. Don't. The trade fair doesn't start so early. Why don't we have breakfast first? Grandmaster Alfred quickly pulled him back and laughed. If you're here for breakfast, then so be it. Don't beat around the bush. Wang Ting rolled his eyes at them. Grandmaster Alfred and the others didn't feel embarrassed at all. They all looked at him and laughed. Wang Ting was just teasing them. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with breakfast. He immediately turned and walked into the kitchen to make breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, everyone's breakfast was ready and placed on the table. Breakfast was very simple. It was just some bread, vegetables, and meat. However, in the hands of a peak Grandmaster-level spirit chef, it was naturally magical. Grandmaster Alfred and the others could be said to be gorging themselves. Their speed was astonishing, as if they were afraid that someone would steal their food. However, burp. Xianxia burped. She was the first one to finish eating. She rubbed her stomach in satisfaction and narrowed her eyes. Only then did Grandmaster Alfred and the others finish eating. They put down the utensils in their hands and looked at Xianxia in surprise. This little girl's mouth was obviously smaller than theirs, but she ate faster than them. How did she do it? Hee hee. Xianxia grinned at the Grandmasters, looking silly. The Grandmasters were speechless. Wang Ting waved his hand and put away the utensils. The flower spirit girls helped him clean the utensils. He then smiled and asked, "Are you Grandmasters full?" "We are full." "I'm full." Grandmaster Alfred and the others laughed. "Then let's go." Wang Ting stood up and said. Grandmaster Alfred and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Then, everyone walked out of the villa and left the residential area. Under the guidance of Grandmaster Alfred and the others, they rushed to the trading area. "We better hurry," Grandmaster Huayuan said. "The trading area is open today. There will definitely be a lot of people here." "Then why are you still in the mood to eat breakfast?" Wang Ting was speechless. "Hee hee, we still have to eat breakfast. If we don't eat, how can we fight for treasures?" Grandmaster Mode laughed. "Wang Ting. What the F***ck? If we don't eat, how can we fight for treasures?" Are you going to the trading area to fight for treasures? You have to eat your fill first. Let's go, let's go. Don't waste time. Grandmaster Alfred urged. The trading area held by the Secondary Profession Alliance was very famous. Many undying existences and even saint-level sub-professionals might be there. They didn't come to the exchange just to watch the competition. Many of them came directly for the trade fair. It could be said that the trading area held by the Secondary Profession Alliance was completely different from normal trading areas or auctions. Even the trading areas held by the Virtual Universe Company, the Universe First Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance couldn't compare to this. Only the highest level trading areas held by these powers could compare. You only need to think about it to know that the people who came to the trading area this time were all at the Grandmaster level. Being at the Sector Lord level and above, the scale of the trading area organized by them could be imagined. And this kind of trading area was also something that could only be found by chance. Only when the Secondary Profession Alliance held a trading area like this would it appear. Other times, even if people wanted to participate, they wouldn't have the chance. As they walked, Wang Ting realized that the trading area was actually in the direction of the spiritual food street. He couldn't help but look at the Grandmasters in surprise. The trading area is right here. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Wang Ting nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He just followed them. This is my first time participating in a trading area too. Imperial Fragrance said excitedly. After walking a few hundred meters, Wang Ting realized that there were more and more people around them. They weren't the only ones who had woken up early. Many people had come early in the morning for the trading area. Noises could be faintly heard from afar. After walking forward for some distance, the scene suddenly changed. It could be said that there was a surging tide of people. Everyone was converging towards this place from all directions. Without exception, this scene was really quite spectacular. These people are really early, Wang Ting said helplessly. They're even earlier than us. Now you know the benefits of being early, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said with a smile. If you were a bit later, there would be more people. Let's hurry over, Grandmaster Alfred said. They didn't hesitate and immediately walked forward. When they got closer, they could see that it was a long street. It was similar to the spiritual food street. At the front of the street was a signboard with the words "Trading Area" written in gold. It was especially eye-catching. So this is the trading point. Xianxia muttered as she looked at the long street in front of her. Let's go. Wang Ting looked around and didn't find it too strange. He took the lead and walked forward. The security of the trading area was much stricter than the spiritual food street. Many martial artists stood at the entrance of the trading area. At a glance, they were all at least domain lord level. The Profession Alliance is really generous. Wang Ting exclaimed. Of course, these guards are just the ones on the surface. There are many sector lord level fighters and even immortal level existences. Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Wang Ting nodded. He secretly activated his eyes of truth and took a look. As expected, he noticed more than 10 dazzling presences scattered around the trading zone. If he didn't use his eyes of truth to look at them, their presences wouldn't be obvious. Most probably, no one would be able to notice them. Deeper in, Wang Ting even saw a few rays of light that could blind his eyes. They were definitely immortal level existences. Brat, I've been waiting for you. At this moment, a voice filled with hatred came from the side. Wang Ting couldn't help but turn around and frown. It's you. Feng Du. Imperial Fragrance saw who it was and immediately hid behind Wang Ting. The person in front of them was Feng Du, who was beaten up badly by Wang Ting yesterday. There were many people beside him, and their presence was even stronger than last night. Last night's debt, I'll definitely settle it with you. Feng Du saw Wang Ting's calm expression and gritted his teeth in anger. He glared at Wang Ting and said coldly. Wasn't last night's beating enough? Wang Ting glanced at him. After a night of rest, the injuries on his face and head were all healed. It seemed like he used a lot of high-level recovery medicine. You. Feng Du saw Wang Ting's calm and indifferent gaze and seemed to recall some bad memories. He was so frightened that he took a step back. PFFF. Imperial Fragrance saw his casual look and instantly burst out laughing. Fengdu's expression froze. He just realized that he was frightened by a gaze from the other party. When he heard Imperial Fragrance's laughter, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn brat, what are you laughing at? Today, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Enough. A soft shout interrupted Fengdu's words. A figure walked out from behind Fengdu. It was a young man who looked similar to Fengdu. He glanced at Wang Ting but didn't bother with him. He turned around and walked into the trading zone while saying indifferently, "Let's go, this isn't a place for you to cause trouble. It's not too late to settle any conflicts later. No one can remain safe after offending my Feng family." When Fengdu heard the other party's words, his eyes flashed and a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Wang Ting and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left with the young man. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This fellow was acting cool in front of him. Little brother Wang Ting, that was Fengdu's brother just now. His name is Feng Jing, and he is a spirit chef grandmaster. However, he is even harder to deal with than Fengdu. Third brother, you said that he is a sinister person. Imperial Fragrance immediately reminded. No matter, I don't put the Feng family in my eyes. If they insist on causing trouble, I don't mind beating them up again. Wang Ting smiled faintly and walked towards the trading zone. Let's go, we will go in as well. When Imperial Fragrance saw him being so confident, she was a little flabbergasted. The Feng family was the same as their Yu family. They were both core families of the Subprofession Alliance. Little brother Wang Ting actually didn't put them in his eyes. However, she was too lazy to think so much and only found it interesting. She couldn't help but giggle and quickly followed. Grandmaster Huayuan and the rest shook their heads helplessly. This Feng family was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. However, they weren't too worried. Although the Qian Empire's Subprofession Alliance wasn't as strong as the Feng family, they weren't so easily bullied. At the entrance of the trading zone, the guards verified everyone's identity before letting them in. It was more than twice as strict as the Spirit Food Street. Grandmaster Alfred and the rest were all spirit chefs. After their identities were verified, they walked in one after another. Wang Ting followed closely behind. When the guards saw the 3 badges on Wang Ting's chest, they couldn't help but be shocked. Their attitude immediately became extremely respectful as they bowed towards him and watched him walk into the trading zone. Imperial Fragrance walked towards the entrance casually but was stopped. Little girl, you can't go in. A domain lord level guard stopped her. Oh, I forgot. Imperial Fragrance slapped her forehead and took out a badge to wear on her chest. The guard was stunned. This little miss was actually a spirit chef grandmaster. Was this for real? You're at the grandmaster stage? Wang Ting saw the badge too. His eyes widened, and he was astonished. Yes, my spirit chef grandmaster is quite good. Imperial Fragrance smiled proudly. Even Uncle Family Head said that I'm a spirit chef grandmaster that only appears once every 100 years. How old are you? Wang Ting asked curiously. 16. Imperial Fragrance said. Wow, a 16-year-old spirit chef grandmaster. Wang Ting was speechless. She was a true genius. Even Grandmaster Alfred and the others looked over in shock. Before this, no one had realized that this little girl was actually a grandmaster spirit chef. She had hidden her strength well. Although spirit chef grandmaster wasn't as difficult as Pil Dao, blacksmithing, and runes, reaching the spirit chef grandmaster level at 16 was a bit exaggerated. Even Wang Ting wouldn't have dared to think about it before he used hacks. As expected of the core family of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Their foundation is indeed different. Grandmaster Huayuan sighed. So, you're also participating in the competition? Wang Ting asked. Yes, Uncle Family Head wants me to participate. It's best if I can get a good ranking and bring glory to our Yu family. Imperial Fragrance nodded. Good luck. Wang Ting smiled. He was suddenly looking forward to it. This little girl might be a strong opponent. After all, how could a 16-year-old spirit chef grandmaster not have anything? When the guards saw the badge, they naturally didn't dare to stop Imperial Fragrance. A 16-year-old spirit chef grandmaster had a lot of weight. When the group finally entered the trading area, they saw stalls everywhere. It was like a spirit food street, lined up from one end of the street to the other. A dense crowd gathered in front of each stall. Although it wasn't so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through, it still made it impossible to see what treasures were displayed. If they wanted to see the treasures in front of the stalls, they would have to squeeze their way in. This way, who knew how long it would take? It's so lively. Imperial Fragrance exclaimed excitedly. There are too many people here. Wang Ting was speechless. It can't be helped. There are spirit chefs from all over the universe. Just think about it and you'll know how many people there are. Grandmaster Alfred shook his head. Then, should we split up? Wang Ting asked. Yes. In this situation, of course, we should split up. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of time. Grandmaster Alfred nodded. The group didn't waste any time. They immediately split up and headed for the stalls around them. They were afraid that if they delayed for even a second, the treasures would be snatched away. This wasn't impossible, some treasures could be snatched away before you could even open your mouth. Opportunity waited for no man. Why are you still following me? Wang Ting took 2 steps forward and looked at Imperial Fragrance behind him. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. I don't know anything. I'm just following you around. Imperial Fragrance spread her hands and said, besides, I don't have any money. Things like searching for treasures will naturally be done by other people in the family. They will definitely be more professional than me. Then follow me closely. Don't lose me. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. He reminded her and continued walking forward. Yes, yes. Imperial Fragrance smiled and nodded. She pulled on Wang Ting's clothes and followed behind him. Wang Ting didn't mind. He just walked around the street with a small soy sauce bottle. He always had his eyes of truth open, reflecting the items in the stalls around him. Even if there were treasures, they wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. He didn't even need to squeeze through the crowd. He only needed to glance at the back of the crowd to roughly determine if there was something he needed. However, Imperial Fragrance was confused. She scratched her head and couldn't help but ask, Little big brother Wang Ting, why don't you go in and take a look? I have a special method to sense treasures. I don't need to squeeze in to take a look. Wang Ting mysteriously transmitted his voice. Really? Imperial Fragrance's eyes widened. She had a look of disbelief. It was very interesting. Of course. Wang Ting nodded with a straight face. Imperial Fragrance was even more curious. She really wanted to see how Wang Ting could sense treasures. She immediately stared at Wang Ting's every move without blinking. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. In her eyes, Wang Ting's every move was nothing special. It was as if he was just strolling. This pitiful child was about to be tricked into a cripple. Wang Ting glanced at her and smiled in his heart. You're really good. Yuan Gungun said in Wang Ting's mind, is there any meaning in tricking a little girl? Isn't this quite interesting? Wang Ting smiled. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fella had such a bad taste. Huh? Wang Ting wanted to say something, but a golden light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly exclaimed softly. What did you find? Yuan Gungun was surprised. Let's go take a look. Wang Ting immediately walked towards a stall. Xianxia was still feeling frustrated. When she saw Wang Ting suddenly moving, she got energized and followed him. There were 4 to 5 people in front of the stall. There were alchemists, blacksmiths, and even sector lord fighters. Seeing Wang Ting walk over, their eyes flashed in surprise. Their gazes landed on Wang Ting's chest. When they saw the 3 badges on his chest, a hint of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Wang Ting didn't care about these people. He walked to the stall and looked at the item on the stall. He couldn't help but feel happy. This thing? Yuan Gungun seemed to have finally noticed what Wang Ting was looking at. His eyes were filled with surprise. It was a strange flower. It was grayish-white and looked like it was carved from stone. No, it was a stone flower. If one sensed it carefully, they would be able to feel the dense earth energy contained within. This stone flower looked a little rough, but the whole thing was very delicate and special. It lay quietly in a jade box like a work of art. Strands of special fluorescent light blossomed from the stone flower's petals. They turned into specks of light that floated down like pollen. At the same time, on the stone flower, there were strange ripples that spread out. There was an inexplicable fatal threat. Luckily, the jade box contained the stone flower had runes. It suppressed the ripples within and didn't spread out at all. Dazzling stone flower. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he muttered in his heart. This dazzling stone flower was one of the main ingredients for refining the Yin transformation stone pill, and the Yin transformation stone pill was the key to Wang Ting obtaining the grayish-white flame. Even if he was extremely confident, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely obtain a heaven and earth strange flame with special abilities, let alone when he wasn't prepared. Hence, the Yin transformation stone pill was essential. Wang Ting had been searching for the main ingredients for this pill. He didn't expect to find it here today. Surprises always came so suddenly. It caught people off guard. After confirming that the thing in front of him was the dazzling stone flower he had been looking for a long time, Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he raised his eyes slightly, looked away from the various treasures on the stall, and looked at the stall owner behind the stall. The stall owner was an alchemist, wearing an alchemist's uniform. He sat cross-legged behind the stall with his eyes slightly closed, as if he didn't care about the outside world at all. Wang Ting glanced at the other party's chest, and there were 7 stars on the badge. 7th grade of the Supreme Power Realm. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to be a 7th grade alchemist of the Supreme Power Realm. Although he had seen a lot of alchemists a few days ago, he hadn't met many high-level alchemists of the Supreme Power Realm. After all, even in a place like the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, high-level alchemists of the Supreme Power Realm were rare. This trade fair was really extraordinary, and all kinds of people appeared one after another. "Little brother, is there anything you're interested in?" An alchemist next to him asked. Wang Ting turned his head and looked. This person was a 4th grade alchemist of the Supreme Power Realm. He was smiling at Wang Ting very kindly. Seeing the 3 badges on Wang Ting's chest, these people naturally understood that the young man in front of them was a sub-profession with great potential. It would be best if they could make some friends. Just looking around, Wang Ting said lightly. He naturally couldn't tell an outsider what he was interested in, whether the other party had good intentions or not. The alchemist smiled and didn't care. He said to himself, "The things in this stall are very good, but I can't see through this stone flower after looking at it for a long time." "Why, are you interested in it?" Wang Ting asked calmly. "No." The alchemist shook his head. He said, "I don't even know what this thing is." "Why would you buy it?" The other people's attention was attracted by the conversation between the two, and they all looked over. Their eyes fell on the dazzling stone flower for a while. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Similarly, they could not see through the details of this item. Moreover, the origin power attribute was different from theirs, so it was unlikely to be of any use to them. The stall owner did not open his eyes the entire time. Even though no one present could see through the details of the dazzling stone flower. He wasn't in a hurry either, as if he was willing to take the bait. They looked at each other for a while. There was nothing he wanted. Then, he left. "Stall owner, how much is this stone flower?" Wang Ting asked. "Barter. This flower can be exchanged for a 6th grade Supreme Power Realm elixir." The stall owner slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Ting. Said. 6th level of the Supreme Power stage. Wang Ting nodded. With the value of the scorching stone flower, it was not too much to exchange it for a level 6 Grandmaster grade pill. The Yin transformation stone pill was a peerless grade pill at the master level. The value of a main material was naturally not low. Moreover, the Yin transformation stone pill was an extremely rare pill. It was very unorthodox. The main material required was even rarer. Otherwise, Wang Ting wouldn't have taken so long to find it. It seemed that this stall owner also knew what was good for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a price. It must be a pill that I don't have. If not, I won't exchange. The stall owner spoke again. Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. If this restriction was added, it would be a little difficult. They were all alchemists of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Many ordinary pill formulas were mastered by everyone, so the chances of colliding pills would be greatly increased. It was up to fate to find a pill that the other party didn't have. Fortunately, the pills that Wang Ting refined were relatively rare, and he had some stock on him in case of a rainy day. Now, it came in handy. How about this pill? Wang Ting took out a profound domain pill. It contained the power of a level 6 domain. It could be considered a level 6 Grandmaster grade pill. Profound domain pill. The stall owner raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He knew that this kind of pill needed to be integrated with domain power. Ordinary alchemists really couldn't refine it, not to mention a level 6 domain power. It was even more difficult to refine it. The badge on the chest of the young man in front of him showed that he was only a level 3 Grandmaster, but he had a level 6 profound domain pill. It was really thought-provoking. He looked at Wang Ting intently. Without any hesitation, he nodded. Sure. Yes, this scorching stone flower is yours. Wang Ting smiled slightly and flicked his finger. He skillfully sent the profound domain pill in his hand to the stall owner. The other party immediately opened the jade bottle. He looked at the profound domain pill inside. Feeling the domain power contained in it, his face couldn't help but be slightly happy. But in the next moment his expression abruptly changed. 7 elixir patterns. He took a deep breath. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you refine this pill?" "No comment," Wang Ting said lightly. "I'm talking too much." The stall owner smiled bitterly. Now that the exchange was about to begin, everyone was hiding their trump cards. The young man in front of him must be the one who refined this profound domain pill, and it was very likely that he could refine a pill of a higher level and higher efficacy than this. Thinking of this, the attitude of the stall owner suddenly changed 180 degrees. A Grandmaster of 3 paths who could refine a level 6 Grandmaster pill, and the efficacy of the pill was 60%, was worthy of him lowering his status. "You must have recognized this scorching stone flower, otherwise you wouldn't have bought it. I have one here, and its quality is higher. I wonder if you are still interested?" The stall owner asked. "Oh?" Wang Ting's heart moved slightly, and he said, "Show it to me." "Okay." The stall owner was overjoyed. He immediately took out a jade box and handed it to Wang Ting. Wang Ting opened it and saw a scorching stone flower with 2 more petals. Every 10,000 years, the petals of the scorching stone flower would increase by 1 petal. The previous one was a 60,000-year-old scorching stone flower, and this one was 80,000-year-old. Its value was much higher. If it was a 100,000-year-old scorching stone flower, its value would be doubled directly. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded. After thinking for a while, he took out another profound domain pill and threw it to the stall owner. "Huh?" The stall owner saw at a glance that Wang Ting still took out the profound domain pill. He was a little surprised, but he didn't rush to refute. Instead, he opened the jade bottle and looked carefully. Then his eyes suddenly widened. "This is an 80% profound domain pill." He originally thought that Wang Ting would take out other pills in exchange. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would take out the same profound domain pill? But then again, he took out an 80,000-year-old scorching stone flower, and Wang Ting took out an 80% profound domain pill. This seemed to be very reasonable. "How is it?" Wang Ting asked. "Okay. Sure." The stall owner said sure twice, then happily put away the 2 domain accumulating pills. The higher the medicinal efficacy of the profound domain pill, the easier it was to comprehend the power of domain. Moreover, the other party obviously saw through his domain attribute, so this profound domain pill was just right for him. He didn't feel strange. The origin power attributes of alchemists were similar. This profound domain pill must have been refined by this alchemist. Wang Ting smiled faintly and put away the 2 scorching stone flowers. After all, the Yin transformation stone pill was a peerless grade pill. He had never refined it before. It would be safer to have an extra spiritual herb. I've seen it in a record. This dazzling stone flower can be used to refine some extremely rare medicinal pills. I presume you're buying this dazzling stone flower for the sake of refining some kind of special medicinal pill, right? Perhaps the stall owner had gotten what he wanted and was in a very good mood. He couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Ting's heart moved. He didn't hide it and nodded. Then I wonder what other materials your excellency needs. You can tell me. I have some very special materials on me. They were all found in the place where the scorching stone flower was found. The stall owner smiled proudly. What do you have? Show me. If there is something I need, I will exchange it with you. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and said. Your excellency is really careful. The stall owner smiled and didn't care. He immediately took out a few spiritual herbs and placed them on the stall for Wang Ting to identify. Wang Ting opened the jade boxes one by one and found the 2 spiritual herbs he needed. He was slightly happy. The stall owner in front of him was his lucky star. With these 2 materials, he had almost collected all the materials for the Yin transformation stone pill. He was only missing the turbid flesh bone. The turbid flesh bone was an extremely rare material. It was many times more special than the scorching stone flower. It was extremely difficult to find. This stall owner didn't have it here. I have a kind of pill here called the Heaven Origin Energy Gathering Pill. Is it enough to exchange for these 2 materials? He immediately took out a jade bottle and said. Heaven Origin Energy Gathering Pill. And it is 60% medicinal strength. The stall owner looked at the pill in the jade bottle and exclaimed, Your Excellency's attainment in alchemy is really amazing. There will be a place for you in this exchange. Wang Ting didn't comment. After exchanging for the 2 materials, he bid farewell and left. There was nothing else he needed here. Xianxia didn't speak until Wang Ting left the stall. She then asked curiously, Little big brother Wang Ting, your attainment in alchemy must be very impressive, right? Shoo, keep a low profile. Wang Ting put his index finger to his lips and whispered. I know. I have to keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded and giggled. Although Wang Ting didn't say it clearly, in her heart, Wang Ting's attainment in alchemy was clearly not lower than his attainment in alchemy. The 2 of them continued to stroll around. Whether it was Wang Ting or Xianxia, they didn't look like they were here to participate in the exchange. One of them only looked left and right like he was looking at flowers on horseback. He wasn't as serious as the others and would occasionally squeeze into the crowd to take a closer look. The other was purely here to join in the fun and would go wherever there were more people. However, only the 2 of them knew what they were doing. After the exchange just now, Xianxia no longer doubted Wang Ting's words. He should be able to sense some special treasures. However, she was even more curious about how Wang Ting did it. From start to finish, she didn't see any clues. After a short while, Wang Ting and Xianxia had already walked half the street. However, they still didn't find what they wanted. Although the treasures that the people before took out to trade were all decent and had their own specialties and uses, they weren't very useful to him. There was no need to waste time looking at them. And he couldn't buy everything. He didn't have that many points. He also didn't have that many items to exchange for. Ever since he met the lustrous stone flower, Wang Ting consciously searched for the few treasures that he lacked. One was cloud immortal milk and the other was turbid flesh bone. They were both required to make pills. There was also spiritual liquid silver. Although he could exchange for it at the virtual universe company, it was too expensive. He didn't have enough points at the virtual universe company. Other than the spiritual liquid silver, there were also some special metals and the blood of earth-type night-level star beasts. These were the materials needed to refine the shadow puppet restriction. If he could gather all of them, he could make a shadow puppet that was equivalent to an undying level warrior. Of course, in all aspects, it wouldn't be as strong as a true undying level warrior. However, it could intimidate ordinary undying level warriors. It was enough to save his life. Wang Ting walked and looked around. However, he still couldn't find what he wanted. Cloud Immortal Milk and Turbid Flesh Bone weren't ordinary items. Even in a place like this, they weren't commonly seen. At this moment, Yuan Gungun suddenly said, "Wang Ting, Grandmaster Alfred sent a message. He seems to have found a treasure similar to Turbid Flesh Bone." Wang Ting had already told Grandmaster Alfred and the others about the lustrous stone flower and Turbid Flesh Bone and asked them to keep an eye out for it. As soon as there was news, Yuan Gungun came to inform him. Turbid Flesh Bone. Wang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up. "Where is it?" he asked. "It's right in front," Yuan Gungun said. "Let's go." Wang Ting pulled Imperial Fragrance and quickly walked forward. Turbid Flesh Bone was too rare. Whether it was real or not, he had to go and take a look. The two quickly arrived at the front and found Grandmaster Alfred. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others weren't there. Obviously, Grandmaster Alfred knew that if there were too many people here, it would alert the stall owner and raise the price. No one knew the intricacies of the trade fair better than Grandmaster Alfred, an old fox. Wang Ting came to Alfred's side and looked at him without batting an eyelid. "You're here. Take a look at this. Is it the Turbid Flesh Bone you're looking for?" "I'm not very familiar with this thing, so I can't guarantee that it is," Grandmaster Alfred immediately transmitted his voice. Wang Ting hurriedly looked at an item on the stall. A glint flashed past his eyes. Not only was it shaped like flesh, but its color was also similar to the flesh of living creatures. Even some of the exposed white parts looked like fat. It looked quite horrifying. Therefore, many people couldn't help but look away after a glance, not paying attention to it at all. He had to admit that this thing was very similar to the Turbid Flesh Bone described in the ancient books. However, whether it was the real thing or not, he had to see what was inside. Wang Ting quietly opened his Eye of Truth and immediately saw a grayish-brown energy ball. Through this ball of light, he could see a bone-like thing in the center. "It really is the Turbid Flesh Bone." Wang Ting was overjoyed. The Turbid Flesh Bone was, in fact, the bones of some kind of earth element creature buried deep underground after its death. After being nourished by the flesh and blood of many earth element creatures over the years, it slowly became like this. Although the description was simple, in fact, the conditions were extremely harsh. First, an extremely special earth element creature had to die and leave behind a bone that gathered all the energy in its body. This bone was actually a star bone. A star bone was very rare. After most star beasts died, if they produced a star bone, it wouldn't take long for other star beasts to find and devour it to increase their own strength. Very few of them could be preserved. The place where the bone was left had to be an extremely special place where the origin force was abundant. Only then could the star bone maintain enough origin force nourishment and not decay with the passage of time. Then, it needed to be nourished by the flesh and blood of earth element creatures all year round. Who would die in the same place for no reason? The probability was too small. Unless it was some extremely special place, such as the graveyard of a star beast. However, the graveyard of a star beast was very difficult to find. There were even many star beasts guarding it, and ordinary people couldn't get close at all. That was why Turbid Flesh Bones were so rare. There weren't many people who knew about them. "How is it?" Grandmaster Alfred hurriedly transmitted his voice. "It's Turbid Flesh Bones," Wang Ting said. "That's good. That's good. I was afraid that you would be happy for nothing." Grandmaster Alfred finally let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't Turbid Flesh Bones, he wouldn't have called Wang Ting over so anxiously. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wang Ting laughed in his heart. He then looked at the stall owner and his eyes flashed. This was an old man with a head of messy white hair. He wore a gray robe and looked very plain. His aura wasn't obvious at all. However, if one underestimated him because of this, they would suffer greatly. This was because this person was a sector lord. From the color and size of the light in his body, he should be a sector lord pinnacle with earth, fire, and wind origin force. With Wang Ting's current strength, against normal sector lord level 1 and 2 fighters, there was still a chance of victory. However, against a sector lord pinnacle fighter, there was no chance at all. The difference was too great. Plus, the opponent was a 3-element fighter. His strength was definitely much stronger than normal Sector Lord Pinnacle fighters. Such a being would be an overlord in the outside world. If he became an Undying, he would at least be an official level Undying. He might even become an Emperor level Undying. This would depend on his foundation. Once he judged the opponent's strength, Wang Ting felt a headache. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to get the turbid flesh bones. The stronger someone was, the harder it was to fool them. Their appetite would also be bigger. Wang Ting took a deep breath in his heart. He pointed at the bone and asked directly, "May I know what this is?" "I don't know." The gray-robed old man behind the stall shook his head. Wang Ting. This answer was somewhat out of his expectations. He originally thought that even if the stall owner didn't know it was the turbid flesh bones, he would say a few words to raise the price. However, the other party said he didn't know. So direct that it gave him a headache. He didn't know how to reply. "However, I know that this item isn't normal. Especially in the hands of those who need it, its value will multiply." The gray-robed old man glanced at Wang Ting and laughed. "Damn, I met an old scoundrel." Wang Ting was speechless. He couldn't help but curse. "This old mister is sure that this is something good." Someone at the side laughed. "Of course. This old man's eyes have never been wrong." The gray-robed old man laughed. "Then how do you want to trade this?" Wang Ting asked. "Give me a price. If I'm satisfied with the price, this item will be yours." The gray-robed old man sat behind the stall with a calm and collected manner as he spoke. F***ck. Wang Ting suddenly wanted to curse. This old guy was really a little difficult to deal with. He thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll give you a third-grade supreme power pill. Anyway, I don't know what it is. I'll just buy it for fun." Pfft. The gray-robed old man suddenly sneered and said, "Third-grade supreme power pill? Little guy, you must be dreaming." Wang Ting? Senior, a third-grade Grandmaster level Dan pill is already one of the few good things I have on me. If I use it to exchange for your piece of meat, I have to bear the risk, Wang Ting said with an expression as if he had made a huge profit. "Who are you trying to fool? I've already said that this thing is good stuff. It's definitely worth more than a third-grade supreme power pill. If you continue to pester me, hurry up and leave. Don't hinder my business." The gray-robed old man rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Don't. The price is negotiable." Wang Ting hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Well, I'll give you a fifth-grade supreme power pill. Do you want to trade?" "Not enough," the gray-robed old man said lightly. "What? A fifth-stage Grandmaster level Dan isn't enough? That's a Dan made by my master personally. The potency of the Dan is 80%, yet you're still not satisfied," Wang Ting shouted in disbelief. 80% medicinal strength. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but show a trace of shock in their eyes. Even the gray-robed old man behind the stall showed a trace of surprise on his face. A pill with 80% medicinal strength was not common. Once the medicinal strength reached 80%, the value of this pill would greatly increase. Only the corner of Grandmaster Alfred's mouth couldn't help twitching. What did he mean by his teacher? What did he mean by 80% medicinal strength? How come he didn't know that Wang Ting had a teacher in alchemy? Moreover, it was only a fifth-grade supreme power pill with 80% medicinal strength. It was even worse than the one refined by Wang Ting himself. The dawn that Wang Ting concocted were able to achieve 100% efficacy. This 80% efficacy was indeed impressive for other alchemists, but for Wang Ting, it wasn't enough. Obviously, Wang Ting was fooling the gray-robed old man here. It was really like an old fox meeting a young fox. It was a contest of who was more cunning. 80% medicinal strength is indeed good, but a fifth-grade supreme power pill is definitely not enough. It has to be at least a seventh-grade supreme power pill. Otherwise, it has to be a pill that is helpful for the soul. If you have it, I can trade with you. The gray-robed old man finally gave a clear price. The 80% medicinal strength undoubtedly tempted him. An alchemist who could refine a pill with 80% medicinal strength would definitely refine other pills that were definitely not ordinary. As for who refined it, he didn't care. The little thing in front of him indeed gave him a very cunning aura, but he believed that he would not be fooled. So many years of experience were not in vain. A 7th grade supreme power pill. Or a pill that is helpful for the soul. Wang Ting frowned, but he couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. Since he had offered a price, it would be easy to deal with, and he really had a pill for the soul. 9 orifices condensing spirit pill was a kind of pill that was helpful for the soul. It was just that the grade was a little low. Would the old man in a gray robe be satisfied? How about it? Little guy, do you have it? The old man in a gray robe saw Wang Ting's hesitation, and he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. He was also secretly happy in his heart. If an unknown thing could be exchanged for a 7th grade supreme power pill with 80% medicinal strength, he would feel that it was not a loss. I don't know if this pill of mine can enter the senior's eyes. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, took out a 9 orifices condensing spirit pill, handed it to the other party, and asked. This 9 orifices condensing spirit pill was refined by Wang Ting before, and he didn't use it up. There were still several pills left. The old man in a gray robe took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. The surprise on his face was even stronger. This is a soul-type pill? Senior, you have good eyesight. Wang Ting said. Sure enough, it's this pill. Grandmaster Alfred's heart moved slightly, and he looked at the old man in a gray robe with a faint smile. He wanted to see what kind of expression the other party would have when he saw this pill. It's just that the grade of this pill seems to be a little low. The old man in a gray robe said. Senior, look at its medicinal strength again. Wang Ting said with a smile. The old man in a gray robe was slightly stunned, and then he suddenly looked down at the elixir patterns on the pill. When he finished counting all the elixir patterns, he suddenly fell into silence. Then, he counted it again, twice, 3 times, 10. 100%? He looked at Wang Ting and hesitated. It's the real deal. Wang Ting said lightly. The old man in a gray robe took a deep breath. Good Lord, he was actually fooled by this little guy in front of him. 1 isn't enough, this pill's grade is too low. He gritted his teeth and said. This is a soul-type pill with 100% medicinal strength. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Wang Ting stared at him. No, give me 2 more of the same pill, and I'll give it to you. The old man in a gray robe held the jade bottle in his hand tightly and stared at Wang Ting. The two stared at each other. Elder, forgive me for being direct, but you're dreaming, Wang Ting said without backing down. He even returned the other party's words back to him. 3 spirit-type dawn with 100% medicinal effect in exchange for an item of unknown origin. Elder, you're dreaming. The old man in a gray robe's face twitched. If it weren't for the soul-type pill, he would have slapped a universe-level warrior who dared to speak to him like this. Grandmaster Alfred's eyes couldn't help but twitch, afraid that Wang Ting would really anger the old man. This was a Sector Lord Pinnacle warrior, was Wang Ting not afraid at all? Daring to speak to the old man like this, he was really brave. The old man in a gray robe took a deep breath again and said, Little guy, your pill is only a 3rd-grade grandmaster. The difference is too big. Even 100% medicinal strength can't make up for the difference. Then do you know what this thing is? Don't say that you know it's good stuff. There are many good things, but not just any treasure can be exchanged for 3 soul-type pills. Wang Ting pointed at the turbid meat bone. At this moment, he finally felt the pleasure of turning the tables. This old man finally fell into his trap. Then what do you say? The old man in a gray robe said. At most 2 pills, no more. Wang Ting smiled in his heart, but on the surface, he gritted his teeth and said. The old man in a gray robe frowned and stared at Wang Ting for a long time. Finally, he said, Okay, 2 pills it is. If it weren't for the 100% medicinal strength, I wouldn't exchange with you. Wang Ting didn't talk nonsense. He directly threw a 9 orifices condensing spirit pill to the old man and then grabbed the turbid meat bone. Hey, it's actually this thing. However, at this moment, a soft sound of surprise suddenly sounded, and a hand grabbed from the side. Wang Ting's face changed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His hand instantly changed from a claw to a finger and pointed out. A scorching temperature bloomed on his finger, and there was a flame entwined on it, condensing into a small fire silkworm. Fire silkworm finger. The old man in a grey robe raised his head and looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Huh? But the face of the person who made a move changed slightly. His pupils shrank, and his palm suddenly retracted. However, Wang Ting made a move extremely fast. In addition, the other party didn't expect that Wang Ting would be so ruthless. Seeing that someone was snatching, he directly made a ruthless move. He couldn't react for a while. The man also knew that it was too late. He immediately gathered the force on his palm and turned it into a shield, wanting to block Wang Ting's attack. Presumptuous. At the same time, a cold shout came from the side, and a powerful aura suddenly pressed on Wang Ting. Wang Ting's face was even colder. His eyes were indifferent, and he turned a blind eye to the aura. His finger fell and directly pointed on the other party's palm. Chi, a sound that sounded like a branding iron hitting flesh suddenly rang out, followed by a shrill scream. Wang Ting's finger directly pierced through the palm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. It couldn't be stopped at all. Boom, a roar came from the side. Wang Ting immediately felt a strong gust of wind. This was a sector lord-level warrior making a move. His gaze froze. He had expected this, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Peng, an old man appeared beside Wang Ting, and a palm imprinted on his body. Huh? But his face immediately changed because the Wang Ting in front of him was only an afterimage. He didn't hurt him at all. At this time, Wang Ting's figure appeared not far away, holding the piece of turbid meat bone in his hand. Even though he was dodging, he didn't forget about it. The grey-robed old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he was extremely shocked, and couldn't help but size up Wang Ting. Just now, this little guy not only pierced through the palm of the person who made a move, but also quickly dodged the attack of a sector lord-level warrior. Was he really a universe-level warrior? Was he really a weak alchemist? He felt that something was wrong. At this time, the surrounding people also came back to their senses, and suddenly there was an uproar. Are you okay? Grandmaster Alfred's face was ugly, and he immediately came to Wang Ting's side and asked. It's okay, they're the ones who are not okay. Wang Ting's face was calm, and he looked at a young man who was holding his hand and screaming in pain, and an old man whose face was extremely gloomy. The atmosphere around the grey-robed old man's stall fell into a strange silence. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The trading area was heavily guarded. Normally, no one would cause trouble, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any trouble. To be able to be invited to the Sub-Occupation Alliance headquarters, they all had huge backgrounds. Even the Sub-Occupation Alliance didn't dare offend them, hence if they encountered such a situation, they would at most mediate. At this moment, everyone looked at the calm black-haired youth, their faces twitching. One finger piercing through a person's palm, this method was indeed vicious. No one would have thought that the person who was haggling with the stall owner would have such a side to him. The contrast was huge. At this moment, everyone couldn't recover from their shock. Even Grandmaster Alfred was secretly shocked. Wang Ting's methods just now made him feel like he was facing a sector lord, but he was only universe level. During this time, what happened to this punk? What did he go through? It had only been a while since they last met. Not only did his level reach the universe level, even his strength was something he couldn't see through. In the distance, the gloomy-looking old man heard Wang Ting's words, his eyes flashing coldly. However, at this time, he didn't have time to care about Wang Ting. He immediately took out a pill and gave it to the youth with a hole in his palm, and applied a black ointment to the wound. The blood on the wound instantly stopped flowing, and the wound quickly healed. However, just as the wound was about to completely heal, a burning pain suddenly erupted, causing the young man to let out a muffled groan. What's going on? The gloomy-looking old man asked. The wound can't completely heal, there's a burning sensation spreading, like a fire burning within. The youth grit his teeth. He wore a grey robe. His hair was grey. His face was handsome, but it gave off a feminine feeling. At this time, his handsome face was somewhat twisted. What should have been an extremely arrogant expression was no longer there due to the pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was in a difficult situation. What did you do to him? The sector lord old man wore a purple robe, he exuded a faint aura. There was a noble aura emanating from his body. He looked at Wang Ting and asked coldly. Nothing, I just gave him a small lesson. Don't just casually reach out for everything. Wang Ting said indifferently. Who do you think you are? You dare to teach me a lesson. When the feminine youth heard Wang Ting's words, new and old hatred surged in his heart. He stared venomously at Wang Ting and said coldly. Who do you think you are? Wang Ting laughed. My young master only wanted to see the item in your hands. Yet you were so. The purple-robed old man's eyes as he stared at Wang Ting said indifferently. I've already paid the price. Taking without asking, SSSS, he's. He looked at the crowd and clasped his fists. He asked, everyone, please judge. Have I gone overboard? Hee hee. There was a wave of mocking laughter all around. Whoever dares to steal mine, I'll cut off their entire hand. So what if it's pierced? A sector lord pinnacle-looking middle-aged man laughed heartily without hiding anything. Not just cut off his hand. If it was me, I'd just kill him. Let's just kill him and be done with it. The other man had a vicious look on his face. A 40 to 50-year-old sector lord said indifferently. Only two people spoke, but everyone's expression said it all. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at them. These two were ruthless, they were even more ruthless than him. The feminine youth's face turned green and white. He was used to being arrogant, he didn't even consider what others thought. Even if it was someone else's treasure, he would just take it. No one dared to say anything bad about him. He didn't expect that the first time he went out, he would be taught a lesson. Outsiders wouldn't spoil him. The youth wanted to retort back but was stopped by the purple-robed old man. The two who spoke were both sector lord pinnacle fighters, they weren't easy to mess with. What's more, they dared to speak under such circumstances, it meant that they had a power behind them. They didn't need to make two enemies out of nowhere. Actually, he was clear that it was all the youth's fault. However, Wang Ting was too ruthless. He had to find Wang Ting for an explanation. However, they couldn't get off the tiger now. They couldn't advance, nor could they retreat. You're asking for death. The youth didn't care so much, his gaze was malevolent. He immediately charged towards Wang Ting. He placed all the mocking on Wang Ting. Naturally, all his anger was focused on Wang Ting. The purple-robed old man couldn't help but sigh. The youth's identity was special. He couldn't stop him. Luckily he was only a universe-level fighter. With the young master's domain lord level 3 strength, it shouldn't be hard to deal with him. Rumble, a rumble resounded. The youth instantly became a gray blur, his speed unbelievably fast. At the same time, a strange-looking bone sword had appeared in his hand. The sword glowed brightly as it pierced towards Wang Ting's chest. It was obvious that he was serious. He didn't intend to hold back at all. If this sword really pierced through Wang Ting's chest, it was enough to heavily injure him. Overestimating yourself. Wang Ting's lips curled into a cold smile. Seeing that the youth wanted to take his life, his eyes flashed coldly. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Arrogant. The youth snorted coldly. He was a domain lord level 3 fighter. His strength wasn't something a universe-level fighter could compare to. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't prepared at all, his palm wouldn't have been injured. All in all, he felt that he had regained his strength. Rumble, Wang Ting didn't waste any time. A powerful aura exploded from his body. He activated his ancient god body, and his strength rose to a terrifying level. He was just a domain lord level 3 martial warrior. Activating his ancient god body was enough. The purple-robed old man noticed Wang Ting's change. His expression changed slightly as he warned, be careful. However, it was too late, 5-element fist. The next moment, Wang Ting threw a punch in the face of the feminine young man's bone sword. His fist imprint exploded outwards. In an instant, the fist print clashed with the bone sword's blade light. The tiny blade light and fist print formed a powerful gale that swept in all directions. However, most of the fighters there were sector lord level and above. They didn't fear such an attack at all. With a wave of their hands, the attack was blocked 3 meters away from them. It couldn't even touch a single hair of theirs. What? The youth gripped the bone sword and felt a powerful energy sweep towards him. His eyes opened wide in disbelief. How could a universe-level fighter's strength reach such a level? Gotcha. At this time, a crisp cracking sound pulled him back to reality from his shock. The youth looked at the blade light on the bone sword and his pupils constricted. Cracks began to appear on the sword light. He couldn't believe it. His blade light was a Sector Lord level battle technique. It was extremely condensed and had merged with a level 5 domain. How could it not even block a single punch? However, the truth was right in front of him. Whether he believed it or not, it was the truth. And the cracks were expanding at a visible speed. He couldn't even stop it. Pong! In the next moment, the blade light exploded. The fist print didn't slow down at all as it continued towards the youth. Damn it! The youth's expression was ugly. He didn't have time to think as he retreated. However, it was too late. The fist print instantly landed on his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Gee! The youth's body flew out uncontrollably. Wang Ting wasn't going to let him off. With a flash, he chased and slapped the youth's face. For some reason, seeing this face, he wanted to slap him. You! The youth's expression changed. He had just spat out a word when his face hurt. Pa! An extremely crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. The feminine-looking young man's body spun in midair, and then fell heavily to the ground. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. This universe-level fighter was so ferocious, he could actually suppress a domain lord-level fighter. This was unbelievable. The most important thing was that the other party was still wearing the clothes of a subclass, but when he fought, he was so violent and violent. It looked very out of place, and the style was completely wrong. Was this the legendary Berserk Pill Master? Actually, at the start, everyone thought that if the feminine-looking young man got serious, Wang Ting would definitely be at a disadvantage. There was basically no chance of winning. After all, the feminine-looking young man was a stage 3 domain Lord Martial Warrior. The difference in their abilities was huge. However, the outcome was completely out of their expectations. Preposterous. The purple-robed elder's expression was extremely gloomy. He finally couldn't take it anymore and attacked. Twice now, twice in a row, the youth had injured the young master right under his nose. This was simply slapping his face as a Sector Lord. And it was a resounding slap. He couldn't take it anymore. He flicked his finger, and a yellowish-brown ray of light that contained the terrifying power of the world shot towards Wang Ting. This old thing. Wang Ting felt danger. His pupils constricted and he stopped in his tracks. He was about to use flash to dodge this fatal attack. Xiao! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound broke through the air. A red ray of light shot out from Wang Ting's back. It arrived first and collided with the yellowish-brown ray of light in midair. Pong! There wasn't any huge sound nor any spectacular scene. After the two lights clashed, they were instantly annihilated. The crimson-red light perfectly blocked the yellow light. The purple-robed elder squinted his eyes and looked behind the stall. Fighting beside my stall, affecting my business. If you are a junior, then forget it. I can't be bothered to do anything. But you are just a Sector Lord. Do you think I am too easy to talk to? The gray-robed old man behind the stall stretched out his finger and picked his ear as he said indifferently. This is my Bone Temple sex matter. Do you still want to interfere? The purple-robed elder said coldly. Bone Temple sect. The gray-robed elder was shocked. He said calmly, I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the Bone Temple sect. The surrounding people suddenly became quiet. Their faces were filled with shock as they began to discuss in low voices. It's the Bone Temple sect. No wonder that young man is so arrogant. He has such a force as his background. Who would dare to cause trouble in the subclass alliance's headquarters if he doesn't have a background? I wonder who that black-haired young man is? Would he still dare to fight after knowing the Bone Temple sect young man's identity? Bone Temple sect. Wang Ting was stunned and asked in his mind, Yuan Gun Gun, what kind of force is this Bone Temple sect? The Bone Temple sect is a major force in the Blue Dynasty territory. They exist in the form of a sect. The martial artists in the sect have to cultivate according to a cruel elimination system. Therefore, the Bone Temple sect is quite powerful. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend them, Yuan Gungun explained immediately. Sect. Wang Ting nodded in his mind. Forces in the form of a sect were not rare in the universe. He had seen many of them, so he was not surprised. Suddenly, he had a thought and asked, I remember that the Massacre God Temple where Killer is from is in the Blue Dynasty territory, right? Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, the Bone Temple sect and the Massacre God Temple are the most powerful forces in the Blue Dynasty territory. Both of them can be said to be evenly matched. They're comparable to the Massacre God Temple. Seems like they're quite powerful. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded and said helplessly, you're quite powerful. You offended such a powerful force just like that. You can't blame me for that. They came looking for me. I'm just a victim, Wang Ting said innocently. To be honest, he's more like a victim, Yuan Gungun said speechlessly. I was just teaching him a small lesson. Wang Ting said regretfully, sigh, if it weren't for the old man in the purple robe, I would have killed him. Are you really going to kill him? Yuan Gungun said in shock. Despite knowing the other party's identity, Wang Ting still wanted to kill the other party. He was too daring. It suddenly pitted the effeminate young man from the Bone Temple sect. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend this devil. The conversation between the two of them was long, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. At that moment, the effeminate young man from the Bone Temple sect got up from the ground. He covered his face in disbelief as he stared at Wang Ting with his eyes wide open. He seemed to be in a daze. How dare this be start hit his face. He, the young master of the Bone Temple sect, had his face slapped in front of everyone. Old K, kill him. Soon, the effeminate young man finally snapped back to his senses. He got up from the ground quietly and said coldly with a vicious gaze. The old man in the purple robe didn't say anything else. His eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at the old man in the gray robe. Then, he disappeared from the spot. Wang Ting's pupils constricted as alarm bells rang in his heart. An indescribable sense of danger swept over him. These two were too shameless. The young one couldn't beat him, so they switched to the old one. They really didn't care about their faces at all. Wang Ting thought that this sector lord-level old man would have some scruples in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters and wouldn't dare to kill him. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the old man's shamelessness. He didn't have time to think. He immediately used space to dodge the attack. However, the space around him was instantly locked down. This was a sector lord-level technique. This purple-robed old man was clearly not a sector lord-level beginner. He was at least sector lord level 5 and was extremely strong. Wang Ting couldn't move at all under the other party's space constraint. Damn it. His expression was serious as he gritted his teeth. A battle blade appeared in his hand and time power surged and wrapped around the blade. Bastard. Grandmaster Alfred's expression changed greatly as he was furious. The gray-robed old man frowned. His eyes flashed coldly. His words didn't work, rumble. At this time, a rumble resounded. The purple-robed old man's silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ting. However, it wasn't a normal appearance. With a slap, he directly knelt down. That's right, the purple-robed old man, a sector lord-level being, was actually kneeling in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't he going to kill him? Why was he kneeling? The others were stunned too. They didn't know what was going on. They were obviously at daggers drawn and had to kill him. How did it suddenly become like this, and a sector lord was kneeling in front of a universe-level warrior? What was going on? Elder K? The feminine youth was stunned. He looked at the purple-robed old man and opened his mouth. His head was full of question marks. The gray-robed old man was also stunned. He was about to attack, but it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. The anger on Alfred's face froze as well. Things were so unexpected that he didn't know how to react. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, unable to recover from the shock. At this time, the atmosphere was a little strange. Only a few people seemed to have thought of something. They saw the purple-robed old man's face turn pale and then red. He seemed to be struggling but couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. They would be blind if they couldn't figure out what was going on. Elder K. The feminine young man finally regained his senses and hurriedly cried out. It was as if he wanted to wake the purple-robed old man up from this demonic barrier. Unfortunately, his shout didn't have that much power. Wang Ting glanced at him and then looked suspiciously at the purple-robed old man. Old man, even if you kneel in front of me, I won't forgive you. Purple-robed old man. Everyone. The feminine youth. Did this guy really think the purple-robed old man was kneeling and apologizing? But looking closely, it did seem a little interesting. Although he didn't know if the purple-robed old man was sincere. Suddenly, the purple-robed elder bent down and knocked his head on the ground, making a crisp sound. The feminine youth was going crazy. What was going on? Why would Elder K kneel in front of that bastard and kowtow to him? Was he crazy? Or did the world go crazy? Wait, even if you do such a big favor, I still won't forgive you. Wang Ting was shocked. Although a sector lord level fighter kneeling in front of him and even kowtowing to him was indeed a little satisfying, but compared to the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, these few kowtows couldn't make up for the trauma the other party had inflicted on his heart. The purple-robed old man didn't say anything and kowtowed again. So decisive and sincere, what the hell? Anyone could see that the purple-robed old man's originally graceful and luxurious old face was completely distorted at this moment. If he said he wasn't forced, who would believe it? There's something fishy about this. Nonsense, there's definitely a strong fighter. This black-haired youth isn't simple. He probably has an immortal rank protecting him. Everyone was discussing and guessing. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could see that the purple-robed old man was forced. And to be able to force a sector lord level 5 and above, it had to be an immortal rank. The grey-robed old man was shocked and looked deeply at Wang Ting. Grandmaster Alfred was flabbergasted too. He never thought that Wang Ting would have such a hidden formidable warrior by his side. Was this guy really the Wang Ting he knew? Xianxia's sparkling eyes stared at Wang Ting. She was originally very worried because of the purple-robed old man's actions, but now that he was kneeling in front of Wang Ting, her respect for Wang Ting went up another level. Too powerful, Wang Ting brother wasn't an ordinary person. He had so many secrets on him that she was extremely curious. The feminine youth's expression was extremely ugly. At this point, he finally knew that he had kicked a metal board. This black-haired youth wasn't a normal universe-level fighter. His background wasn't any weaker than his. On the other side, Wang Ting's gaze flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be Luo Ford? Other than him, Wang Ting couldn't think of anyone else by his side. Protector, this was a protector. Normally they wouldn't appear, but when he was threatened, they would appear. No, they didn't even need to appear to solve the problem. Just like right now. Wang Ting understood the crux of the matter. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He looked at the purple-robed elder in front of him and asked with a smile, "Old bastard, are you feeling very aggrieved right now?" It was a pity that for some reason, the purple-robed old man couldn't speak. Only from his bloodshot eyes could one see that he was extremely aggrieved. This was probably the first time in his long life that he had felt so aggrieved. A sector lord being forced to kneel in front of a universe-level fighter in front of so many people, and even kowtowing to him. This was simply asking for death. He could foresee that he would become the laughingstock of the sector lord fighters in the future. Aggrieved is right. When you attacked me just now, did you think this would happen? Wang Ting took out his thunder brick and pointed it at the purple-robed old man's head. The purple-robed old man suddenly had a bad feeling. Grandmaster Alfred's mouth twitched. Wang Ting wouldn't want to extend his evil claws to a sector lord fighter, right? He didn't dare to think about it. Come, let's have a good chat. Wang Ting's eyes glowed dangerously. The thunder brick in his hand finally couldn't hold it in any longer and smashed towards the purple-robed old man's head. Pung, palipala, a muffled sound accompanied by the sound of thunder resounded. The purple-robed elder's body immediately twitched, and then a large bump appeared on his head. Seems like a Sector Lord fighter's head isn't that hard after all. Wang Ting muttered. Everyone. What do you mean it's not that hard? When caught off guard, even Sector Lord level fighters would be injured. However, they were very shocked. Their gaze landed on the purple brick. What kind of weapon was this, to be able to release electricity and cause such a huge bump on a Sector Lord fighter's head? It was indeed extraordinary. Let's try again. Wang Ting's eyes glowed with excitement. He felt a strange sense of relief as he smashed down with the brick again. Pung pung pung, palipala, a series of muffled sounds reverberated in the surroundings, mixed with the sound of thunder. The purple-robed elder's face was already swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his head was full of big bumps. Enough. At this moment, a calm and languid voice suddenly rang out. A calm and lazy voice was heard, causing everyone to be stunned as they looked towards the source of the voice. Beside the feminine youth, the space rippled slightly, almost undetectable. If it wasn't for the fact that the warriors present were all extremely strong, they probably wouldn't have noticed it. After which, an old figure in a white robe stepped out and appeared in front of everyone. Immortal rank. Everyone's expression changed slightly, causing an uproar. Even the two Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors who agreed with Wang Ting just now had serious expressions, as though they were facing a great enemy. Immortal rank warrior, and it was obvious that he was on the side of the feminine youth. He didn't show himself before, but he was definitely hiding somewhere. Now that the purple-robed elder was forced to kneel on the ground, losing face, this immortal had no choice but to show himself. This meant that everything they said before was heard by this person. Shit, he wouldn't take revenge on them, right? It was just that they didn't know if the immortal rank behind the black-haired youth was comparable to this immortal rank. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. An immortal rank, just by standing there, was enough to intimidate everyone. Wang Ting was slightly shocked too. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the immortal stage. Existence that had appeared suddenly. This was an old man in a white robe. His face was calm, and his hands were tucked into his long sleeves, hanging naturally by his side. He appeared to be very lazy, and his deep eyes were slightly lowered, as if he did not care about everyone present at the scene. Wang Ting. Grandmaster Alfred immediately came to Wang Ting's side. His expression was serious. Don't worry, Wang Ting replied through voice transmission. He couldn't help but open his eye of truth and look at the white-robed elder in front of him. A glaring ball of light instantly entered his eyes. The immortal rank white-robed elder seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Ting, seemingly surprised. However, at this moment, Wang Ting had already closed his eye of truth. The golden light in his eyes disappeared. Elder Pu. The feminine youth saw the elder appear. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. He looked at the other party with an aggrieved expression, as if he had found a backer. The immortal rank white-robed old man nodded. His gaze seemed to sweep across the void. Then, he looked at Wang Ting. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Little guy, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Let's drop this matter. Why didn't you say that when this person was about to kill me?" Wang Ting asked calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone was slightly taken aback. This guy was really daring. An immortal rank existence had personally spoken, yet he actually dared to retort. However, when they considered that there might be an immortal rank existence standing behind him, many people felt somewhat relieved. This was no longer a simple conflict between two juniors. Instead, it was a battle between two immortal rank existences. The immortal rank white-robed old man frowned. How dare you? How dare you speak to Elder Pu like that? The feminine youth coldly shouted. Do you believe that if you say one more word, even if he's here, I'll still kill you? Wang Ting's eyes flashed coldly as he said calmly. You. The feminine youth saw Wang Ting's indifferent eyes. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. However, when he thought of Elder Pu beside him, he regained his confidence. He immediately took a step forward and stared at Wang Ting without backing down. little guy, you're really arrogant. Even if there's an immortal rank existence behind you, this isn't the right for you to be disrespectful to me. The immortal rank white-robed old man said. If people respect me, I'll naturally respect them. If people offend me, I'll definitely kill them like a dog. Wang Ting's expression turned cold as he said. How dare you? A cold light flashed across the immortal rank white-robed old man's eyes. A majestic aura instantly erupted. It crushed towards Wang Ting. Boom, it was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on his head. It almost made him kneel on the ground. The feminine youth's face instantly revealed a gloating expression. This kid actually dared to scold Elder Pu. Let's see how he'll die this time. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly as the aura in his body exploded. Unyielding thunder fighting spirit, boom, it was as if thunder had exploded. An unyielding aura, carrying the heavenly might of thunder, instantly soared into the sky. The mountain of aura formed by the immortal rank white-robed old man instantly collapsed and disintegrated. The surrounding people were instantly shocked. This black-haired youth's strength had once again refreshed their understanding. He could even block the aura of an immortal rank warrior. This was simply unbelievable. Who exactly was he? This question suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, their curiosity towards Wang Ting had risen to another level. They couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard they tried. What? The feminine youth's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. This bastard actually blocked Elder Pu's aura. F***K, is he really a universe-level warrior? It can't be fake, right? The immortal rank white-robed old man's eyes suddenly gleamed. This was the third time he was shocked. And it was even more shocking than the previous 2 times. The black-haired youth before him was truly out of his expectations. He originally didn't think much of him. A universe-level warrior, even if his strength wasn't bad. To be able to fight against a domain lord level 3 warrior with universe-level strength, he could be considered a genius. However, he had seen countless geniuses. There were many geniuses who were stronger than him. What's more, in his eyes, a universe-level warrior was just a small ant. However, at this moment, this little thing's aura actually exploded from his body. This had already exceeded the range of normal geniuses. This black-haired youth's talent wasn't weak at all. No wonder he could have an Undying become his protector. The only thing was, which power did he belong to? However, no matter what, this wasn't a reason for him to insult an Undying. What's more, this little thing was obviously scolding him indirectly and calling him a dog. I'm really surprised by your courage. The Undying white-robed old man spoke. However, didn't your elders tell you that you can't insult an Undying? Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. An indescribably terrifying wave instantly swept out and swept towards Wang Ting. When the feminine youth saw this, his shock instantly dissipated. He snorted lightly and revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Elder Pu personally made a move. It wasn't just a simple wave of aura. That bastard definitely couldn't block it. This time, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. A sense of satisfaction, as if he had just gotten his revenge, surged into his heart. Grandmaster Alfred's expression changed slightly as he looked towards Wang Ting worriedly. He couldn't interfere in this situation. He could only place his hopes on the Undying behind Wang Ting. The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed. He wanted to see if this black-haired youth could still turn the situation around. Everyone else's gaze also landed on Wang Ting. Against an Undying, could he still hold on? Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting's expression didn't change at all. Since he already knew that Luo Ford was beside him, he naturally didn't fear an official-level Undying. He just used his eye of truth to see that this white-robed old man was an official-level Undying. After reaching the peak of the truth level, his eye of truth could barely see through the light of an official-level Undying. At this moment, the ripple swept across the area at an extremely fast speed. It appeared in front of Wang Ting almost instantaneously. He felt an unstoppable sense of danger. Against such a powerful being, he still couldn't fight back. Even if he used all his strength, he could only block one attack. Although he was helpless, Wang Ting's experience was still not bad. After all, he had experienced it before. Back then, that Black Mountain Royal Undying almost killed him with one finger. Now that he thought about it, that feeling was even more terrifying than now. Therefore, he was actually more or less used to it. He was a very calm person. The strong wind generated by the ripples caused Wang Ting's long robe and hair to dance wildly in the wind. Everyone's hearts tightened uncontrollably. Rumble, just as the ripple was about to land on Wang Ting's body, a loud explosion was heard. That wave was instantly blocked by a formless energy on Wang Ting's body, unable to move forward at all. It was like a wave that was frozen in midair, unable to land. That feeling caused everyone present to feel an inexplicable sense of horror. That undying white-robed old man seemed to have seen something terrifying. His calm face finally revealed a trace of shock and horror. Pop, suddenly, a special sound suddenly sounded. The wave released by the undying white-robed old man shattered like glass. Then, that formless energy suddenly swept towards the other party. Wait. The undying white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted and madly mobilized his energy, wanting to block it. Unfortunately, it was futile. Poochie, a pillar of blood suddenly spurted out from the undying white-robed old man's right arm, instantly dyeing his white robe red. His right arm had been silently severed. Wang Ting was stunned. This scene was somewhat out of his expectations. Was Luo Ford this ruthless? He directly cut off the other party's arm. That was an undying existence. An undying's arm was even more valuable than a sector lord's. He suddenly felt that he might not have understood Luo Ford. This was definitely a ruthless person. Yes, extremely ruthless. Hiss. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, it was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Too shocking, an undying existence's arm was cut off just like that. No one could react in time. In the next moment, everyone retreated in unison. They looked at Wang Ting, as if they saw a terrifying existence standing behind him. They couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Even Grandmaster Alfred stared at Wang Ting with his eyes wide open. Then, he couldn't help but take a step away from him. He felt as if he was standing next to a terrifying existence. It was truly a bit frightening. The gray-robed old man behind the stall couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at Wang Ting's back, the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Who was this guy? There was actually such a terrifying existence behind him. An undying existence's arm was cut off just like that without any resistance. Even an emperor-level undying wouldn't be able to do this. Unless, he was an undying knight. Many people also thought of this. Although they hadn't stepped into that realm, they more or less understood it. It could only be an undying knight. As for true gods, they were gods that looked down on everything. It was impossible for them to be someone's protector. It was unrealistic. The feminine young man was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Elder Pu, who had his arm cut off, and then at Wang Ting. Then, he looked at Elder Pu again. His mouth was slightly agape, and his face was filled with shock. His body couldn't help but tremble. Pointing at Wang Ting, he stuttered, You. He didn't know what to say anymore. Even his biggest support had his arm cut off by the powerful being behind the other party. This was simply unimaginable. The hatred and killing intent in his heart seemed to have been doused with bone-chilling cold water. In an instant, it completely disappeared. Only blankness, fear, and the desire to escape immediately was left. But for some reason, his legs were frozen on the spot. He couldn't move at all. That undying white-robed old man's face was also filled with fear. His face was a bit pale. Glancing at Wang Ting, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He said, Today, we offended you. Please forgive us. As he spoke, he actually bowed towards the void. His attitude was extremely humble. The surrounding people were completely numb. Compared to the other party's arm being cut off, it didn't seem like a big deal for him to bow down and apologize. After all, compared to his own life, what was a mere bow? Wang Ting glanced at the void. His eyes flashed slightly. However, no one spoke. The surroundings were quiet. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. That undying white-robed old man seemed to have understood something. He kicked the feminine young man beside him and said coldly, "Kneel." Plop, the feminine young man couldn't resist at all. He instantly knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at Elder Pooh in shock. That expression seemed to be asking, "Why are you doing this to me? This is your fault. Apologize now." The undying white-robed old man said coldly. Right now, he hated this feminine-looking young man to the extreme. If it wasn't for this young man, how could he have offended such a terrifying existence and even lost one of his arms? He could feel the unceasingly surging immortal energy around his severed arm. It wouldn't be so easy for him to recover. This guy was simply a troublemaker. If it wasn't because he owed him a favor, he wouldn't have been such a trash's protector. The feminine young man didn't expect the outcome to be like this. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at Wang Ting and opened his mouth. However, he couldn't say a word of apology. To him, this was simply an enormous humiliation. "If you don't apologize, don't blame me for not caring about you," the undying white-robed old man said coldly. "I apologize." A trace of fear flashed across the feminine young man's eyes. He struggled for a while and gave up resisting. He hurriedly shouted at Wang Ting, "I'm sorry. It's my fault." As the saying went, one should admit one's mistakes. One should stand upright when being beaten. At this moment, he was very sincere. Everyone looked at the originally arrogant and feminine youth who was now so obedient. The way he apologized was just like when they were young. Those were the best memories of their childhood. "What did you do wrong?" Wang Ting coughed and asked while trying to hold back his laughter. Everyone was speechless. "What did you mean by what did you do wrong?" This really was like a father lecturing his son who made a mistake. This black-haired youth was quite naughty. "My mistake is, I shouldn't have snatched your treasure without your permission." The feminine young man was interrupted before he could finish his words. "What, you can take it without my permission?" Wang Ting was speechless. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare," the youth said embarrassedly. "Continue," Wang Ting said in annoyance. "I shouldn't have taken your treasure, and I shouldn't have attacked you," the youth said carefully. "And then?" Wang Ting asked. "And then?" The youth was stunned. What else did he want after he apologized? Wang Ting's expression was indifferent as he sneered, "You don't seem to have realized your mistake. It seems like I won't forgive you so easily." The white-robed elder's eyes twitched. He expected better from him. He didn't even know how to admit his mistake. Why did he become the guardian of such an idiot? What a sin! The youth saw Wang Ting's calm expression and Elder Pooh's cold gaze and shuddered. No, I've realized my mistake. I. His mind spun furiously. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he shouted, "I know." "What do you know?" Wang Ting's expression was strange. This guy looked a bit silly. What an idiot. "This is my compensation, please accept it." The youth suddenly took out a card and raised it above his head, offering it with both hands. A card from the universe's first bank. Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't expect the youth to take out a card. "This is an anonymous card, there are 300 plus chaos coins in it, consider it my compensation." The youth felt a bit pained but still said it. "Hua." The crowd was in an uproar. Over 300 chaos coins. This effeminate young man was very rich. As expected of the young master of the Bone Temple sect. F***K, he's actually a rich dog. Over 300 chaos coins. Wang Ting was delighted but he did not show it on his face. After pondering for a moment, he nodded under the other party's expectant gaze and said seriously, "That's right, I can see the sincerity in your apology. So be it. Don't do this again." Yes. 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 The feminine youth naturally didn't dare to say anything more. "Yes. Sir, can we leave now?" The immortal rank white-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief and asked carefully towards the void. There was still no answer, and this caused his face to stiffen. "This little friend. What do you think?" The immortal rank white-robed elder was helpless. He could only look at Wang Ting and say embarrassedly, "You haven't apologized yet." Wang Ting glanced at him. The immortal rank white-robed elder's mouth twitched. He took out a card and said, "There's over 500 chaos coins in here. Consider it my compensation." "How about that?" The effeminate young man could take out 300 chaos coins because he had a rich father. However, he didn't. These chaos coins were painstakingly saved by him. He didn't expect to have to give them away as compensation. His heart ached. Damn, more than 500 chaos coins. It's even more than that, young man. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He took it without hesitation and nodded pretentiously. "Sigh, I'm too soft-hearted." "Alright, I'll accept your apology." Everyone was speechless. What soft-hearted? From the beginning to the end, it was only to the effeminate young man. It was also to the purple-robed elder. They couldn't see how he was soft-hearted. Moreover, this fellow had extorted more than 800 chaos coins from the other party. Was this soft-hearted? He was simply black-hearted. "Then can we leave now?" The immortal rank white-robed elder asked hesitantly. "Let's go. Let's go." Wang Ting waved his hand. He knew that Rover didn't say anything. That was to hand over the decision to him. He had to admit that this protector was too considerate. In comparison, this effeminate young man's protector couldn't do it. He actually wanted him to kneel and apologize. He couldn't accept this protector. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. 800 chaos coins was already a huge sum of money. It was more than what he had on him right now. Going too far was as bad as falling short. After all, he was only borrowing Luo Ford's influence. He didn't have to use his own strength. There was no need to push his luck. If he did that, Rover would probably look down on him. If he had the ability, he would take revenge on his own in the future. Of course, the premise was that this immortal rank white-robed elder still dared to appear in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't kill anyone in the sub-profession union headquarters. Although the guards didn't do anything, they wouldn't just watch him kill. At this moment, the immortal rank white-robed elder didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. Hearing him agree, he finally relaxed. He quickly picked up the arm on the ground and grabbed the youth with his other hand and turned to leave. A conflict was resolved without a trace. Wang Ting turned around and saw the purple-robed elder kneeling on the ground. He asked weirdly, "Why are you still here?" Purple-robed elder, oh? Oh, the immortal rank white-robed elder and the youth had obviously forgotten about him. It was too much to leave him alone in such a terrifying place. Poochie. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth and said, "Did they forget about him?" The people around didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They looked at the purple-robed elder weirdly. He was a sector lord after all. Yet, he was left out here. How sad was that? Cough cough, how are you going to apologize to me? Wang Ting looked at the bump on his head and coughed dryly. "I don't have chaos dollars. I only have universe dollars. A total of 30 trillion. I can give it all to you." The purple-robed elder's binding force had long disappeared. He could move now. Seeing Wang Ting's greed, he quickly said to save his life, I'll reluctantly accept your apology." Wang Ting nodded. 30 trillion universe dollars. That was quite a lot. Reluctantly? The purple-robed elder's mouth twitched. However, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately transferred the money to Wang Ting. "Get lost." Wang Ting waved his hand and said in disdain when he received the transfer message. The purple-robed elder felt like he was pardoned and ran away. The people around sighed. A sector lord falling to such a state was truly pitiful. It's just buying turbid meat and bones. Why is it so hard? Wang Ting didn't care about the purple-robed elder. He sighed deeply in his heart. "Come on, you took advantage of me and you're still complaining." Yuan Gun was speechless. "What do you know? I'm just mentally tired," Wang Ting said in annoyance. Yuan Gun rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. Disperse, disperse. Everyone disperse. There's nothing else." Wang Ting waved his hand to the people around. Then, he turned to the two sector lord pinnacle fighters and cupped his fists. "Thank you for speaking up for me. I can't thank you enough. You're welcome. The bulky Sector Lord Pinnacle Fighter smiled and shook his head. I'm just looking down on his actions. Hee, I only opened my mouth because of your identity as a 3-Dao Grandmaster and wanted to form a good relationship with you. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. The sinister-looking old man's smile was somewhat frightening, but he spoke in an extremely straightforward manner. Haha, no matter what, thank you both. If it's convenient, we can add each other's contact information. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Wang Ting smiled. The two nodded. Whether it was because of Wang Ting's identity as a 3-path master or the terrifying force behind him, they wanted to befriend him. After exchanging contact information, the two parties bid farewell and left. On this side, Wang Ting looked at the gray-robed elder behind the stall and cupped his fists. Senior, I'm really sorry to disturb your business. It's okay. I can still see clearly who caused the trouble. I can't blame you. The gray-robed elder shook his head and smiled. Besides, I don't dare to blame you. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out a 9-orifice spirit condensing pill and said, Thank you for your help just now. I see that Senior needs this soul-type pill very much. Take this 9-orifice spirit condensing pill as my thank you gift. Yo. The gray-robed elder looked at Wang Ting in surprise and said, Are you willing to give it to me? It's just a pill. Compared to Senior's help, it's nothing. Wang Ting said with a smile. He could refine a dozen 9-orifice spirit condensing pills in one furnace, so this one was naturally nothing. He bargained just now just because he didn't want to be taken advantage of. The gray-robed elder didn't know this. Seeing Wang Ting being so generous, he couldn't help sighing in his heart that this kid knew how to conduct himself. He nodded and said, I really need this pill. In that case, I won't be polite. This 9-orifice spirit condensing pill can be taken at most 3 pills. It's useless to take more. Wang Ting said. The gray-robed elder nodded, and his attitude became much more polite. He said, This pill must be made by little friend, right? He didn't believe Wang Ting's teacher from the beginning. Hee, that's right. Wang Ting chuckled and nodded without hiding it. 100% medicinal power, little friend's alchemy attainments are admirable. The gray-robed elder sighed and introduced himself. My name is Xianxia. I wonder if little friend can add my contact information? Of course. Wang Ting also added his contact information to the gray-robed elder. With little friend's alchemy attainments, this exchange meeting will definitely shine. I'm waiting for the good news. Xianxia said with a smile. Then I'll take advantage of Senior's auspicious words. Wang Ting smiled and cupped his fists. Goodbye, I still have a lot of things to buy, so I won't delay any longer. Xianxia nodded and looked at Wang Ting's back as he left. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this black-haired young man would definitely amaze the world at the exchange meeting. Perhaps it was because of his cunning, perhaps it was because of his amazing background, or perhaps it was because of his extremely indifferent and confident expression from beginning to end. Wang Ting didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. After taking 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. Brother Wang Ting. A familiar voice came from behind him. Wang Ting paused in his steps. He looked at the person chasing after him in surprise. Brother Gu Luo, what a coincidence. Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but look at this person. When Wang Ting arrived yesterday, he had seen him before. This was the genius from ancient Hong Weave. What coincidence, I've been watching from the side for half a day. Gu Luo, who was dressed in white, walked over confidently. He chuckled and said, Brother Wang Ting was very impressive just now. Are you making fun of me? I was almost killed by a sector lord and an immortal rank. Wang Ting said pitifully. Gu Luo's head was filled with black lines. It's more like they were almost killed by you. The blood on the ground hasn't been cleaned yet. Also, Brother Gu Luo actually just watched me get bullied and didn't help. It really made me sad. Wang Ting said. Ha, Brother Wang Ting really likes to joke. I'm just a weak pill master, how could I help? It's good enough that I didn't cause trouble for you. Gu Luo laughed dryly. Is that so? When Brother Gu Luo was fishing in the space turbulence zone, you didn't look weak at all. Wang Ting laughed. That was skillful, yes, skillful. Actually, I don't have much strength. Gu Luo said embarrassedly. I don't believe you. Wang Ting rolled his eyes in annoyance. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the distance. On the other side, a sector lord who looked like a guard captain stood in front of a 4 to 5 meter tall middle-aged man wearing red armor with a pair of bull horns on his head. He asked respectfully, Lord, why didn't we stop them just now? If something happened, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves. Do you know what level that hidden warrior is? The bull-horned man asked indifferently. Undying Knight? The sector lord warrior hesitated. Since you know he's an undying knight, why are you asking me? The bull-horned man said in annoyance. This? The sector lord warrior was speechless. What's more, his information shows, the Virtual Universe Company. The bull-horned man said seriously. Virtual Universe Company. The sector lord warrior was shocked. Right, an undying knight from the Virtual Universe Company is only a protector of a universe-level warrior. Do you know what this means? The bull-horned man said. What does that mean? The sector lord warrior swallowed his saliva. It means that the black-haired youth is a genius highly valued by the Virtual Universe Company. Such geniuses have all signed a true god-level genius contract with the Virtual Universe Company. The bull-horned man couldn't help but exclaim, this also means that the black-haired youth not only has an undying knight behind him, but also a true god-level god. See? The sector lord warrior couldn't help but take in a cold breath, he felt it was unbelievable. What's more, since he didn't show himself, it means he doesn't plan on making a big deal out of it. He's already giving us a lot of face, why should we interfere? The bull-horned man said. Lord is right, you're so considerate. The sector lord warrior immediately tried to flatter him, it was very sincere. At the back of the trading area, there were a few buildings of different shapes. At this moment, Fengdu and the others were standing by the window of a building, looking at the gradually dispersing crowd in front of them. Something seems to have happened in front? Fengdu asked. They were too far away and were blocked by the crowd, so they did not know what had happened. Runes were inscribed inside the trading area of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, so they could not use spiritual power to explore. Even if they did, they could only explore a small area, so the effect was limited. Don't worry about it. The trading fair is open, and all kinds of forces will appear. These forces are all extraordinary in the outside world, so they are naturally used to being lawless. Even in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, they might not be much restrained. Some people might be careful, but some people won't care about this. Peijing's face did not change. He took a look, then retracted his gaze and said calmly, so, during this period of time, you'd better restrain yourself and not cause trouble. Big brother, I didn't cause trouble. It was that guy who stole my stall. In the end, not only did he not apologize, but he also hit me, Fengdu said with grievance. What kind of temper do you have, how can I not know? Peijing glanced at him. He said, to be able to force the other party to make a move, it must be because you are too aggressive. This? Fengdu's face was a little embarrassed. He quickly said, even so, he was too ruthless, and it was in front of so many people. Don't you want our Fengdu family's face? N. Peijing heard that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, you're right about this. Our Fengdu family's face naturally can't be put on the ground so casually. This person is too arrogant. Then when do we make a move? Fengdu's eyes flashed with joy as he asked eagerly. He really could not wait. When he thought of that bastard still being carefree outside as if nothing had happened, his head hurt. He felt a dull pain in his head, and he couldn't wait to attack. There's no hurry. This person's identity is a little strange. I haven't checked it out, Peijing said. Big brother, even you can't find out his identity? Fengdu was shocked. I found out a little. This person seems to be a subprofession from the Qian Empire, and he is only a baron in the Qian Empire. They didn't have much influence. He's an outsider, not a native of the Qian Empire. Peijing frowned as if there was something he couldn't understand. It's just a baron. Why is Big Brother so cautious? Fingdu said helplessly. Sometimes, he really felt that his elder brother was too cautious. They had to investigate everything clearly before making a move. With the Sea clan's power, they didn't fear anyone. At the very least, he was not afraid of most people. That guy was just a baron of the empire. What was there to worry about? What do you know? If everyone is like you, our Sea clan will be finished sooner or later. Si Jing's expression turned stern as he glared at him. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, you are right. Fingdu didn't dare to refute. He shrunk his neck and replied with a guilty conscience. Although that Wang Ting is just a baron, he seems to have some support in the Qian Empire's military. It is said that he made some contributions, but he has some grudges with the Pyrax family, one of the 8 royal families of the Qian Empire. Speaking up to this point, Pei Jing suddenly shook his head and said, but this is exactly what I don't understand. Logically speaking, a mere baron who has a grudge with one of the 8 royal families of the empire. How can he still be alive and kicking outside? What's wrong with that? Someone must be protecting him. Fingdu said. Someone must be protecting him. But the person protecting him can't be by his side all the time. Do you think that the Pyrax family would let him live until today with the way those big families do things? Pei Jing said. Big brother, you are saying. Fingdu wasn't stupid. Since Pei Jing had already explained to this extent, he naturally understood something. He frowned and said, that bastard has other backing? Yes. Pei Jing nodded. He said, when I wanted to investigate further, I realized that my authority wasn't enough. What? Big brother, with your authority, you can't investigate a baron of a high-leveled civilized country? That's impossible. Fingdu said in disbelief. Would I lie to you? Pei Jing sighed helplessly and said. Fingdu was instantly speechless. His expression kept changing, and his expression was uncertain. Pei Jing's words had undoubtedly disrupted his revenge plan. If even his big brother couldn't investigate, it meant that this person's identity might not be as simple as it seemed. Could it be that because he's a triple-down master, the Qian Empire's secondary profession alliance has blocked his news? Fingdu said unwillingly, although he's a triple-down master, the highest level he has is only a level 4 master. Triple-down master? Level 4 master? Pei Jing looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. He felt very tired and said coldly, let's not talk about alchemy, runes, and forging. His spiritual chef attainments have at least reached the peak of the master level. He's a level 4 master, and he's definitely not an ordinary one. Now that the exchange is around the corner, will he clearly hang his level on his chest for others to see? Can you use your brain? Fingdu was speechless. His expression gradually turned ugly. He lowered his head, and there was a trace of unwillingness and resentment in his eyes. Pei Jing sighed. He knew that Fingdu wouldn't give up easily, so he said helplessly, don't worry about this. We'll think about it slowly. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Fingdu gritted his teeth. What are you guys talking about? I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. Big brother Leshan. Fingdu and Pei Jing saw the person coming, and their eyes flashed as they quickly called out. Fingdu's face even restrained his previous arrogance and showed a trace of respect. In front of this young man, he didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Let's go. Lu Tun and Yueling are here. I'll bring you guys to meet them, the young man called Leshan said lightly. Big brother Lu Tun. There's also Lu Yan. Fingdu and Pei Jing were slightly shocked and cried out involuntarily. Hearing these 2 names, even Pei Jing restrained the trace of arrogance on his face. He hurriedly followed Leshan's footsteps and asked softly, I remember that big brother Lu Tun is guarding the Thunder region's Sky Thunder Mountain in the bounded domain space? How come you have time to come back? There's a situation. Leshan's face showed a trace of anger. He hesitated for a moment and said. Seeing this, Pei Jing immediately didn't dare to ask more. However, he took note of this matter and waited to go back and ask the elders in his family. Lu Tun guarding the Thunder region's Sky Thunder Mountain was not a small matter. Now that there was a situation, the elders in his family must know. The three of them turned into a corridor and quickly walked to the door of a wide hall. Through the door, they could see a lively scene inside. Many people surrounded a huge door. Some were commenting and some were knocking on it. It was obvious that they were gambling. Les Han glanced around and found a few familiar figures. He immediately brought Fingdu and Pei Jing over. Lu Tun. Lu Yan. Les Han called out with a smile when he got close. The two figures turned their heads. After seeing Les Han, they nodded lightly. They were not too polite but also not too distant. If Wang Ting was here, he would definitely recognize that one of them was Lu Tun who was defeated by him. Let me introduce them to you. These two are the young talents of the Pei family, Fingdu and Pei Jing. They are both genius spirit chef masters of the Pei family with extraordinary attainments. If you want to eat any spirit food, you can find them. Les Han didn't care. He smiled slightly and introduced them. Fingdu and Pei Jing's eyes couldn't help but fall on the woman in front of them. They couldn't move their eyes away. This woman was wearing an alchemist costume. She was tall and graceful. Her pretty face was exquisite to the extreme without any flaws, as if it was carved out of crystal. Her pair of eyes were extremely spiritual. They flickered like stars and exuded a faint purple. There was a noble and profound meaning, which attracted the eyes of the surrounding people unconsciously. It was difficult to extricate themselves. Cough cough. Les Han saw the ugly state of the two and couldn't help but cough dryly. Fingdu and Pei Jing came back to their senses. Their faces couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. However, the astonishment in their eyes didn't disappear. They had long heard that Lu Yan of the Lu family was not only extremely talented in alchemy, but her appearance was also superb. Many busybodies rated her as one of the 5 great beauties of the younger generation of the core family of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Seeing her today, they knew that those rumors were not exaggerated. This Lu Yan was not only one of the 5 great beauties, she was ranked first among the 5 great beauties. They didn't feel exaggerated. Too beautiful, it was as if she had walked out of a painting. Especially the unique temperament of an alchemist, it made her even more outstanding. The Lu family hid her too well. As a core family member of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, they actually only saw Lu Yan's true appearance today. Nice to meet you. At this time, Lu Tun took the initiative to nod slightly at them. He didn't put on airs at all. Big brother Lu Tun, we have always heard of the name of the Lord of Sky Thunder Mountain. However, we are all subprofessions and don't have the qualifications to enter the domain space. It's a pity that we haven't really seen Big brother Lu Tun's elegant demeanor. Fingdu immediately flattered and complimented with a smile. The corner of Lu Tun's eyes twitched fiercely. Since he was defeated by Wang Ting and was driven down from the throne of Sky Thunder Mountain, he had been recuperating in the family for the past few days. He didn't go out because he was worried that this news would be known by others and become a joke. But he didn't expect that when he just came out today, he would meet an ignorant person who touched his sore spot. It really made him lose face. It was reasonable to say that the news of him losing Sky Thunder Mountain should have already spread. It was impossible for the families of the Subprofession Alliance to not know. This person from the Pei family in front of him still mentioned it in front of him. Could it be that he was mocking him? Lu Yan glanced at Lu Tun and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. This laugh was like 100 flowers blooming, as if the entire hall was slightly brightened. Miss Lu Yan is indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great beauties of the younger generation of the core families of our Subprofession Alliance headquarters. She is really admirable. It's a pity that I can't see her normally. Pei Jing's eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of passion as he said. You flatter me. Lu Yan saw his gaze and couldn't help but frown, then smiled faintly. Lu Shan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. These two guys were too embarrassing for him. His talent was not as good as Lu Tun and Lu Yan, and his status in the Lu family was also not as good as theirs. However, he was good at dealing with people and had interacted with many geniuses of the core families of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Today, it was rare for Lu Tun and Lu Yan to appear here, so he thought of introducing them to let them see his ability. But he didn't expect that Fingdu and Pei Jing would be unable to resist at all when they saw Lu Yan's appearance for the first time. Fengdu and Pei Jing didn't notice that the atmosphere was a little strange and still had different thoughts. Although they were all core families of the Subprofession Alliance, these families also had differences in status. A spirit chef family like the Pei family was naturally not as good as a pill family like the Lu family. In addition, Lu Yan and Lu Tun often cultivated outside and were not at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, so they naturally had fewer opportunities to show their faces. Therefore, it was understandable that Pei Jing and Fengdu had not seen Lu Yan because their interactions were really too little. However, when Pei Jing saw Lu Yan today, he was shocked and couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. Pei Jing was considered the most talented spirit chef genius in the younger generation of the Pei family. If he could get Lu Yan's favor, wouldn't he be able to rise to the next level? Although pursuing Lu Yan was more or less like climbing up the social ladder, who could say for sure about the matters between men and women? With his experience of seeing hundreds of flowers, maybe he could really win the heart of a beauty. Everything was possible. Fortunately, Lu Shan was indeed good at dealing with people. With him mediating on the side, the atmosphere gradually eased a lot. Lu Tun and Lu Yan also gave him some face. They didn't want to make the atmosphere too stiff and would occasionally respond with a sentence or two. However, their impression of the Pei brothers didn't change at all. Instead, it became worse. Lu Yan never lacked suitors. She could see through Pei Jing's thoughts at a glance and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He was just a spirit chef grandmaster. To her, he wasn't even comparable to her previous suitors. On the other side, Wang Ting, Gu Luo, and the others were walking on the streets of the trading area, looking at the treasures around them and looking for what they needed. With Gu Luo's participation, the atmosphere became more lively. It was hard to tell that this guy was a clown like Xianxia. When the two of them were together, they were about the same and even more fun. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to them. His mind sank into his status panel. The three people just now had dropped a lot of useful attribute bubbles. Especially that white-robed old man, he was an immortal rank existence. It had to be said that Wang Ting was indeed very lucky. He didn't do anything and picked up an immortal rank's attribute bubble for free. Metal Origin Force * 35,000, Metal Domain, Melder, * 1800, Metal Origin * 3200, Life Origin * 13,000, Soul Origin * 11,500, Immortal Substance * 2,300. These attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and mind, causing him to suck in a deep breath. Damn, as expected of an immortal rank existence. Wang Ting was shocked and moved. Metal Origin Force was a total of 35,000 points. That immortal rank white-robed old man didn't even make a move, but he had already lost so many points. It was obvious how terrifying the origin force in his body was. This was only secondary. The most important thing was the next few attribute bubbles. Metal Domain, Melder rank. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, pieces of enlightenment appeared, causing Wang Ting's control of the metal domain to undergo a transformation. It went from the reality realm to a whole new realm. His gold domain had already reached the corporeal realm, and he could condense the power of his domain into a corporeal form. Its power was at least 3 times stronger than an ordinary gold domain, and this wasn't something an ordinary domain lord could control. Only extremely talented geniuses could comprehend the corporeal realm domain. But now, the Melder realm was still above the reality realm. Normally, only geniuses among the realm masters could comprehend it. Why was that? Because a Melder's domain required a thorough understanding of the domain. They had to be able to command it like an extension of their arm, and their every move contained the power of the domain. In other words, at this point, no matter what battle technique Wang Ting used, he would be able to integrate the domain of the corresponding attribute into it. Although Wang Ting could integrate his domain into his battle technique, it was only the most superficial integration. It was a kind of superposition, but once he reached the Melder realm, things would be different. His battle technique and domain would be integrated, and the two would be indistinguishable from each other. This was no longer a superposition of 1 + 1 = 2, but an unimaginable chemical reaction that would lead to an extreme sublimation. If the previous method of using a domain could erupt with 3 times the power of an ordinary domain, then the Melder's domain could erupt with at least 6 times the power of an ordinary domain. The two couldn't be compared at all. In short, if one didn't have a thorough understanding of the power of the domain, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat. Wang Ting found it hard to believe. He hadn't expected that the immortal white-robed old man would drop a Melder's domain attribute. This was a complete surprise. But when he considered that the other party was an immortal, Wang Ting felt relieved. At that level, it was reasonable for someone to grasp a Melder's domain. Speaking of which, the old monster from the Black Mountain royal family didn't seem to have grasped a Melder's domain. In any case, he didn't drop the corresponding attribute bubbles. It seemed that not every immortal could grasp a Melder's domain. Of course, it was possible that he hadn't even used his Melder's domain when dealing with Wang Ting. Metal Domain, 800/2000, Melder Realm, Second Order. Wang Ting glanced at his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel slightly delighted. Second Order Melder, the 1800 attribute points allowed his metal domain to reach the Second Order Melder Realm. His original Ninth Order Corporeal Realm domain had also been completely perfected. Wang Ting closed his eyes, various insights regarding the metal domain appearing in his mind. The metal origin force automatically revolved around his body, turning into tiny golden threads that wrapped around his body. These golden threads were less than a millimeter away from his body, and outsiders wouldn't be able to sense them at all. These golden threads were impressively a manifestation of the power of the domain, a Melder. This was a Melder. Wang Ting could integrate the metal domain into his attacks with a casual wave of his hand, erupting with terrifying power. Gu Luo seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but curiously size up Wang Ting, but in the end, he didn't sense anything. This guy has sharp senses, Wang Ting thought to himself as he looked straight ahead and dispersed his Melder's domain. Seeing that Gu Luo was no longer paying attention to him, he continued to count his attribute bubbles. After the domain was the Metal Origin, which had a total of 3,200 attribute points, which wasn't a small amount. Metal Origin, 12700/20,000, Stage 2, Wang Ting's understanding of the Metal Origin had increased by quite a bit. Unfortunately, the immortal rank white-robed old man had probably only wanted to teach him a small lesson, so he hadn't used much of his origin force. That was why the attribute points were so low. If the immortal rank white-robed old man knew what Wang Ting was thinking at this moment, he would probably spit at him to death. A small lesson had cost him an arm, and he didn't even know if it could be reattached. This guy actually thought it wasn't enough. What kind of person was this? If he had even the slightest bit of killing intent, he would have been a gorgeous corpse lying on the ground by now. Of course, Wang Ting was only thinking about it. If he really had to face a stronger attack, he wouldn't have dared to do so. If it weren't for Lawford, he wouldn't have been able to survive even if he had a few lives. Wang Ting shook his head and looked at the two attribute bubbles below. His entire body trembled. Damn. 13,000 points of life origin, 11,500 points of soul origin. This was too much. Both attributes were above 10,000 points. It was the first time in a long time that Wang Ting had obtained so many points of soul origin and life origin from a single person. The surprise came a little too suddenly. Wang Ting couldn't help but widen his eyes. He only wanted to shout in his heart, terrifying. Too strong. Could this be an immortal rank existence? However, he was also a little puzzled. That immortal rank white-robed old man had only lost an arm, so how could he have dropped these two attributes? Could it be that cutting off an arm would affect his life origin and soul origin? Wang Ting didn't know that whether or not the immortal rank white-robed old man's arm could be recovered was still a problem. An immortal rank existence's methods weren't something a normal warrior could predict. As the two attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and soul, a very special feeling exploded in his body and soul. Tremble. Wang Ting instantly felt his body and soul tremble. It was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. It was really too good. Life origin 150000/1500000 origin of soul 150000/1500000. After absorbing the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting looked at his own attribute values. What a loss. He suddenly thought of something and almost slapped his thigh in anger. What a loss. He had completely recovered these two attributes, but there were still a lot of attribute points left. It was all wasted. Especially his soul origin, he had wasted a total of 8,000 attribute points. Before, he couldn't make it up even if he wanted to. Now, he had wasted so much. To Wang Ting, this was simply unforgivable. It would be great if I could store it. Damn it. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. This system was too inhumane. It had stolen 8,000 points of his soul origin, not to mention the 3,000 points of his life origin. Since it had already come to this, there was no point in thinking about it. Wang Ting looked at the last attribute bubble, immortal matter. To an immortal rank existence, dropping immortal matter was a basic thing. A total of 2,300 points, to Wang Ting, this was a bit too much. After all, he only had a little over 5,000 immortal matter. This was almost half of what he had. Immortal matter, 7530/10,000, rank 1, very good, there's hope of breaking through to rank 2. Wang Ting was secretly happy. He touched his chin, that white-robed old man's arm is indeed very valuable. As expected, danger is often accompanied by opportunity. A sigh rose from Wang Ting's heart. Then, he looked at the other attribute bubbles. These should have been dropped by Rover. Fire Star Force *45,000, Origin of Fire *4,000, Immortal Matter *3000, the attribute bubbles melded into Wang Ting's body. Large amounts of fire origin energy entered his internal universe. It was a pity he couldn't level it up yet, only able to maintain it at the 9th level. Next was the fire origin, a total of 4,000 points. Large amounts of comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Origin of Fire, 18500/20,000, Stage 2, it's actually about to break through to rank 3. Wang Ting stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He didn't expect the fire origin to rise so quickly. 4,000 points of comprehension was indeed not for show. It allowed Wang Ting's comprehension of the fire origin to take a huge leap. Rover is impressive. He looked into space and exclaimed. It was as though he could see Rover's huge figure there. Having such a protector was truly great. If he could help him get some benefits, then, that would be even better. It was a pity he couldn't. The last attribute bubble was naturally the immortal matter, 3,000 points. This was even more than what the white-robed old man dropped. No wonder he lost an arm. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was, immortal matter, 530/20,000, rank 2, Wang Ting's immortal matter had actually reached the rank 2 level. Even though he didn't feel much, he knew that after reaching the rank 2 level, his soul and life had definitely undergone a huge change. Maybe, he was even more tenacious, which meant that he wouldn't be easily beaten to death. This was without a doubt a huge piece of good news. No matter what, staying alive was his #1 belief. Causing trouble was one thing, but this didn't affect Wang Ting's survival. If one's life was tough, it would be easier to cause trouble. If he didn't cause trouble, how could he pick up attributes? If he didn't pick up attributes, how could he improve himself? Wang Ting was very clear about the cause and effect, there was nothing wrong with it. After checking the 2 Undying Ranks attribute bubbles, Wang Ting looked at the purple-robed elders. He was a Sector Lord warrior, his attribute bubbles should be okay. Universe Level Spirit *7,000, Sector Lord Comprehension *8,000, Saint Level Earth Talent *6,500, Earth Element Star Force *12,000, Earth Domain, Reality, *2,000, Origin of Earth *1200, Wind Type Star Origin Energy *14,000, Wind Domain, Reality, *2,800, Origin of Wind *1500. There were quite a few attribute bubbles from the purple-robed elder. However, it was understandable. After all, he was a Sector Lord warrior, not a normal fighter. Naturally, he had more wool. Unfortunately, the first 2 were spirit and comprehension, they weren't of much use to him. However, the third one made Wang Ting's eyes light up. Saint Level Earth Talent. Wang Ting's Earth Talent was also at the Saint level, but it still required the corresponding attribute values to increase. Therefore, to be able to obtain a Saint Level Earth Talent this time was a pleasant surprise. Saint Level Earth Talent, 35,000/50,000. Looking at the attribute panel, Wang Ting nodded slightly. His Saint Level Earth Talent had reached 35,000 points, he was getting closer and closer to max. It probably wouldn't take long for it to reach the God level. This was good news. If he could raise his Earth talent to the god level, it would definitely be of great help to Wang Ting's future training. It wasn't in vain that I risked my life to smash that old thing so many times. Wang Ting thought to himself. If the purple-robed elder knew what Wang Ting was thinking, he would probably jump up in anger. At that time, he was pressed down to the ground by an undying, he couldn't even crawl up, how could he risk his life, this was going too far. The fourth attribute bubble was the Earth Star Origin Power, which was worth a total of 12,000 points. Unfortunately, it wasn't of much use to Wang Ting. It wasn't a good thing to improve too quickly, look at the current situation. There were so many attribute bubbles. Yet, he couldn't raise his cultivation level. All he could do was stare helplessly. It really made one feel helpless. If the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy knew of Wang Ting's thoughts, they would most likely spit on him. This fellow had already taken such a huge lead, yet he was still trying to take advantage of the situation. He was simply inhumane. Next was the attribute bubble. It was extremely useful. 2000 reality, Earth domain, as the attribute bubble merged with Wang Ting's mind, Feng Qiu's eyes lit up. His understanding of the domain of Earth appeared. Wang Ting's expression did not change, but his eyes flickered, and streaks of yellow light flashed past. Domain of Earth, 4500/8000, Level 8 reality. Wang Ting's Earth domain was already at the 8th rank of the corporeal realm, so the knowledge of the purple-robed elder's domain was still helpful to him. It could be seen that the elder's domain wasn't weak. As the domain comprehension gradually calmed down, another even more mysterious comprehension appeared, that was the comprehension of the origin. 1,200 points of the origin of Earth, even though it wasn't as much as the attributes dropped by an undying, it was still quite a lot. Origin of Earth, 8,700/20,000, Stage 2, Wang Ting's eyes flickered. His mind flashed with comprehension, transforming into mysterious engravings of heaven and earth, causing his comprehension of the origin of Earth to rise by a small amount. This process didn't last long. To Wang Ting, it was just a moment. However, the attribute bubbles that followed made him overjoyed. It's actually the wind-type star origin. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He thought of the gray-robed elder Yang Song. The other party was a 3-elemental martial artist, one of which was the wind elemental. Moreover, he had helped him at that time. It should be the attribute bubbles that dropped from that time. Wind elemental star energy, 14300/50,000, universe level 5. Wang Ting's wind-type star origin had yet to reach the 9th level. Currently, it was only at the 5th level. To be able to raise these 14,000 points, even though it wasn't enough to raise his level, it was still a huge gain. Wind-type star origin was after all a special type of origin energy. It wasn't easy to raise, especially when one's level was higher. The chances of a special type of origin energy fighter appearing were lower. This was something that couldn't be helped. After absorbing the origin energy attribute, another attribute bubble followed. Wind domain at 2,800 points, and it was a reality domain. This made Wang Ting pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to actually obtain a reality domain of wind. Wang Ting's wind domain had also reached the reality level, but it was only at the 4th level. Now that he obtained the reality domain, his wind domain had also improved by quite a bit. Domain of wind, 1,300/5,000, 5th order reality, in an instant. Wang Ting's comprehension of the wind domain had risen by a level, from the 4th level to the 5th level. This result made him overjoyed. His elemental domain had already risen to the 8th and 9th level of the reality level. Only the special attribute domains were still lagging behind. One had to know that the special attribute domains were much stronger than the elemental domain. If he could raise them, Wang Ting would have an absolute advantage even when facing some of the elemental geniuses. Other than that, the most important attribute bubble was Wind Origin, a total of 1,500 points of the Wind Origin attribute, Origin of Wind, 9,800/10,000, Stage 1. Wang Ting's comprehension of the wind origin appeared in his mind, transforming into countless mysterious green engravings, as though they were directly engraved into his memories, becoming his comprehension. After an instant, Wang Ting looked at his status panel and couldn't help but be stunned. His head was filled with black lines. 9,800 points. Just 200 points away from breaking through to the second level. However, he was stuck at this point, neither going up nor going down. This made him feel very uncomfortable, as though his heart was being scratched by a claw. Phew! Wang Ting took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about it. The last few attribute bubbles came from the effeminate-looking young man. Earth Element Star Force * 8700, Bone Shattering Sword Technique * 2500 Bone Shattering Sword * 1000, 3 attribute bubbles. It wasn't a lot, but it was extremely impressive. It wasn't inferior to the 2 immortal rank attribute bubbles. The first attribute bubble didn't need to be mentioned. It was also Earth Star Force. Wang Ting was too lazy to look at it. The second attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's mind, causing his eyes to suddenly burst with light. Immortal Rank Sword Technique. That feminine youth actually gave him an immortal rank sword technique. To be honest, when the other party used that sword technique, he didn't feel that it was an immortal rank sword technique at all. The execution was too trashy. If an immortal rank sword technique was in Wang Ting's hands, he only needed to raise it to the beginner rank. Any casual execution would be much better than the other parties. Don't tell me he's just a piece of trash. Wang Ting's expression gradually became strange. Although the other party claimed to be the young master of the bone-shattering sect and had an immortal rank as his guardian, his identity shouldn't be fake. However, the so-called young master could actually be many. After all, the bone-shattering sect was such a large force. The sect master must have many children. It was inevitable that there would be 1 or 2 pieces of trash. This was very reasonable. At this moment, in Wang Ting's mind, a human figure appeared and practiced this sword technique. However, this image disappeared very quickly. There wasn't much comprehension. Bone-shattering sword technique, immortal rank 2500/5000, beginner, what a piece of trash. Wang Ting shook his head. Just 2,500 attribute points. For an immortal rank technique, it was really too little. That feminine youth indeed didn't learn this immortal rank sword technique properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. After the comprehension entered his mind, Wang Ting suddenly discovered an interesting problem. To perform the bone-shattering sword technique, one actually needed to use a special power. This special power was recorded in the bone-shattering sword technique. It was called the bone-shattering power. As for the so-called bone halts power, it actually came from bones, that's right, bones. To practice this bone-shattering sword technique, one needed to draw killing intent into the bones. It would allow the bones to possess the so-called shattering intent and become the bone-shattering power. However, this process wasn't that easy. It was even very painful. Drawing killing intent into the bones. If one wasn't careful, the bones would crack and cause serious injuries. Once or twice was fine. However, if one wanted to practice this sword technique, one would need to draw killing intent into the bones frequently. Who could stand it if it happened every day? Moreover, when one practiced it to a higher level, one would need to draw an even more dense killing intent. The risk was even greater. It was possible that one's bones and flesh would shatter inch by inch. That would be worse than death, hence, unless one had a special body constitution, one wouldn't be able to adapt to practicing this sword technique. Wang Ting seemed to understand why the feminine-looking young man had only mastered this sword technique to the beginner level. Without a certain amount of perseverance, one definitely wouldn't be able to practice it. As for the feminine-looking young man, one could tell that he wasn't someone with perseverance. Wang Ting shook his head. He looked at the last attribute bubble and raised his eyebrows. Shattering bone, before he had time to think, the attribute bubble had already fused into his body. In a daze, Wang Ting felt that there seemed to be a strange energy in his body. This energy flowed through his limbs and bones but didn't fuse into his flesh and blood. Instead, it gradually seeped through his flesh and blood and finally fused into his bones, causing his bones to undergo some sort of transformation. Wang Ting wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling because he had experienced it once before. When Wang Ting had obtained the black bone from the dark apparition, he had experienced a similar feeling. Obviously, the shattering bone he had obtained from the feminine-looking young man was the same as the black bone he had obtained from the dark apparition. They were both bone-type talents that could be used on bones. Hence, when Wang Ting obtained the related attribute bubble, there would be such a change. 1,000 points of shattering bone had fused into Wang Ting's body, allowing him to quickly obtain this bone-type talent. The relevant information also appeared in his mind. Shattering bone was actually a type of bone constitution that was suitable for absorbing killing intent. Those who possessed this talent were naturally suited to drawing killing intent into their bodies. The degree of danger was much lower than that of ordinary warriors. Moreover, after absorbing killing intent, the bones would become extremely tough. Not only would they be tougher than ordinary warriors, but they would also possess a certain degree of attack power. This kind of power was most suitable for performing the bone-shattering sword technique. Wang Ting suddenly understood that the bone-shattering sword technique must have been created by the founder of the bone-shattering sect in order to complement the shattering bone talent. Only by using the shattering bone talent would one be able to cultivate the bone-shattering sword technique with half the effort. If ordinary warriors wanted to cultivate the bone-shattering sword technique, not only would the degree of danger be greatly increased, but the cultivation would also be half the result with twice the effort. They would need to spend more time and energy than those with the shattering bone talent, and they would need all sorts of treasures. All in all, even if ordinary people obtained this sword technique, it wouldn't be suitable for them to cultivate it. However, this was not a problem for Wang Ting. Not only had he obtained the bone-shattering sword technique, but he had also obtained the shattering bone talent that was impossible to obtain. That feminine-looking young man wasn't here to steal his turbid bone. He was here to give him a treasure. Good man, what a good man, Wang Ting thanked the other party in his heart. At the same time, he sent his greetings to his family. Shattering Bone, 1000/10,000, Stage 1, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. He didn't expect the Shattering Bone talent to be divided into stages. The 1,000 attribute points that he obtained were only enough to reach Stage 1, and he was still far from breaking through to Stage 1. Wang Ting suddenly regretted that he didn't take advantage of the feminine-looking young man. What a pity, there were only so few attribute points. The next time I meet him, I must take advantage of his attribute bubbles again. Wang Ting thought to himself. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed that behind the shattering bone and black bone talents, there was an additional word, fusion. It can actually be fused. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Without thinking, he immediately chose to fuse. On the attribute panel, the two talents fused together. Shattering Bone plus Black Bone equals Xianxia Black Bone 1000/10,000, Stage 1, a brand new talent appeared in front of Wang Ting. Sky Shattering Black Bone. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He felt that it was quite impressive. The Sky Shattering Black Bone sounded much better than Shattering Bone and Black Bone. It was so high-end and classy. It was on a completely different level. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Wang Ting's mind. After the fusion, the sky-shattering black bone had the characteristics of shattering bone and black bone. Not only could it absorb killing intent, but it could also use all the bones in its body as a means of attack. One had to know that black bone was a very powerful talent. It could use all the bones in one's body as a means of attack. Very few warriors could block it if it was unexpected. Now that he had the bone halt force, its power had increased greatly. There was also something that Wang Ting was very satisfied with. Black bone was originally a dark apparition's talent, so it naturally had a dark aura. However, after the fusion, the dark aura was completely restrained. The black patterns on the surface of the bone had completely merged into the bone, and the surface had some shattering engravings formed by killing intent. It was also a black pattern, but the shattering engravings completely covered the dark engravings and wouldn't be easily discovered. This meant that when Wang Ting used the sky-shattering black bone in the future, as long as he didn't actively use the dark force within, he wouldn't be discovered. I didn't expect it to be like this. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the corner of his mouth gradually curled up into an amused smile. The only pity was that the sky-killing black bone was only at the first stage. The killing bone was at the first stage, and the black bone was only at the emperor bone stage. The Emperor Bone was equivalent to the planetary stage, so it wasn't much different from the first stage. It wasn't enough for Wang Ting, who was at the universe stage. No matter what, it had to be raised to stage 3 to match his current state. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective. No rush, it will be raised sooner or later. Wang Ting smiled, and he was very confident in his heart. Brother Wang Ting, what happy thing did you think of that made you smile so happily? Why don't you share it with everyone? A face suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ting and asked with a smile. Did I? Wang Ting glanced at him indifferently and asked back. Yes, on the way here, you've mysteriously smiled 3 times. Gu Luo nodded. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Xianxia. Yes, yes, yes. Little brother Wang Ting, you're smiling so happily. Yu Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Wang Ting was a little speechless. This little girl was on the same side with Gu Luo so quickly? He really wasted a few meals of spirit food. His eyes turned, and he casually made up a story. To have a good friend like Brother Gu Luo, isn't it worth being happy? Looking at Brother Gu Luo's handsome face, I feel that it's pleasing to the eye. Gu Luo. What the hell is this guy talking about? He immediately thought of his previous guess, and his face was full of vigilance. He quietly took a step to the side. Yu Xianxiang felt that something was a little strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She looked at Gu Luo's face and nodded in agreement. Little brother Gu Luo is indeed very handsome, but compared to little brother Wang Ting, he's still a little lacking. Gu Luo. He was actually inferior. He couldn't help but look at Wang Ting's face. There wasn't much of a difference. At most, they were evenly matched. What kind of eyesight did this girl have? She wasn't professional at all. Wang Ting saw that the two's attention was diverted, and he smiled proudly in his heart. Little guy, you still want to trick me. The core area of the trading zone is in front. The things there are more precious and rare than those on the street. Let's go take a look? Grandmaster Alfred pointed at a few buildings in front of them. Huh? The trading zone is inside the building? Wang Ting raised his head and looked over. He was surprised and exclaimed softly. Of course. There are too many items in the trading zone. It's impossible to stack them all together. Of course, they have to go through a certain selection process to filter out the low-grade items and distinguish them from the high-grade ones. It's convenient for everyone to pick the treasures. Gu Luo also looked at the buildings in front of them and said with a smile. If that's the case, if there are any treasures, wouldn't they have already been taken by the Vice Profession Alliance? Wang Ting said. Hee, you're wrong about that. Gu Luo smiled proudly and looked at Wang Ting, but he wasn't in a hurry to continue. What do you mean? Wang Ting couldn't help but be curious when he saw that Gu Luo was keeping him in suspense. Brother Wang Ting, if you're willing to beg me, I'll tell you. Gu Luo smiled. Tisk. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at Grandmaster Alfred. You're really not interesting at all. Gu Luo shook his head. Without waiting for Grandmaster Alfred to speak, he said meaningfully, do you think the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters cares more about the fame and influence this trading zone can bring, or the treasures? Wang Ting was enlightened. As expected, he couldn't see the bigger picture. He was thinking from his own point of view, but he forgot that this was the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Such a powerful faction wouldn't care about treasures. Compared to treasures, the reputation and influence of the trading zone were naturally more important. Grandmaster Gu Luo is right. The Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters has a rule that those who appraise treasures can't buy them privately. They also have to keep it a secret and can't let others buy them. Once discovered, the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters will punish them severely. Grandmaster Alfred nodded and said, therefore, those who appraise treasures are generally people of virtue and prestige, and they have to be existences above the saint level. Their minds won't be affected by ordinary treasures. Of course, the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters will also pay the appraisers enough to satisfy them. They won't have any other thoughts. I didn't know there were so many tricks in this world, Wang Ting exclaimed. Otherwise, how could this trading zone attract the attention of so many martial arts experts and sub-professions? Gu Luo smiled. We haven't seen any immortal-level existences along the way. They must be inside the building, Wang Ting nodded and said. That's right. Grandmaster Alfred also nodded and said, we've wasted a lot of time just now. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others are probably inside. Then let's go quickly. I can't wait any longer. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He smiled and walked toward the building in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that there were only one building in front of them. It was just that the building had a strange shape and was connected to each other. When they came to the front of the building, the guards at the door didn't stop them. They just bowed slightly and let them in. Wang Ting walked into the building with his hands behind his back. He looked around and immediately saw that the stalls were arranged in an extremely orderly manner, like chess pieces. Moreover, the situation inside was much livelier than outside. Many people surrounded the stalls and haggled with relish. Wang Ting and the others immediately wandered around in high spirits. The place was so spacious that they couldn't see the end of it. Although the stalls looked crowded, in fact, there were at least 4 or 5 meters between each stall. It didn't seem crowded at all. I wonder if there's any cloud fairy milk here. Wang Ting walked between the stalls and activated the Eye of Truth to search. Brother Wang Ting, what are you looking for? Gu Luo asked. Cloud fairy milk. Wang Ting answered casually. It's actually cloud fairy milk. Gu Luo's eyes flashed. Obviously, he was no stranger to it. He nodded and said, then I'll help you keep an eye out. Thank you, Brother Gu Luo, Wang Ting said with a smile. Unfortunately, after walking around for half a day, they still couldn't find the cloud fairy milk. This made Wang Ting feel extremely helpless. Since you can't find it, let's go to the 2nd and 3rd floors. There are more good things there. It's not strange that there are no strange things like the cloud fairy milk on the 1st floor, Gu Luo said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. The 2nd floor not only has all kinds of treasures, but also a place for gambling. Many people are also here for those magical ores, Grandmaster Alfred said. Or gambling. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go up and take a look. Why, Brother Wang Ting is also very interested in or gambling. Gu Luo smiled. A little, Wang Ting said. What a coincidence, I'm also interested. Gu Luo smiled and said very confidently, why don't we have another bet? You want to gamble with me? Wang Ting looked at him with a strange expression. What's with that look? Gu Luo said. Nothing. If you want to gamble, of course I'll accompany you. I just don't know how you want to gamble with me. Wang Ting asked. It's very simple. Let's see who can open the mine with the highest value. The loser will agree to a request of the winner, Gu Luo said. Brother Gu Luo, you really don't give up. Wang Ting looked at him meaningfully and said. How about it? Gu Luo asked with a smile. I can promise you. Wang Ting said with a smile. I'm just afraid that Brother Gu Luo will lose to me again. You are really confident. Gu Luo said and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I won't hide it from you. I'm not only a Grandmaster of Alchemy, but also a Grandmaster of Ore-seeking. Is that so? Wang Ting looked at him and laughed. Moreover, he laughed very happily. Wang Ting and Gu Luo each had their own thoughts as they walked up to the 2nd floor. Grandmaster Alfred and Imperial Fragrance looked at each other, a little confused. In their eyes, the two of them were smiling like little foxes. Neither of them was good, they didn't know why, but they both had the same thought. Grandmaster Alfred shook his head and hurriedly followed after him. Xianxia naturally didn't fall behind. To her, today's scene was really interesting and fun. Everywhere she went, she felt new. Moreover, she followed Wang Ting and the others, which made it even more interesting. In her heart, whether it was Wang Ting or Gu Luo, they were both very interesting people. To be able to meet such interesting people, she felt very happy. The staircase to the 2nd floor wasn't very long, only about 20 to 30 steps. After walking for a while, they arrived at the staircase. 2 sector lords stood at the side of the staircase. When they saw Wang Ting and the others, their eyes immediately swept past their chests. Grandmaster Alfred and the others didn't think much of it, but when their eyes fell on Wang Ting's chest and saw the 3 badges, they were slightly stunned. 3 Dao Grandmaster. The youth in front of them was actually a 3 Dao Grandmaster. This was extremely rare. Even in the Vice Profession Alliance headquarters, there was almost no 3 Dao Grandmaster. It was extremely difficult to reach the Grandmaster level in any field, but the youth in front of them had actually reached the Grandmaster level in 3 fields. This person's talent was definitely not ordinary. The 2 sector lords looked at each other and asked politely, "You all want to go up to the 2nd floor, do you all know the rules?" "Rules?" Wang Ting was stunned and asked, "What rules?" "Look at me, I forgot about this." Alfred immediately reacted and said awkwardly, "If you want to go to the 2nd floor, you must be at least at the 6th level of the Supreme Power level." In fact, he couldn't be blamed for this. They were well aware of Wang Ting's attainments in alchemy. In addition, Wang Ting's usual performance made them no longer regard Wang Ting as an ordinary Grand Master. However, they forgot that his rating still remained the same. Now, the highest rating was only the 4th level of the Grand Master level, which didn't meet the requirements to go up to the 2nd floor. Speaking of which, although you're a 3-path Grandmaster, you're only a 4th stage Grandmaster. Gu Luo glanced at Wang Ting with a hint of schadenfreude. He watched the show from the side. In fact, he was also very curious about Wang Ting's level. If a Grandmaster of the 3 Daos had reached the high level, wouldn't it be somewhat heaven-defying? He just didn't know if he had that kind of talent. As he came into contact with this guy more and more, he became more and more interested in Wang Ting. This guy was like a bottomless pit. There seemed to be all kinds of surprises waiting for him. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Only then did he realize that her level wasn't low. He said in surprise, "You've reached the 6th level of the Supreme Power level?" "Yes, I'm a genius," Xianxia said with her small chest puffed out. Wang Ting was speechless. So he was the lowest level. The alchemy badge on Gu Luo's chest showed that he was also at the 6th level of the Supreme Power level. He completely met the requirements. Then what should I do? Wang Ting asked helplessly, "Can't I go up like this?" "If there are 5 Supreme Power level masters above the 6th level as guarantors, you can enter the 2nd floor." One of the sector lords laughed. "Of course, if there is an immortal level existence or a saint level existence as guarantors, it's also possible." Another sector lord said. "That won't be difficult." Alfred smiled and said, "I'll ask Grandmaster Huayuan and the others to come over as guarantors." Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded slightly. "Only 2 are needed." The 2 sector lords glanced at the crowd and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your generosity." Wang Ting smiled and cupped his fists. "You're welcome. You're welcome." The 2 sector lords looked at each other and smiled. They saw that this young man in front of them was a master of 3 realms. His future was limitless. There was no need to make things difficult for him over such a small matter. Of course, they were willing to do him a favor. On the 2nd floor, many people looked over and seemed to be a little surprised. Generally speaking, those who could go up to the 2nd floor understood the rules, so there was almost no such thing as being stopped at the staircase. No matter how they looked at it, it was a little embarrassing. They were all respectable people with status. If they were stopped and couldn't go up, wouldn't it be a big shame? In the crowd, Fengdu saw Wang Ting at the staircase at a glance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's him again. His highest level of sub-occupation is only 4th grade Grandmaster. I wonder if he can go up. Pei Jing's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully. Humph, a 4th grade Grandmaster wants to go up to the 2nd floor. What a wishful thinking. Fengdu snorted and sneered. The 3 from the Lu family heard the conversation between the 2. It seemed that they had some enmity with the group of people at the staircase. They immediately turned their heads curiously. Do you know those people? Lu Shan asked. Yes. Fengdu nodded and told them about the conflict last night with exaggeration. I didn't expect there to be such a shameless person. Lu Shan's face changed, revealing a look of disgust as he said coldly. He didn't expect Feng Du to lie to him because the cause and effect were very clear. The Feng family was qualified to leave a stall for their own use, but it was occupied by an outsider. In the end, not only did the outsider not return it, but he also hit Feng Du. This was a little shameless. For a moment, Lu Shan had a common enemy. However, he didn't notice that Lu Tun's face suddenly changed after seeing the familiar face. It's him. Lu Tun's pupils shrank slightly. He was too familiar with that face. A few days ago, he was defeated by this person and was driven down from the throne of Sky Thunder Mountain. He would never forget that face even if it turned into ashes. It was just that he didn't expect to meet him here at all. Moreover, that guy was actually wearing a sub-occupation costume and looked like a dog. If he hadn't seen that face clearly, he would have thought that he had seen wrongly. What's wrong? Lu Yan, who was next to him, was extremely sensitive. She felt the change in Lu Tun's expression and couldn't help but ask. That black-haired young man is the one who defeated me. Lu Tun took a deep breath and also replied with a voice transmission. So you were defeated by him. So, the other party is also a martial arts genius? Lu Yan didn't immediately understand the meaning of Lu Tun's words. She was just a little surprised by Wang Ting's martial arts strength. After all, the other party was wearing a sub-occupation costume, which was a bit of a contrast. I mean, this person is the one who defeated me in Sky Thunder Mountain. Lu Tun glanced at her and said. If it wasn't for the other party's expression, he would almost think that the other party was laughing at him. Lu Yan's beautiful face finally showed a trace of astonishment. She turned to look at Lu Tun, and then looked at the black-haired young man at the stairs. Is it this person? Yes. Lu Tun nodded with a dignified expression. He really couldn't see the black-haired young man clearly. Who was this person? Why did he appear here again? Since being driven down from Sky Thunder Mountain, the people of Lu clan had been investigating the other party's identity. However, the other party didn't leave after snatching Sky Thunder Mountain, so they couldn't figure out the other party's identity. Interesting. Lu Yan slowly came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes flashing as she looked at the black-haired young man in the distance, a rare look of interest appearing on her pretty face. This person is also a grandmaster in his secondary occupation, and is actually a grandmaster in the Three Daos. Why don't you go and find out his background? Lu Tun said. I'll find a chance. Lu Yan nodded secretly and said, but the Sea brothers seem to have a grudge with this person. Just two idiots. Lu Tun's eyes flashed with disdain as he said lightly. You really don't give them any face. Lu Yan chuckled in her heart. Lu Shan's friends are too mixed. He didn't even let go of this kind of trash. How disappointing. Lu Tun said. You can't blame him. Although these two people are a bit annoying, they are still useful. It's not a loss to make friends with them. Lu Yan said. Lu Tun no longer said anything, tacitly agreeing with Lu Yan's point of view. How could there be so much pure friendship between the children of big clans? Although they looked down on Si Jing and Si Jing, it didn't prevent Lu Shan from making friends with them. Anyway, it was good for Lu clan, so why not? But I still have to remind you. Lu Yan said. Lu Tun nodded and said a few words to Lu Shan through telepathy. On the other side, the two people from Feng Du were scolding Wang Ting with Lu Shan, hoping to use the power of Lu clan to suppress Wang Ting. After all, with a powerhouse like Lu Tun here, they believed that Wang Ting would never dare to be rash in front of him. This time, he could only bow his head obediently. Lu Shan didn't think much of it. He was just a foreign sub-profession. Even if his talent was better, it was nothing to their Lu clan. However, Lu Tun suddenly sent him a telepathy, and the words in it made him extremely stunned. He couldn't help but swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then, he turned his neck stiffly and stared at Lu Tun with his eyes wide open. What the hell, that black-haired young man was actually the one who defeated Lu Tun? This was really beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he almost agreed to the request of the two brothers from Feng Du to teach that black-haired young man a lesson. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face today. Brother Lu Shan. Seeing Lu Shan suddenly shut his mouth, the two people from Feng Du couldn't help but feel a little strange. Oh, what? At this moment, Le Shan looked at Fengdu and Fengdu again. The intimacy in his eyes suddenly dissipated by more than half, and even a trace of indifference rose involuntarily. These two guys were obviously scheming against him. Their intentions were to be killed, although this kind of friendship was for some mutual benefit, he didn't want to be used as a tool. The words of the two people from Fengdu were stuck in their throats. They had been talking nicely and thought that they could borrow the power of the music family. Who would have thought that the other party didn't even listen to them? How were they supposed to continue? The two looked at each other, and their expressions were a little awkward. On the other side, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others received Grandmaster Alfred's message and immediately came to the staircase. With a few Grandmasters as his guarantor, Wang Ting naturally entered the second floor smoothly. Please, everyone. Seeing that so many Grandmasters had appeared, the two sector lords immediately became more courteous. Many thanks. Wang Ting nodded and followed Grandmaster Huayuan and the others into the second floor. Why are you guys only here now? Grandmaster Huayuan asked curiously. Grandmaster Alfred immediately transmitted a message to Grandmaster Huayuan and the others about what had just happened. There's actually such danger. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked serious. Yes, fortunately, Grandmaster Wang Ting has an immortal venerable protector by his side. Grandmaster Alfred sighed with emotion. At the mention of this protector, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were a little shocked. It seems that a lot has happened to Grandmaster Wang Ting while he was away from the Qian Empire. An immortal venerable protector. Luo Tang and the other Grandmasters of the younger generation looked at each other, and their hearts were filled with shock. Even if they became saint-level sub-professionals, they probably wouldn't be able to have an immortal venerable protect them at all times. With such a huge gap in front of them, they all felt a sense of defeat. So what if they surpassed Wang Ting in terms of sub-professions? They still couldn't compare to him. Moreover, in terms of sub-professions, they might not be able to compare to Wang Ting. As they talked, they walked into the hall on the second floor. There, they saw pieces of ore of different sizes placed around them. Many people surrounded these ores and commented on them. It was very lively. Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly and felt happy. He had already seen many attribute bubbles floating around some people. He picked them up, or finding skill *200, or finding skill *500, or finding skill *350, one by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body and entered his mind. They turned into many insights, and his or finding skill increased rapidly. Or finding skill. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at the attribute panel. Or finding skill, 8200/10,000, Master, good heavens, I didn't expect to reach the peak of the Master level so soon. Wang Ting was quite happy. His original or finding skill was not very high among the Master level, but now, he had gained so many attribute points just by coming to the hall on the second floor. It was really worthy of celebration. The Master level Mine Explorer required 10,000 attribute points, which was equivalent to the attribute points required for the Grandmaster level of the sub-occupations such as alchemy, smithery, and rune. However, it was easier to level up than the sub-occupations such as alchemy and smithery. If not, Wang Ting didn't know how long it would take him to level up. It's a pity that I don't know if there are any Grandmasters here. If there are, I should be able to reach the Grandmaster level today. Wang Ting calculated in his heart. His eyes swept around and finally fell on Guluo. If he really couldn't do it, there was still one more person here. Brother Guluo, it depends on your performance later. Wang Ting looked at him with a smile and said with an encouraging look. Guluo felt a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could only smile and nod. Well said. Well said. We've just taken a fancy to an ore. Why don't we go take a look now? Grandmaster Huayuan suddenly said. Oh? Wang Ting said in surprise, since you've taken a fancy to an ore, I'll have to take a good look. We're a little uncertain, so we asked you to help us take a look. We didn't expect you to come just in time, Grandmaster Huayuan said with a smile. I remember that when Grandmaster Wang Ting was in the Qian Empire, you found a strange item like the thunder worm. You must be quite good at finding ores, right? Grandmaster Hazel asked. Not bad. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Grandmaster Wang Ting has dabbled in ore finding as well. Grandmaster Luo Tang said in surprise. A little, Wang Ting said humbly. Thunderworm. Gu Luo's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, I didn't expect Brother Wang Ting to have such a record. No wonder you're so confident. I'm not as confident as Brother Gu Luo, Wang Ting said with a smile. Gu Luo did not comment. At this moment, he was already wary of Wang Ting. He would not be as careless as he was when he was fishing in the void. Being able to find a strange item like the thunder worm meant that Wang Ting was definitely not simple when it came to ore finding. No wonder he agreed to compete with him. This was even more interesting. However, Gu Luo still believed that he would win. After all, his ore finding had reached the Grandmaster level. In the past, he had found something more precious than the thunder worm. He was not inferior to Wang Ting at all. Unfortunately, he did not know that when Wang Ting was on Planet 5 burial, he had found something more valuable than the thunder worm. The thunder worm was already a thing of the past. At this time, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others brought Wang Ting to an ore and said through voice transmission, "This is the ore." Wang Ting nodded and looked at the ore in front of him. This ore was 4 to 5 meters long. It was very flat, like a long stone bench. He was not in a hurry to activate the Eye of Truth. Instead, he used his ore finder skills to judge it. His ore finder skills had just improved by a lot. There was a lot of experience and knowledge in his mind that needed to be verified. He was planning to test it out. Gu Luo also looked at it. He touched his chin and circled the ore in front of him twice. He did not know why, but he just wanted to beat Wang Ting. Therefore, he wanted to compete with him in every aspect. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes fell. On Gu Luo's side. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. It dropped. As expected, it dropped attribute bubbles. He immediately picked up the 2 attribute bubbles that dropped next to Gu Luo. Ore finding *1200, ore finding *800, ore finder, 200/30,000, master, ha ha ha. When Wang Ting saw the changes on the attribute panel, he could not help but laugh. In an instant, he felt that the experience and knowledge of mining in his mind was increasing rapidly, and he had crossed a threshold. His eyes suddenly opened up, and he entered a whole new realm. Master level, his ore finder skills had finally reached the master level. Although he had expected it, he did not expect it to come so quickly. When he really reached this level, he could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up crazily. Gu Luo was indeed a master ore finder. He had only performed a little, and so many attribute bubbles had dropped that were useful to him. After a while, Gu Luo came to Wang Ting's side and asked with a smile, "Brother Wang Ting, did you see anything?" Wang Ting glanced at him and said with a smile, "I saw a little." "Brother Gu Luo, you must have an idea." He was in a good mood. "That's right." Gu Luo nodded and said with a smile, "Before we officially start the competition, why don't we warm it up?" "How do we warm it up?" Wang Ting asked. "Let's determine the value of this ore and see who's more accurate." "What do you think?" Gu Luo said. "Please." Wang Ting gestured for him to enter the room. Gu Luo smiled. He knew that Wang Ting had agreed. He then said excitedly, "Based on my judgment, this ore is worth 200 chaos coins." Naturally, he said that to Wang Ting and the others through voice transmission. No one else could hear him. 200 chaos coins. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were shocked. The value was not low. Although there were definitely many treasures on the second floor, not all of them were. Moreover, those who were able to make it there were definitely people with extraordinary eyesight. It would not be easy to pick up scraps from them. "That's Brother Gu Luo's price?" Wang Ting asked. Gu Luo raised his eyebrows. He did not know if Wang Ting was bluffing him. He rolled his eyes and nodded with a smile, "Of course." "Great." Wang Ting smiled and said, "In that case, I'll set the price." "Brother Wang Ting, please be frank," Gu Luo said. "This ore is worth 10 billion universe coins at most," Wang Ting said. 10 billion universe coins? Everyone was shocked and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. The difference in the price between the two was too great. Wang Ting's price was too different from Gu Luo's. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was high and one was low. Everyone was a little confused. Even Gu Luo found it hard to believe. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "Don't tell me you named such a price just to spite me? You're thinking too much. It's just a competition. I don't care about it. Why would I spite you?" Wang Ting said. Gu Luo could not help but roll his eyes and said, "So you're sure you want to set the price at 10 billion universe credits?" "That's right." Wang Ting nodded. "Grandmaster Wang Ting, do you want to reconsider?" Grandmaster Huayuan quickly pulled him back and said telepathically, "This ore is being sold for 60 billion universe credits. 60 billion universe credits. Whoever buys it will suffer a loss," Wang Ting said telepathically. "Really?" Grandmaster Huayuan asked. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Wang Ting said. Grandmaster Huayuan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I believe you." Compared to Gu Luo, of course, he trusted Wang Ting more. Gu Luo shrugged and did not comment. He still insisted on his opinion. This ore was not only worth 10 billion universe credits. "How much is this ore?" At this time, a voice came. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the person and could not help but frown. Fingdu, it was indeed this guy. This person was really haunting him. Next to him was Feng Jing, whom he had seen at the entrance of the trading area. In addition, there were 3 figures behind the 2 of them. He actually knew one of them. Leighton. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He was very surprised. He did not expect to see this place here. However, he thought about it. Weren't they members of the core family of the Subclass Alliance headquarters? It was not surprising that they would appear here. His gaze swept over the other 2 people. One of the men was ordinary and did not have anything worthy of his attention. However, the woman made his eyes flash with a trace of surprise. It was beautiful. Among all the women that Wang Ting had seen, there were only a few that could compare to her. More importantly, she was wearing professional attire that accentuated her figure. She had a unique charm and was definitely a beauty with an extraordinary temperament. This was something that other beauties could not compare to. Wang Ting had never seen a woman who could look as stunning as she did while wearing a secondary professional outfit. However, Wang Ting was experienced and knowledgeable. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately recovered his senses. His gaze didn't linger on the other party for too long. He wasn't someone who couldn't walk when he met a beautiful woman. In comparison, Fingdu and Pei Jing were more worthy of his attention. He wondered what the 2 of them were up to now. "Sister Lu." When Xianxia saw the woman, she suddenly cried out in surprise. "Oh, so it's Xianxia." Lu Yan's gaze fell on the little girl beside Wang Ting, and she was obviously very surprised. Her attention was focused on Wang Ting just now and neglected this little girl. She didn't notice her at the first moment. "Hee, Sister Lu Yan, why are you here?" Yu Xianxiang immediately ran up and held on to the other party's arm and asked. "If you can come, why can't I?" Lu Yan smiled and extended her finger to scratch the other party's nose. "Lu Yan." Wang Ting's eyes flashed. As expected, she was a member of the Lu clan. "Sister Lu Yan, let me introduce you. This is little brother Wang Ting. He is very powerful and has high attainments in spirit cooking. The spirit food that he makes is very delicious." Yu Xianxiang pulled Lu Yan to Wang Ting and introduced both parties. "Little brother Wang Ting, this is my sister Lu Yan. She is a very powerful alchemist." Lu Yan couldn't help but feel grateful towards Yu Xianxiang. She couldn't find a chance to chat with Wang Ting. She didn't expect this little girl to take the initiative to introduce her. "Hello." She looked at Wang Ting and said with a smile, "Lu clan, Lu Yan." "I am Wang Ting." Wang Ting nodded his head. "To be able to make this little girl praise you like this, brother Wang Ting must be extraordinary." Lu Yan said. "This little girl is naive and romantic. Her words are a bit exaggerated." Wang Ting shook his head and said modestly. No way, little brother wanting spirit food is really delicious. If you don't believe me, Sister Lu Yan, you can try it next time. Xianxia said unconvinced. Ha ha ha. Lu Yan smiled and rubbed her head. Only this little girl couldn't see that Wang Ting was being modest. Sister Lu Yan, don't rub my hair. It's messy. Xianxia helplessly said. Okay, okay. Lu Yan replied with a smile. Seeing that Wang Ting was actually talking and laughing with Lu Yan, Feng Du's face suddenly turned ugly. His gaze fell on the ore in front of him. He rolled his eyes and a sneer immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. He snorted lightly, I want this ore. You don't have any objections, right? Go ahead. Wang Ting said indifferently. The stall owner behind the ore saw someone asking and immediately said, this young master has a good eye. I obtained this ore from a mine. The ores there have already yielded many treasures. There are spirit herbs and ancient weapons. They are very valuable. This ore of mine was actually preserved from those ores with great difficulty. That's why it hasn't been opened yet. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me the price. Feng Du said impatiently. Okay, this young master is straightforward. The stall owner liked this kind of person. He immediately said cheerfully, since this young master is interested, I will give you a discount. I will sell it to you for 80 billion universe credits. 80 billion universe credits. Feng Du frowned and seemed to think that it was a little expensive. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were stunned. This stall owner had just said 60 billion universe credits, but now he said 80 billion universe credits. It suddenly increased by 20 billion and he actually said that he was selling it at a discount. He was treating the other party like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. For a moment, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others had a strange look in their eyes. They naturally recognized Feng Du. This person was obviously not on good terms with them. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, they were happy to watch a good show. However, at this moment, Wang Ting suddenly widened his eyes and glared at the stall owner. He said angrily, 80 billion universe credits. This is a young talent from the Feng family. He has a noble status and doesn't lack money. You are only offering 80 billion universe credits. Are you looking down on him? Everyone suddenly looked at Wang Ting in shock. Feng Du's face was full of confusion, but he quickly reacted and couldn't help but be furious. F***ck, a kind of grass, this bastard was clearly scamming him. Lu Tun was also speechless. In his eyes, Wang Ting was a prodigy with strong martial arts talent, but now that the other party had opened his mouth, his image and his heart instantly collapsed. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. This guy seemed to be a little two-faced. Grandmaster, you're right. The stall owner's gaze moved back and forth between Wang Ting and Feng Du. He was a little uncertain about the relationship between the two and hesitated. How about I raise the price again? Feng Du was a little speechless and glared. Raise what? It's only 80 billion universe credits. Are you going back on your word? Hee, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The stall owner suddenly laughed embarrassedly. As expected of the young master of the Feng family. You're so generous. 80 billion universe credits just like that. I'm really impressed. Wang Ting chuckled. On the side, Gu Luo had a strange expression. This guy's heart must be black. He was clearly scamming the other party. However, what made him a little suspicious was how Wang Ting was so sure that the ore in front of him was only worth 10 billion universe credits. Pai Jing could not help but glare at Feng Du. He originally wanted to lower the price, but who knew that Feng Du would agree to it before he could even open his mouth. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike enemy but a pig-like teammate. Feng Du finally came back to his senses and glared fiercely at Wang Ting. He gritted his teeth and said, You dare to scam me? No, which eye of yours saw me tricking you? Wang Ting pretended to be innocent as he retorted. You. Feng Du felt like he had punched a ball of cotton. He was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Enough. Pai Jing immediately stopped Feng Du and looked coldly at Wang Ting. He said faintly, this ore is worth 80 billion universe credits. Let's cut it out and have a look. I hope some people won't be fooled by their own cleverness. Wang Ting smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Grandmaster Wang Ting. Grandmaster Huayuan looked at Wang Ting and asked with a voice transmission. We'll just watch from the side. Wang Ting chuckled and replied with a voice transmission. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at Feng Du and Gu Luo and suddenly sympathized with them. Feng Du did not know what Wang Ting was thinking. He quickly paid and glared fiercely at him again. He immediately said coldly, "Get a stone-cutting master here to cut the ore for us." Good. 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 The stall owner saw that his ore was sold at a price that far exceeded his expectations. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He quickly responded. There were many experienced stone-cutting masters waiting on the second floor. If anyone wanted to cut the ore, someone would immediately come up to deal with it. An old man in his 60s or 70s walked up and asked, "How do you want to cut it?" Feng Du seemed to be afraid of being lectured. He subconsciously turned to look at Pai Jing. Let's start from the edge. Pai Jing frowned and thought for a moment before saying. The stone-cutting master nodded and immediately began to cut the ore. He held a strangely shaped stone-cutting knife and scraped towards the edge of the ore. Layers of stone skin were scraped off from the edge of the ore. The thickness was extremely uniform. It was obvious that the stone-cutting master was very experienced. Feng Du and Pai Jing's eyes were fixed on the cut of the ore. They seemed a little nervous. Even for them, who were the core family members of the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, 80 billion universe credits was not a small amount. Fortunately, most of the ores here were not too bad. They were usually quite valuable. Even if they lost money, they would not lose much. That was why they dared to buy it so boldly. Wang Ting's expression was extremely calm. He looked like he was watching a good show. Brother Wang Ting doesn't seem to be optimistic about this or at all. Lu Yan's eyes flashed as she said. It's all right. I was just guessing. Wang Ting smiled slightly and did not explain further. Lu Yan smiled slightly and did not ask further. This guy obviously did not want to say more. It's out. It's out. Not long after, a sudden exclamation was heard. Aya, it's a bust. I didn't expect such a big ore to only have a few scattered level 6 source stones inside. 80 billion universe credits. I'm afraid it's a terrible loss to buy this ore. 80 billion. I can't even get my capital back. Looking at this, it's not bad to have more than 10 billion universe credits. Everyone's expression changed and immediately looked at the huge ore. Under the stone-cutting master's operation, the ore had been divided into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Only a few source stones inside the ore were emitting light. Judging from the intensity and purity of the light, it was roughly equivalent to a level 6 source stone. There were prospectors among the people who were discussing and could see the value of these source stones at a glance. It was the same as Wang Ting's speculation. Gu Luo's pupils suddenly shrank and he turned to look at Wang Ting in disbelief. This guy was right. What the hell, with his master-level prospecting skills, there were very few mistakes. He did not expect to encounter one today. If it was any other time, it would be fine if he made a mistake. At most, he would lose some money. It was nothing to him. However, today, in front of Wang Ting, the competition they had agreed on had not even started yet and he had already lost. It was really embarrassing for him. Losing money was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. Could it be that this guy was really his nemesis? Brother Gu Luo, thank you for letting me win. Wang Ting smiled. How did you know this or would be a bust? You saw it? That's not right. Judging from its appearance, this ore definitely looks like it's worth a gamble. Also, your guess is very accurate. 10 billion universe dollars isn't much of a difference. Gu Luo looked at Wang Ting with a strange gaze and said in a low voice. I'm just guessing. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party losing his composure. He made up a random story. I don't believe you. Gu Luo could not help but roll his eyes. He was a little depressed. This guy obviously did not want to tell him. He could not see through Wang Ting anymore. Fortunately, Grandmaster Wang Ting is here. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others came back to their senses. There was still shock on their faces as they said with some relief. Yes, who would have thought that such a big piece of ore would yield so little? Grandmaster Emoda shook his head and said. He said 10 billion universe credits and got 10 billion universe credits. Grandmaster Wang Ting is really amazing. Grandmaster Hazel exclaimed. Everyone spoke one after another. They were full of admiration for Wang Ting's ore hunting skills. His ability was just too powerful. They had seen many mining masters, but none of them had the same accurate calculation ability as Wang Ting. His ability was really amazing. I was just lucky. Wang Ting smiled slightly. In fact, if he had not used the Eye of Truth, he probably would not have been able to see through this ore, just like Gu Luo. Gu Luo's current mining skills were above his. If even Gu Luo could not see through it, how could he? He had to admit that the ores on the second floor were not easy to find. Each piece of ore had probably been appraised by a mining master. If they thought there was no problem and allowed to go up to the second floor, it meant that it was difficult to see through the ore's appearance. Naturally, it would be even harder for others to find clues. This was equivalent to going through a strict selection process. The probability of losing would be greatly reduced, but so would the probability of others finding clues. Lu Yan also looked at Wang Ting with a strange light in her eyes. Could this person be good at mining as well? He was a master of 3 paths and a martial arts genius. Now, he was also good at mining. It was really curious. Lu Tun frowned and looked at the ore, then at Wang Ting. No one knew what he was thinking. Little brother Wang Ting is so amazing. Yu Xianxia saw this scene and her eyes lit up. She worshipped Wang Ting even more. Fengdu's expression was ugly. He came back to his senses and turned to glare at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, how dare you trick me? Don't accuse me of cheating you for no reason. Before the ores are cut out, no one knows if they will lose or gain. You're the one who insisted on snatching with me. You can't blame me for this, Wang Ting said slowly. Fengdu's face turned green and white. He was so angry that he could not speak. He looked at Wang Ting's face and wanted to punch him. Fortunately, he knew that he was no match for Wang Ting and did not dare to make a move. Moreover, he knew that he was in the wrong and could not refute. You've been scheming against us from the beginning. Feng Jing's expression finally turned gloomy as he looked at Wang Ting and said coldly. Even with his temperament, he could not hide his anger after being tricked by Wang Ting. He was not so angry when he bought the ore for 80 billion universe credits. After all, there was still a chance for treasure to be found. However, the treasure that was found was only worth 10 billion universe credits, which meant that they had lost 70 billion universe credits. Who could stand that? He almost had a mental breakdown. Who was the one who said that cleverness overreaches itself? Wang Ting picked his ear and tilted his head to look at the other party. He smiled faintly and said, was it you? Feng Jing's facial muscles could not help but twitch. He was speechless. To be honest, they were indeed overreaching themselves. However, it was useless to say this now. He took a deep look at Wang Ting and said, it seems that you have made up your mind to go against my Fengdu clan. Fengdu clan? Wang Ting's expression did not change as he said calmly, is the Fengdu clan very powerful? Lu Yan glanced at Wang Ting. This guy was really arrogant. He did not even put the Fengdu clan in his eyes. This person's martial arts talent was extremely strong. Perhaps he was a genius from a major force as he was not afraid of the Fengdu clan. Good. Very good. Feng Jing sneered and said, if you have the guts, do you dare to compete with me once? Compete in what? Wang Ting asked curiously. Compete in or gambling. Let's see whose ore is worth more. Feng Jing said coldly. You also want to compete with me? Wang Ting glanced at Gu Luo with a strange expression. What was going on? Why did anyone who met him want to gamble with him? Now that he thought about it, ever since he became a mind seeker, he had encountered this kind of situation several times. Could it be that he had some strange physique that others could not help but want to gamble with him when they met him? Furthermore, did the Fengdu clan brothers think that they had not lost enough? They had just been tricked by him once, yet they still dared to gamble with him. It was truly admirable. I don't mind. Gu Luo's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. He did not put these two Fengdu clan members in his eyes. Two more people would not affect anything at all. Feng Jing glanced at Gu Luo and did not pay too much attention to it. He continued, since it's gambling, then there must be a wager. What wager? Wang Ting asked. It's very simple. The final winner can obtain the ores that the others cut out. Feng Jing said. If you guys lose like this time, then wouldn't the wager be meaningless? Wang Ting shook his head. Feng Jing's face twitched as he said, then what do you suggest? The wager will be measured by the value of the ores that the winner cuts out. The loser can just take out treasures of the same value. Do you dare? Wang Ting asked with a chuckle. Feng Jing looked at Wang Ting's calm gaze and could not help but hesitate. This kid seemed to be too confident. If you don't dare, then forget it. Wang Ting said. Who doesn't dare? Do you think we're afraid of you? What a joke. Fengdu immediately interrupted, however, we are not mind seekers, so we need to find a mind seeker to help. Of course, if you need the help of a mind seeker, you can find one yourself. We will not stop you. Feng Jing's eyes flashed as he gave Fengdu a look of admiration. This silly brother of his finally did something right. With their Fengdu clan's influence, finding a powerful mind seeker to help was simply an easy task. In this aspect, they had an absolute advantage. So be it. However, I'm different from some trash. I don't need the help of any mind seeker. Wang Ting said leisurely. Humph, don't try to show off. If you lose, let's see if you can still be proud. Fengdu snorted coldly. Brother Gu Luo, someone is in a hurry to give me money. Don't you think it's strange? Wang Ting chuckled. That's a good thing. Gu Luo echoed with a smile, however, if they find a saint-tier mind seeker, then what are you playing for? In front of so many people, if they are really shameless enough to find a saint-tier mind seeker, then I have nothing to say. Wang Ting said. Humph, we won't take advantage of you. Since you want to find someone to help, then set a standard. We can only find a master mind seeker. That should be fine, right? Fengdu and Feng Jing looked at each other, snorted lightly and said. Up to you. Hurry up and find someone. Don't waste my time. Wang Ting said impatiently. I have already informed them. They will be here soon. Fengdu sneered and said, just wait to lose. It looks like you came prepared. Wang Ting gave him a meaningful glance. He pretended that he didn't care about them at all. Since everyone is so interested, why don't you add us? At this moment, Lu Yan opened her mouth and said with a smile. Miss Lu Yan also wants to play? Feng Jing's face immediately revealed a smile that he thought was very gentle and handsome as he said. Can't I? Lu Yan asked back. Sure. Sure. If Miss Lu Yan wants to play, we will naturally accompany you to the end. A trace of joy involuntarily emerged in Fengdu's heart. This was a good opportunity. When he won against Lu Yan, he could logically waive the bet and show his magnanimity. He would definitely be able to gain the other party's favor. Lu Yan did not care about Fengdu's opinion. Her gaze fell on Wang Ting. I have no objections. Wang Ting said casually. Brother Wang Ting, this bet is not what I want. I just want to ask, does the bet between us still count? Gu Luo said. They bet theirs, we bet ours. Wang Ting said. That's good. Gu Luo nodded and said. What are the two of you betting? Lu Yan asked curiously. A request. Gu Luo said with a smile. Why don't we also change our bet to a request? Lu Yan's eyes lit up and said. This? Wang Ting was a little speechless. This was a bet between him and Gu Luo. Why did this little girl want to join in the fun? Brother Wang Ting, don't tell me you don't dare to promise a little girl like me? Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting with a burning gaze as she covered her mouth and laughed. You don't have to provoke me. So what if I promise you? I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose. Wang Ting said calmly. Don't worry, there are so many people watching. I will naturally do what I promised. Lu Yan said with a smile, but you can't ask for too much. What is considered too much? Wang Ting scanned Lu Yan's figure from head to toe and asked her back with a smile. What do you think? Lu Yan rolled her beautiful eyes and said snappily. Wang Ting smiled slightly. Brother Wang Ting, this beauty seems to be very interested in you. Gu Luo winked at Wang Ting. He chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Wang Ting. However, if I didn't mention this bet, you wouldn't have had such a good opportunity. Tell me, how will you thank me? Come on, you are the one who is looking for trouble. Wang Ting glared at Gu Luo. He knew very well why Lu Yan came. She wasn't attracted by his good looks and was seduced by his appearance. Miss Lu Yan, why don't we change our bet to a condition? If we use treasures as the bet, it will hurt our relationship. Pai Jing said with a licking face. That's not necessary. Since you like to use treasures as the bet, then let's use treasures as the bet. Our Lu family can still afford these treasures. Lu Yan said with a faint smile. Pai Jing's face stiffened and he said with embarrassment, Heh. Hee hee, then we will maintain the original bet. Actually, we are just playing. Miss Lu Yan, you don't have to take it seriously. You can't say that. Since we want to play, then we have to play seriously. Otherwise, it will be boring. Lu Yan did not cooperate at all and retorted. Wang Ting held back his laughter. He could see that Pai Jing wanted to be a licking dog, but Lu Yan did not care about him at all. While they were talking, a figure walked over from afar. Brother Tai Lu. Pai Jing's eyes lit up and immediately went to greet him. Brother Pai Jing. It was a handsome young man with long brown hair. After seeing Pai Jing, he cupped his fist and smiled. Why are you looking for me today? I am looking for Brother Tai Lu to look for ores. Pai Jing immediately recounted the matter and guaranteed, so long as Brother Tai Lu is able to help me win this mind gambling competition, then I will naturally provide a reward that will satisfy Brother Tai Lu. Tai Lu. Lu Yan was a little surprised and whispered, I didn't expect Pai Jing to find this person from the Tai family. Why? Do you know him? Wang Ting asked. The genius of the Tai family who reached the Grandmaster level at such a young age. How can I not know him? Lu Yan said. This Tai family is also one of the core families of the Secondary Profession Alliance? Wang Ting asked. Yes, they are a family of prospectors. There are many excellent prospectors in the family and they are quite powerful. Even our Lu family has to be cautious. Lu Yan said. A family of prospectors. But, another prospector is just what I want. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he smiled in his heart and said, What about you? Who are you looking for? Here we are. Lu Yan looked to the other side and smiled. Wang Ting followed Lu Yan's gaze and saw another figure coming up from the staircase. It was a woman. She was tall and had a heroic look. She had a pair of red phoenix eyes that were slightly sharp. When her gaze swept around, many people subconsciously avoided her gaze. She was also wearing a secondary occupation's robe, but her temperament was completely opposite to Lu Yan's. One was graceful and gentle, while the other was heroic and threatening. However, this woman's figure was also very good. Under the contrast of the secondary occupation's robe, she was particularly outstanding. Another stunner. Gu Luo moved closer to Wang Ting and winked mischievously as he sent a voice transmission to him. Brother Gu Luo, you're very restless, Wang Ting joked. Ahem, I'm a man. You know. Gu Luo coughed dryly. Then why don't you go up? No one will snatch it from you, Wang Ting urged. If you make a move, I believe that no one here is your opponent. You're worthy of being my confidant and good friend. You really have good taste. Gu Luo looked as if he had found a confidant and said emotionally, Brother Wang Ting knows me best. Get lost. Don't you feel mushy? Wang Ting was speechless. While the two were talking, the woman walked straight over and said with a smile, Little Yan Yan, you finally have the time to ask this sister for help. Usually, you're the one who asks me. Now, I'm giving you a chance to perform. Lu Yan laughed. Girl, you're still so sharp-tongued. The heroic woman couldn't help but roll her eyes. Let me introduce you. Lu Yan brought the woman to Wang Ting and said, This is Wang Ting, a quadruple Dao Grandmaster. He even has great attainments in mining. We'll be competing with him later. Oh. The heroic woman looked at Wang Ting and paused at Wang Ting's chest before saying, Grandmaster For Dao, this friend is quite amazing. It seems like he is here for the conference as well. I'm just here to join in the fun. Wang Ting smiled. May I know your name? My name is Xianxia, a member of the Sang clan. The heroic-looking woman introduced herself. The Sang family is also one of the core families of the Sub-Profession Alliance, and is also a family of Or-Seekers. Lu Yan introduced, and she is the most outstanding Or-Seeker of the Sang family's younger generation. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Wang Ting said. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come as well. At this moment, Tai Lu, Feng Du, and the others walked over. Their gazes landed on Xianxia as they spoke. Tai Lu. Xianxia turned her head and looked over, not showing the slightest bit of surprise on her face. Just in time. Before the exchange begins, you and I can test our skills. All right. Tai Lu smiled and looked at the Lu family members. His gaze paused on Lu Yan for a moment before saying, so it's the Lu family members. I was entrusted by someone to do my job. Sorry for offending you later. It's fine, it's just a game. Lu Shan cupped his fists and smiled. Tai Lu nodded. From the beginning to the end, he did not pay any special attention to Wang Ting. His gaze only swept over him. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Feng Du looked at Wang Ting proudly and said. Sure. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Then let's start our own or processing. Brother Wang Ting, see you later. Lu Yan cupped her fists at Wang Ting. All right. Wang Ting nodded. Lu Yan and the others then walked away. You're bound to lose. Feng Du looked at Wang Ting and said contemptuously. I hope you really have the ability. Wang Ting said calmly. Let's go. Tai Lu did not say much and turned to walk away. Feng Du and Pei Jing immediately followed. Brother Wang Ting, this Tai family's genius is very arrogant. It seems like he doesn't put you in his eyes. Gu Luo said with a smile. He also doesn't put you in his eyes. Wang Ting glanced at him. I'm just here to join in the fun. Their eyes are on you. Gu Luo said with a smile, as if it was none of his business. I find that you like to make sarcastic remarks. Wang Ting said with a little speechlessness, if you lose to me later, you have to agree to one of my requests. If Brother Wang Ting can defeat me, what's wrong with agreeing to one of your requests? Gu Luo said with a smile. Then wait and see. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He glanced around and walked in a direction. Gu Luo's eyes flashed slightly and walked in another direction. He also became cautious about this or gambling competition with Wang Ting. He had already lost to Wang Ting twice. If he lost again, it would be the third time. Losing 3 times in a row, he did not have the face to do so. Wang Ting was not in a hurry to buy. Instead, he wandered around the hall. There were indeed many Or-Seekers on the second floor. With such a good opportunity, he naturally had to pick up the attribute bubbles. The true ability of an Or-Seeker was not in or gambling, but in or finding. This or referred to or veins and not 1 or 2 pieces of ore. The true value of an Or-Seeker lay in this. Compared to an entire or vein, the value of 1 or 2 pieces of ore could not be compared. Otherwise, how could an Or-Seeker family compare to an alchemy family like the Lu family? Just now, Lu Yan said that she valued an Or-Seeker family like the Tai family. She did not have the slightest intention of looking down on them. That was why Wang Ting attached so much importance to the improvement of an Or-Seeker's attainment. He had a premonition that the mining competition of the exchange meeting would not be something that had a hint of gambling in it. It was very likely that they would be asked to find real mineral veins. Only in this way could the true ability of an Or-Seeker be displayed. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his Or-Seeker's attainment. After all, he had just reached the Grandmaster level. Compared to the geniuses of these Or-Seeker families, there was a big gap. Their family's knowledge was profound. Each genius Or-Seeker left behind their experiences and insights, which were passed down from generation to generation. This was not something an ordinary Or-Seeker could compare to. Wang Ting had already thought of this when the two brothers of the Tai family proposed the bet. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and agreed. He wanted the two brothers of the Tai family and the Lu family to draw out the geniuses of the core families so that he could take advantage of them. Even Gu Luo did not see through this little scheme. He probably thought that he was trying to win the bet. I hope they don't disappoint me. Wang Ting walked leisurely in the main hall as he thought to himself, this Gu Luo's attainments are quite extraordinary. The experience and enlightenment I got from him just now was extremely helpful to me. It looks like his knowledge isn't inferior to the geniuses of the core families. Wang Ting thought to himself. He is indeed a genius of the ancient Hong weave. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Grandmaster Wang Ting, are you sure you can beat them? A voice pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. The person who spoke was none other than Grandmaster Alfred. That's right. Those two are geniuses from the Tai family and the Sang family. The core families of the Subprofession Alliance cannot be underestimated, Grandmaster Huayuan said worriedly. It's fine. I won't lose, Wang Ting said with a smile. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you are too confident. They are geniuses. From the core families of the Subprofession Alliance. Grandmaster Xianxia could not help but say, we have heard about these geniuses in the past few days. Tai Lu and Sang Yi are known as the future of the ore prospectors. Since their debut, they have almost never lost. They have cut out valuable ores many times. Wang Ting looked at him and said, there is no point in talking about it now. Let's wait and see. Grandmaster Xianxia was choked by Wang Ting's words. He had asked for a snub. It is good that Grandmaster Wang Ting is confident. If you can really beat those two geniuses, you will bring glory to the Qian Empire. Grandmaster Hazel immediately came out to smooth things over. Those two geniuses look down on you. I would like to see them lose to Grandmaster Wang Ting, Grandmaster Susanna said with a smile. Brother Wang Ting, you can do it. Yu Xianxiang did not follow Lu Yan. Instead, she followed behind Wang Ting. At this moment, she waved her little fist and cheered for him. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so nervous. It is just a small competition, not a competition. Wang Ting laughed. Everyone shook their heads with a bitter smile. They could not be as relaxed as Wang Ting. Wang Ting did not pay attention to them. He looked around and saw that there were more attribute bubbles in the distance. He was delighted. These attribute bubbles came from the genius of the Sang family called Sang Yi. Without any hesitation, he immediately swept out with his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles. Or Prospector *600, or Prospector *700, Mystic Light Bright Pupils *1000, Universal Spirit *2500, huh? Wang Ting was shocked. A glint appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that it was just some or prospector attributes. He did not expect to get an extremely special attribute bubble. In an instant, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. They turned into insights that flowed into his mind. This was a technique insight. A silhouette of light sat cross-legged in the void of his mind. Lines of origin power circulated on the silhouette's body. These lines then extended from all directions and converged at its eyes, causing them to emit a faint holy white radiance. In the pitch-black void, they looked like two beams of starlight. Mystic light bright pupils. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. He had a hint of understanding in his heart. I didn't expect to get a technique that specializes in cultivating the eyes. Moreover, it is a technique that combines light and spiritual power. No wonder it dropped a spirit attribute. This Sang family has some tricks up their sleeves. This was no longer just a family with profound knowledge. It was an extremely special inheritance. Mystic light bright pupils could not compare to his eye of truth talent. One was a technique, while the other was a talent. In terms of essence, the difference was huge. However, mystic light bright pupils had its own unique ability. Those who cultivated this technique could see through the essence of things to a certain extent. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more thorough the ability to see through things. This technique was an immortal rank technique. If cultivated to the extreme, one could see through immortal rank existences. However, this was a special technique that required light attribute star origin power to cultivate. Without light attribute talent, one could not cultivate it at all. Even Wang Ting did not expect this Sang family to have light attribute talent. Just now, he saw that Sang Yi was from a family of prospectors, so he did not check on Wang Ting's martial talent. Naturally, he did not discover that she had light attribute talent. At this moment, he secretly opened his Eye of Truth and glanced at Sang Yi. Indeed, there was an extremely dense light attribute star origin power within her body. This woman's martial cultivation had reached the domain lord level. As if sensing something, Sang Yi suddenly turned to look at Wang Ting. Unfortunately, Wang Ting had already retracted his gaze. What's wrong? Lu Yan followed her gaze and saw that she was looking at Wang Ting. She could not help but feel strange. She smiled and asked, "Are you interested in him too? This person is not simple?" Sang Yi thought of the feeling of being spied on and frowned. She asked, "Who is he?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyebrows raised. She did not hesitate and transmitted her voice to explain Wang Ting's identity. He actually defeated Lu Tun. Lu Yan looked at Lu Tun, who had been silent all this while, and asked, "Is he very strong?" "Very strong." Lu Tun did not want to talk about this. However, under everyone's gaze, he could only brace himself and said coldly, "And he is only a Pinnacle Universe level fighter." Pinnacle Universe level? Sang Yi was shocked. She could not hide the shock on her face. She said, "Is that true? I've fought him before. How can I not see his level?" Lu Tun said coldly. "A Pinnacle Universe level fighter actually defeated a domain lord level genius like you." Sang Yi took a deep breath. She realized that she had underestimated the black-haired youth. Could he have been hiding his strength? Lu Yan already knew this, but she still felt it was unbelievable. She could not help but ask. "It's impossible to hide. Whatever level the opponent is at in the domain space, no one can hide from the domain space." Lu Tun shook his head without thinking. "Then this person is even more terrifying," Sang Yi said. Lu Yan's expression was serious. She turned around and nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll have to show my true strength today. I must win against him." Sang Yi's eyes gleamed. She smiled. "Yes, win against him. Then he will agree to one of our requests," Lu Yan said. Lu Tun's eyes twitched. These two women had taken a different approach. That guy would not really be taken care of by them like this, right? If that was the case, he felt that he would have to find a hole to hide in. This woman is quite sharp. Her mystic light bright pupils must have been trained to a high level. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and guessed. He did not retract his spiritual force. It was still around Sang Yi. She was not a spirit reader. Even if her spiritual force was strong, she might not be able to sense anything. Wang Ting was already very familiar with this. He only needed an extremely thin thread of spiritual force to pick up all the attribute bubbles. Mystic Light Bright Pupils * 800 Mystic Light Bright Pupils * 1200 Universe Level Spirit * 5000 or Finding Technique * 600 or Finding Technique * 900. As expected, it's the Dark Light Bright Eyes attribute bubble again. Wang Ting sniggered in his heart. The higher Sang Yi's mastery of the Mystic Light Bright Pupils, the more attribute bubbles would drop. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, Wang Ting's understanding of the Mystic Light Bright Pupils became more and more profound. It gave him a different feeling. Ever since he had obtained the spiritual eye, Wang Ting had not specially trained any eye-type techniques. Of course, the main reason was that he had not obtained the corresponding techniques. Eye-type scriptures were extremely rare. Even Wang Ting hadn't met a suitable eye-type scripture yet. However, now that he had encountered one, it was not too late. Anyway, he had just reached the universe level. It was just right for him to train now. Whether it was the light element talent or spiritual force talent, he had both. No one was more suitable than him. Even the Sang family might not be able to compare to him. At this time, Wang Ting had just obtained this technique. He could not help but feel a little itchy. He could not help but secretly practice it. His spiritual force and light element star force revolved at the same time. According to the technique of the mystic light bright pupils, they flowed in his body and gathered in his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. His pupils seemed to contain starlight. It was especially bright. Luckily, he was prepared. He lowered his head slightly and did not let others notice. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt a slight fluctuation in his eyes of truth. His eyes of truth was already at the complete truth level. He had not been able to break through to a higher level. However, at this moment, he actually had a feeling of breaking through. Can this mystic light bright pupils help me break through? Wang Ting was overjoyed. Unfortunately, his mastery of the mystic light bright pupils was too low. The fluctuation only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. He could not help but look at his stats panel. Mystic light bright pupils, undying level 3000/5000, entry level, it's only entry level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, looks like I need to continue improving it. His eyes vaguely glanced at Xianxia again. However, he did not use the eyes of truth this time in order to avoid attracting her attention. He had set his eyes on this fat sheep. No, he had set his eyes on this woman. Her mystic light bright pupils was definitely above entry level. In addition to the mystic light bright pupils attribute bubble, the most important one was the or seeking skill attribute bubble. Prospector 3000/30,000 master. As the attribute bubbles gathered, Wang Ting's or seeking master stat rose by quite a bit. At the same time, a lot of extremely profound or seeking knowledge appeared in his mind. The experience and comprehension were naturally passed down by the Xiang family. It was more comprehensive than the experience and comprehension of or seeking masters in the outside world. There was even a lot of experience and knowledge that they did not understand. Continue. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He looked into the distance again. Tai Lu had also dropped attribute bubbles. It was time to pick them up. Or seeking skill *1200 or seeking skill *800 or seeking skill *1000, only or seeking skill. It looks like the Tai family is not as good as the Xiang family. Wang Ting shook his head and could not help but feel a little regretful. He wanted to get some special skills from the other party, but he did not get any. He had looked forward to it in vain. Time slowly passed. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles while looking for ores that could crush the Sea brothers and Lu Yan. Since he was going to win, he had to win beautifully. About half an hour passed quickly. When Wang Ting looked at his status panel again, he could not help but be stunned. Prospector 16500/30,000, Grandmaster, I actually improved so quickly. Wang Ting was extremely happy. In just half an hour, his or seeking master had almost reached the advanced master level. At this time, Tai Lu and Xianxia seemed to have finished their selection and walked over from the distance. Brother Wang Ting, have you finished your selection? Lu Yan approached and asked with a smile. Hee, I saw you walking around for a long time. Don't tell me you can't find it? Feng Du sneered. Looks like you were just lucky the last time. Don't bark blindly. It's very noisy. Wang Ting glanced at him and said indifferently. Bastard, how dare you scold me? Feng Du was furious. Did I? I only said don't bark blindly. Did you admit it? Wang Ting said. This friend has a very good mouth. I only hope that your seeking skill is as good as your mouth. Tai Lu frowned and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Ting. You must be the prodigy of the Tai family. Your mouth is not bad either. Could it be that your seeking skill comes from your mouth? Wang Ting asked in surprise. You. Tai Lu's face turned cold as he stared coldly at Wang Ting. Pfft. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Tai Lu, it turns out that your seeking skill is so good. It all depends on your mouth. Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the others also looked at Tai Lu strangely. This prodigy of the Tai family was actually rendered speechless by Wang Ting. His mouth was really a bit sarcastic. Tai Lu's face suddenly turned black. He just casually said a sentence for the Feng brothers. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would actually make him speechless? He was so angry that his chest hurt. He wasn't the kind of person who could talk. When he met Wang Ting, who had such a powerful mouth, he couldn't beat him at all. Humph. The corner of Tai Jing's mouth twitched. He immediately snorted and said, "Cut the crap. If you really have the ability, you should have chosen the ore long ago. Why wait until now? Do all of us have to wait for you? Who said I didn't choose? Which eye of yours saw that I didn't choose? Is it fun to talk to yourself?" Wang Ting said. "Don't try to fool us. There's an ore less than half a meter in diameter here. Are you going to choose it?" Tai Jing sneered and said, "If you want to choose it, I have no objection." Everyone followed his finger and their eyes fell on a piece of ore at Wang Ting's feet. Suddenly, they had different expressions. "Brother Wang Ting, if you haven't chosen yet, you might as well pick again. We're not in a hurry." Lu Yan raised her eyebrows and helped him out. Xianxia looked at Wang Ting with a trace of inquiry in her eyes. If it weren't for Lu Yan and the others saying that he was so powerful, she wouldn't pay so much attention to an ordinary grandmaster. However, if he was really a person who liked to show off, then it would be a little disappointing. The ore in front of her was good, but it was too small. The chances of it containing treasures would be greatly reduced. She didn't think this ore was the best choice. At this moment, Wang Ting opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, "Hey, you're right. This is the ore I chose." As soon as Wang Ting said that, everyone was stunned. He really wanted to choose this ore. Lu Yan raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at the ore under her feet, as if she wanted to see something from it. But other than the eye-catching sign with a price tag of 25 billion universe credits, there was nothing unusual about this ore. That's right, it was 25 billion universe credits. This price might not be low in the outside world, but it was not enough here. This also meant that the appraisers of the Secondary Profession Alliance felt that it was only worth this price. Even if there was a fluctuation, it would not be too big. For example, the ore that Pai Jing and the others lost previously had a fluctuation of up to 20 billion universe credits, which was also within the rules. In other words, the stall owner could sell it for 40 billion universe credits or 80 billion universe credits. Pai Jing and the others were cheated by Wang Ting and were undoubtedly spendthrifts. At this moment, even Xianxia looked at the ore under her feet and could not help but frown slightly. "Are you sure?" She looked at Wang Ting and asked hesitantly. "Of course." Wang Ting nodded and said, "Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing here, having nothing better to do? This ore is not only small in size, but it also has traces of being cut. If I'm not wrong, it should have been cut before, but the result was not very good," Xianxia said faintly. "I don't believe you can't even see that." As she said that, she glanced meaningfully at the stall owner behind the ore. This person was also a mine prospector. Judging from the badge on his chest, he was a mine prospector grandmaster. The fact that he could sell this ore showed that he was not optimistic about this ore. The stall owner was an old man in his 40s or 50s. His face was a little dark, and his body was thin. He looked like an ordinary little old man. The loose clothing of his secondary profession looked a little funny on him. At this time, his face revealed a trace of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Little miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My ore was clearly dug out from a mine and has never been opened before. How can you say that it has been opened before? This is slander." "Is that so?" Xianxia glanced at him and didn't say anything else. She reminded Wang Ting because she didn't want to win this competition too easily. Otherwise, she would lose the joy. Whether he listened or not was Wang Ting's business. It had nothing to do with her. What's more, she was only here to help Lu Yan. The bet had nothing to do with her. She naturally didn't need to quarrel with this old man for Wang Ting. "Ha ha ha, old man Chu, you've been exposed, haven't you? Your little tricks won't be able to fool this little girl. She's a genius of the Sang clan." A mocking laugh rang out from a nearby stall. It was also an old man with white hair and a white beard. His appearance was much better than the stall owner's. He was also a ore seeker. At this moment, he was watching the show with a smile on his face. The Sang family's prodigy. Old man Chu's eyes suddenly focused. He didn't care about the old man with white hair and beard. He looked at Xianxia from head to toe and said embarrassedly, "Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't expect you to be the Sang family's prodigy. This old man's eyes were blind. Senior is too polite. I'm just a junior. Sang saw the old man admit defeat and smiled faintly. Old man Shu looked at Wang Ting with an awkward expression. He said, Grandmaster, that is indeed the case. However, I can assure you that there is a high chance that you won't make a loss with this ore. If you want it, I can sell it to you at a cheaper price of 20 billion universe credits. Ha ha ha, not losing money? Fengdu looked at Wang Ting and laughed, then you can buy it. Even if you can't beat us, at least you won't lose money. Sang Yi didn't say anything else. She looked at Wang Ting and waited for his choice. 20 billion universe credits? Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. He directly dropped 5 billion universe credits. Would this old man cry later? That's right. I'll sell it to you for 20 billion universe credits. Old man Chu saw that Wang Ting was interested and his eyes immediately lit up. That's good. Wang Ting nodded and prepared to pay. Master Wang Ting, are you really going to buy this ore? Why don't we take a look? Grandmaster Huayuan looked at the price and couldn't help but whisper. It's fine. I'll choose this one. Wang Ting smiled and said, I think it's extraordinary. Since he wants to choose, let him choose. I'd like to see how extraordinary this ore is. Fengdu sneered. You people have poor eyesight. I can tell at a glance that this ore is extremely dazzling among the many ores in this hall. It's like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting my attention. Wang Ting said solemnly. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Tai Lu's face was full of sarcasm. He looked at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a fool. Sang Yi shook her head and gave Lu Yan a look. Are you sure this guy is a genius? Lu Yan's face was also full of shock and helplessness, but she couldn't say anything in the end. Even old man Shu looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. Even he, the seller, didn't dare to brag like this. The white-haired old man next to him couldn't help but shake his head and look at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a fool. He had kindly reminded him, but he didn't listen. These young people just wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. Dear, this chapter isn't finished yet, there's still the next page. *0 then hurry up and buy it. Anyway, no one is stopping you. You can choose whichever one you want. Fengdu held back his laughter and said. This bastard was looking for death, and no one could stop him. They were definitely going to win this round. You people have eyes but can't see the value of gold and jade. Wang Ting shook his head and looked like an incomprehensible Gao Jima. He didn't say anything else and directly paid for the ore. Although these people couldn't see the value of this ore, not buying it didn't mean anything. Besides, the other party had already reduced the price by 5 billion universe dollars, so it was better to quit while he was ahead. If someone really saw the price drop and came to pick it up, who knows? Grandmaster, you definitely won't lose out if you buy this ore of mine. Old man Chu looked quite happy after receiving the money and said with a smile. Alright, don't scare me. If you really won't lose out, you wouldn't be selling it. Wang Ting interrupted him and said lightly. This? Old man Kuei had an awkward expression on his face. None of these young grandmasters were easy to deal with, and each one of them was difficult to deal with. Old man Kuei could not help but smile awkwardly and say, since you're willing to buy it, you must have a high opinion of this ore. There's no need to scare me. Wang Ting didn't comment. Brother Wang Ting, have you chosen? At this time, Gu Luo walked over from afar and asked with a smile. I've chosen. What about you? Wang Ting asked. I've also chosen. Gu Luo pointed at the ore carried by a warrior behind him and said, 50 billion universe dollars. Cheap, right? Not bad. Not bad. Wang Ting glanced at it and his eyes flashed with surprise. This ore was much bigger than the one he lost in the previous gamble, but the price was even lower. It only cost 50 billion universe dollars and there was indeed a treasure inside. This Gu Luo really had some tricks up his sleeve. Brother Wang Ting, which ore did you buy? Gu Luo looked around and asked curiously. This one. Before Wang Ting could speak, Feng Du had already pointed at the ore in the stall behind Wang Ting and said with a smile. This one? Gu Luo was stunned and looked at Wang Ting. Are you serious? Of course. 20 billion universe dollars. Cheap, right? Wang Ting said with a smile. Yes, Gu Luo said. Cheap, right? He had already thought it was cheap when he bought an ore worth 50 billion universe dollars. In the end, this guy bought an ore worth 20 billion universe dollars, which was less than half of his price. This guy was purposely making things difficult for him. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Start cutting the ore. Feng Du said impatiently when he saw the two were still chatting. Let's cut it, Wang Ting said. A few stone-cutting masters immediately walked over from afar. The leader said, Can we cut the ore for you masters? Master. Wrong. Sang Yi looked at the old man in surprise. Miss Sang Yi. The old man bowed slightly to Sang Yi and said with a smile, Seeing that you guys are going to gamble, we felt a little itchy, so we shamelessly came over to cut the ore for you guys. It's our honor to have Master Rong do it. Sang Yi smiled and returned the greeting. Then, she introduced him to Wang Ting and the others. This is Master Song, an extremely experienced stone-cutting master. He has never made a mistake with the ore he cut. Thank you, Master Rong. Wang Ting and the others cupped their fists. You guys are all prodigies in the mining path. I don't have talent in this area, but it's a blessing to be able to see all of you compete on the same stage. Master Rong smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Rong. Please. Sang Yi made a pleased gesture. Master Song nodded and led the others to start cutting the ore. When the surrounding people saw that there were people competing, they were very curious. They gradually gathered around and watched the show with relish. There were a total of 4 stone-cutting masters, including Master Rong. They were all part of his team. They each took out a piece of ore, took out their stone-cutting knives, and prepared to cut the ore. Prodigies, how do you want to cut it? Master Rong asked. I'll cut mine according to Master Rong's idea. I trust Master Rong. Sang Yi smiled. I have no objections. Tai Lu glanced at Sang Yi and said indifferently. Me too. Gu Luo thought for a while and said. You can start from the edge for mine. Wang Ting glanced at his ore and said. Okay. Master Rong nodded and immediately gave instructions. The 4 stone-cutting masters did not hesitate. They raised their knives and cut the ore. Layers of stone fell from the ore. Everyone quieted down and stared at the 4 ores. Only the sound of the stone-cutting knives rubbing against the stone echoed in the surroundings. And as the sound became more and more intense, the mood of the crowd gradually became tense. Feng Du clenched his fist and stared at the 4 ores, especially the one that Tai Lu chose for them and Wang Ting's. As for the ores of the others, he did not care too much. He only wanted to beat Wang Ting once. This bastard not only beat him badly and made him lose face, but also cheated him once. It was really hateful. Thinking of this, Feng Du could not help but turn to look at Wang Ting. However, he saw that the other party's face was calm and did not show the slightest tension. He suddenly became angry and could not help but snort coldly. Sang Yi, Lu Yan, and the others were also silently observing Wang Ting. Seeing him so calm, they were extremely surprised. Was this guy really so confident? Dear, this chapter is not finished, there is still the next page. 0 Gu Luo glanced at Wang Ting and raised his eyebrows uncontrollably. However, he didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. Instead, he looked at everything with a cynical smile. It was as if he didn't care about this competition at all. It was as if he was just playing around. Time slowly passed, and after a while, there was suddenly a commotion. There's light. A low cry sounded. Everyone looked at the ore. It was the ore that Tai Lu chose for the Feng brothers. A rich emerald green light suddenly bloomed from the cut surface of the ore. This ore was 4 meters long and wide. It was the second largest among the several ores in the crowd. Now, only a small piece was cut, and the light was already shining. The treasure contained inside must not be small. This ore was very likely to rise in value. What a rich light. I wonder what it will be. Master Rong, quickly cut the ore and see what's inside. Everyone looked at the cut surface in amazement. Unfortunately, only a little was exposed, and they could not see anything for the time being. They could only urge Master Rong. Okay. Master Rong's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. He immediately sped up and began to scrape the stone skin from the side. This time, the extent of his movements was much smaller, and the fine details were just right. Obviously, he was afraid of damaging the treasure. Kacha, layer after layer of even finer stone skin fell off, like scales plucked from the body of a strange beast. Every piece was extremely uniform, making one gasp in amazement. The emerald green light that bloomed became more and more intense, gradually revealing its true appearance. This ore seems to be good. Gu Luo's face showed a hint of surprise, and he went to Wang Ting's side and said, "It's okay." Wang Ting said lightly. "Oh, you're not even worried about such an ore?" Gu Luo said. "What's there to worry about? You can't beat me anyway." Wang Ting said indifferently. Hee, you're so stubborn. I'd like to see what you can get from that ore." Pei Jing sneered. Wang Ting glanced at him and did not say anything. Wow, at that moment, there was an uproar. Master Rong had already cut out more than half of the ore. He then condensed a ball of clear water and poured it from above, cleaning all the lime on the ore surface. An even more intense emerald green light suddenly illuminated the surroundings in an emerald green color. The two brothers, Pei Jing and Fengdu, couldn't help but walk forward to take a closer look. Both of their faces and heads were illuminated with a green glow. "It's so green!" Wang Ting exclaimed. Everyone suddenly had a strange expression. PFFF. Sangyi couldn't help but chuckle. She glanced at Wang Ting angrily. This guy was too mean. The corner of Tai Lu's eyes twitched. He looked at the two Fengdu brothers and felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he did not go forward. He was very confident in his ore hunting skills. There was definitely something in this ore. Look, there's a bead inside. There was a sudden exclamation as someone finally saw what was inside. Congratulations to the two of you. This should be a rank wood energy stone. The bead inside must be a wood attribute treasure bead. Master Rong congratulated the two brothers. Ha, Brother Tai Lu, you're really amazing. There's actually a treasure bead inside. Even with Pei Jing's temperament, he couldn't help but laugh and said excitedly. Brother Tai Lu is too amazing. This ore only cost us 65 billion universe credits. Not only did you cut out a rank wood energy stone, but you also cut out a rare wood attribute treasure bead. You're indeed the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Tai family. You're really admirable. Fengdu said excitedly. You flatter me. Tai Lu's eyes revealed a hint of pride, but his expression was very calm as if he had just done something very simple. What do you think this time? Fengdu looked at Wang Ting and said proudly. A wood origin bead. Not bad. Wang Ting opened his eyes of truth and glanced at the bead. He was a little surprised, but he still said very calmly. The origin bead was a type of origin treasure. The water source pearl that Wang Ting had obtained in the past was a type of water source pearl. It contained rich life force, and it had also condensed the essence. It was something that accompanied the birth of the spirit of heaven and earth. It could be absorbed to increase one's life force and essence. This wood origin bead was also an origin bead, but it was a wood origin bead that could be absorbed by wood spirits of heaven and earth. Water and wood spirits were both existences with rich vitality, so the effect of this wood origin bead was actually comparable to the origin bead. In terms of value, it was indeed not low. However, since Wang Ting had obtained an origin bead before, this item was not worth making a fuss about. In the end, this item would only belong to him anyway. Wood origin bead. No one recognized the origin of this origin bead. When they heard Wang Ting's words, a white light flashed through their minds and they instantly connected the dots. Brother Wang Ting has good eyesight. I didn't expect you to see the origin of this origin bead so quickly. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting in surprise and said. I've seen similar treasures before, so I'm quite familiar with it, Wang Ting said calmly. Wood origin bead. If that's the case, the value of this ore is at least 100 chaos coins, Gu Luo said while stroking his chin. Dear, this chapter isn't finished yet, there's still the next page. 0 Wang Ting nodded. A treasure worth 100 chaos coins from an or worth 65 billion universe coins, and you say it's not bad? You're too arrogant, Feng Du said coldly. This wood origin bead is definitely a rare treasure to some people. It's something that can only be found by chance. The price might even be higher, Tai Lu said. That's true, Gu Luo nodded and agreed with Feng Du's point of view. If that's the case, the value of this ore can be higher? Feng Du asked. At most 50 chaos coins higher, Tai Lu said. 50 chaos coins, that's not bad. Feng Du looked at Wang Ting proudly again and said, I wonder if someone can find a treasure worth 50 chaos coins? Wang Ting didn't want to waste his breath on him. This person was too childish. He kept nagging and arguing with Wang Ting. Brother Tai Lu's attainment seems to have improved quite a bit. Xianxia looked at Tai Lu and said. Thank you for letting me win. Tai Lu cupped his fists and said, the rest is up to you. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, let's continue. Master Rong nodded and walked to another ore. He said a few words to the stonecutter and the stonecutter immediately moved aside. This ore was the largest, at least 8 meters long and wide. The stonecutter had already scraped off several layers but still didn't reveal any light. Master Rong circled the ore twice before finally choosing a direction and began scraping off the outer layer. Crack crack, an ear-piercing sound rang out again. In just a dozen breaths of time, a green light suddenly bloomed from the cut of the ore. Green light. Everyone was shocked. Green light? Could it be a wind-type treasure? Tai Lu's expression changed and couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. However, she didn't reveal any abnormalities. Her handsome face was still very calm. He became even more cautious of her. This prodigy from the Sang clan was his true rival in the conference. As for that Wang Ting, he was only a clown. Everyone's eyes gathered on Xianxia's ore, waiting for Master Rong to continue. Master Rong didn't stay idle either. Seeing the green light, he was also shaken and immediately sped up. Soon, with the cut as the center, the outer layer was gradually peeled off, revealing a green crystal stone with a rosin luster. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the strange green crystal stone. For a moment, they couldn't figure out the origin of this item. What is this thing? It looks like a kind of jade, but it doesn't look like it. It looks a little turbid, and I can feel a dense wind attribute star origin power, as well as an ancient feeling. Wait, is there something in here? Many people were discussing and guessing the origin of this item. Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something and immediately cried out in surprise. Xianxia's eyes revealed a strange expression as she walked forward. With her profound light-bright eyes, she could see that this ore wasn't ordinary, but she couldn't see it clearly. Now that it had been cut open, she naturally had to go forward and examine it. Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the others also followed. The value of the ores Tai Lu had cut out for Feng Du and Pei Jing wasn't low. They didn't want to lose to the other party. Now, all their hopes were on this ore selected by Xianxia. Tai Lu frowned and couldn't help but walk forward and look at the ore. It looks like a shadow. Gu Luo looked at the green crystal stone in front of him and frowned. It looks like a star beast. Xianxia's eyes flickered with starlight as she muttered. Wang Ting walked closer and his expression changed slightly. He saw that after the ore was cut open, it actually dropped a few attribute bubbles. Ancient will asterisk 1000 ancient will asterisk 1200 ancient will asterisk 1500 inch. It's actually the ancient will attribute. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he felt very surprised. Back then, when little Qing awakened the ancient Great Sea Python's bloodline and summoned the ancient Great Sea Python's phantom, the ancient Great Sea Python dropped this ancient will attribute. Now, this ore actually dropped this attribute. Boom, before Wang Ting could think further, there was a loud bang in his mind. An ancient and vast land appeared in his mind. Screech, a screech resounded between heaven and earth, reverberating endlessly and breaking through the sky as if it could pierce through gold and shatter stone. Dear, this chapter is over. Have a good read. Big smiley face, Wang Ting was absent-minded for a moment, and his body involuntarily emitted an ancient aura. Xianxia, Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the others were very close. They immediately noticed something and looked at Wang Ting with strange eyes. Gu Luo's expression froze slightly, and his eyes flashed. He instantly sized up Wang Ting. What happened to this guy? Why did he suddenly emit an ancient aura after seeing that ore? However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any clues on Wang Ting's body. Moreover, this ancient aura only flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. Wang Ting's eyes had recovered from the absent-minded state and became extremely clear. However, there was a slight flicker in his eyes, and it wasn't calm. Heavenly Wind Green Eagle. A name from ancient times appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The ancient figure that had appeared in his mind earlier was actually the Heavenly Wind Azure Eagle. This was a kind of saint star beast, and it was at the same level as the wind god bird that Wang Ting had encountered in the virtual universe. Moreover, this Heavenly Wind Green Eagle was an ancient star beast, and it was almost impossible to see it in the present world. It was even rarer than the wind god bird. The Heavenly Wind Green Eagle was a wind attribute star beast, and it had an extremely powerful wind attribute talent. It was known as the Darling of the Wind. In the ancient world, the Heavenly Wind Green Eagle was definitely an overlord of the sky, and there were very few creatures that could be compared to it. In addition to its wind attribute talent, the Heavenly Wind Green Eagle also had an extremely special bloodline talent. This talent was in its wings. The Heavenly Wind Green Eagle's wings were innately branded with the runes of heaven and earth. It could automatically absorb the power of the wind to strengthen itself and also have an extremely terrifying speed. Therefore, in ancient times, the Heavenly Wind Green Eagle's flying speed was ranked among the top among all ancient star beasts. After the Heavenly Wind Green Eagle died, its wings were a rare treasure. Even if only its bones were left, it could be refined into a flying treasure. Inside the green crystal stone in front of him was an ancient Heavenly Wind Azure Eagle, and it was obviously dead. Wang Ting's eyes of truth could no longer see any life force in it. "Brother Wang Ting, just now." Gu Luo looked at Wang Ting and asked in a low voice. "Nothing." Wang Ting glanced at him and said casually. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, but he didn't ask any more questions. However, in his eyes, Wang Ting was becoming more and more mysterious. "Brother Wang Ting, can you see through this ore?" Xianxia's eyes flashed as she asked. What can he tell? That wood origin stone was just his luck. Fengdu said disdainfully. I heard that the Sang family has an extremely profound scripture. It's even more effective when paired with the art of finding ores. Can't you tell? Wang Ting ignored him. Instead, he looked at him and asked calmly. Fengdu's face stiffened and became even more gloomy. He coldly stared at Wang Ting. Unfortunately, Wang Ting still ignored him and didn't take him seriously. Oh? Xianxia was surprised. She looked at Wang Ting and said, Brother Wang Ting is actually so familiar with my Sang clan's technique? I know a little. Wang Ting smiled faintly. The Sang clan's profound light bright eyes is famous. Even my Tai clan can't compare, Tai Lu said. The energy in this green crystal stone is chaotic and complicated. Even my profound light bright eyes can't see it clearly. The only thing I can see is a silhouette. There should be a bird inside, but it seems to have withered, Xianxia said. A bird? Everyone was stunned, and shock appeared on their faces. Who would have thought that there would be a dead creature inside the ore? This was truly shocking. Gambling on ores was actually gambling on the various treasures inside the ore. Among these treasures, there were elixirs, weapons left behind from ancient times, and dead creatures. They were all extremely precious. Any one of these treasures would be enough to make one rich. And if a certain creature appeared, it would be extremely rare and much more precious than the other treasures. Of course, it also depended on what kind of creature it was. If it was an ordinary creature, it naturally wouldn't have any value. But if we don't know what kind of creature it is, we can't judge the value of this ore, Tai Lu said. This is indeed a difficult problem. Xianxia frowned. Everyone looked at each other, completely stumped by this ore. Just open the ore, Wang Ting said faintly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Wang Ting. No one expected him to say such a thing. One had to know that the value of the green crystal stone wrapped around the creature was unknown. If the creature inside had no value, then the greatest value of this ore would be the green crystal stone on the outside. They could casually damage it. Firstly, it would greatly reduce the value of the green crystal stone. Secondly, if someone liked such a stone as an ornamental object, once it was damaged, its value would be greatly reduced. That was why no one mentioned it. Now that Wang Ting actually made such a suggestion, it was naturally very surprising. What nonsense are you talking about? How can this green crystal stone be casually opened? Pei Jing stared at Wang Ting and snorted, if you damage it, can you afford to pay for it? That's right. Tai Lu nodded and said, we can't see anything about this or yet. It's not a wise move to casually damage it. It's just a piece of amber. Why are you so anxious? Wang Ting said faintly. Amber? Everyone was stunned. You said this is a piece of amber? Xianxia looked at Wang Ting and asked curiously. That's right. This is just a piece of amber condensed from the green pine tree's resin. It has no value and its only function is to preserve the creature inside. Wang Ting's expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, of course, if Miss Xianxia thinks this or can be used as an ornamental object, then you can keep it. Green pine tree. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and said, no wonder the energy inside is so chaotic and complicated. It's just a piece of amber and doesn't have any practical value. Brother Wang Ting is indeed knowledgeable. Tai Lu, Fengdu, and the others' expressions instantly turned ugly. They didn't expect Wang Ting to recognize the item in front of them and directly state its origin. To think that they were still making sarcastic remarks at the side. This was a complete slap to their faces. Lu Tun glanced at Wang Ting and the shock in his heart grew stronger. He didn't expect this prodigy who had once defeated him to have such knowledge. It was truly surprising. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Little brother Wang Ting is still the best. Yu Xianxia pouted and said. Fengdu and Tai Lu's expressions turned even gloomier. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't find any words to refute. Even Tai Lu's expression didn't look good. He felt that he had lost face. He didn't recognize the item, but Wang Ting recognized it. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Wang Ting? Alright, don't bother about what others say. Wang Ting patted her head and said faintly. Since we know what this is, then let's follow Brother Wang Ting's suggestion and take a look at the amber. Xianxia immediately made the decision and said to Master Rong, please help me cut it open. That's a little difficult. Master Rong said, I've seen amber being extracted from ores a few times, but I've never cut it open. Master Rong, please do as you wish. I trust you. Xianxia said. Then I'll do as you say. After Master Rong finished speaking, he began cutting the stone with a solemn expression. In his hand, the green crystal stone shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heavenly wind azure condor also gradually revealed its original form. Boom, at this moment, an ancient aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly rushed out. The stone-cutting knife in Master Rong's hand suddenly flew out. Under the impact of the aura, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face was pale, and he looked at the ancient creature that had revealed its true form in fear. Its body wasn't huge, and it was even several times shriveled. However, its aura didn't decrease at all. It spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. What kind of creature is this? It's so powerful. Everyone was shocked. This. Master Rong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He pointed at the mysterious creature that was extracted from the ore and said with a face full of horror, I've never seen such a terrifying creature in all my years of stone cutting. Xianxia, Lu Yan, Tai Lu, and the others couldn't care less about maintaining their calm. They all gathered around. The two brothers, Fengdu and Pei Jing, looked at each other with a solemn expression. They also rushed forward. Only Wang Ting still stood in the same place with a calm face. Gu Luo was about to go forward to check with the others. He had just taken a step forward, but when he saw Wang Ting's appearance, he suddenly stopped and asked, You don't seem surprised at all. Did you already know what was inside? How will I know before I solve it? Wang Ting glanced at him. He walked forward confidently to take a look. The chaotic and complicated energy in the amber naturally couldn't avoid the detection of his eye of truth. He had already seen the thing inside, but he definitely couldn't tell this to others. When it was time to pretend, he still had to pretend. As for whether others believed it or not, it was none of his business. Anyway, it was up to them to believe it or not. If he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. Gu Luo's face was full of suspicion, but he couldn't see any of it on Wang Ting's face. He could only shake his head and follow behind him. They came to the side of the mysterious creature and looked at it curiously. Although the aura of the ancient vicissitudes of life emitted from the mysterious creature was majestic, the strength of the people present was not weak. They were also people with strong willpower. After they were prepared, they would not be frightened by the power of the mysterious creature. Master Rong had already removed the cyan crystal stones on the outer layer of the mysterious creature, allowing everyone to see the mysterious creature inside. At this time, the mysterious creature had completely revealed its true appearance. Only a thin layer of cyan amber was left on the surface, as if it was plated with a layer of crystal clear film. It was a bird, and its whole body was dark cyan. The feathers on the surface of its body were still there, but the flesh and blood under the feathers had long dried up. Its wings were folded under its body, and there seemed to be wounds on them, revealing some crystal clear white bones. They were like cyan jade, shining with dazzling light. After the bird was completely unearthed, many attribute bubbles appeared around it without anyone noticing. They just floated in the air, and no one could see them. Wang Ting was overjoyed and immediately picked them up. Primordial will asterisk 3000 primordial will asterisk 2600 primordial will asterisk 3200, it's actually more than before. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered his body, causing his primordial willpower to rise rapidly. This time, although the scene of the ancient times appeared in his mind, his body did not reveal any of the ancient vicissitudes of life. Unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Naturally, he was prepared for the second time and was able to control himself very well. Primordial Will, 12500/30,000, Stage 3, Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel and was overjoyed. The primordial will had risen so quickly. In just a short while, it had gained so many attribute values, causing his willpower to become even stronger. Although the primordial will was only at stage 3 and was equivalent to a sector lord's aura, it was not as strong as his unyielding thunder battle will. However, the primordial will was too special. It had the ancient vicissitudes of time, and was stronger than a normal sector lord's aura. In some special situations, the primordial will would be very useful. Until now, Wang Ting had used the primordial will many times, and he had relied on it to be successful. More importantly, the heavenly wind green eagle was still dropping attribute bubbles, and he did not know how long it would last. If his primordial will could break through to stage 4, that would be great. Wang Ting thought greedily. The others did not know that Wang Ting had already gained many benefits from the heavenly wind green eagle. They were still surrounding the heavenly wind green eagle's body, trying to guess its origin. As Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles, he looked at the perfect body of the heavenly wind green eagle in front of him. He nodded secretly and smiled at Master Rong. Master Rong has good skills. You're too kind. Master Rong let out a breath of turbid air and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Luckily, I didn't let you down. This creature is definitely not ordinary. If it was damaged in the slightest, it would be my fault. Thank you for your hard work, Master Rong. Xianxia said gratefully. Wang Ting was also very grateful. Wait, he suddenly remembered something. His bet with Lu Yan seemed to have become a request, damn. What a loss. Although this Lu Yan was indeed very beautiful, he could not do anything to her. That request had too many restrictions, he might as well ask for the heavenly wind green eagle's body. What a loss. What a loss. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and thought about how to trick the heavenly wind green eagle's body from the other party. The pine resin of the green pine tree has to go through at least 1,000,000 years to form such a huge amber. This means that the mysterious creature has been sealed for at least 1,000,000 years. However, its power is still so terrifying. It shows that this mysterious creature was definitely very powerful when it was alive. Lu Yan looked at the creature in front of her with a shocked expression and said in surprise. Xianxia looked at the creature in front of her and then looked at Tai Lu, Wang Ting, and the others. She frowned and asked, "Does anyone recognize this creature? I haven't seen it before. This bird's body has shrunk a lot. After the passage of time, even its appearance has changed a lot. It's impossible to distinguish it." Tai Lu's expression was a little ugly. When he saw the bird and felt its terrifying power, he knew that the grade 7 wood origin stone and wood origin orb that he had obtained could not be compared with the creature in front of him. Fengdu and Pei Jing were both spirit chefs and did not know what this mysterious creature was. They shook their heads. "This creature seems to be some kind of ancient flying star beast." Gu Luo touched his chin and looked at Wang Ting. He muttered, "With such power, it must be at least a saint-level star beast." A saint-level star beast. Everyone was looking at the star beast curiously. When they heard Gu Luo's words, they were shocked. How could this mysterious creature be a saint-level star beast? Now, this creature was only 4 to 5 meters long. Even if it fully spread its wings, it would only be over 30 meters long. An ordinary king-level star beast was many times larger than this, let alone a saint-level star beast. Therefore, everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They could not believe Gu Luo's judgment. A saint-level creature. Fengdu and Pei Jing looked at each other. While they were shocked, they could not help but reveal a trace of greed. Originally, they had thought that if they won against Lu Yan, they would just cancel the bet and do her a favor. However, when they saw the corpse of the saint-level star beast, they could not help but reveal a trace of greed in their eyes. If they could win the corpse of the saint-level star beast, they would have profited greatly. However, on second thought, if it was really a saint-level star beast, the treasures they had just obtained were far inferior to Xianxia's. They had almost lost this competition. "Do you think it's a saint-level star beast just because you said so?" Fengdu immediately stood up and snorted. "It's just some remnant power. How can you determine that it's a saint-level star beast?" Wang Ting looked at him speechlessly. Was this guy a fool? He could even say such words without thinking. This time, he had offended not only Gu Luo but also Lu Yan and Xianxia, the two geniuses of the Lu and Sang families. Sure enough, Lu Yan and Xianxia's expressions changed. They looked at Fengdu coldly. They did not have any friendship with each other. Now, Fengdu did not even care about his face in order to win. This really made them feel disgusted. Could an ordinary star beast have such power? Even if they wanted to refute, they had to show more convincing evidence instead of pestering endlessly. It was fine if Fengdu's eyesight was bad, but if he did not even have the courage to admit defeat, then he was really unworthy. Fengdu's face stiffened when he saw Xianxia and Lu Yan's sharp gazes. "Please don't blame him. My brother has been stupid since he was young. He doesn't know how to speak. Please forgive him." Pei Jing glared at Fengdu and quickly cupped his fists at Lu Yan and Xianxia. Xianxia smiled coldly and did not say anything. She looked down on the Fengdu family. If it was normal times, they would not have any interaction at all. Lu Yan's expression was calm. She did not say anything. She had decided to ignore the other party. This family was not worthy of a deep friendship. For the Lu family, losing a family of spirit chefs was not a big deal. Lu Shan saw the situation and could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, his gaze also became indifferent. He looked at Pei Jing and Xianxia and completely gave up on the friendship between them. Pei Jing's face twitched. He glared at Fengdu fiercely. What a stupid brother, he was simply hopeless. Fengdu's face darkened. He just couldn't help but say a few words. He did not expect that it would cause such a situation. This was completely unexpected. Brother Wang Ting, do you think what I said is right? Gu Luo smiled. He did not care about other people's opinions. Instead, he looked at Wang Ting and asked with a smile. Brother Gu Luo is right. This mysterious creature is at least a saint-grade star beast. Wang Ting nodded and said. Then can you two tell what kind of star beast it is? Xianxia did not care about the two brothers of the Fengdu family and quickly asked. Based on these characteristics, I can't tell for the time being. Gu Luo shook his head and looked at Wang Ting. He said with a smile, but I think brother Wang Ting seems to know something about the origin of this creature. Sang Yi and Lu Yan were slightly stunned. They could not help but be surprised and immediately looked at Wang Ting. Brother Wang Ting, if you know something, please tell us. Sang Yi hesitated for a moment and said. Ahem, before we talk, can we change the stakes? Wang Ting coughed and asked. You really know? Gu Luo stared at Wang Ting with a burning gaze. After Sang Yi and Lu Yan looked at each other, they were even more surprised in their hearts. Since this guy said so, it was obvious that he really knew something. I know a little. Wang Ting said with a smile. Why do you want to change the stakes? Lu Yan asked in surprise. I'm afraid that if I lose, I won't be able to meet your conditions. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said righteously. Really? Lu Yan's face was full of suspicion. This guy was very confident just now, but now he actually admitted defeat. Gu Luo also looked at Wang Ting with a suspicious face. Although he and Wang Ting had just met not long ago, in his opinion, Wang Ting did not seem to be the kind of person who would admit defeat. The body of a Saint-class star beast, I definitely can't win against you. Why don't we go according to the original stakes? Wang Ting said. You said it yourself. This is the body of a Saint-class star beast. If we go according to the original stakes, can you afford it? Lu Yan looked at him and was even more suspicious. You don't know about this, right? I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. I've calculated just now. If I compensate you based on the value of the Saint Stage Star Beast, I can at most give you 1,500 chaos coins. I can afford that. Wang Ting lied through his teeth. 1,500 chaos coins. The people around heard this and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. What is the Saint-class star beast? It's just a body, but its value is so high. 1,500 chaos coins. Niao Jing and Feng Du looked at each other and could not help but widen their eyes. Their faces were full of disbelief. The ore they obtained was only worth 350 chaos coins, and that was the highest valuation. They thought that victory was already in their grasp. Who would have thought that the treasure Lu Yan and the others obtained would be worth 1,500 chaos coins? The difference was too big. Not only them, but the others also felt that it was a little magical. An ore worth tens of billions of universe coins actually yielded a treasure worth 1,500 chaos coins. This was not just a huge increase, it was practically boundless. Lu Yan and Sang Yi both opened their mouths in disbelief. Especially Sang Yi. As a prospector, she was no stranger to her gambling. However, it was her first time seeing a treasure worth more than 1,000 chaos coins at a price of tens of billions of universe coins. Moreover, she was the one who gambled. For a moment, the Sang family's prodigy felt that it was a little unreal. When she chose this ore, she really did not expect such a terrifying profit. She almost broke down mentally and even wanted to cry. She was the one who helped Lu Yan pick this ore. Lu Yan was usually the one who helped her. Now that Lu Yan was asking her for help, she naturally wanted to help Lu Yan settle this matter and let Lu Yan know what she was capable of. Therefore, when she was choosing the ore, she put her heart and soul into it, even using the mystic light bright pupils to the extreme. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? If she had known, she would not have chosen such a good ore. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for herself? How are you so sure that it's worth 1,500 chaos coins? Niao Jing questioned in disbelief. That's right. Even the body of an ordinary Saint-class star beast is not worth that much. Tai Lu took a deep breath to calm himself down and said. I'll explain this to you later, but now, will Miss Lu Yan agree to my request? Wang Ting looked at Lu Yan and asked with a smile. He did not believe that she would not be tempted by 1,500 chaos coins. Compared to an insignificant request, 1,500 chaos coins was obviously more attractive. Lu Yan frowned and stared at Wang Ting's eyes. 1,500 chaos coins was really tempting. Even she could not ignore it, but she felt that something was not right. This fellow would rather compensate her with 1,500 primal chaos coins than agree to a single request of hers. There was definitely something fishy going on here. As for Wang Ting winning against her, she did not think in that direction. After all, the treasure that she had obtained was worth 1,500 chaos coins, and it was said by the other party himself. She did not believe that Wang Ting could obtain a treasure that was more valuable than that. Are you sure that this Saint-class star beast's body is worth 1,500 chaos coins? You're not cheating me? Lu Yan said, you have to understand that if you're cheating me, with so many people watching, I can totally go back on my word. Of course I'm not cheating you. I won't do such a despicable thing. Wang Ting said. Is a request of mine so scary? Lu Yan had already believed 70 to 80% of it, but she still had doubts in her heart, so she asked again. With the value of 1,500 chaos coins, your request is definitely not simple. Wang Ting said, so I'm willing to pay 1,500 chaos coins in exchange for your request. All right. Lu Yan looked at him carefully and exchanged glances with Xianxia. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, as long as you say it, I'll agree to it. You only need to pay the corresponding compensation. You don't need to agree to my request. Her idea was simple. She would get the money first. As for the request, it did not matter. Anyway, she just wanted to find out about Wang Ting's identity and find out more about him. She could do it at any time in the future. There was no need to complete it now. The corner of Lu Tun's eyes twitched and he could not help but glance at Lu Yan. This guy must have fallen into the trap of money. 1,500 chaos coins. When he thought of this, even he could not help but feel envious and jealous. It was no wonder that the other party changed the bet. Let's be clear. If we lose, our ores will be given to the other party. If it's not enough, we'll use the same value to make up for it. Am I right? Wang Ting asked. That's right. Lu Yan thought about it and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. She nodded. Are you done? Cut the crap. Hurry up and tell us the origin of this item. So many of us are waiting. Fengdu said impatiently. He was still holding on to a sliver of hope. After all, if they lost, not only would they have to pay the wood origin bead, they would also have to pay another 1,000 chaos coins. It would be a huge loss. So they could only hope that Wang Ting would make a mistake. Wang Ting did not care about them. He was in a good mood and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. He finally got the heavenly wind azure condor's body. It was not easy, fortunately, they did not believe that he could win. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to trick the other party into changing the bet. We've agreed to your request. Can you tell us now? Xianxia could not help but urge. Alright, listen carefully. Wang Ting smiled and explained, this flying beast is called the heavenly wind azure condor. It is an extremely terrifying wind-attributed flying star beast from ancient times. Everyone was astonished and shocked when they heard it. They did not expect the shriveled body of the flying star beast to have such an origin, an ancient wind-attributed star beast, the heavenly wind azure condor. Many of them had already started to investigate secretly. Some of them were well informed and immediately found some information about the heavenly wind azure condor. They were even more astonished. Lu Yan, Xianxia, and the others were among them. At this moment, they were looking at the wings of the star beast with burning eyes. How can you be so sure that this is the heavenly wind azure condor? Fengdu's face turned even uglier. He did not give up and said, this flying beast has already shriveled up. Many flying star beasts have some characteristics. I'm afraid that its power alone is not enough. Whether I'm right or not, you will know when you cut open its wings. Wang Ting said indifferently. What do you mean? Fengdu frowned and said coldly. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression as if they were looking at a fool. That's enough. Don't embarrass me. Pei Jing's face turned ugly. He had already investigated the information about the heavenly wind azure condor and knew that what Wang Ting said was true. Just like what he said, as long as they cut open the wings, they would be able to confirm whether this mysterious star beast was the heavenly wind azure condor or not. The appearance could deceive people, but the bones of the wings could not. There were the unique innate patterns of the heavenly wind azure condor on it. It was the innate talent of the heavenly wind azure condor. Therefore, Wang Ting would never use this to deceive people. It seems that I have won this time. Lu Yan digested it for a long time before she gradually suppressed her surprise. She calmed down and looked at the crowd as she said with a smile. Feng Du and Pei Jing's faces turned ugly. They felt as if they had eaten shit. They did not lose to Wang Ting, but they lost to Lu Yan. This was 2F** ket up. More importantly, they had lost more than before. Gu Luo shook his head. He no longer had any hope in his heart. Even if he was confident, he did not think that he could win the skeleton of the heavenly wind azure condor. The appearance of this thing was completely dependent on fate. Even if he was usually very lucky, he could not guarantee that he could win. That might not be the case. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly stunned. They could not help but look at Wang Ting. What did this guy mean? Did he not give up? Are you still not going to admit defeat? Gu Luo asked in surprise. Both of our ores have not been opened yet. Everything is possible, Wang Ting said with a smile. Even if I can't win with this piece of ore, don't we still have yours? I don't have much confidence, Gu Luo shook his head and said. Since brother Wang Ting is not going to admit defeat, then let's continue to open the ores. I think these 2 ores are almost finished. We should be able to see the results soon. Lu Yan did not mind at all and said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble Master Rong again, Wang Ting said with a smile. Okay. Master Rong nodded and said. In fact, he was not optimistic about Wang Ting and Gu Luo. However, since they wanted to open the ores, he naturally would not stop them. Kacha. Kacha, one after another, the 2 ores became smaller and smaller. Gu Luo's ore was not small, but it lit up earlier than Wang Ting's ore. A dazzling scarlet light suddenly burst out. Everyone had already given up hope. However, when they saw this dazzling light, they could not help but be stunned. What a strong light! Xianxia's expression changed slightly and could not help but exclaim. The glaring crimson light illuminated the surroundings, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The light was too dazzling. It was several times more dazzling than the ore that Feng Du and Gu Luo had obtained. Everyone was almost blinded by the light. The item inside was definitely not ordinary. As everyone knew, the more dazzling the light, the more valuable the treasure inside the ore would be. The probability of this happening was very high. Of course, there were cases where the treasure was only an appearance, but it was extremely rare. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely surprised. Were these young prospectors all so powerful? There were many older prospectors around. They were originally there to watch the show, but when they saw the heavenly wind azure eagle that Xianxia had obtained from her ore, even they were stunned and no longer had the mood to watch the show. Now, when they saw that Gu Luo's ore was also so shocking, they were even more shocked. Old Chu and the white-haired and white-bearded elder beside him were standing together. When they saw this scene, they could not help but reveal an expression of disbelief. These few prodigies are really the younger generation. The white-haired and white-bearded elder could not help but sigh. Song Ling, it seems like old bones like us have no choice but to admit that we're old. Old Chu sighed and said. The first 3 are already so powerful, this last one. The white-haired and white-bearded elder called Song Ling glanced at Wang Ting and said suspiciously. Old Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. You think he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It's hard to say if he can win against the first 3, but the ore you sold might also increase in price, Song Ling said. Could it be that I'm blind? Old Chu suspiciously looked at the smallest piece of ore, with a bitter smile on his face. Since I've already sold it, I have no choice but to accept it. Old man, you're quite open-minded, Song Ling said with a smile. On the other side, Lu Yan, Xianxia, and the others thought that they had won, but when they saw this scene, the stone in their hearts rose again. No way, no way, the treasure they had obtained was already worth 1,500 chaos coins, and the other party could still make a comeback. There was no justice in this. Feng Du and Pei Jing's expressions became more and more unsightly. Forget about Lu Yan, now there was another one. They were completely suppressed. How could they have any chance of winning? Tai Lu's expression turned even uglier. If he lost to Xianxia, he would accept it. However, that Gu Luo was simply a nobody. If it wasn't for Sang Yi and Lu Yan, he would not have known him at all. How could his opponent defeat him? The Sky Pride of the Tai family was not only embarrassed, but also unconvinced. For a genius like him, losing to a nobody was the greatest insult to him. Gu Luo stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems like my luck has returned. Yes, that's right. My luck is back. Wang Ting nodded as he picked up the attribute bubbles that Gu Luo had dropped. Luck *1, there was only one attribute bubble, and it was only one attribute point. However, it was the luck attribute that Wang Ting had been looking forward to for a long time. This was really a luck attribute, baby. There were always surprises. Gu Luo felt a little strange. He glanced at Wang Ting and saw that he was smiling at him. Suddenly, he felt his scalp go numb, and the hair on his back stood on end. That smile was too creepy. Master Rong, quickly cut the stone. Everyone urged impatiently. Okay. Master Rong immediately responded. His hands instantly sped up as he cut the stone. Soon, a thick layer of stone was piled up on the ground. This scene caused everyone to be extremely surprised. When the light came out, they all thought that the treasure inside the ore should be quite big. However, after cutting off so much of the outer layer, the treasure inside was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone's anticipation gradually turned into suspicion. Gu Luo's expression changed slightly as he stared at the ore. It couldn't be that bad, right? Crack, right at this moment, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that a crack suddenly appeared on the ore that was only left with a small piece. Master Rong's movement stiffened as he stared at the crack. Generally speaking, an experienced person like him would never cause cracks to appear when cutting a rock. However, there was a very conspicuous crack on it now. It really made him feel very strange, and his expression became serious. Master, what do you think? Master Rong looked at Gu Luo and asked hesitantly. Continue to cut the stone. I believe in Master Rong's skills, Gu Luo said directly without hesitation. Anyway, he had already cut the stone to this extent. If he didn't let Master Rong continue, other stone-cutting masters might not be able to do better than him. Moreover, he also saw the situation of the Heavenly Wind Azure Eagle just now. Master Rong's skills were absolutely unquestionable. Now that such a situation had occurred, it was very likely that it was not a mistake by Master Rong, but a problem with the ore itself. Wang Ting was surprised when he saw the attribute bubble again. When the crack appeared, an attribute bubble fell out and floated at Master Rong's feet. He almost stepped on it. Although he couldn't step on it, pick it up, Wang Ting was full of expectation and immediately rolled out his mental power. The attribute bubble then merged into Wang Ting's body. One with the sword *600, one with the sword. Wang Ting was stunned. Although he already knew what was in Gu Luo's ore, he didn't expect to get such an attribute. However, this attribute also made him quite surprised. His, one with the sword, had not improved for a long time. Since he left Starry Sky Academy, he could no longer take advantage of those geniuses. Few of the martial artists in the outside world could master, one with a sword. The sword was the weapon that Wang Ting used the most, so he attached great importance to the improvement of various swordsmanship realms. Being one with the sword was undoubtedly a realm that swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. Whether it was the domain or the power of origin, to fully exert the power of swordsmanship, one needed to be in the one with the sword realm. To use an inappropriate analogy, the one with the sword realm was like a machine that could combine all kinds of materials to create the best equipment. One with the sword, 10100/1000000. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. The one with the sword realm had finally reached 1/10 of the upper limit of his attributes. Look, there are more and more cracks. At this moment, a cry of surprise pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. He quickly looked up. Master Rong hadn't done anything yet, but the cracks on the ore surface were increasing. From the initial crack, it began to spread and covered the entire ore surface in an instant. What's going on? It seems like something is coming out from inside. Why do I feel a sharp sword intent? A group of people discussed animatedly. There was no lack of powerful sword-down martial artists present. They seemed to have felt something and their faces were filled with shock. Xianxia's eyes flickered as she looked at the ore, but suddenly let out a painful groan and covered her eyes. Xianxia, what's wrong? Lu Yan's expression changed as she asked worriedly. Tai Lu, Pei Jing, and the others all looked at her, not knowing what had happened. However, when they saw a stream of blood flowing down Xianxia's cheeks, they couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt a little lucky. When he used the Eye of Truth to check, he felt a stab of pain and withdrew his gaze in time. Otherwise, he would probably end up like Xianxia. He had experienced that feeling many times, and it wasn't good at all. This was really a bloody experience. It was obvious that Xianxia had never experienced pain before. I'm fine, I just saw something. Xianxia waved her hand and covered her eyes with her other hand. After a while, she put it down. Your eyes are bleeding, and you still say you're fine. Lu Yan quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Xianxia. Don't worry, it's just a little stimulation. It's not a big deal. Xianxia explained. That's good. Lu Yan saw her say that and let out a sigh of relief, but she still stared at her eyes. It wasn't until Xianxia released her hand and revealed a pair of slightly bloodshot eyes that he finally felt completely relieved. What's inside? It can actually injure your eyes? Tai Lu asked. Sword. Xianxia took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, I saw a sword. Sword. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. There was actually a sword inside the ore. It was really unexpected. So it's like that, no wonder the ore cracked, it couldn't block the sharp intent emitted by the sword. To be able to crack the surface of the ore, this definitely isn't an ordinary sword. Looks like this master gambled well. I wonder what grade the sword is. If it's a Sector Lord level weapon, he'll have made a huge profit. The weapons sealed in the ore might have some remnant insights from the predecessors, so the value of the weapon is usually higher than other weapons of the same grade. Everyone discussed, they were excited and envious. The competition between the young grandmasters was too exciting. They had just solved an ancient star beast, the heavenly wind green condor, and now they had solved a sword. It was really an eye-opener. Master Rong let out a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't his fault, otherwise his reputation would have been ruined. Master Rong, quickly cut out this piece of ore, someone urged. Yeah, quickly open it, we're all waiting here, we can't wait. Others agreed. Master Rong immediately nodded and was about to continue. Wait. Wang Ting immediately called out. What's wrong? Gu Luo asked curiously. Does this master have any advice? Master Rong asked. It's not advice, but since there are cracks in the ore, there must be some kind of energy inside. If we open it rashly, we'll be injured. Wang Ting said. This? Master Rong's expression changed, he hesitated. I've seen some of these ores before, it's dangerous, if not careful, you'll be heavily injured, if not. He didn't continue, but everyone knew that if it was serious, the master's life might be lost. Brother Wang Ting, do you have a way? Gu Luo asked. If Brother Gu Luo trusts me, I'll help you finish the last step. Wang Ting said calmly. Of course I trust you. Gu Luo nodded and smiled, even if it's damaged, it's fine. With your words, I'm relieved. Wang Ting looked at his expression and confirmed that he was serious. He couldn't help but smile, it was so easy to talk to a straightforward person. He looked around and said, everyone move aside. When the others saw that Gu Luo, the owner of the ore, trusted Wang Ting, they naturally had nothing to say. Fengdu wanted to ridicule him, but he was stopped by Pei Jing. This stupid brother of his had already lost enough face. If he could, he even wanted to take a piece of cloth to block his mouth. Everyone moved aside and looked at the ore with vigilance. There were dangers in ore gambling, and many people had experienced it before. Some ores did have terrifying killing intent, and those treasures were sealed in the ore. The energy inside formed a seal, and before it was opened, it was safe. However, the moment it was opened, the terrifying killing intent would explode, killing people without leaving a trace. The most dangerous moment was actually the moment it was opened. After the explosion, it wasn't that dangerous. Perhaps it was because it had been suppressed for too long, the explosion was naturally very terrifying. Therefore, even though there were many experts present, they were very cautious and didn't dare to get close. Their eyes were not only fixed on the ore, but also on Wang Ting, wanting to see how he would open it. However, Wang Ting didn't step forward. He only stretched out a finger and flicked it, shooting out a formless origin power that landed on a certain part of the ore. This scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Wang Ting to use such a simple and crude method. Wasn't this just messing around? Even Gu Luo's mouth twitched. Was this guy even reliable? Bang! It was at this time that a muffled sound suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look, and their expressions were shocked. They saw a dazzling scarlet radiance erupt from the ore. The radiance was emitted from the cracks, covering the entire surface of the ore as if something was about to rush out. This is... Xianxia's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. What's going on? Lu Yan asked in surprise. He must have used some method to stimulate the energy inside, causing the energy to erupt on its own. This way, the ore's surface will naturally collapse. What a good eyesight and method. Xianxia glanced at the black-haired young man standing nearby with his hands behind his back and explained in a deep voice. She didn't know why, but she was suddenly worried about Lu Yan. Although the ore she had chosen had yielded a treasure worth 1,500 chaos coins and seemed to have won, she felt that she couldn't see through the black-haired young man in front of her. He was too calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. How could such a person admit defeat so easily? When he thought about it again, the reason he had given to change the stakes of the bet also had many contradictions. Lu Yan also turned to look at Wang Ting with a trace of surprise in her eyes. It wasn't easy to achieve this. Even the experienced Master Rome couldn't do it, but Wang Ting had done it. This person's control of energy and eyesight couldn't be underestimated. Gu Luo glanced at Wang Ting with surprise in his heart. This fellow had so many tricks up his sleeve that it was impossible to fathom. Ka ka ka. In the next moment, a series of shattering sounds suddenly rang out and reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone to involuntarily widen their eyes. The cracks on the ore surface increased, and streaks of scarlet light bloomed densely. There weren't many of them, but they had almost turned into a ball of light. The layers of stone peeled off on their own, revealing what was underneath. It was a piece of crimson jade with flame-like veined patterns on its surface. It looked particularly strange. Boom! Before anyone could take a closer look, a loud rumble echoed. As the jade was revealed, a wave of scorching heat filled the surroundings. At the same time, streaks of scarlet sword radiance erupted in all directions. What was even more terrifying was that there were traces of origin energy fluctuations radiating from the sword radiance. Everyone was shocked, but they were already prepared. They hurriedly circulated their origin power to block the terrifying sword radiance. Bang bang bang, the streaks of sword radiance collided with everyone's defense, causing a series of dull sounds. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. With a wave of his hand, a light screen formed by origin power appeared in front of him. It contained the origin power. The next moment, the streaks of sword radiance collided with the light screen and were instantly annihilated. What a terrifying sword radiance! Grandmaster Alfred said in horror as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, Grandmaster Wang Ting is here. Otherwise, we would be in danger. Grandmaster Hazel patted her chest and said with lingering fear. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can even block such an attack so easily. Grandmaster Huayuan looked at Wang Ting and said with emotion. Xianxia, Luo Tang, and the other young grandmasters looked at Wang Ting with complicated expressions. They were shocked by his strength. Not only was Wang Ting's mastery of his secondary professions terrifying, but his martial arts were also so powerful. They felt like they were being beaten in every way. There was no comparison at all. This attack was only caused by the remnant energy of an ancient sword. It's not as terrifying as you think, Wang Ting said. Isn't that terrifying? My defense was almost broken. Gu Luo said, it seems that you are much stronger than I thought. Wang Ting did not comment. He changed the topic and said meaningfully, you should take a look at that ore of yours. The thing inside is extraordinary. Gu Luo came back to his senses. He did not have time to investigate Wang Ting's strength. He quickly looked at the crimson jade. After the explosion of sword radiance, the crimson jade calmed down. Only a gentle light radiated from it. It was not dazzling. Everyone turned to look at the jade. Wow! An uproar suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the thing inside the jade in shock. This crimson jade was less than a meter long. It was in the shape of a strip. There was an ancient-looking longsword lying in it. Strands of sword Dao concept radiated from it. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the longsword. They were shocked and could not move their eyes away. Why does this sword give people a strange feeling? Yes, it seems like a sword Dao expert is standing in front of us. With such a concept, the owner of this sword must have grasped an extremely high level of sword Dao concept. This sword is at least a sector lord level weapon. Everyone was discussing and guessing the origin and grade of this sword. Pei Jing and Fengdu looked at each other. Their expressions were even worse. When they saw this sword, they knew they had lost again. There was no way to compare. The value of this sword was definitely higher than their wood origin orb. Sang Yi and Lian's expressions were serious. They thought they were going to win. Now, it seemed that it was not certain. This sword was not simple. Wang Ting did not speak. He looked around the sword and with a sweep of his spiritual force, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Without a doubt, after this sword was born, it dropped even more attribute bubbles. One with the sword asterisk 2001 with the sword asterisk 2501 with the sword asterisk 2300, they were all, one with the sword, attributes, and they had a lot more attributes than the previous attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was overjoyed. This sword was good stuff. It actually dropped so many one with the sword stats. Gu Luo was really lucky. However, even if he wanted to comprehend one with the sword, he would need to spend a lot of time. Unlike Wang Ting, who directly took advantage of it. No matter how he thought about it, he was the one who profited. Human and sword is 1-26500/1000000 in an instant. Wang Ting's mastery of one with the sword skyrocketed, far surpassing his original level. Numerous comprehensions of the way of the sword instantly appeared in his mind. It was as if there were numerous figures practicing sword techniques in his mind, displaying various truths of the way of the sword, causing his understanding of the way of the sword to become even more profound. As if he was enlightened, Wang Ting completely grasped the sword Dao insights. He then glanced at the attribute panel. He could not help but feel surprised and shocked. In just a short while, the one with the sword attribute had skyrocketed from over 10,000 points to 26,500 points. That was too fast of an increase. The one with the sword that he had mastered was definitely far beyond sword Dao geniuses like Feather Cloud Xian and Killer. Even if they cultivated with all their might, they might not be able to catch up to him in such a short period of time. Unless they obtained some unimaginable opportunity. Unfortunately, those opportunities were not that easy to obtain. Wang Ting couldn't help but snicker when he thought of this. His luck was really good. Speaking of which, was this considered taking advantage of those genius mine hunters? The treasures that they obtained would provide him with attribute bubbles. Was that not equivalent to taking advantage of him? Can anyone appraise this sword's level and value? Gu Luo took a glance at the longsword before him. He wanted to appraise its value, but it was to no avail. He could only ask around. Let's have a look. A voice came out of nowhere. The crowd parted as a few silhouettes walked in from outside. It's an appraiser from the Secondary Profession Alliance. That looks like Macefield's appraiser. It's him. He's an extremely famous appraiser from the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. Rumor has it that he has appraised hundreds of thousands of treasures. Among them, there are more than 10,000 immortal-level treasures. Hiss. Many people gasped in shock. There were more than 10,000 immortal-level treasures. Some of them had never even seen an immortal-level treasure, but he had appraised so many immortal-level treasures. This kind of appraisal record was simply unbelievable. Wang Ting was also surprised. The Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Any one of them was an incredible person. It was terrifying. Macefield's appraiser. Sang Yi obviously recognized this appraiser. She immediately went forward and bowed slightly. So it's Miss Xianxia. We've met once by chance. Macefield's master was a benevolent-looking old man. He smiled and nodded. Yes, I was there when my father asked you to appraise a treasure. Xianxia smiled. Macefield's appraiser. Tai Lu also went forward and bowed. You are. Macefield hesitated for a moment before realizing, I remember now. You're the Tai family's prodigy. I've appraised treasures for your family's elders. Yes, I'm Tai Lu. I'm a member of the Tai family. However, I'm not a prodigy. I've only achieved a little. Tai Lu said humbly. The Tai family's prodigy is incredible. You're too humble. Macefield's appraiser smiled. Gu Luo's eyes flashed as he bowed slightly. Greetings, Macefield's appraiser. You. Macefield's appraiser suddenly widened his eyes as if he had seen something unbelievable. Macefield's appraiser, we've met once before. I met you at my uncle's place. Do you still remember? Gu Luo gave Macefield's appraiser a look and said. Cough cough. Macefield's appraiser came back to his senses and coughed dryly. I remember. I remember. You are. I'm Gu Luo. Macefield's appraiser, you're really forgetful. Gu Luo said. Ha ha ha, look at my memory. I've really forgotten. Macefield's appraiser laughed loudly. Wang Ting's gaze circled around the two of them. He felt that the two of them were a little strange. Not to mention Wang Ting, even Xianxia, Tai Lu, and the rest felt that something was off. Although Macefield's appraiser was only an appraiser, his attainments were extremely profound. He had unparalleled experience and knowledge. He was an esteemed guest of many experts. Almost all those who could request his help were extremely powerful experts or people from some major forces. Since Gu Luo was acquainted with Macefield's appraiser, his identity was definitely not simple. You've come at the right time. Quickly appraise the value of this longsword for me. Gu Luo quickly said. You're the one who opened this longsword? Macefield's appraiser asked in surprise. Yes. Gu Luo nodded. Gu. Young friend's attainments in ore searching are indeed extraordinary. Macefield's appraiser exclaimed. It's all right. It's all right. Gu Luo chuckled. Macefield's appraiser did not say anything else. He immediately went up to the crimson jade and sized it up. He did not ask anyone to cut the jade. He only looked at the longsword through the jade. Sometimes, he would stop and ponder. Sometimes, he would pace back and forth. It was as if he had memorized all the details of the longsword. After a while, when everyone was getting impatient, he finally opened his mouth slowly. This longsword. Judging from its shape, it should be an ancient artifact. Moreover, it was forged by an ancient race. That race is called the Scarlet Peak race. They are a race that possesses a powerful innate fire attribute talent. They are famous for their forging, and the weapons they forge are things that all martial artists scramble for. Moreover, the weapons they forge all have the characteristics of their race. Everyone might as well take a look and compare them with the patterns on this longsword. The Crimson Phoenix race. Everyone was stunned. They immediately investigated. Macefield's appraiser is indeed knowledgeable. I didn't expect him to know about ancient artifacts. Xianxia smiled. I've only lived a little longer. I've seen a little bit of everything. It's not worth mentioning. Macefield's appraiser smiled. This appraiser is indeed amazing. Yuan Gungun exclaimed as he sent the information he had found to Wang Ting. How could he be an honored guest of the Sang and Tai families if he wasn't capable? Wang Ting nodded after checking the information. Then what grade is this longsword? Gu Luo asked. From the runes on it, it should be a Sector Lord high-tier weapon. Master Macefield's appraiser said. Sector Lord high level. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with shock. A Sector Lord high-tier weapon from ancient times. Its value was definitely not low. Then the price of this longsword. Gu Luo's eyes flashed. He was also quite happy as he asked again. Macefield's appraiser frowned. He rubbed his chin and muttered, Crimson Phoenix race's weapons are usually much more expensive than normal weapons. Plus, it's an ancient artifact. Its value is even higher. But that's not the key. Oh. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. Everyone looked at Macefield's appraiser intently. They wanted to see how he would set the price. The key to this sword isn't its outer appearance. Instead, it's the concept that emanates from it. Macefield's appraiser smiled and said, I've seen many such items. If I'm not wrong, the sword concept on it is quite helpful to Sector Lord level experts. There were many Sector Lord level experts around. Upon hearing this, they all nodded. They too felt that the concept on the longsword was quite helpful to them. If they could comprehend it properly, it would definitely be beneficial to their sword concept. That was where the true value of this sword lied. Therefore, I'll set the price of this sword at 1,200 chaos coins. Macefield's appraiser said. Xianxia and Lu Yan heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Luo nodded. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he was only competing with Wang Ting. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose the sword to anyone else. There was nothing to worry about. This appraiser's price is quite accurate. Yuan Gungun said. No, according to the concept within, the price should be higher. Wang Ting said. Only he knew what kind of sword concept was contained within the longsword. Therefore, he was very clear about its value. Then, are you going to tell them? Yuan Gungun asked. I won't tell them. Anyway, even if the price is higher, it won't exceed Lu Yan's Heavenly Wind Green Eagle. The result will be the same. Wang Ting said. 1,200 chaos coins. Looks like we've won. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting and glanced at his oar. She smiled and said, Do you still want to continue? Of course, why not? Wang Ting said indifferently. Your oar is small to begin with. Now that half of it has been cut, I'm afraid you're going to lose. You definitely won't be able to win against Lu Yan. Pei Jing said indifferently. He still wanted to salvage his relationship with Lu Yan. Since they were destined to lose, he might as well be more open-minded. Who knows, he might even be able to salvage the previous impression of him losing points. It's not completely cut yet. It's too early to say anything. Wang Ting said calmly. Damn stubborn duck. Fingdu sneered and said disdainfully, You want to win against Miss Lu Yan with this oar? What wishful thinking. Why? You won't let me cut the oar? Wang Ting glanced at him and asked. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Lu Shan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked coldly at Fingdu and Yuan Gungun and said, No matter what the result is, before the oar is cut, we can't be sure. Don't you understand this principle? Fingdu's face suddenly stiffened. He was extremely embarrassed. Continue cutting the oar. Lu Yan chuckled and said to smooth things over. In fact, she didn't have a good impression of Wang Ting. At this point, this guy was still stubbornly refusing to give up. It really made her speechless. Xianxia also frowned and looked at Wang Ting. What was this guy thinking? His eyesight was indeed very good. However, at this point, she didn't believe that the oar chosen by the other party could still win. So what was he still persisting for? Master Rong walked to the side of the last oar cutting master and looked at Wang Ting's oar. He shook his head and didn't think highly of it. However, he still decided to cut the oar personally to give face to these few prodigies. The treasures from the first 3 oars had already opened his eyes. This oar was just a bonus. It didn't matter. Moreover, there was only a small piece left of this oar. It wouldn't take much effort. Kacha, Master Rong's speed was very fast. He cut off the surface layer of the oar in front of him layer by layer. Soon, the original appearance of the oar was revealed. There was no dazzling light, nor was there any terrifying danger. Everything was very calm. A piece of grey crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was just lying there quietly. It even looked a little inconspicuous. What is this? Everyone stared at this oar and looked at each other. Xianxia, Lu Yan, and the others had a strange expression. They glanced at the oar and then looked at Wang Ting. It was as if they were saying, You persevered until the very end just for this dusty crystal? Ha ha ha. Fengdu couldn't help but laugh. He laughed until he was swaying back and forth. He said, "This is the treasure you chose?" I'm dying of laughter. Your luck this time doesn't seem to be very good. A mocking smile appeared on Pei Jing's face as he shook his head and said, I thought he was a real genius. I didn't expect him to be a sensationalist. Tai Lu said indifferently. Gu Luo felt that something was amiss. He moved closer to the dusty crystal and looked at it. Then, he glanced at Wang Ting. He didn't believe that Wang Ting would take out a useless crystal. Just this? The first 3 ores were all treasures. I thought that even if the last one was not as good, it wouldn't be too bad. I didn't expect it to be like this. Isn't that so? What can this gray crystal do? I can't feel the slightest energy fluctuation from it. I'm afraid it's just a piece of trash. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly as they were extremely disappointed. Ha ha ha, right at this moment, a loud laughter suddenly resounded. Everyone looked at the source of the laughter and realized that the person laughing was Wang Ting. What are you laughing at? Feng Du frowned and said. There are always people who call me ignorant and naive. Wang Ting shook his head and said. Who are you calling ignorant? Feng Du's expression turned ugly as he stared at Wang Ting and said, Everyone can see that this gray crystal is a piece of trash. Only you are still being stubborn. Piece of trash? Wang Ting glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. I think you are the trash. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. What did you say? Feng Du was furious as his face turned red. What do you mean? Pei Jing's expression was also ugly, but he still maintained his calm. He sneered and said, Don't tell me this dusty crystal is some kind of treasure? So many people are watching. Do you really think everyone is blind? Of course this is a treasure. Unfortunately, everyone here is blind. No one can see it. Wang Ting glanced at him and chuckled. He immediately activated his mockery skill and mocked everyone. Pei Jing was a little stunned. This bastard really dared to say that. Sang Yi and Lu Yan were speechless. This guy was really bold. He actually mocked so many people and was not afraid of being beaten to death. With so many people spitting at him, it was enough to drown him. What did you say? Who has eyes but can't see? This is clearly a piece of trash. You lost the bet. Who can you blame? What's the use of being stubborn? What a joke. Sure enough, everyone's expression darkened as they glared at Wang Ting. They could not wait to spit at him. This guy's mouth was too mean. That old man Chu and the old man named Song Ling beside him shook their heads speechlessly. This kid must have lost his mind. With so many masters and experts present, he was not afraid at all. At the same time, old man Chu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he lost the bet. If he won the bet, it would be his turn to bleed. Everyone was mocking Wang Ting. There were also some who were gloating as they looked at Wang Ting with sneers as if they were watching a joke. Only that Macefield Trading's appraiser frowned. He moved closer to the gray crystal and looked at it again and again. He shook his head and frowned at times as if he could not understand it. What else do you have to say now? Pei Jing sneered. Gu Luo, Sang Yi, Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the others frowned as they looked at Wang Ting. They did not know what he was thinking. Since that is the case, I will show you what this is. All of you, look carefully. Wang Ting's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of everyone's mockery. He walked up to the crystal and picked it up. It was only the size of a baby's head. He held it in his hand and injected a wisp of soul force into it. Boom, a loud boom suddenly sounded. An extremely majestic and pure soul force suddenly burst out and hovered above the hall. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Boundless soul power swept out and reverberated in the air above the hall. The atmosphere around Wang Ting and the rest fell into a strange silence. Those mocking words were stuck in everyone's throats at this moment, as if someone had used a smelly and long rag to gag them. Fengdu and Pei Jing's faces stiffened as they stared at the gray crystal in Wang Ting's hand with wide eyes. Their hearts were in turmoil and filled with disbelief. Tai Lu was dumbfounded and could no longer remain calm. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Sang Yi and Lu Yan opened their mouths wide as if they could stuff a lollipop in That shocked and incredulous expression on the two beautiful faces actually seemed a little comical. Lu Tun's eyes fluctuated violently as he looked deeply at Wang Ting. Gu Luo took a deep breath as he looked at Wang Ting. For the first time, his face was filled with shock. Grandmaster Alfred and the rest were even more shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't believe their eyes. What was this gray crystal with such a dense soul energy? What exactly was it? At the same time, originally, Wang Ting and the rest's competition was maintained in a small area. Although there were many spectators, not everyone was there. Many experts didn't care about such small fights. However, as the soul power spread out, every expert's face changed slightly. Their faces were filled with shock as they rushed towards Wang Ting and the rest. The hall was originally very big, about the size of a few football fields. However, to those sector lords and even immortals, it only took an instant. Swish swish swish, before the crowd could think about it, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Figures with powerful auras appeared one after another, causing the crowd's face to change. They couldn't help but retreat. Immortal rank. The surrounding people couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they exclaimed softly. Even immortal rank experts are alarmed. Sang Yi, Lu Yan and the rest couldn't help but look at each other in shock. What was this gray crystal? It could actually alarm immortal rank experts. Wang Ting. What is this thing? Why is there such a powerful soul fluctuation? Lu Yan looked around and asked hurriedly. I know. The Macefield appraiser suddenly yelled out. He looked excited. He ran forward and stared at the gray crystal in Wang Ting's hand. This is a soul source crystal. Wang Ting glanced at him. This was something he prepared for himself to show off. He didn't expect this old man to help him show off. Damn it. Soul source. Crystal. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. Immortal rank experts. Soul source crystal. This is a soul source crystal. At the same time, a sharp cry rang out in Wang Ting's mind. Yuan Gun. It didn't recognize the gray crystal at first, but after the Macefield appraiser spoke, it immediately recognized the gray crystal. It immediately realized what was going on. This was AF * King Soul Crystal, although it Gun it of course, it. That was why he didn't recognize him immediately. It Gun never thought that this soul source crystal would be so ordinary. If Wang Ting hadn't stimulated the force in it. Even if it was placed on the side of the road. Not many people would recognize it. They had once obtained a soul crystal from the Ant-Man race's mother. However, a soul crystal and a soul source crystal were different. The former was a soul crystal condensed from a living being. Although it had the effect of making up for the soul source, it was far from being as pure as a soul source crystal. The latter was an origin crystal that was automatically formed between heaven and earth. It had the purest soul power. No matter what kind of creature it was, it could absorb it. It could strengthen one's soul source. Even if it was an immortal or a true god. Both of them were able to absorb the soul source energy. Without a doubt, this was the most precious and rare treasure in the universe. Even many immortal rank experts had never seen this thing, let alone obtained it. Therefore, who would have thought that such a precious soul source crystal would appear in this inconspicuous ore? Don't be excited. This thing is ours now. Wang Ting said calmly. Yes. It's ours. This soul source crystal is ours. Such a big piece, it's all ours. Yuan Gun took a few deep breaths and shouted in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Even he wasn't this excited. Why was this guy so excited? Macefield appraiser. Are you sure this is a soul source crystal? Tai Lu's eyes were shaken as he asked in disbelief. Yes. How precious is a soul source crystal? Why would it appear here so easily? Pei Jing's face was pale as he made his final struggle. If this gray crystal was really a soul source crystal, what could he use to compensate the other party? The preciousness of this item was something that even immortal rank existences would be moved by. Even if he emptied his pockets, it wouldn't be enough to compensate. This is fake. This must be fake. It definitely can't be a soul source crystal. Fengdu muttered. Although his voice was soft, everyone present was a powerful expert. How could they not hear him? Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Wang Ting glanced at him and felt that this person was like a clown. He didn't know how a big family like the Feng family could nurture such a weirdo. Xianxia, Lu Yan and the rest were stunned. Then, their eyes revealed disgust and disgust. This item is definitely a soul source crystal. This old man can guarantee it with his reputation. Macefield appraiser said in a deep voice. This? How is this possible? Pei Jing's face was pale. He couldn't help but take a step back as if he had suffered a huge blow. Lu Shan looked at the two of them sympathetically and shook his head. These two brothers could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke Wang Ting. How could someone who could defeat Lu Tun be a simple person? But then again, this person was really unexpected. He could even open a treasure like a soul source crystal. In this way, wouldn't he win against everyone? Even if the price had not been set yet, everyone knew that the soul source crystal's value would surpass the treasures Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the rest had obtained. Xianxia sighed in her heart when she heard Macefield appraiser's affirmation. A complicated expression appeared on her face as she looked at Wang Ting and said, "You win. It seems my luck is not bad." Wang Ting chuckled, "Among all the ores, I didn't waste my time in picking this one. This is really fate." Xianxia. What kind of fate is this? She didn't believe Huang Xiaolong's words at all. Now that she thought about it, this guy seemed to be very confident from the start. Could it be that he already knew there was a soul source crystal inside this ore? When this thought popped up in her mind, Xianxia was shocked. Not only Xianxia, but Lu Yan, Lu Tun, Gu Luo. And the rest also thought of this point. All of them looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Why are you all looking at me like that? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he asked nonchalantly. Did you already know there was a soul source crystal inside this ore? Gu Luo asked. Are you kidding me? If I had such ability, I would have bought all the ores you two just obtained. You wouldn't even have a chance. Wang Ting said seriously. Everyone's face was filled with suspicion. On one hand, they felt Wang Ting's words made sense, but on the other hand, they felt it wasn't so simple. Don't doubt me. In fact, I'm just like all of you. I only have a little bit of mining knowledge and good luck. That's how I got this soul source crystal. It's all luck. Wang Ting sighed with emotion. Yuan Gun Gun. This guy was trying to trick them again. Your mining skills must have reached the Grandmaster level, right? Gu Luo asked meaningfully. More or less. More or less. Wang Ting said with a chuckle. It seems we were blind. Your mining skills are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Xianxia looked at Wang Ting and said very seriously. Tai Lu didn't say anything, but at this moment, his gaze towards Wang Ting was no longer as contemptuous as before. Obviously, they all attributed this matter to Wang Ting's mining skills. They all thought he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Thank you for letting me win. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Ting cupped his fists and said to everyone. We all lost. Gu Luo shook his head and said, I owe you a request. Thank you, brother Gu Luo. I'll have to consider your request carefully. It's best to use it when it's needed. Wang Ting said with a mischievous smile. Gu Luo's identity wasn't simple. His request was still very valuable. As for the battle sword, other than the man and sword as one attribute that attracted Wang Ting, the battle sword itself didn't attract him at all. It was just a high-level sector lord battle sword. It wasn't like he didn't have one. Gu Luo's mouth twitched. He felt like he had found trouble for himself. This guy obviously wouldn't let him off easily. Xianxia and Lu Yan looked at each other. Their faces were stiff. They had just exchanged bets with Wang Ting. Now that they thought about it, they suddenly felt stupid. This spirit source crystal, even if they used the body of the heavenly wind azure eagle, they would still have to pay a lot of chaos coins. How could they afford to pay? The two girls looked at each other bitterly. Their eyes were moist, and tears were flowing from their hearts. Lu Tun looked at the two girls with a strange expression. He suddenly felt pity for them. Wasn't this like two gamblers who lost everything? The two of you won't go back on your words, right? Wang Ting looked over and asked with a smile. How can we go back on our words? Lu Yan laughed dryly. She didn't dare to look at Wang Ting and said guiltily. That's good. Wang Ting looked at the two deeply. In front of so many people, he wasn't afraid of them going back on their words. He then looked at Feng Du and Lu Tun and asked plainly, you two prodigies of the Feng family, when will you give me your bets? You. Feng Du's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared fiercely at Wang Ting. It was as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. This is all because you wanted to compete with me. You can't blame me. Wang Ting said plainly. Feng Du and Li Jing's faces were extremely ugly. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Wang Ting was right. They asked for it. If they didn't want to bet with Wang Ting, how could they end up in such a situation? The price of this origin spirit crystal hasn't been set yet. It's too early for you to say this. Lu Jing gritted his teeth. It's already at this stage. Any struggle you have is futile. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He smiled faintly and said to appraiser Macefield Tradings, if that's the case, appraiser Macefield Tradings, please help me set the price. It's not easy to set the price. If it's sent to an auction, this origin spirit crystal can be sold for a sky-high price. Appraiser Macefield Tradings frowned and said hesitantly. It's fine. Just set the price. I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting said. All right. Appraiser Macefield Tradings pondered for a while and said, I once saw an origin spirit crystal at an auction. It's about 1/5 the size of yours. Back then, that origin spirit crystal was sold for a high price of 3,600 chaos coins. If we were to calculate based on the size of your origin spirit crystal, it would be worth at least 18,000 chaos coins. When he said that, he couldn't help but look at the Fengdu brothers, Lu Yan, and the others with sympathy. When the Fengdu brothers heard that, their faces instantly turned pale. They couldn't help but take a step back and supported each other. They were a pair of brothers in the same predicament. 18,000 chaos coins, F*CK, they were going to die. Tai Lu's face changed slightly. He never expected the origin spirit crystal to be so valuable. That was chaos coins. 18,000 chaos coins. Even if they emptied their pockets, they wouldn't have that much money. Even to the major families, such a large sum of chaos coins was enough to make them feel the pinch for a while. Hiss. At the same time, the surrounding people gasped as if they had heard something unbelievable. That price was heaven-defying. If they didn't remember wrongly, this Grandmaster Wang Ting had only spent 200 universe dollars to buy this ore. On the other side, the old man with the surname Fengdu clutched his chest and panted heavily. He looked like he was about to faint. The original price was 25 billion universe coins, but he purposely reduced it by 5 billion chaos coins. In the end, he got 18,000 chaos coins. Pfft, the old man with the surname Fengdu almost vomited blood. The old man named Song Ling looked at him with a strange expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He felt that no matter what he said, it would be a stab to the old man's heart. But appraiser Macefield Trading suddenly changed the topic, causing Lu Yan, Fengdu, and the others' hearts to skip a beat. But what? Lu Yan asked. The value of an origin spirit crystal can't be calculated based on its size. Generally speaking, the larger the size, the purer and more majestic the soul energy contained in the origin spirit crystal. Therefore, its value will definitely be higher, appraiser Macefield Trading said slowly. Pfft. The two brothers, Pei Jing and Fengdu, suddenly felt as if an arrow had pierced their chests. They almost vomited blood. Young friend, I'm offering 25,000 chaos coins. I wonder if you can sell this origin spirit crystal. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard from the side. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked as they looked at the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. His body didn't seem to have any fluctuations, but his eyes were exceptionally deep, as if they contained a starry sky. An immortal rank existence. Many people immediately recognized the middle-aged man's identity. This person was an immortal rank expert. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the person. He had already guessed that someone would bid, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Moreover, it was an immortal rank expert. Facing such an existence, he had to be more cautious. Fortunately, he had someone backing him, so he didn't have to worry about anything. 25,000 chaos coins. Peijing and Fengdu's faces were pale as they felt defeated. If it was an ordinary person who bid, they might have retorted for the sake of the bet. However, facing an immortal rank existence, even if they were given 3 guts, they wouldn't dare. At this moment, the two of them were completely speechless. I'm very sincere. Young friend, you can consider it carefully. The immortal rank existence in a white robe smiled as he said. However, before Wang Ting could speak, another figure stood out and said plainly, I'll offer 28,000 chaos coins. This was an old man with a cold expression. He wore a green robe and exuded a chilling aura that made people not dare to approach him. The immortal rank existence in a white robe glanced at him and said, 29,000 chaos coins. 30,000 chaos coins. The green-robed old man said. 31,000 chaos coins. 32,000 chaos coins. The two of them went head-to-head and actually started bidding as if there was no one else around. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with golden light. He had still underestimated the value of the spirit origin crystal. It was just 18,000 chaos coins, but in a short while it had shot up to 32,000 chaos coins. Just as Macefield Appraiser said, the value of the spirit origin crystal couldn't be determined purely by its size. Peijing and Fengdu didn't feel good. Seeing the two immortals raise the price again and again, their hearts were bleeding. They were the ones who were increasing the price. The two of them wanted to stop the two immortals immediately, but they didn't dare. Lu Yan's lips kept trembling and her delicate body couldn't stand straight. If it wasn't for Xianxia supporting her, this La family beauty would have fallen to the ground. I'm so stupid. Lu Yan looked at Xianxia with tears in her eyes, really? Why did I agree to change the bet? Why don't you sell your body? Xianxia hesitated and suggested. She suddenly felt fortunate that she was only here to help. This bet had nothing to do with her. Otherwise, it would be too tragic. How could she afford it? You. I. Lu Yan stared at her good friend with wide eyes. She didn't expect such a malicious suggestion to come out of her mouth. She was so angry that she almost cried. Hee, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Xianxia faced her gaze and turned her head away guiltily and laughed dryly. The two immortals finally set the price at 33,000 chaos coins. No one increased the price. They looked at Wang Ting and seemed to hand the decision to Wang Ting. They didn't release any aura, but it was as if there was a formless pressure pressing down on Wang Ting. This was the might of an immortal. They had already shown their sincerity by raising the price to such a high level. Now, it was time for Wang Ting to make his choice. Both of them were immortals. They believed that no one would dare to reject an immortal. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. They didn't know what choice he would make. Little friend, if you sell the soul origin crystal to me, I'll owe you a favor. The immortal dressed in a moon-white robe smiled and said, also, you might not know my strength. I'm an emperor immortal. Hee, I'm also an emperor immortal. If this little friend is willing to sell the soul origin crystal to me, I'll also owe you a favor. The green-robed elder let out a hoarse laugh. Everyone was dumbfounded. These two undyings were both emperor-level undyings, and for the sake of fighting over the soul origin crystal, they were willing to go to such an extent, even promising a favor. It was truly unimaginable. Many people looked at Wang Ting with envy and jealousy. That was an emperor immortal. How terrifying was the favor of an emperor immortal. However, there were also people who suddenly rejoiced in his misfortune. Since the two immortals had promised such generous conditions, it was obvious that they were determined to get it. No matter who this fellow chose to sell it to, he would offend the other immortal rank existence. He was clearly being roasted on the fire. However, facing such a situation, Wang Ting only smiled faintly and said, Seniors, there's no need to fight. I have my own use for this soul origin crystal. Therefore, I won't sell it. Once these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Then, they were extremely shocked. This fellow actually rejected two immortals at the same time. Where did he get his confidence from? Oh, you don't want to reconsider? The green-robed elder squinted his eyes and said faintly. Little friend, a man's wealth is his own ruin. You should understand this logic. The value of this soul origin crystal is far beyond what you can afford. It's better to sell it as soon as possible. The moon-white-robed immortal looked at the green-robed elder and hesitated before saying, if you change it to primal chaos coins, it'll be safer. Wang Ting glanced at the immortal. He could tell that the immortal didn't have any intention of forcing him. He was just reminding him out of good intentions. However, the green-robed elder was different. Wang Ting could see a hint of greed in his eyes. This person was definitely not a good person. As expected, there were all sorts of people gathered at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. As the two immortal rank existences finished their words, the surrounding atmosphere instantly tensed up. If only a portion of people thought of this before, now everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. It seemed that although the value of the soul origin crystal was high, it had also become a hot potato. Although this young master was a third path master, he was too weak. If he didn't have any background, it would be hard for him to keep the soul origin crystal. It seemed like only the two immortals were determined to get the soul origin crystal. However, one didn't need to use their brains to know that there were countless eyes staring at them from behind. The number of warriors who were interested in this soul origin crystal was definitely not small. Why don't you sell it to my Tai family? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. The crowd parted and a few figures walked over from afar. Family head. Tai Lu's eyes lit up when he saw them and immediately went to greet them. Tai family. The Tai family actually came. This is going to be interesting. Since the Tai family is here, the other core families definitely won't be left behind. The surrounding people saw the few people walking over and couldn't help but be shocked. They all started discussing in low voices. Among the few people from the Tai family, the leader was a middle-aged man who looked similar to Tai Lu. He nodded at Tai Lu and then cupped his fist at the two immortals. Both of you, the Tai family is also very interested in this soul origin crystal. Sorry for the offense. So it's the Tai family head. The two immortals frowned but still nodded at each other. The Tai family was the core family of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Even they didn't dare to offend them. This little friend is really young and promising. Compared to you, my son is really a far cry. The Tai family head smiled at Wang Ting. My son is? Wang Ting asked. Tai Lu, the Tai family head. Everyone looked at Wang Ting strangely. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Who would ask such a question? Pfft, cough cough. Gu Luo almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. He quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, this master is really interesting. A loud laugh suddenly came. The Tai family head suddenly frowned and looked out of the crowd. Another group of people walked over. Father. Lu Yan's eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. She quickly ran over and grabbed the arm of a middle-aged man. Causing trouble the moment you come back. You're really something. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at Lu Yan and said. Accident. Accident. Lu Yan acted like a little girl in front of the middle-aged man. She stuck out her tongue and said. Old man. Xianxia also walked over and shouted at the other middle-aged man. Leave me some face outside. The middle-aged man whispered. Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't be bothered with him. I didn't expect even the Lu and Sang family heads to be here. The Tai family head saw the two and his face turned serious. It's not just us. The Tai and Yu family heads are also here. The Lu family head laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, another two groups of people walked over. These two groups were separated by a few meters and there seemed to be a trace of hostility between them. Wang Teng, it seems like these people are here for your spirit source crystal. Gu Luo moved to Wang Ting's side and laughed gloatingly. So what if they're here? Do you think they'll eat me? Wang Ting looked extremely calm and said indifferently. With your background, they definitely can't do anything to you. But there will be a good show to watch. Gu Luo laughed and looked like he was enjoying the show. My background? What kind of background do I have? Wang Ting asked back. You keep acting as if no one knows. Gu Luo rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. While the two were talking, the other family heads also finished their greetings and looked at Wang Ting. This must be Grandmaster Wang Ting. I've heard about you from Xianxia. Today, I finally get to see you in person. It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. Grandmaster Wang Ting's demeanor is really amazing. The Yu family head said to Wang Ting with a smile. Yu family head is overpraising me. Wang Ting said with a smile. There were a few young figures behind the Yu family head. They were the younger generation of the Yu family. At this moment, they were all curiously sizing up Wang Ting. They heard some things about Wang Ting from Yu San and were extremely curious about him. Now, they finally got to see him in person. But didn't. Yu San say that his spirit chef attainments were extremely high. How did it turn out to be so good at finding ores? Yu Xiang went up with a smile and was immediately pulled to the side by the younger generation of the Yu family. They whispered to her. Humph. The Ji family head coldly snorted and said, I think this is all there is to it. Stealing my Ji family's stall and beating up my Ji family's people, isn't your conduct a bit too arrogant and despotic? Wang Ting glanced at him and was too lazy to speak. The Ji family's people were full of hostility towards him from the beginning. The grudge had already been formed, so there was nothing to say. Father. Feng Du and Pei Jing saw the Ji family head and immediately called out as if they had found a backer. The two of you, stand behind me. Wait until I'm done with this matter, then I'll deal with you too. The Ji family head didn't have a good expression towards the two of them and coldly said. Yes. Pei Jing and Feng Du's complexion slightly paled. They didn't dare to say anything and answered before retreating behind the Ji family head. Grandmaster Wang Ting, I wonder if you can sell the spirit source crystal to my Yu family? Not only can we pay the corresponding compensation, you will also gain the friendship of our Yu family. The Yu family head didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. These family heads obviously came for the spirit source crystal as well. For side professions, the spiritual realm was more important than the realm of martial arts. Increasing the spirit source crystal was equivalent to increasing the spiritual realm. However, treasures that could increase the spirit source crystal were too rare. Now that one had appeared, they naturally couldn't let it go. Grandmaster Wang Ting, our Sang family is also willing to pay the corresponding compensation, as well as our Sang family's favor. The Sang family head also spoke out. In addition, our Sang family is a mining family. We have many books on mining that are not available in the outside world. Grandmaster Wang Ting is also a master of mining. Those books will definitely be of great help to you. If you are interested, we can temporarily lend them to you to read. Everyone looked at the Sang family head with some shock. He was really going all out. In order to obtain that spirit source crystal, he was actually willing to open up the family's collection of books. One had to know that those books were accumulated by the Sang family over countless years. Their value was immeasurable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do something like this. Even Sang-yi couldn't help but stare at her father with wide eyes. Was he crazy? Was it really worth it for a spirit source crystal? Sang-ji, you. The Lu family head looked at the other party in shock, somewhat speechless. How about it, Lu Pan, Tai Huai, can you still compete with me? The Sang family head, Sang-ji, laughed. Tai Huai frowned and stared at the other party. He didn't know if he was deliberately mystifying things, or if he was really going all out. Lu Pan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, our Lu family can also open up our collection of books for Grandmaster Wang Ting. However, there is a time limit. 3 days. 3 days at most. Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the others were already speechless. They looked at him in shock. F***ck. Wang Ting couldn't help but curse. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. These two family heads were actually so crazy. What should he do if he was tempted? Too ruthless, both of them were ruthless people. Wang Ting was at a loss when faced with the conditions offered by the family heads. Ruthless, too ruthless. In order to obtain this spirit soul origin crystal, these family heads had truly raised their conditions to the extreme. Opening up the family's collection was truly not something an ordinary person could do. The Yu family had originally wanted to rely on Yu Xianxia and Wang Ting's relationship to compete for the spirit soul origin crystal, but now seeing the conditions offered by the Lu and Sang family heads, he could only laugh bitterly. He could not bring himself to say the conditions that were on the tip of his tongue. A spirit chef family could not be compared to a Pildao family head or a mining family. The difference in foundation was too great. The Tai family head, Tai Huai's expression kept changing. He secretly cursed the Lu and Sang family heads for raising the price. They were simply too stupid. However, since things had already come to this, he could only go with the flow. He clenched his teeth and said, "My Tai family is also willing to open up the ancient records for you to read." "Father." Tai Lu's expression changed greatly as he looked at him in disbelief. Tai Huai ignored his son and stared at Wang Ting. The Tai family head's expression was ugly. He already knew about the bet between the Fengdu brothers and this Wang Ting. He was here to clean up the mess and not to buy the spirit soul origin crystal. He knew his own limits and knew that this item was not fated with him. With the Lu and Sang family here, his family had no advantage at all. The surrounding spectators were completely speechless. They were all shocked by the family head's actions. The fact that a competition between a few young grandmasters had attracted so many patriarchs was already an extremely shocking matter. They never thought that they would be willing to open up the family's collection just to compete for the spirit soul origin crystal. This was even more shocking than their appearance. Many people originally did not have a direct understanding of the spirit soul origin crystal's value. They only had a preliminary understanding of it after Mace Field Appraiser's appraisal. Now that the family heads had opened their mouths, they finally knew that this treasure could no longer be measured by money. To the experts, this spirit soul origin crystal's value had already far exceeded primal chaos coins. However, there was nothing to measure it with, so they could only use the highest grade of money in the universe to measure it. Previously, the two immortal rank experts had shouted out 32,000 primal chaos coins. That was almost all of their wealth. Some immortal rank experts had a few hundred primal chaos coins and that was considered not bad. These two were both emperor-level undyings. Only then would their wealth be slightly higher than ordinary immortal rank experts. Even though the white-robed elder from Bone Temple sect was an undying, he should only be an official level undying. His wealth was completely incomparable to these two emperors. At this moment, the white-robed immortal rank being shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that he had no chance to fight for it. Another green-robed undying's gaze was gloomy as he snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he wanted to see which of these families would be able to obtain the spirit source crystal. As for Wang Ting's previous rejection, he did not take it to heart. From his point of view, a universe-level fighter would not be able to go against the core families of the secondary professional alliance. In the end, he still had to obediently submit. When Sangji saw that both the Yu clan and the Tai clan had promised the same conditions as him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. His eyes flashed. "Little friend, do you have some understanding of my Sang clan's inheritance?" "More or less." Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He nodded. "Then you should know that our Sang clan has a special technique. This cultivation method was of great assistance to the Tao of our seeking. If you're willing to sell the spirit source crystal to me, I can make the decision to let you study it a little. However, there's a time limit. I can only give you 3 days to comprehend. If you can't comprehend anything within 3 days, then I will give you 3 days. If you can't find it within 3 days, then you can't blame me." Sangji thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Old man, you." Sangyi stared wide-eyed at him, wanting to say something but stopping. For a spirit source crystal, was it really worth it to take out their family's inheritance technique? Even though she only had 3 days to study it, Wang Ting might not be able to comprehend anything. After all, even with her talent, when she comprehended the Xianguan Ming pupils, she had used a total of 5 days. And to be able to do so, she was already known as the Sang clan's 1-in-1,000-year genius. Then Wang Ting might not be able to surpass her. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If she really did comprehend it, then wouldn't their family's Xianguangming pupils be leaked? It's fine. The Xianguangming pupils requires light talent and powerful spiritual talent to cultivate. Do you think everyone has such talent? Xianxia said with a smile. His voice was not as serious as before. Instead, it was a little relaxed. Clearly, he did not believe that Wang Ting could cultivate the Xianguangming pupils. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She could not help but roll her eyes at him. This old fox, she had almost been fooled. Is the Sang clan's patriarch talking about the Xianguangming pupils? Wang Ting asked in surprise. He did not expect the other party to be willing to take out such a family inheritance technique. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He immediately understood what the other party was thinking. This Xianguangming pupils was not easy to cultivate. Without special talent, it was impossible to cultivate it. Moreover, it was only for 3 days. However, to Wang Ting, this was not a problem. Of course, the other party did not know. The Xianguangming pupils was no longer attractive to him. Moreover, he already had the eyes of truth. This Xianguangming pupils was just icing on the cake. It was not enough to exchange for his soul origin crystal. However, no one knew this. When Le Pan, Tai Huai, and the others heard him take out the Xianguangming pupils as a condition, their expressions changed. Even with their temperaments, they found it hard to believe at this moment. No one knew better than them what the Xianguangming pupils meant to the Sang clan. Especially the Tai clan. They were also a mining clan, but the Sang clan was able to firmly suppress them because of the Xianguangming pupils. Now that the other party was willing to take it out, was he not afraid that the technique would be exposed? A series of thoughts flashed through the minds of the clan heads, causing their eyes to flicker. For a moment, they could not offer a better condition to move Wang Ting. They were not as crazy as Xianxia. Xianxia looked around, smiled proudly, and asked Wang Ting, "What do you think?" Everyone looked at Wang Ting. What would he choose? In the face of such an offer, it would be difficult to refuse. The Fingdu brothers looked at Wang Ting. They couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Their eyes were about to turn red. What kind of dog's hit luck did this bastard have? Why weren't they the ones who found the soul source crystal? Many thoughts appeared in their minds, causing them to almost go crazy. Even Tai Lu could not help but feel a little jealous. That was the Sang clan's Xianguangming pupils. If he could obtain that technique, he would not be much worse than Xianxia. Now, he actually wanted to give it to Wang Ting. It was simply casting pearls before swine, a reckless waste of God's gift. In the end, even if Wang Ting obtained the soul source crystal, he did not feel that he was inferior to Wang Ting. In terms of foundation, he always believed that he was stronger than Wang Ting. Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the other members of the Lu clan stared at Wang Ting. They could not help but want to know what choice he would make. Gu Luo's eyes flashed, and a faint smile hung on his lips as he looked at him. The younger generation of the Yu clan also looked at Wang Ting. The two immortals also stared at Wang Ting. A trace of gloominess and unwillingness flashed across the eyes of the green-robed immortal before his gaze finally landed on the soul source crystal. It was not just them. Many eyes were watching from the shadows. At this moment, Wang Ting had become the focus of the entire hall. Grandmaster Alfred and the others stood together with Wang Ting. They all felt a trace of uneasiness, as if an invisible pressure had fallen on them. They could not help but look at Wang Ting worriedly. However, in the face of this situation, Wang Ting only smiled faintly and slowly said, "Many thanks for the Sang clan's patriarch's good intentions. However, I will still say the same thing. I will not sell this soul source crystal." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock, wondering if they had heard wrong. Xianxia was stunned. He asked in disbelief, "You? What did you say?" "I will not sell this soul source crystal." Wang Ting repeated. "Why?" Xianxia did not expect such a situation. He could not help but take a deep breath and ask in a deep voice. "This soul source crystal is very useful to me," Wang Ting said. "But you should know that you opened this soul source crystal in front of everyone today. There are already countless pairs of eyes watching you. You can only guarantee your safety if you sell it to me. Xianxia looked into Wang Ting's eyes and said in a deep voice. Brother Wang Ting, my old man is right. You should seriously consider it, Xianxia said. That's right. Brother Wang Ting, if you keep this soul source crystal on you, it will be too dangerous. It would be better if you were in the Vice Occupation Alliance headquarters, but if you leave this place. Lu Yan's expression was serious. She paused halfway through her words. Although she did not continue, everyone understood what she meant. The surrounding people had different expressions. Some sighed in relief, some had a trace of mockery on their lips, and some had a flicker in their eyes, as if they were calculating something. Thank you for the reminder. However, I will still say the same thing. This item is very useful to me, so I will not sell it, Wang Ting said faintly. Xianxia looked deeply at Wang Ting. He sighed and nodded, fine. Since you don't want to sell it, we won't force you. However, if you change your mind, I hope you can reconsider our Sang clan. My conditions remain unchanged. Okay. Wang Ting saw that he had relented and did not say anything else. He only smiled and nodded. Then, under everyone's gazes, he put away the soul source crystal in his hand. Everyone watched as the soul source crystal disappeared in front of him. They were somewhat disappointed. This kind of treasure was rarely seen in hundreds of years. They still wanted to see it a few more times. After Wang Ting put away the soul source crystal, he looked at the ore that Lu Yan had cut out, intending to put it away. Lu Yan had thought that she would win, so she left the heavenly wind azure eagle outside for others to admire. She was not in a hurry to put it away. This ore is mine, right? Wang Ting asked with a smile. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. She struggled and said, why don't we change the wager to a request? This time, I owe you a request. How about it? As she said that, her eyes could not help but reveal a trace of pleading. If there were not so many people watching, she even wanted to act coquettishly and act cute. Not for anything else, but for the 32,000 chaos coins. She really could not afford it. The heavenly wind azure eagle was worth at most 1,000 chaos coins. Taking everything into account, she would have to pay 30,000 chaos coins. When she thought of this number, she felt that her whole life was filled with darkness. However, no. Wang Ting said without hesitation. Although this woman was stunning, he did not have any thoughts about her. He would rather have the chaos coins and the heavenly wind azure eagle. Lu Yan's face twitched. Why did this fellow answer so decisively and straightforwardly? Did he despise her? Lu Yan gritted her teeth. This was the first time she hated a man to such an extent. It was even more than she hated the Ruijia brothers. Xianxia looked at her best friend sympathetically and mourned for her for 3 seconds in her heart. She really wanted to help but could not. Even if she sold the two of them together, they would not be worth so much money. Just thinking about it made her feel a little sad. Ahem. Lu Pan coughed and said to Wang Ting, young friend, I already know about the wager between you and my daughter. How about this? I will use a favor from my Lu clan as the wager. What do you think? Even their Lu clan would feel the pinch for a while if they took out 30,000 chaos coins, so he had no choice but to promise a favor. Although sometimes favors were not so easy to return, 30,000 chaos coins was too much. Moreover, he had not obtained the spirit origin crystal yet. Paying 30,000 chaos coins for nothing was a bit of a scam. No, this was a scam. This damned girl had just returned and she had already caused such a big trouble for him. Thinking of this, Lu Pan could not help but turn around and glare at Lu Yan. Lu Yan shrunk her neck and did not dare to speak. Since the Lu clan head has personally spoken, I have to give him some face. This matter will go according to the Lu clan head's suggestion. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and smiled under Lu Yan's expectant gaze. He said, however, this heavenly wind azure eagle must be given to me. Of course. Lu Pan immediately heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. At the same time, he could not help but think more highly of Wang Ting. To be willing to waive the compensation of 30,000 chaos coins, this lad's character was not simple. Previously, when Wang Ting was unwilling to hand over the spirit origin crystal, he thought that Wang Ting was a little reckless and even overestimating himself. However, after seeing Wang Ting's decision, he felt that his judgment was too hasty. Giving up 30,000 chaos coins so easily was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Every action of this lad seemed to reveal that he was not a weakling. Lu Yan could not help but cast a grateful look at Wang Ting. She was very surprised that he was willing to waive the compensation of 30,000 chaos coins. One must know that even she herself might not be willing to give up 30,000 chaos coins. Compared to 30,000 chaos coins, a favor from the Lu clan was, in fact, still somewhat inferior. Wang Ting naturally did not do this to please Lu Yan. He just did not want to offend the Lu clan too much. In this mining competition, he was already the biggest winner. He had received a favor from the Yu clan, received their gratitude, and even obtained the heavenly wind azure condor. With so many benefits, it was time to stop while he was ahead. Besides, wasn't there still the Sea clan? The other party could not escape the 30,000 chaos coins. He did not want to offend two core clans of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters at the same time. Offending one was enough. After dealing with the Lu clan, Wang Ting looked at the Sea clan and the others. The Sea brothers stood behind the Sea clan head, not daring to meet Wang Ting's gaze. The Sea clan head was an old man in his 40s or 50s, unlike the Lu clan head and Sang clan head's youthful appearance. His sideburns were slightly white, and his facial features were somewhat similar to the Sea brothers. It could be seen that he was quite handsome when he was young, but there was a hint of gloominess between his brows, causing others to feel intimidated. He stared coldly at Wang Ting, as if wanting him to back down. "It's your turn." However, Wang Ting's expression was extremely calm, his eyes did not waver as he spoke. "Since the Lu clan used a favor to exchange for your bet, then my Sea clan will also use a favor to exchange for your bet." The Sea clan head looked carefully at Wang Ting, his eyes flashing with an undetectable cold glint as he spoke indifferently. Everyone's expression immediately changed. "Humph." Wang Ting suddenly laughed softly. There was a hint of mockery in his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The Sea clan head stared at Wang Ting and frowned. "I'm laughing at your Sea clan. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The young is shameless, the old is equally shameless." Wang Ting's eyes were filled with contempt as he spoke indifferently. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people could not help but quieten down as they looked at him in shock. The Sea clan head was a sacred rank existence. Even if he was a spirit chef with a weak subprofession, he was still an honored guest of many immortal rank experts. This guy actually dared to talk back to him like this. His guts were too big. Sang Yi, Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the rest of the younger generation were somewhat shocked. They were all extremely prideful people, but they had never dared to insult a sacred rank existence like this. At this very moment, they actually somewhat admired Wang Ting in their hearts. "Awesome, this was really awesome." Gu Luo even directly gave Wang Ting a thumbs up. Such a direct confrontation with the clan head of a core family of the Subprofession Alliance was truly admirable. Impudent. Si Jing's expression was ugly. He could not help but stand out and shout at Wang Ting. This bastard actually dared to insult his father. He was simply impatient. "What did you say?" The Sea clan head's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he spoke unhurriedly. Even so, his voice was filled with an indescribable coldness, causing people to feel a chill all over their bodies. The two immortal rank existences were about to leave, but when they saw this scene at this moment, they could not help but show a trace of interest on their faces and stopped in their tracks. Sang Ji, Lu Pan, Tai Huai, and the other clan heads also looked at Wang Ting with great surprise. It seemed that they did not expect him, who was still extremely amiable just now, to suddenly turn hostile at this moment. Many people originally thought that Wang Ting agreed to the Lu clan's conditions because he admitted defeat, but now it seemed that this was not the case. This guy's guts were not small at all. Facing the Sea clan head's cold expression, Wang Ting was not afraid at all. He said indifferently, "Don't you understand human language? I don't want to say it again. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss." Everyone around heard the bet just now. "Your Sea clan will compensate according to the price." "Of course, if you can't afford to lose and are unwilling to compensate, I have nothing to say. Anyway, the one who lost face is your Sea clan. Hee hee, in the future, everyone will know that your Sea clan is a sore loser." Let's see who still dares to cooperate with your Sikh clan. At this point, Wang Ting could not help but laugh. He seemed to find this very interesting. You. Si Jing's face turned green and white. He was rendered speechless by Wang Ting. The hair on his back stood up because he felt a chill coming from behind him. He knew that his father was furious to the extreme. You agreed to the Lu clan's favor, but rejected my Sikh clan's favor. Are you looking down on my Sikh clan? The Sikh clan head looked coldly at Wang Ting and said indifferently. It's not about looking down on your Sikh clan, but I have no conflict with the Lu clan. My conflict with your clan is not small. I don't need to be polite to an enemy. Wang Ting said with a smile, if you want to blame someone, blame your two foolish sons. Why did they provoke me for no reason? The Sikh clan had heard this and could not help but glance at the two of them, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. These two guys are finished. Xianxia transmitted her voice to Lu Yan. That's right. Lu Yan nodded in agreement and transmitted her voice, but that guy is really mean. He wants to push the Si brothers to their deaths. Exactly. Xianxia nodded. The two girls whispered to each other and became spectators. Especially Lu Yan. Without the huge debt of 30,000 chaos coins, she immediately relaxed and had the free time to eat other people's melons. Oh right, you have the same thoughts as them. Both of you think that I beat your sons. Maybe you were the one who ordered them to deal with me, so there's no need for me to be polite to your Sikh clan. Wang Ting added. You stole my Sikh clan's stall and beat up my Sikh clan's people. Do you think you're in the right? The Sikh clan head coldly snorted. Did the stall have your clan's name written on it? Wang Ting asked in return. Don't talk nonsense. The Sikh clan head coldly said, if it wasn't my Sikh clan's stall, you wouldn't have gotten it. Lin Long, that stall doesn't have your Yu clan's name written on it. You are the head of a clan, so don't act like a junior and make trouble here. The head of the Yu clan, Yu Jing, chuckled. The Sikh clan head's face darkened, your Yu clan can't escape from this matter. Sikh clan head, you're trying to avoid the topic. Are you unwilling to compensate? Wang Ting said indifferently. Hehe, Si Long, no matter what, your Sikh clan is still a core family. You don't have to be so shameless, right? Lu Pan laughed. That's not good. If our core family's face is lost like this, how are you going to explain it to the other families? Xianxia said. You. Si Long coldly glanced at Lu Pan and Xianxia. His face finally turned ugly. Wang Ting was extremely surprised that these two clan heads would speak up for him. It was understandable that the Lu clan head would speak up for him, but what was the Sang clan head after? Could it be that he didn't get along with the Sikh clan? He didn't think too much about it. He looked at the Sikh clan and said, don't tell me the Sikh clan can't even take out 32,000 chaos coins? Humph. Si Long coldly snorted and said, good. Very good. The Sikh clan will remember today's matter. If you want to remember, that's your business. I can't stop you. You can remember as much as you want. But now, can you stop talking nonsense and hurry up and compensate? Wang Ting didn't care about the other party's threat and said impatiently. Si Long's face instantly darkened. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions were as strange as it could be. This Wang Ting was so powerful. He actually made the Sikh clan head, a saint-level existence, so angry that his face darkened. His ability to insult people was unparalleled. Lu Yan, Xianxia, Lu Tun, and the others admired Wang Ting even more. Si Long suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed and he waved his hand. A card flew to Wang Ting and said indifferently, I only have 300 chaos coins on me. I'll compensate you first, 300 chaos coins. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He was so angry that he laughed and said, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? F***ck. Shameless. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they cursed in their hearts. The Sikh clan head was too shameless. No one would believe that the clan head of a core clan would only have 300 chaos coins on him. Who was he trying to fool? Don't worry. My Sikh clan is a core clan of the Vice Occupation Alliance's headquarters. We won't cheat you of your chaos coins. I'll compensate you for the remaining chaos coins in the future. I swear on my reputation as the Sea Clan head. That should be enough. Sea Long said with a fake smile on his face. The dignified Sea Clan head, don't you feel shameless for doing this? Wang Ting was speechless. It's not like I don't want to pay you back. How am I shameless? I just don't have that many chaos coins on me. Sea Long said innocently. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. If you don't have that many chaos coins on you, you can send someone back to get them. I'll wait here. Wang Ting sneered. Then you wait here. Let's go. Sea Long waved his hand and was about to leave with the Sea Clan's group. Wang Ting stared at their backs and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Lu Pan, Sang Ji, and the others looked at each other. Even though they felt that the Sea Clan was shameless, they would not go to such lengths for Wang Ting if they were asked to stop the Sea Clan. After all, they did not have any relationship with Wang Ting. Why should they go against the Sea Clan for him? Little friend, if you're willing to use my Lu Clan's favor, I can help you stop them. Lu Pan said. There's no need. It's just a small matter. There's no need to use the Lu Clan's favor. Wang Ting said meaningfully. Huh? Lu Pan's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Wang Ting in surprise. He actually said that it was just a small matter when facing the Sea Clan. How arrogant. Sang Ji, Yu Jing, and the others were also shocked. They did not know where he got his confidence from. Sea Long and the others ignored Wang Ting and walked out of the hall. They even chatted and laughed as if it was not a big deal. Feng Du and Si Jing turned around to look at Wang Ting. There was a hint of sarcasm in their eyes. Is this the core family of the Vice Occupation Alliance's headquarters? What a disappointment. At this moment, a calm voice resounded in the hall. Si Long and the others suddenly froze on the spot. They could no longer move. In front of them, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. However, there was an invisible aura that spread out and shrouded Si Long and the others. Immortal Knight. Si Long's expression changed as he looked at the figure in front of him in shock. Although he was a saint, his martial arts realm was only at the sector lord level. In front of an immortal knight, he did not have the ability to resist at all. At this moment, his heart trembled. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Did this immortal knight appear for Wang Ting? Feng Du and Si Jing's faces turned pale as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The aura that was exerted on them was much more majestic than the others. It almost made them kneel on the ground. Boom! At this moment, an immortal knight's aura erupted from behind Si Long. It relieved a lot of the pressure. It was an elder. He had been silently standing behind Si Long since the beginning. Not many people noticed his presence. Now that Si Long was threatened, he had no choice but to act. Emperor Immortal Knight. The figure in front said indifferently. Knight, may I know if we have offended you in any way? Please forgive us. The elder's expression was solemn as he bowed towards the figure in front of him and said. You didn't offend me. The figure said indifferently, however, you have offended him. The Si family's gazes followed his gaze and turned their necks. Finally, it landed on Wang Ting. Their expressions froze. It's him, it's really him. Si Long's expression was gloomy. His eyes flashed with shock. Feng Du and Si Jing were even more shocked. They looked at Wang Ting as though they had seen a ghost. Not only them, but the Lu family, Sang family, Tai family, Yu family, and the other core families. All looked at Wang Ting in shock. This Wang Ting actually had an immortal knight by his side. Unbelievable. Luo Ford, they want to steal my money. Wang Ting said under everyone's gazes. It was obvious that the immortal level lord was Wang Ting's guardian, Luo Ford. Everyone, they felt like they were here to collect a debt. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. Then, they looked at the Si family members. Finally, their gazes landed on that immortal knight. An immortal knight was here to collect a debt. Nobody else could do this. What do you say? Luo Ford looked at Si Long and asked indifferently. Although you are an immortal knight, my Si family isn't a pushover. Are you sure you want to go against my Si family? Si Long said with an ugly expression. Debt must be repaid. It's only right. Luo Ford said indifferently, let's not talk about your Xi family. Even if there were 10 of you, you would have to pay up today. You. Xi Long was shocked. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Luo Ford ignored him. Instead, he looked in a certain direction in the hall and said indifferently, is this how the Secondary Profession Alliance treats their guests? Sigh. As soon as he said that, a sigh was suddenly heard. Xi Long, give the remaining chaos coins to that young friend. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Secondary Profession Alliance anymore. Xi Long raised his head and looked at the void. His expression changed again and again. He was extremely aggrieved. However, after hearing this voice, he did not dare to say anything else. He operated his intelligent wristwatch and gritted his teeth. I've transferred all the chaos coins to that card. You and my Xi family don't owe each other anymore. You should have done this earlier. Wang Ting asked Yuan Gungun to confirm. He nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Goodbye. Take care. I won't be sending you off. Xi Long did not say a word. He led the Xi family members and left. However, no matter how one looked at him, his back was a little haggard. With the departure of the Feng family, this farce finally came to an end. The surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed, but they were still discussing this matter enthusiastically. Regardless of whether it was the soul origin crystal or the appearance of an undying knight, they were both big news, enough to make these people discuss for a long time. To be able to make a core family of the Secondary Profession Alliance suffer and be helpless, Wang Ting's reputation gradually spread. Wang Ting didn't care about this. At that moment, he walked to the side of the ores that the Fengdu brothers had cut out and kept them. This ores contained the wood origin pearl, which was the same as the water origin pearl that he had obtained previously. They were both good items, and they might be of great use in the future. In this mining competition, Wang Ting was obviously the biggest winner. Almost all the treasures were in his hands. There were also many hidden benefits that others didn't know about. Luo Ford, thank you. After Wang Ting kept everything, he looked at Luo Ford and smiled. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that old scoundrel. It's fine. As your Dao protector, this is what I should do. Luo Ford walked over slowly and said, however, that soul origin crystal of yours is indeed good stuff. Even I am tempted. I was just lucky. Wang Ting shook his head and said. If you sell it to the Virtual Universe Company, I reckon you can get quite a lot of points, Luo Ford said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head and said, forget it. Such a soul origin crystal is hard to come by. If I sell it, I don't know if I'll be able to get it again. That's true. Luo Ford nodded and said, don't worry about this. No one can force you to do anything. The foundation of the Virtual Universe Company is far beyond your imagination. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. Actually, he said all this to test Luo Ford's attitude. Since he said so, he was relieved that he could keep the soul origin crystal for himself. Actually, he was mainly worried that true God Ziyan would be interested in it, but now it seemed that he might not care. Even Luo Ford said so. Let alone real God Ziyan. Looks like joining the Virtual Universe Company was indeed the right decision. It's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Since you're fine, then I'll take my leave. Lawford smiled. His figure disappeared on the spot. This made Lupan, Xianxia, and the others feel helpless. They wanted to make friends with him, but they didn't expect that he wouldn't even give them a chance. An immortal knight was a huge source of connections for these side occupation families. But since he left. The most important person was still here. They looked at Wang Ting and immediately walked over with smiles. They were even more enthusiastic than before. Grandmaster Wang Ting. I really didn't expect you to have such a background. To be able to have an immortal knight as your Dao protector. Your identity must not be simple. Lu Pan said with a smile. That undying knight mentioned the Virtual Universe Company just now. Is Master Wang Ting the genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Company? Xianxia asked. Wang Ting did not hide anything. He nodded and admitted it. Lawford purposely mentioned this in front of so many people just now. He wanted to let these people know that he had the virtual universe company behind him, so that those who coveted the soul origin crystals would not dare to act rashly. Wang Ting naturally thought of this too. Hence, he cooperated. He did not plan to hide anything. Actually, he didn't plan to hide anything. It's just that his identity and information were all top secret now. Normal people would not be able to find anything. Naturally, they would not know his identity. Lu Pan and Xianxia exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. He was indeed the genius contract holder of the virtual universe company, and to be able to have an immortal knight as his Dao protector. The genius contract that Grandmaster Wang Ting signed was definitely of the highest level, true god genius contract. A thought suddenly appeared in the heads of these family leaders, causing shock to appear in their eyes. With their identities, they naturally knew about the existence of a true god genius contract, and they more or less knew some of the contents. An immortal knight level Dao protector was one of the most widely known conditions. The two emperor mortals heard the conversation and their eyes flashed with seriousness. Originally, when they saw an immortal knight appear, they dispelled any thoughts they shouldn't have. Now that they heard that Wang Ting had the virtual universe company behind him, they didn't dare to think too much and immediately turned to leave, afraid of being misunderstood. Wang Ting glanced at them. A faint smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Grandmaster Alfred and the others were walking over, hearing the words of the family leaders, their faces were also filled with shock. The power behind Wang Ting's master was actually the virtual universe company, no wonder. No wonder, suddenly they seemed to have figured something out, finally understanding why Wang Ting had such a huge change. It was all thanks to the virtual universe company. It was a pity they didn't know that the virtual universe company only signed the contract with Wang Ting after he grew up. It could be said that other than Lawford as his Dao protector, Wang Ting's changes were all his own, it had nothing to do with the virtual universe company. Xianxia. Needless to say, Lu Yan, Lu Tun, and the other geniuses of the younger generation were even more shocked. When they heard the discussion, their faces were filled with shock. So he's a genius from the virtual universe company. Lu Tun muttered to himself. Virtual universe company. Gu Luo's eyes flashed, no one knew what he was thinking. Tai Lu's face was filled with shock, he had always been proud of his foundation and felt that Wang Ting definitely couldn't compare to him, but now he realized that Wang Ting's foundation seemed to be stronger than his. What was the point of competing? Lu Pan, Xianxia, Yu Jing, and the other family leaders looked deeply at Wang Ting and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, they also understood that they could forget about the soul origin crystal. Wang Ting had the virtual universe company behind him, no one could take it away from him. Unless someone sent a true god-level being, but was that possible? Almost impossible. Then we won't disturb you anymore, you young people have fun. Lu Pan glanced at Lu Yan and smiled as he bid farewell. Xianxia, Yu Jing, and the others also left one after another, leaving behind only the younger generation of the family. Obviously, they wanted the younger generation of their family to make friends with Wang Ting, and if they could gain his friendship, that would be even better. In this aspect, Lu Pan, Xianxia, and the others were still very confident. After all, Lu Yan and Xianxia were famous geniuses and beauties, who knew how many young talents had fallen head over heels for them. They believed that Wang Ting wouldn't be an exception. Give them some time to interact, and this Wang Ting would still fall for them. As the family leaders left, the atmosphere among the crowd became more relaxed, and they began to talk and laugh. You've really offended the Xi family this time. Xianxia glanced at Wang Ting and said. So what if I've offended them? Anyway, I've already offended them, so it doesn't make a difference. Wang Ting said lightly. Xianxia and Lu Yan glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, this fellow's character was really stubborn. You just have to be careful, you've cheated them of over 30,000 primal chaos dollars, they definitely won't let it go, even if you have the virtual universe company behind you, as long as they deal with you within the rules, the virtual universe company can't do anything. Lu Yan reminded him. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Wang Ting smiled. Lu Yan nodded and didn't say anything else, she said gratefully, just now, thank you. It's nothing, the competition between us was just for fun, there's no need to offend them. Wang Ting said. You make it sound so easy. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. Now that I think about it, you were just cheating me when you changed the bet. Ah, haha, did I? Wang Ting laughed dryly. Yes. Lu Yan stared at Wang Ting and said with certainty. You must have misunderstood me. I didn't expect to find such a miraculous item like the spirit origin crystal. It was really an accident, really. Wang Ting said with a straight face. Like hell, I'll believe you. Lu Yan didn't believe him at all. This fellow was too suspicious. She didn't think much of it at first, but now that she thought about it, it was as if he knew what was inside the ore and purposely changed the bet. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? This is the first time I've seen Lu Yan so angry. You're the first. Xianxia smiled. Calm down, no discord, we're friends now. It's not worth it to get angry over such a small thing. Wang Ting said. Lu Yan looked at him speechlessly. This fellow's skin was really thick. Little brother Wang Ting, this is my elder sister, Yu Yan. At this time, Yu Xianxia pulled a few of the younger generation of the Yu family and introduced them to Wang Ting. Wang Ting nodded at the other party. I've heard Xianxia mention you a few times. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. No wonder Xianxia sticks to you all day. Yu Yan said with a smile. You flatter me. Wang Ting glanced at Yu Xianxia, a little speechless. This little girl's love-struck nature was really known by everyone. Next, Wang Ting and the others continued to stroll around the hall. The hall on the second floor was really big. There were still many places they hadn't explored yet. Wang Ting still hadn't found the celestial cloud milk and spiritual illusionary liquid silver, so he naturally wouldn't give up. In addition, he also wanted to continue to improve his searching skills. He wanted to raise his searching skills to perfection before the competition officially started. Time passed, a day quickly passed, it was already dusk outside. Wang Ting still hadn't found the two treasures, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Let's go. Wang Ting shook his head regretfully. Not only did he walk around the hall on the second floor, but he also went up to the third floor. The treasures on the third floor were much fewer than those on the second floor, but they were all extremely precious, and ordinary people couldn't afford to buy them. Unfortunately, although these treasures were precious, they weren't of much use to Wang Ting, and he didn't need to buy them. The only benefit was that it allowed him to broaden his horizons. There were far too many people gathered at this exchange, and there were all sorts of treasures gathered. If it was in the outside world, it would probably be very difficult to see more than 5 types of treasures at the same time in just a single territory. However, treasures were appearing one after another here, and it was truly an eye-opener. Still can't find it? Grandmaster Huayuan asked through voice transmission. Can't find it. Wang Ting replied through voice transmission. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can only go to the Medicine Garden planet to look for it. Grandmaster Huayuan muttered. The Medicine Garden planet? Wang Ting was stunned. Why did this name sound a little strange? That's right, it's just as you think. The so-called Medicine Garden planet is a special planet specially used to grow all kinds of spiritual herbs, Grandmaster Huayuan said. There's actually such a planet? Wang Ting's eyes were filled with surprise. I wonder where this Medicine Garden planet is? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something. Wait, it can't be at the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters, right? The continent where the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters was located was vast and boundless, and there were many planets floating in the void above it. Wang Ting hadn't paid attention to it at first, but now that Grandmaster Huayuan mentioned it, he suddenly thought of it. Yes. Grandmaster Huayuan stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. It is at the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters, and it's an important place in the headquarters. Do you know where it is exactly? What are the requirements to enter? Wang Ting asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Grandmaster Huayuan chuckled and kept him in suspense. Wang Ting was speechless. When did Grandmaster Huayuan become so mischievous? He knew that Wang Ting was extremely curious, but he still kept him in suspense. Brother Wang Ting, then we'll part ways for now. We'll meet again on the day of the exchange. At this time, Lu Yan's voice came from the side. Okay. Wang Ting came back to his senses and nodded at her. See you then. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together at that time. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting and said meaningfully, with your strength, you'll have to take care of her. Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't know what she was referring to. What did she need him to take care of during the exchange? And from what she said, it seemed that he would need to use his martial strength. Xianxia's eyes flashed as if she had thought of something. She looked at Lu Yan and said, you've got a good plan. Hee hee. Lu Yan smiled and said, such a thick thigh is here. If I don't hug it now, when will I? What are you guys talking about? Wang Ting's head was full of question marks. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Yan smiled mysteriously. I'll go. Wang Ting was speechless. Why were they all like this? They didn't say what they wanted to say and kept him in suspense. Goodbye. Lu Yan, Xianxia, and the others said their goodbyes and left. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and shook his head. Little brother Wang Ting will also go back. See you at the exchange. Xianxia also came over and said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. The group left one after another. Wang Ting, Grandmaster Huayuan, and the others didn't stay and directly returned to their residence. After Wang Ting returned to his villa, he went straight to his room and took a bath to wash away the fatigue of the day. This day had not been easy. He had spent a lot of effort to pick up scraps. During this time, he had encountered 2 waves of immortal rank experts. One wave was from the Bone Temple sect, and the other was even more terrifying. Not only were there 2 emperors, but there were also a few core families. If it wasn't for Luo Ford, he probably wouldn't have been able to protect those treasures. Wang Ting dried his hair and sat cross-legged on his bed. He shook his head and said, sigh, it seems like I'm still too weak. Yuan Gungun appeared beside him and comforted Wang Ting. Background is also a type of strength. He knew that today's events had a huge impact on Wang Ting. If it had been any other universe-level warrior, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Only Wang Ting, with his strong will, could not be afraid of those people and forces. It's still an external force. It's not my true strength. If I become an immortal knight one day, who would dare to treat me like this? Wang Ting shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Yuan Gungun saw him like this, and his initial worries disappeared. It seemed like these impacts could not affect him. They only made him more determined to become stronger. This wasn't strange. They were all universe-level martial warriors, but the experiences of other universe-level martial warriors couldn't be compared to Wang Ting's. He had experienced too much, so his will was naturally different from others. He believed that this guy in front of him would one day become an existence that others could only look up to. Yuan Gungun looked deeply at Wang Ting. However, before that, I must first create the shadow puppet. If I have an immortal rank shadow puppet, even if Luo Ford isn't here, I won't be so passive, Wang Ting said. Luo Ford was an outsider after all, while the shadow puppet was something he could control. He trusted it more. Only when he had his life in his hands would he feel more at ease. Now that you have 30,000 chaos dollars, you can go to the virtual universe company to buy the spiritual liquid silver, Yuan Gungun said. That's right. Wang Ting nodded with a smile on his face. Although he didn't find the spiritual liquid silver at the trade fair today, he had obtained more than 30,000 chaos coins. He had planned for it but failed. Unintentionally, the willow had turned out to be a shade. When he checked last time, he already knew that the spiritual liquid silver required 3,600 points, which was equivalent to 3,600 chaos dollars. To him at that time it was naturally a huge sum. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the domain space to earn points. However, now that he had become rich overnight, these 3,600 points were no longer a problem for him. Right, I wonder if the reward for taking down Sky Thunder Mountain is out yet? Wang Ting asked. Not yet. Yuan Gungun had just finished his sentence when he was suddenly stunned. With a strange expression, he said, Wang Ting, there's a message from the Virtual Universe Company. What a coincidence. Wang Ting was also slightly stunned. He immediately said, connect it. A light screen appeared, and there was a message on it, Your Majesty Wang Ting, as you have become the master of Sky Thunder Mountain and contributed to the Virtual Universe Company in the domain space, The Virtual Universe Company hereby rewards you with 10,000 points, 10,000 points. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with surprise. This news came at the right time, and it was indeed a big surprise. He originally thought that a reward of a few thousand points would be good enough. He did not expect to be rewarded with 10,000 points. The Virtual Universe Company is generous, Yuan Gungun said in surprise. True God Ziyan is too awesome. Wang Ting immediately thought of something and exclaimed. Previously, he already knew that this was a game between True God Ziyan and the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Company. Now that True God Ziyan had obtained 10,000 points for him, he must have obtained an advantage in the game. Otherwise, why would he give a newcomer so many points? Indeed. Yuan Gungun nodded in agreement. With these 10,000 points, not only can I exchange for soul illusionary liquid silver, but I can also exchange for the blood of a star beast. That's great. Wang Ting said happily. This is really a step in the right direction. Don't be happy too early. Now that you are at the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, even if you buy soul illusionary liquid silver and the blood of a star beast, I think it will take a long time for them to arrive. Yuan Gungun poured cold water on him. Wang Ting's face suddenly stiffened. The happiness in his heart instantly disappeared, and he said, damn. Also, are you sure you can make an immortal level shadow puppet? Yuan Gungun asked. After you said it the last time, I thought about it carefully. Now that you are only at universe level, it seems like it won't be that easy to make an immortal level shadow puppet. It's just like making pills. If the shadow puppet is compared to a pill, then an immortal level shadow puppet is at least a saint level pill. Your current ability is equivalent to a master level pill, but there is still a long way to go before you reach the saint level. Wang Ting was stunned for a while, and his expression suddenly changed. You mean? I might not be able to control the majestic energy within? That's right. Yuan Gungun nodded. Also, not only the energy, but also your control of the shadow puppet's restriction. You can even make the body of the shadow puppet. The body of an immortal level contains too many mysteries and secrets. Without reaching that level, we won't be able to understand it in detail. Wang Ting nodded. He had taken things for granted, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. This was like, I even took off my pants, and you showed me this? Why don't you exchange for the shadow puppet's materials first? However, you can also exchange for the Sector Lord's shadow puppet's materials and test the waters. Yuan Gungun saw how depressed he was and tried to hold back his laughter. Alright, that's the only way. Wang Ting sighed and nodded. Then I'll buy it. Yuan Gungun said. Buy it. Wang Ting said. He had money now, and the materials for the Sector Lord's shadow puppet wouldn't cost him many points. The round ball didn't say anything else and immediately bought the illusionary soul liquid silver. However, when it came to the star beast blood, it hesitated for a moment and asked, there are many types of star beast's blood. Which one do you want? Saying so, it waved its hand and a screen appeared. On it were countless types of sovereign-level star beast blood. There were all sorts of types and grades. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and landed on the Earth-type sovereign-level star beast blood. The star core he got before was Earth-type, so the blood had to be Earth-type as well. Otherwise, there would be conflicts. This paragon rank star beast could be divided into 3 ranks, which were equivalent to the immortal rank of warriors. They were lower rank, middle rank, and upper rank. Lower level corresponded to official level, middle level corresponded to emperor level, and upper level corresponded to undying level sovereigns. Wang Ting took out the star core that he had obtained previously. He placed it in his hand and looked at it. He said, judging from the patterns on it, this should be the star core of a lower stage venerable stage star beast. Yuan Gungun also came over and looked carefully. He nodded and said, that's right, 6 origin engravings. It's indeed a lower-level sovereign-level star beast star core. The origin engravings were the engravings of heaven and earth that a star beast would have after reaching undying level. Normally, a lower-level sovereign-level star beast would have 9 origin engravings at most. If it had more than 9, it would be a middle-level emperor-level star beast. Of course, there might be some talented star beasts that could have more than 9 origin engravings at lower-level sovereign level, but it was very rare. I can exchange it for the blood of a lower-level sovereign-level Earth-type star beast. Wait. Wang Ting had just finished speaking when his gaze landed on the blood of a star beast at the bottom. This is Xian Earth Giant Scale Dragon. Dragon Beast. Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed. This should be a giant beast with dragon bloodline. Let me check. He immediately checked the relevant records. After a while, the relevant information was presented to Wang Ting. Xian Earth Giant Scale Dragon was an undying level star beast with extremely strong Earth-type talent. It was rumored that it had an extremely large amount of dragon bloodline and was very powerful. If it matured successfully, it could reach upper-level sovereign level. It was a terrifying existence that could dominate the universe. No wonder it's the Virtual Universe Company. They even have the blood of such terrifying star beasts. Wang Ting exclaimed. Yuan Gungun nodded. His eyes were filled with shock. I'll take it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He immediately said, the stronger the blood, the stronger the shadow puppet. This Xian Earth Giant Scale Dragon's blood will definitely be able to unleash the full power of the shadow puppet. This Xian Earth Giant Scale Dragon's blood is the most expensive. It costs 1,300 points. Yuan Gungun said. Let's exchange. Anyway, we only need to pay half the price. There's a 50% discount. Wang Ting sniggered. That's true. Yuan Gungun laughed too. Next, let's pick some Sector Lord Shadow Puppet materials. Can you help me exchange for 20 kilograms of spiritual liquid silver? I want to make 2 Sector Lord Shadow Puppets. Wang Ting said 20 kilograms will only cost 10 kilograms of points. That's 3,600 points. Yuan Gungun said. Then I'll need the star core and blood of an absolute emperor level star beast. Can you help me find them? Wang Ting continued. Yuan Gungun waved his hand and the screen changed. The exchange interface for star beasts and blood of absolute emperor level star beasts appeared. I have 2 Sector Lord level bodies now. One is the body of the giant horn race and the other is the body of the Naga race. Wang Ting pondered in his heart as he scanned the screen. It would be best if the body of the giant horn clan was matched with the star core and blood of a metal element star beast. However, it would be a little troublesome for the Naga clan. Ordinary Naga clan members should have water, ice, poison elements. After browsing for a while, his gaze landed on the star core and blood of a metal-type star beast. White-winged golden scaled eagle. This was an extremely powerful metal attribute flying star beast. Moreover, its strength had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Emperor level according to its description. So, it would cost 200 points to exchange for its star core and blood. The difference between absolute Emperor level star beasts and Monarch level star beasts was huge. The price of its star core and blood wasn't even a fraction of the Monarch level star beast's blood. Help me exchange for the star core and blood of the white-winged golden scaled eagle. Wang Ting said to Yuan Gungun. Okay. Yuan Gungun didn't hesitate and did as he was told. Wang Ting continued to browse. Not long after, his eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on the star core and blood of another star beast. Ice Python Green Poison Spider. Shock appeared in the round face. This is a dual elemental star beast that has both ice and poison attributes. Rumor has it that this star beast is very difficult to deal with. The spider silk it spits out not only has the power of frost, but it also contains poison. It's very terrifying. Moreover, this Ice Python Green Poison Spider is a peak Emperor level 7 star beast. It can grow to this level. It is already the top existence of this race. It is very rare. Although it only has 2 attributes, there is nothing more suitable than this one. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he said with a smile. You want to use it? Yuan Gungun asked in surprise. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. What kind of body did you get? You actually need to use the star core and blood of a dual attribute poison and ice type star beast? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. Do you remember the Naga body I got in the corrosive poison world Scorpion King Star? Wang Ting said with a smile. So it was that one. Yuan Gungun suddenly realized, the Naga race does indeed have ice and poison attributes. This ice python green poison spider is very suitable. But isn't your immortal rank body also from the Naga race? It can't be helped. The star core and blood of a monarch rank star beast are too hard to find. Did you see those monarch rank star beasts just now? Poison and ice type? Neither. Wang Ting said helplessly. That seems to be the case. Star beasts with such special attributes are indeed rare. Yuan Gungun nodded. So I can only settle for the next best thing. Even if the star core and blood are not compatible, I can only reluctantly use them. Wang Ting said. In any case, you need to refine a sector lord level shadow puppet first. The immortal rank shadow puppet is not urgent. Yuan Gungun said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. After that, Yuan Gungun exchanged the star core and blood of the ice python green poison spider for a total of 150 points. The original price was 300 points, which was slightly more expensive than the star core and blood of the white-winged golden-scaled eagle. After this exchange, along with some other materials, Wang Ting spent a total of 4,800 points. He had just obtained 10,000 points, and now almost half of them were used up. If it was a normal universe-level warrior, he would not be so extravagant. Only Wang Ting, who was rich and overbearing, did not feel the pinch when spending money. Luckily my contract allows for a 50% discount. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot of money today. Wang Ting said painfully. Of course. Yuan Gungun nodded in agreement. This human and artificial intelligence were like two misers. The next 2 days passed quickly. Wang Ting, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others would occasionally go out to walk around and familiarize themselves with the structure of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. They would also see if there were any attribute bubbles to pick up. During these 2 days, the Subprofession Alliance headquarters became more and more lively. All of the subprofessions rushed over from all over the universe. In a short 2 days, the number of people at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters increased by several times. The entire Subprofession Alliance headquarters was in a state of excitement. After all, this was a grand occasion for all of the subprofession geniuses in the universe. If they were able to shine at the conference, they would definitely become the most dazzling prodigies in the universe. They would even be treated as guests by many large factions, causing them to scramble like ducks. This conference was a huge platform for all of the subprofessions to show off their talents. There was no opportunity more precious and rare than this. Many geniuses had trained for hundreds of years just to wait for the conference to begin. Therefore, as the time approached, all of the subprofession geniuses were excited. No matter how calm they were, they could not remain calm. Amidst such an atmosphere, the day of the exchange finally arrived. In the morning, in the room of the villa, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely deep and seemed to contain stars. They were shining with starlight and looked extremely strange. Phew, the next moment, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and the starlight in his eyes disappeared. This mystic light bright eyes is indeed strange. Under its activation, my eyes of truth seems to show signs of breaking through to the complete truth level. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Not only that, but his eye of the torch dragon, eye of space, lightning light pupil, and several other pupil talents had also improved by quite a bit. This change surprised Wang Ting. He did not expect that a mystic light bright eyes could bring about so many changes. What a pity. He suddenly sighed and looked at his attribute panel. Mystic light bright eyes, immortal level 2000/8000, proficient. After picking up a few attribute bubbles from Xianxia, his mystic light bright eyes had only reached the proficient level. This level of mystic light bright eyes was very limited in catalyzing other similar talents. Wang Ting now had 2 methods. One was to increase the proficiency of mystic light bright eyes, and the other was to spend time catalyzing it slowly. Today is the opening day of the exchange. I should be able to meet Xianxia and the others. I'll pick up some attribute bubbles then. Wang Ting thought to himself. Then, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the other attributes. In the past 2 days, he had been strolling around the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters with Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. He had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, which had improved his attributes of all his secondary professions. Runemaster, 5450/10,000, Master, Blacksmith, 7600/10,000, Grandmaster, Alchemist, 10,000/10,000, Master Level, Prospector, 21500/30,000, Grandmaster, Poison Master, 8350/10,000, Master, Doctor, 3600/10,000, Master, Spirit Chef, 10,000/10,000, Guru Level. These were the most common and important secondary professions. At the same time, it was also Wang Ting's secondary profession. As for the other scattered subprofessions, they weren't very famous and were even very obscure. Even if he got first place, he wouldn't have much of a reputation bonus, so he wasn't going to participate. At this moment, Wang Ting looked at the attributes of his various subprofessions and couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. In just a few short days, he had managed to raise his various subprofessions to such a level. Others would not even dare to think about it. Only the alchemist and spiritual chef attributes have reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. As for the others, I still have to work harder. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Seeing that the exchange was about to begin, he didn't expect that he still hadn't reached perfection in his secondary professions. This was truly disappointing. Moreover, the Poison Master and Physician subprofessions were still at the Master level, not even at the Grandmaster level. He didn't have many chances to learn these two subclasses, so he wasn't able to level them up quickly. Now I guess I can only wait until the exchange to make a last-minute effort. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. There would definitely be geniuses of various subprofessions at the exchange. Once the number of people increased, the attributes of various subprofessions would definitely drop a lot. At that time, it would be time for him to take off. Let the geniuses of other subprofessions become stepping stones for his rise. Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile, and the abacus in his heart could be said to be loud. If I reach the peak of the Grandmaster level, I should be able to win first place. Wang Ting said to himself. After all, this was an exchange for the younger generation. It was impossible for a saint-level existence to appear. Otherwise, the others wouldn't be able to play. To be honest, the peak of the Grandmaster level was enough to crush most of the geniuses. Although those geniuses were not weak, Wang Ting believed that there were definitely not many who could reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. Of course, there were still some. And those who reached the peak of the Grandmaster level were definitely strong contenders for first place. Wang Ting needed to pay attention to those people. In the next moment, his eyes flashed slightly, and the Spirit Origin crystal appeared in his hand. If I can absorb this soul source crystal, will my soul origin undergo a transformation? Wang Ting was a bit hesitant. Previously, after absorbing the 3 universe origins of his Chief Master, his spirit origin had already reached the limit of the universe level. Now, he wasn't sure what would happen if he absorbed the spirit origin crystal. If there were no changes, then it would be a scam. After all, when he previously picked up the attributes of the spirit origin crystal, he didn't receive any additional buffs. Instead, it was like a waste. And the reason why Wang Ting was hesitant was because his current spirit origin was already equivalent to a normal domain lord spirit origin. If he could truly break through to the domain lord level, then wouldn't that mean that his spirit origin was equivalent to a sector lord level? If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that he could make saint-level pills? There didn't seem to be any problems with this logic. However, if he wanted to break through to the universe level now, it was almost impossible. Even Wang Ting didn't dare to squander and directly absorb the spirit source crystal. There were too many uncertainties. Wang Ting, don't tell me you're thinking of absorbing it? Yuan Gungun appeared at the side, with a hint of struggle in his eyes, and asked. This spirit origin crystal was extremely helpful to him. If he could absorb it, his life essence would transform, and he might even have a chance to reach the sector lord level. A sector lord level life AI, there probably weren't many in the entire universe. You want it? Wang Ting glanced at him. He still remembered how excited this guy was when he first saw the spirit origin crystal. Cough cough, forget it. You can use it first. If there's a chance in the future, you can consider me. Yuan Gungun coughed dryly. Yo, This isn't like you. Wang Ting laughed. Am I that unreasonable? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wang Ting looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I know that your strength is the most important. As long as you're strong enough, it'll be much easier for me to level up. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. There was no need for him to make such promises. When he encountered an opportunity, even if he didn't say anything, he would still give Yuan Gungun a chance to level up. Just like in the Chaos Secret region. Without him, Yuan Gungun wouldn't have been able to level up to the Domain Lord level. For a life AI, every level up was extremely difficult. If Yuan Gungun had followed his original master, he would probably still be at the universe level. This was a very realistic problem. Not everyone could be as heaven-defying as Wang Ting. Wang Ting, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others are here to find you. Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he put away the spirit origin crystal. He stood up and tidied his clothes. The conference is about to begin. Let's go. Roundy nodded and disappeared from where he stood. Wang Ting walked to the hall and pushed the door open. He immediately saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and the others waiting for him at the door. Grandmaster Wang Ting, the conference's opening ceremony will begin in an hour. Let's go now. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled as soon as he saw Wang Ting. All right. Grandmasters, please lead the way. Wang Ting nodded. Let's go. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others immediately brought Wang Ting into the sky. At this moment, there was already a spaceship floating quietly in the sky. After everyone entered the spaceship, it turned into a ray of light and sped off in a certain direction. The spaceship had already turned on a panoramic simulation, allowing them to see the outside world. Wang Ting curiously looked out of the spaceship and saw that it was flying toward the east of the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. About 10 minutes later, the spaceship Wang Ting and the others passed through layers of buildings and arrived at a place that looked like a huge city. A huge curtain of light fell from the sky like a waterfall. It was impossible to see the top of it. There were strange colors on the curtain of light, and many rays of light flowed like colorful ribbons. It was a very strange sight. This is... Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This is the core of the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. All subprofessions call it the Holy Land. The conference will also be held here. Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the scene in front of him with a trace of reverence in his eyes as he slowly explained. So the place we stayed before was only the outer area? Wang Ting was stunned. That's right. The Holy Land of the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters is not something that can be casually entered. Unless the conference is open, ordinary people can't enter. Grandmaster Alfred also looked at the curtain of light in front of him and nodded. As he spoke, the spaceship slowly approached the light screen until it touched the light screen. At that moment, an extremely strange scene occurred. The curtain of light actually passed through the spaceship and slowly scanned the interior of the spaceship. Wang Ting frowned and was about to react. Don't worry. This is just a routine scan to confirm your identity. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Wang Ting nodded. He stood on the spot and didn't move. He allowed the light screen to sweep across his body. Nothing had happened. After the curtain of light scanned everyone, it disappeared from the spaceship, and the spaceship smoothly entered the curtain of light. After passing through the curtain of light, the spaceship flew for a while. Suddenly, a large number of spaceships appeared in front of them, all of them descending toward a huge plaza. Looking down from the spaceship, the square below was already filled with densely packed black dots. When they got closer, they could see the scene of a sea of people. Endless clamor and noise soared into the sky. Billowing waves of sound swept in all directions, and could be heard even from tens of thousands of meters away. This is where the conference's opening ceremony will be held. Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out of the spaceship. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately followed. After everyone flew out of the spaceship's hatch, they flew down. Every faction has a corresponding seat here. The seats are usually arranged according to their ranking in the previous conferences, Grandmaster Hua Yuan explained. He then smiled bitterly. The Qian Empire's sub-profession alliance's seats should be in the top 1,000. In the top 1,000? Wang Ting's face showed a trace of disbelief. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were embarrassed. Even the young grandmasters like Xianxia, Luo Tang, and Susanna couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Being in the top 1,000 was indeed a little embarrassing. That's all in the past. This time I must fight for a higher ranking for the Qian Empire. Grandmaster Xianxia clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. It's easier said than done. There are too many geniuses in this conference, and the Qian Empire has never had an advantage. Grandmaster Luo Tang smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can you boost others' morale and diminish our own? This time, with our strength, we can definitely enter the top 1,000. Grandmaster Xianxia said unwillingly. Susanna didn't say anything. She couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. If there was any hope, it was on this person. For the time being, Yangming did not know how his attainments in the three main sub-professions, runes, alchemy, and smithing, were, but judging from his performance a few days ago, he would not be too weak. Otherwise, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others wouldn't have placed their hopes on him from the beginning. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others also looked at Wang Ting without saying anything. However, Wang Ting knew their expectations and only smiled faintly. This is our seat. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others led Wang Ting to a relatively outer area and said. There were many seats here, with tables and chairs. There were also all kinds of fruits and drinks prepared. It was very thoughtful. There were many people sitting on those seats. They either had a strong aura or didn't reveal it. However, it felt like a deep void that couldn't be seen through. Why are they here? Wang Ting's eyes swept over casually and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He saw a few familiar figures sitting on those seats. They were all tall and strong, with a bald head and a flame mark between their eyebrows. They were obviously from the Pyrax family. The leader of the Pyrax family was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he was resting with his arms crossed. His body was like an iron tower. Streaks of yellow flame patterns covered his arms like tattoos. There was also a yellow flame mark between his eyebrows. It looked like a real yellow flame. Immortal rank. Wang Ting's pupils shrank slightly. There was indeed an immortal rank in the Pyrax family. He subconsciously opened his eye of truth, wanting to check out this person's strength. Suddenly, a wave of heat swept out from the other party's body and rushed into his eyes. It was as if it was going to burn his eyes. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. A green flame appeared in his eyes and blocked the terrifying heat. At the same time, a wave of coldness spread out from his ice chi pearl and circled around his eyes a few times, dissolving all the remaining heat. What's wrong? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were slightly stunned. They seemed to have sensed something. Wang Ting shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on the Pyrax family in the distance. Emperor Immortal rank, the other party should be an Emperor Immortal. The Pyrax family Immortal slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was looking at an ant. Behind him, two elders slowly stood up. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at Wang Ting coldly. When he saw their faces, Wang Ting could no longer hide the coldness in his eyes. He stared at them coldly. They were the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord of the Pyrax family. Back then, at Wang Ting's barren banquet, the two of them had forced him into a corner. It was still vivid in his mind. Grandmaster Alfred and the others immediately reacted and looked at Wang Ting worriedly. Sit down. The Pyrax family Immortal glanced at Wang Ting and closed his eyes again. His voice was faint. The Raging Flame Sector Lord and the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord responded and sat down. They no longer paid any attention to Wang Ting, as if he didn't exist. Wang Ting frowned. The Pyrax family's calmness was a little strange. This must be Wang Ting. At this moment, a light laughter suddenly sounded and pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. He turned around and saw a few figures on the other side of the seat standing up and walking towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting recognized one of them. It was the Ji family's sector lord, Xianxia. The one who spoke just now was an elder who was walking in front of Xianxia. This person was also an immortal rank existence. The royal family of the Qian Empire and the 8 royal families are here. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's ears. Wang Ting nodded to himself. It seemed like the 8 royal families had a strong foundation. They all had at least immortal ranks. The Pyrax family's immortal ranks and even emperor immortal ranks. The other 7 royal families shouldn't be too much weaker. How should I address you, senior? Wang Ting looked at the Ji family members walking in front of him and cupped his fists. I'm Ji Xing. The Ji family elder smiled. Greetings, Senior Ji Xing, Wang Ting said. Grandmaster Wang Ting, it's been a long time since we parted on the Emperor Star. Xianxia stood behind Ji Xing and cupped his fists towards Wang Ting with a smile. Sector Lord Xianxia. Wang Ting cupped his fists. The other royal families saw the Ji family members chatting happily with Wang Ting and didn't want to be outdone. They all walked up. After all, the talent Wang Ting displayed in the Battle of Geniuses was too shocking. He was even on the stars ranking. If he didn't fall in the future, he would most likely become a strong warrior. Hence, even the 8 royal families, especially those who didn't have any grudges with him, naturally wanted to befriend him. Little friend Wang Ting just entered Cosmic Sky Academy not long ago, but your strength has already increased by a lot. Carandisu family's Sector Lord Dubois glanced at Wang Ting and sighed. This Sector Lord Dubois was the one who appeared in the Battle of Geniuses. He was the leader of the Carandisu family. Because of the Tiki, Wang Ting and the Carandisu family had a good relationship. Hence, there was no need to be courteous. Senior is too kind. I'm just a little lucky, Wang Ting said. To be able to grow so quickly, it's rare even in the 7-star academies. The Carandisu family's immortal rank existence was called Lerlas. He didn't put on any airs towards Wang Ting and smiled warmly. These immortals naturally didn't treat Wang Ting as warmly as the sector lords, but they were already giving him a lot of face. Wang Ting modestly asked Dubois, the Tiki didn't come? They are too weak and don't have the qualifications to participate in this exchange, Dubois explained. Wang Ting nodded. Only now did he remember that this exchange also had a threshold. If he wasn't a Grandmaster subclass holder, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter with his universe-level strength. Wang Ting, you're representing our Deqian Empire's secondary occupation alliance in the exchange meeting. You have to fight for our honor, the immortal-level warrior from the royal Jiang family said. Naturally, they already knew that Wang Ting was representing the Qian Empire subclass alliance in this exchange. These immortals were already very familiar with Wang Ting's martial talent, but they knew very little about his subclass talent. The subclass alliance hid it too well, and Wang Ting hadn't updated his information for a long time. Even if they were well informed, they had no way of knowing. I'll do my best. Wang Ting didn't promise anything and only smiled. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. The Pyrax family's raging flame sector lord finally couldn't help but walk over and say coldly, "You're too naive to place your hopes on him. Do you really think that just because his martial talent is good, his subclass talent is also good?" Everyone saw that the Pyrax family couldn't help but walk out, and their expressions immediately became subtle. They weren't unfamiliar with the grudge between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family. They were quite surprised by Wang Ting's ability to make a royal family unable to do anything. Now that the Pyrax family came to find trouble, they also wanted to see if Wang Ting could handle it. They didn't know how much he had grown in the 7-star academies. Wang Ting looked at the raging flame sector lord, and his gaze paused on a young man following behind him. He was a bit surprised. This person was an alchemist with an alchemy badge on his chest. There were 7 stars on it, which meant that he was a level 7 alchemist grandmaster. The Pyrax family actually brought an alchemist. This was out of Wang Ting's expectations. Looking at the other person's appearance, he was clearly from the Pyrax family. An alchemist trained by a martial arts family, this was interesting. In fact, in a large family like the Pyrax family, there was a certain possibility that there would be a genius with alchemy talent. In particular, they themselves had a fire attribute bloodline. If the other party's bloodline contained a trace of wood attribute during the marriage, it was naturally more likely for a genius with alchemy talent to be born. Gabriel! Grandmaster Susanna suddenly exclaimed. Why? Do you know him? Wang Ting asked telepathically. Grandmaster Susanna took a deep breath and said, "This person is a genius alchemist from the Pyrax family. I've seen him before. He's very famous and is known as a once-in-a-thousand-years alchemy genius in the Qian Empire. Many grandmasters are very optimistic about him and want to keep him in the subclass alliance to train well. However, his ambition is very big." Later, it was said that he went out to travel and there was no more news of him. There's actually such a person? Wang Ting was surprised. Grandmaster Susanna is right. Ever since this person left, he hasn't contacted our Qian Empire subclass alliance. We haven't seen him again and have almost forgotten about his existence. Therefore, we don't know what level his alchemy skills have reached. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's face flashed with a hint of complexity as he transmitted, "I didn't expect the Pyrax family to call him back this time." This person was of course a member of the Qian Empire subclass alliance. However, his identity was too sensitive and they couldn't rope him in too much. Furthermore, he didn't think highly of the Qian Empire subclass alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Qian Empire so early and gone out to travel. "This is Gabriel, right?" A sector lord from the Xiaohe royal family looked at the alchemist from the Pyrax family and his eyes flashed as he suddenly said, "That's right." The Raging Flame sector lord nodded as a hint of pride appeared on his face. He said, "Gabriel has already reached the 7th stage of the Grandmaster level. Moreover, after traveling for so many years, his alchemy skills have accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. This time, he will represent our Qian Empire in the conference. With his talent, I believe he can bring glory to our Qian Empire. As for this kid, I don't think you should have too much hope." As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Ting with a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Everyone just laughed and ignored his words. The Pyrax royal family and Wang Ting didn't get along well. The other party would definitely seize the opportunity to slander Wang Ting. However, this Gabriel's alchemy skills had actually reached the 7th stage of the Grandmaster level. This was really surprising. The few royal family members present couldn't help but look at him with probing eyes. This person was really unexpected. Perhaps he could really become a dark horse of the Qian Empire's secondary profession alliance. It seems that our Qian Empire has hopes of entering the top 1,000 this time. The immortal rank existence from the Perez family said. Wang Ting glanced at Gabriel with an extremely calm expression. He didn't even take the Raging Flame sector lord's slander to heart. He didn't treat these people as opponents at all, so what if they were at the 9th stage of the Grandmaster level? Even if they were at the 9th stage of the Grandmaster level, the gap between them would still be huge. He didn't pick up so many attributes for free. His foundation was definitely not something an ordinary alchemist could compare to. Moreover, his alchemy skills had already surpassed the 9th stage and reached perfection. He had even refined peerless rank pills before. Perhaps even the geniuses from the core families of the secondary profession alliance didn't have such experience. There was no way Gabriel could compare to him in this aspect. In this aspect, Wang Ting had absolute confidence. However, just because he ignored the other party didn't mean that the other party would ignore him. When Gabriel saw that Wang Ting didn't even look at him, he immediately frowned and said coldly, "You're Wang Ting." Wang Ting was still too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He didn't even want to respond. This attitude of disregard caused the surrounding people to look at him strangely. Then, they looked at the Raging Flame sector lord and Gabriel with schadenfreude. The Raging Flame sector lord's expression was somewhat ugly. "You don't dare to respond to me?" Gabriel's expression suddenly became even colder as he sneered. "A dog barks in front of me. Why should I respond to it?" Wang Ting said indifferently. "Impudent." The Raging Flame sector lord suddenly became angry and shouted coldly. Wang Ting glanced at him, "Old thing, don't you see where you are? Is it your turn to shout? You." The Raging Flame sector lord was immediately rendered speechless. In the secondary profession alliance headquarters, he naturally didn't dare to be too unbridled. Otherwise, based on Wang Ting's insults just now, he would have already taken action. "I've heard of you many times. Seeing you today, you are indeed incomparably arrogant," Gabriel said. "I'm arrogant?" Wang Ting seemed to have heard something extremely funny. He sneered and said, "Who is arrogant?" "Everyone knows in their hearts. Don't talk nonsense with me." "Humph." A cold light flashed in Gabriel's eyes. He said, "Today is the day of the exchange. I won't talk about martial arts with you. I will only talk about the level of our secondary professions. I want to see if you can beat me in the alchemy competition." "With just you?" Wang Ting chuckled. His laughter wasn't loud, but it was full of contempt. Gabriel's expression instantly turned ugly. "Your talent in martial arts is indeed not bad. However, talent in secondary professions and talent in martial arts are two completely different things. I've seen so many geniuses in secondary professions that you can't even begin to imagine. Your arrogance is simply a joke." "I'll let you know how foolish your arrogance is," Gabriel said coldly. "Arrogance?" Wang Ting shook his head. He was too lazy to say anything more. He picked his ear, as if he didn't care at all, and said, "Then I'll wait and see." Gabriel's expression suddenly became gloomy. Although this kid in front of him didn't speak much, every word he said made him angry. "Enough. Enough. We are all people of the Qian Empire. Why fight to the death? Instead of fighting among ourselves, it's better to compete with the Namos Empire and the Zadara Freedom Federation." Grandmaster Hua Yuan immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. His eyes were looking into the distance. Impressively, the people of the Namos Empire and the Zadara Freedom Federation had arrived. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. The Namos Empire and the Zadara Freedom Federation were both strong rivals of the Qian Empire. In this conference at the Secondary Professions Alliance headquarters, the three sides naturally had to compete to see who was better. This was not only a matter of face for the three major forces, but also a way to show the strength of the three sides. The Secondary Professions Alliance branches of the various forces seemed to be under the jurisdiction of the Secondary Professions Alliance headquarters, but they also had an inseparable relationship with the various forces. The strength of the Secondary Professions Alliance branches was also a representation of the strength of the various forces. The seats of the Namos Empire and the Zadara Freedom Federation were not far from the seats of the Qian Empire. They were also in the top 1,000. Among them, the Namos Empire was slightly ahead, while the Zadara Freedom Federation was slightly behind. They noticed the gazes of the Qian Empire and looked over. In an instant, an invisible confrontation arose between the three forces, and there was a feeling of mutual hostility. This year, the Namos Empire seems to have a lot of secondary professions geniuses, and they are all very young. The Ji family immortal rank old ancestor glanced over and said with a frown. The Zadara Freedom Federation also seems to have a few decent secondary professions geniuses. The Jiang royal family immortal rank existence stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. On the strongest side of the Qian Empire's seats, a figure originally had his eyes closed as if he was not paying attention to everything around him. However, at this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and a voice entered everyone's ears. "Wang Ting, Gabriel, if the two of you can defeat the Namos Empire and the Zadara Freedom Federation secondary professions geniuses in the conference, the royal family will give you some rewards. Techniques, combat skills, or all kinds of resources, you can choose from them." As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned for a moment and then looked at the middle-aged man who spoke. Gabriel's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at him. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed slightly and he looked over as well. "It's Ping Tian Wang." Grandmaster Huayuan's solemn voice rang in Wang Ting's ears. Ping Tian Wang. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a hint of surprise and he could not help but look at the middle-aged man. He had seen an immortal rank existence of the royal family, King Chongshan. However, he did not come this time. Instead, it was this existence called Ping Tian Wang who came. Ping Tian Wang. The royal family of the Qian Empire had sent a king. In the universe, those who were recognized as kings were emperor-level undyings. For a high-level civilization like the Qian Empire, their kings were all emperor-level undyings. Ping Tian Wang and Zhongshan Emperor were both emperor-level undyings. At that moment, as he spoke, the crowd was astonished. In the previous exchanges, the royal family rarely interfered with the affairs of the sub-profession alliances. They were only there to watch. However, this year, King Pingwang had spoken up for Wang Ting and Gabriel. He had even promised them a reward. Rumor has it that Ping Tianwang and Zhongshan Emperor don't have a good relationship. They belong to different factions in the royal family. Grandmaster Alfred's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, startling him. The royal family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. Grandmaster Alfred nodded to himself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gabriel's eyes flashed as he bowed respectfully. I won't let you down. Wang Ting didn't rush to express his gratitude. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Everyone looked at him strangely. What was this guy doing? Even if he didn't care about Ping Tianwang's reward, he should at least express his gratitude. However, it was strange that he didn't say anything. Wang Ting, Gabriel said coldly. How dare you not express your gratitude for Ping Tianwang's reward? Wang Ting. Grandmaster Huayuan immediately pulled him from behind. Offending the Pyrax family wasn't a big deal, but offending the royal family of the empire would be much more troublesome. Wang Ting had joined the virtual universe company and had a high status. However, offending the royal family of the empire, it wasn't a wise choice. Ping Tianwang glanced over and asked calmly, do you have any doubts? No, I don't. I just have a question. Senior Ping Tianwang, is this reward for one subprofession or for all subprofessions? Wang Ting asked. What, are you going to participate in the 3 subprofession competitions? Ping Tianwang seemed to have heard something. His gaze fell on Wang Ting's chest, where there were 3 extremely conspicuous emblems. His eyes could not help but fluctuate a little as he asked. The other members of the royal families heard this. They all looked at Wang Ting in surprise. He wouldn't be so impulsive, would he? Grandmaster Huayuan and the others finally understood what Wang Ting was trying to do. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. They wanted to persuade Wang Ting, but as they had said before, it was useless. Now, it was not good to say anything more. Gabriel was a little stunned. He had long noticed the 3 badges on Wang Ting's chest, but he didn't care. After all, the highest level indicated on the 3 badges was only the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm. He hadn't even reached the late stage. The difference between them was too great. That's not it. Wang Ting said. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of disdain appeared in Gabriel's eyes. As he said, unless there was something wrong with this kid's brain. Otherwise, how could he participate in 3 subprofessions at the same time? If he really thought that there were many of them, he would be able to win. Then tell me, why do you want to participate? King Pingshan frowned and asked. I want to participate. Wait. Let me count, 1, 2, 3. Oh. There are a total of 7. Not only these 3. Wang Ting counted with his fingers. Said. King Ping, Gabriel, Raging Flame Sector Lord, everyone, all the sector lords and immortals looked at Wang Ting as if they had seen a ghost. 7 subprofessions. It could be said that it was all of the subprofessions. Wang Ting really dared to think. You. What did you just say? King Ping felt that he might not have heard clearly and asked again. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others frantically pulled Wang Ting's sleeves. They hinted that he would change his words. However, Wang Ting was indifferent. He said very calmly, I want to participate in 7 subprofessions. 7 subprofessions. Gabriel finally came back to his senses and sneered. Hee, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Your Highness King Pingshan, this person is clearly toying with you, Raging Flame Sector Lord said. What does it have to do with you that I'm participating in 7 subprofessions? You're so happy to call me that, Wang Ting said. Of course, it has nothing to do with us how many subprofessions you participate in, but you're toying with King Pingshan, which is an insult to him. You deserve death. Raging Flame Sector Lord said coldly. Who said I'm toying with Senior King Pingshan? Do you think I'm just toying with you? Why don't you go to heaven? Wang Ting sniggered. You. Unable to outtalk Wang Ting, the Raging Flame Sector Lord was fuming. Don't mess with me here. Do you really think you're a peerless monster, 7 subprofessions? It's already good enough that you've mastered 3. Also, if you've really mastered 7, why didn't you bring your badges out? I don't think you even have one. Sorry. My chest isn't big enough, unlike yours. It's huge. Let alone 7 badges, even 70 wouldn't be a problem, Wang Ting said indifferently as he glanced at the raging flame sector lord's chest. Everyone's expression became very strange. They couldn't help but look at the raging flame sector lord's chest. The raging flame sector lord was so angry that his chest trembled. What the F***ck did he mean by huge chest? The members of the Pyrax family were generally tall and muscular. Their chests were naturally bigger. It was nothing. Having a muscular body was also a display of strength. However, when it came out of this kid's mouth, it had a completely different meaning. Especially when he felt the strange gazes around him, he couldn't help but have the urge to cover his chest. It was too King embarrassing. Ahem. King Pingshan coughed dryly and said, "Alright, let's stop this pointless quarrel." After a pause, he looked at Wang Ting. "You're really going to participate in the competition?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "Your Majesty King Pingshan, he's just messing with you. Don't believe him. If he really signs up for all 7 and gets defeated, wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Qian Empire?" Raging Flame Sector Lord said. "What a joke. You think Senior King Pingshan is as blind as you?" Wang Ting said. 7 subprofessions. As long as you're not a fool, anyone can see that it's impossible. Don't try to fool us. Raging Flame Sector Lord said. If you think it's impossible, that's because you're too average. You don't understand the world of geniuses. Wang Ting said in disdain. Raging Flame Sector Lord immediately felt like he was a dog. He was a sector lord, yet he was being mocked for being average? Didn't understand the world of geniuses? Back in the day, he was a genius too. This kid was only at the universe level, yet he was already so arrogant. It made him gnash his teeth in anger. Wang Ting, you've been avoiding our questions. If you really have 7 subprofessions, why do you only have 3 badges? Gabriel sneered. Do I need to report to you how many subprofessions I have? Wang Ting glanced at him and said in disdain. Gabriel's expression turned even darker. No need to argue. If you want to participate in the competition, then go ahead. No one will stop you. King Pingshan said indifferently. The Raging Flames Realm Lord still wanted to say something, but a voice suddenly appeared in his ears, causing him to be stunned. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. He glanced at Wang Ting and didn't say anything else. What about the reward? Wang Ting asked. I'll give you a reward for each subprofession you win, King Pingshan said. Alright, thank you, Senior Pingwang. A smile appeared at the corners of Wang Ting's lips. King Pingshan didn't say anything else and slowly closed his eyes. Just now, their conversation had been blocked by an invisible domain and had not been transmitted outside. Therefore, outsiders did not know what they were talking about. When King Pingshan closed his eyes, the field disappeared as well. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you. Grandmaster Huayuan wanted to say something but stopped himself. He didn't know what to say. Grandmaster Huayuan, there's no need to persuade me. I know what I'm doing, Wang Ting said. Participating in 7 subprofessions at the same time? Isn't that a little too crazy? Grandmaster Susanna smiled bitterly. Crazy is more interesting, isn't it? Wang Ting smiled faintly. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Suddenly, they thought of something inexplicably. The difference between a genius and a madman was just a thought. The people from the 8 royal families looked at Wang Ting with different expressions and returned to their seats. No one knew what they were thinking. In the Pyrax family seat, the Realm Lord of Wrath Flames sent a voice transmission to Gabriel. Are you confident in dealing with him? No problem. 7th stage Grandmaster is just my surface level. I'm actually a 9th stage Grandmaster. No matter how powerful Wang Ting is, he's no match for me. Gabriel's expression returned to normal, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Besides, he's stupid enough to divide his attention into multiple subprofessions. He really thinks he's invincible. The Realm Lord of Wrath Flames nodded and reminded, "You still have to be careful. This kid is a little strange." "I know." Although Gabriel said that, he didn't seem to care. The old antiques in the family were probably scared silly by that kid. They were actually afraid of such an idiot. This time, he would stomp his opponent into the mud and show the old antiques in the family that it was his era. Wang Ting, Gabriel might not be a 7th stage grandmaster. Grandmaster Huayuan couldn't help but remind him. "I know." Wang Ting nodded with a meaningful look on his face. "His talent has always been very good. We were very optimistic about him back then. Unfortunately." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head. Suddenly, there was an uproar around them. "They're here. They're here. The core families are here. The main characters are finally here. I wonder what kind of geniuses will appear in the core families this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Humph, I must surpass the geniuses of the core families and amaze everyone in the exchange. You'd better wash up and sleep. It's easier said than done to surpass the geniuses of the core families." The people around them suddenly discussed. Some were full of reverence, while others were full of dissatisfaction. But no matter what, the members of the core families were extremely dazzling existences in the Subprofession Alliance. Many people were proud of defeating the geniuses of the core families. Wang Ting and the others looked up and saw spaceships suddenly appear in the sky, speeding over from afar. These spaceships had special symbols on them, like family emblems. Obviously, they were different from the ordinary spaceships of the Subprofession Alliance. Obviously, only the core families could have their own private spaceships in the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. The spaceship stopped in mid-air, and figures flew out one after another. They stood in the air and slowly descended. Wang Ting saw the Yu family, the Sang family, the Yu family, the Feng family, and the Tai family in the group. In addition, there were many other families. Each of them had an outstanding aura, looking down on the geniuses from various forces below. Their attitude caused the expressions of the surrounding geniuses to turn a little ugly. Wang Ting's expression was calm. After carefully counting, he found that there were 35 core families in the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters, which was surprising. The main subprofessions are alchemy, runes, blacksmithing, or seeking, spirit chef, medicine, and poison. According to the Subprofession Alliance's rules, the number of core families is limited. Each subprofession can have at most 5 core families, so the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters has a total of 35 core families, Grandmaster Alfred explained softly. "So that's how it is." Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he asked, "Will the core families be replaced?" "Yes." Grandmaster Alfred nodded, and said, "But, it will be very difficult. These core families have an absolute advantage. If you can't overthrow them, you can't replace them. After all, the quota is limited. The Subprofession Alliance's headquarters has a mechanism that allows outsiders to challenge these core families. If you win, you can replace them. If you lose, you have to pay a certain price. The price will be paid by the core families, so ordinary people don't dare to challenge them. There is such a mechanism." Wang Ting's eyes were full of surprise. That being said, there are still a few families that have been replaced. For example, the Xi family rose to prominence tens of thousands of years ago, Grandmaster Huayuan interrupted. The Xi family rose to prominence later. Wang Ting was stunned. That's right. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the Xi clan had an extremely dazzling genius with a secondary profession that soared into the world, and he issued a challenge to a slightly weak spirit chef clan. I never expected that he would really succeed and seize the position of a core clan. Grandmaster Alfred said with emotion, that genius is the current ancestor of the Xi family. He should have reached the immortal realm by now. Immortal realm? Wang Ting was shocked. Immortal realm, as the name implied, this was an existence that surpassed the saint realm and became the world's top subprofessions. They could be regarded as guests of honor by the true gods. The Xi family actually had an immortal realm ancestor, now that he thought about it, although it seemed like he had cheated the Xi family once. In fact, The Xi family's foundation had only been revealed a little. However, although he looked down on the two brothers of the Xi family, he didn't underestimate the entire Xi family. For him, the immortal realm was still too far away. Don't worry, that kind of existence is not something we can come into contact with. Grandmaster Alfred thought Wang Ting was worried about the Xi family's revenge and comforted him. Even if they want to deal with you, they will only send out geniuses of their sub-professions. They won't bully the weak, unless they want to be laughed at by other families. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. He wasn't worried about this. These core families of the sub-professions were powerful, but he wasn't afraid of them. Speaking of which, the force behind him was enough to compete with the core family of the sub-professions. Yes, these core families of the sub-professions are still very concerned about face and reputation, Grandmaster Huayuan echoed. It seems that the core families of the sub-professions are not as stable as Mount Tai. Wang Ting smiled and said noncommittally. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this guy's attention a bit skewed? They were worried for nothing. Wait a minute. Why did his words sound like he wanted to do something? Don't tell me you. Grandmaster Alfred swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly. What are you thinking? I'm not thinking anything. I'm just lamenting. Wang Ting was speechless. Are you sure? Grandmaster Alfred asked with a look of disbelief. Of course. Wang Ting nodded with a straight face. I hope so. Grandmaster Alfred and Grandmaster Huayuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Actually, not many families have been replaced. As far as I know, the core families of the three sub-professions of runes, alchemy, and blacksmithing have never been replaced. They have existed for a long time, Grandmaster Huayuan said. They consciously absorb all kinds of excellent bloodlines and constantly cultivate geniuses who can bear the burden of the family's prosperity and decline. Coupled with their unfathomable foundation, they are almost invincible, Grandmaster Alfred sighed. Is that so? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. It was as if he could see a terrifying giant standing behind the Sub-Professions Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, he suddenly had a deeper understanding of these core families. The other families were not so bad, but the core families of the three sub-professions of runes, alchemy, and blacksmithing were absolutely terrifying. Their foundation was unimaginably deep. As they talked, the core families of the sub-professions landed one after another. Their seats were at the very front, almost above all the other forces. This almost monopolized status made Wang Ting even more surprised. While observing the core families, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly fell on a seat. Gu Luo. His heart skipped a beat, but he was not too surprised. Ancient Hong weave was an extremely powerful weave. Among the 136 weaves of the human race, it was ranked in the top 3. The geniuses from such a weave naturally could not be underestimated. It was completely reasonable for them to obtain a seat at the very front in the previous sessions. As if sensing Wang Ting's gaze, Gu Luo, who was resting in his seat, slowly opened his eyes and looked over. Their gazes met in midair. A smile appeared on Gu Luo's face, and he nodded at Wang Ting. I wonder how strong you are. Wang Ting withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly in his heart. Up until now, he had only seen Gu Luo's talent in earth-seeking, but he had never seen Gu Luo's talent in alchemy. He was extremely curious. On the other side, a young man beside Gu Luo asked curiously, "Who is your highness looking at?" "An interesting person," Gu Luo said faintly. The young man beside Gu Luo looked behind him. His gaze swept over Wang Ting's body, and he said in surprise, "This person seems to be quite extraordinary if your highness finds him interesting. You may meet him in the competition." Gu Luo's gaze swept over the young man and the few people beside him as he said. The few geniuses from ancient Hong weave were slightly stunned. They did not know what Gu Luo meant. However, Gu Luo did not say anything more, and closed his eyes again. So, they naturally did not ask anything more. The square became more lively with the arrival of the core clans. Moreover, everyone's discussion about the core clans never stopped. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, a slight fluctuation appeared in the space above the high platform at the front of the square. Then, dozens of figures emerged. Everyone immediately discovered their existence, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button, and all the noise disappeared. This scene was extremely shocking. One must know that countless people had gathered in the square at this moment. So, it was almost impossible to make everyone quiet down at the same time. However, at this moment, without using any means, just the appearance of those dozens of figures made all the noise disappear at the same time. Wang Ting instantly looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Saint level, almost all of the people on the high platform were saint level existences. Dozens of saint level existences. At this moment, a shocking part of the foundation of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters seemed to have been revealed in front of Wang Ting. His gaze swept over those figures one by one, and it was fixed on the three figures in the middle. Just now, in order to see the levels of the dozens of figures on the high platform, he had activated the Eyes of Truth. With his current realm of the Eyes of Truth, he could barely spy on the spiritual bodies of saint-level existences. However, when he saw the three figures in the middle, it was as if he had seen three extremely dazzling superstars. He let out a muffled groan and took 2 steps back. He couldn't help but close his eyes instantly, and 2 streams of blood flowed down. F***ck. Wang Ting could not help but curse in his heart. A few days ago, he had mocked Xianxia. He did not expect that in just a few days, he would also suffer such a painful lesson. Moreover, it was even worse than Xianxia's. It was too scary. Those three figures were definitely god-level existences. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others immediately looked over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Wang Ting suppressed the shock in his heart and replied in the same way, "I'm fine. My eyes are just a little uncomfortable. I'll be fine after a while." Grandmaster Huayuan reminded him, "Do not casually spy on those existences." "Who are those three?" Wang Ting's spiritual power quickly circulated in his eyes a few times and gradually recovered. He then opened his eyes and asked curiously. "They are the founding members of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. They are god-level existences. The others are also elders." Grandmaster Huayuan introduced them. "Founding members?" Wang Ting was shocked. He thought to himself, they really are god-level existences. This was the first time he had seen god-level existences among the subprofessions. He was shocked and confused. What kind of realm had that spiritual body reached? Immortal level? Or god level? Wang Ting did not dare to imagine. The so-called founding members are the existences with the highest status in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. However, there are also high and low ranks among them. Grandmaster Alfred explained. There are high and low ranks among founding members? Wang Ting was surprised. Yes, but the ranking of founding members is based on strength. The stronger you are, the higher your status. This is the simplest and most direct way. Grandmaster Alfred explained. Dong, at that moment, a melodious sound of a bell suddenly rang out. It was deafening and spread in all directions. When one heard the sound of the bell, even their souls seemed to tremble. Wang Ting was shocked. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find it. It was as if the sound came from the void. It is said that in the holy land of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, there is a tower hidden in the void. It is called the Holy Tower. That is where the founding members live. At the top of the Holy Tower is a soul-suppressing bell. It is a weapon that targets souls. If fully activated, it can destroy the soul of a god-level existence. Grandmaster Alfred said with a serious expression. Soul-suppressing bell. Wang Ting was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise and shock. F***ck. F***ck, it can actually kill the soul of a true god-level existence, so terrifying. Wang Ting felt that he had really learned something new. The Subprofession Alliance headquarters was terrifying. He wanted to open the Eye of Truth and see where the so-called tower was hidden. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. The lesson from before was still there. His eyes even hurt a little. He did not want to look for trouble. Wang Ting closed the Eye of Truth obediently. He sat down obediently and became a spectator. Wait. In this way, if the Soul Crush bell is completely activated by someone now, then wouldn't we be finished? However, he suddenly thought of something and said with a vigilant face. It's not that exaggerated. The soul-suppressing bell is located in the residence of a god-level existence. That means there are many god-level existences guarding it. There won't be any accidents. Grandmaster Huayuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this guy thinking? He could always think of things that others could not think of. Most people would only be shocked by the terror of the soul-suppressing bell. Very few people would think about whether they would be killed. After all, it was almost impossible. It was simply groundless fear. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Huayuan's expression became a little strange. Just how afraid of death was he? It's better to be safe than sorry. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief in his heart, but on the surface, he was embarrassed. Grandmaster Alfred rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If something really happens to that place, it means that the sub-profession union headquarters is also finished. Do you think that's possible?" Huh. Haha. Wang Ting laughed dryly and said, "I was just saying." The soul-suppressing bell slowly stopped ringing. The entire square was silent, and there was an inexplicable sense of solemnity. "Everyone." An old voice suddenly sounded. It was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the square and entered everyone's ears. The person who spoke was an old man at the center of the high platform. He wore a purple-black robe, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked very old, but it was impossible to tell his exact age. His appearance was very ordinary. If he was placed in a crowd, he would be just an ordinary old man. However, at this moment, no one dared to look down on him. Especially when his eyes, which were as deep as the void, swept across the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but avoid his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. Even Wang Ting did not dare to look him in the eyes. It was as if he did, he would be completely sucked in and assimilated by him. How scary! He took a deep breath, and his heart was shocked. This old man is Dan Chen. I am the 23rd founding member of the sub-profession union headquarters. I am a supporter of this exchange. The old man's slightly gentle and even somewhat amiable voice slowly spread out. I would like to thank everyone for coming from all over the universe to participate in the exchange held by the sub-profession union headquarters. The genius sub-professions below were not at all impatient. They all listened attentively. The person in front of them was the 23rd founding member of the sub-profession union headquarters. He was one of the top sub-professions in the universe. No matter how talented a genius was, when they saw him, they would have to be respectful and not dare to slight him in the slightest. It's only 23rd. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was secretly surprised. This old man knows that everyone has come from afar to show off their skills at the exchange. Then, let's cut to the chase. As in previous years, all participants will register their corresponding sub-professions on their intelligent wristwatches. After that, the relevant competition will take place. The content of the competition will automatically appear after you have completed your registration. You can check it out yourself. As Dan Chen spoke, he paused for a moment and chuckled. However, I don't think you are very concerned about this. You should be more concerned about the champion's reward. When everyone heard the words champion and reward, they could not help but become excited. Their eyes were fixed on Dan Chen. Dan Chen looked at the expectant gazes of the people below. He did not keep them in suspense and said directly, in this year's conference, the champions of the various side professions will receive the status of a core member of our side profession alliance. Not only will they receive the protection of our side profession alliance headquarters, but they will also receive many benefits. I won't say too much, you will naturally know when the time comes. In addition, the sub-profession union headquarters will also open the best classics in the scripture pavilion for you to choose a mind cultivation method. This mind cultivation method is enough to allow you to cultivate to the god level. The top 10 winners will also be able to enter the scripture pavilion to choose a mind cultivation method that can reach the saint level. Wow, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd could no longer care about anything else. They were all in an uproar. A mind cultivation method that could reach the saint level. Everyone was stunned by the champion's reward. They did not even have the heart to pay attention to the top 10 rewards. The eyes of the genius sub-professions were bloodshot. It was as if they were straight men who had been locked up for decades and saw a naked beauty. Their breathing became heavy. God-tier spirit training method, Dan Chen's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. Mental cultivation methods were extremely rare to begin with, not to mention a divine-level mental cultivation method. It could be considered a priceless treasure. Even though Wang Ting had the Buddha scripture, a mysterious and powerful spiritual cultivation method, he couldn't maintain his composure in front of a God-level spiritual cultivation method. The temptation was too great. He believed that no sub-profession would be able to refuse such a reward. Even the top 10 saint-tier spirit training methods were a huge temptation, let alone a God-tier spirit training method. For subclass holders, spirit power was a hard indicator. Without a strong spirit power, it was impossible to improve one's subclass. It might be better in the early stages, but in the later stages, without the help of a certain amount of mental power, even the most talented of sub-professions would not be able to make bricks without straw. Of course, spirit power was also a kind of talent. However, no matter how talented a person was, they still needed to work hard. Without a corresponding spirit training method, everything was just empty talk. At this moment, even Ping Tian King opened his eyes and looked at the high platform in shock. The subclass alliance's generosity had shocked him. Sigh. Wang Ting took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His emotions gradually calmed down. I didn't expect the subclass alliance's headquarters to be willing to open up the best book in the scripture pavilion. Grandmaster Huayuan exclaimed. It's never happened before? Wang Ting asked in surprise. What do you think? That's a God-tier spirit training method. Even the core members might not have the right to read it, Grandmaster Huayuan said. It's rare, but it's not like it's never happened before. Is there something different this time? Grandmaster Alfred frowned and pondered. I didn't hear anything. If something happened, we would know. Grandmaster Motor shook his head. Maybe there's something else? Grandmaster Hazel guessed. Grandmaster Huayuan shook his head and said, forget it. We can't care that much. The sub-profession alliance's matters will be handled by the elders and founding members. It has nothing to do with us. Everyone nodded one after another, no longer saying anything. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. Now, he was even more determined to win the championship. Originally, he had only come here for the identity of a core member. Now, that God-tier mental energy cultivation method had become a goal that he could not give up on. Furthermore, 7 sub-professions. If he were to take all of them, what would the other people's expressions be? Originally, there were 7 spots. If he won all of them, the others wouldn't have a chance. At that time, it would probably be very interesting. I guess I've done a good deed. Wang Ting stroked his chin as a smile appeared on his face. After all, this way, the sub-profession alliance headquarters only needed to give out 1 God-tier mind training method, and not 7. TSK, he really is a good person, Wang Ting couldn't help but want to praise himself. The founding members on the high platform were not in a hurry to speak. Instead, they smiled and looked down, waiting for the crowd to digest the shocking news. After a while, the crowd's clamor gradually died down. Dan Chen then smiled and said, I told you the rewards. Now, the conference officially begins. Everyone, please log into the Sub-Profession Alliance's platform to register. Everyone immediately looked at the intelligent wristwatches on their wrists and quickly operated them. No one fought with them, but under the stimulation of the rewards, almost everyone looked as if they were afraid that someone would beat them to it. It was as if they couldn't wait to win the championship. Yuan Gun, help me register. Wang Ting smiled and said to Yuan Gun in his mind. Okay. Yuan Gun hesitated for a moment before asking, do you really want to register for all 7 sub-professions? That's right. Not a single one can be missing, Wang Ting said firmly. Okay. Yuan Gun knew that he couldn't change Wang Ting's mind. He sighed in his heart and could only help him register for the 7 sub-professions. This process didn't last long. In just a few minutes, everyone had completed their registration. The Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters also received the registration statistics. These statistics were forwarded to Dan Chen and the others' intelligent wristwatches. Dan Chen's gaze swept across and a strange fluctuation flashed in his eyes. His gaze landed on a name. It was this name that caused a ripple in his emotions that hadn't fluctuated for many years. He exchanged glances with the other two founding members beside him and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Dan Chen, what do you think about this? The old man on Dan Chen's left asked. This old man's appearance was quite strange. He was tall and muscular, at least 5 meters tall. His body was covered in dark yellow scales and he looked quite powerful. If it wasn't for the vicissitudes of life that appeared on his face, it would be difficult for others to treat him as an old man. His name was Tambeli and he was also one of the founding members of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. He was a true god-level existence. However, he was different from Dan Chen, who was an alchemist. He was a blacksmith. This kid registered for 7 subprofessions at the same time. It's quite interesting. Dan Chen's eyes flashed and he chuckled. If he's not a super genius, then he's an ignorant fool. An indifferent voice was suddenly heard. On Dan Chen's right was a tall and handsome middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had long wavy hair and there were fin-like things on his cheeks. He was even covered in dark green scales. His expression was indifferent and he gave off an extremely cold feeling. This was a god-level runemaster named Bias. He was also one of the founding members of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. The 3 founding members' attention was attracted by the information before them. Then let's see what he's capable of. Dan Chen smiled and said, other than this kid, there are quite a few people who chose 2 or 3 subprofessions at the same time. Seems like there are quite a few people who choose to take 2 or 3 subprofessions at the same time. However, there are no more than 3 subprofessions. Taking 2 subprofessions is not as good as focusing on one, Bias said indifferently. No matter how talented a person is, when he reaches our level, no, as long as he reaches the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, he'll understand the benefits of focusing on one. He'll eventually give up. Haven't we seen enough people like this over the years? You can't say that. After all, there are people who have succeeded. Tambeli's eyes flashed and he laughed. There are very few people who succeed. Bias was silent for a while and snorted. I'm very curious, Dan Chen said with a smile. How far can this kid who registered for 7 subprofessions go? Why? Do you think he has the ability? Tambeli asked. I'm just curious. Dan Chen smiled. After all, this kind of weirdo hasn't appeared in a long time. I hope he won't disappoint me. And he's a true god genius contract holder from the Virtual Universe Company. I don't believe such a genius would be someone who doesn't know his limits. A true god genius contract holder from the Virtual Universe Company. Bias's eyes flashed and he glanced at Dan Chen, his gaze once again landing on that name. Wang Ting, he couldn't help but take him seriously. To be able to get a true god genius contract from the Virtual Universe Company, this kid was definitely not ordinary. Whether it was martial arts or subprofessions. Seems like this year's exchange will be very interesting. I wonder how you geniuses from the core families will feel if you know there's such a weirdo? Tambeli glanced at Dan Chen and smiled. That's something for the younger generation to consider. Dan Chen smiled. The Dan family was one of the 5 core families of the Pil Dao. As a saint-level being, he was already an ancestor-level being. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the younger generation's matters. You really don't care? If your Dan family's genius is surpassed, you won't be able to show your face. Bias said. When that happens, your core families won't be able to show their faces. Tambeli smiled and teased. If this kid can surpass my Dan family's genius, he'll probably surpass the other family's geniuses too. I'd really like to see such a genius appear. Facing their teasing, Dan Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, this is also a good thing for our subprofessions. The 2 god-level beings were stunned for a while, then they nodded. Their horizons were no longer above the core families. If there really was someone who could surpass the core family's geniuses, they'd be happy to see it happen. Registration is over. Dan Chen didn't say anything more. His expression became serious and his voice suddenly resounded. Now, the first round of the selection competition begins. Challenge the illusory heart tower. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. In the sky, space was distorted on a large scale. Then, a huge tower slowly emerged. It was like a huge spaceship flying out of the void. It appeared in front of everyone in a shocking manner. It's so big. Wang Ting looked up. His eyes were filled with amazement and astonishment. The tower looked very big. It was suspended in the air. The shadow cast by the bottom seemed to cover the sky and the sun, covering a large area. Everyone, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others, thought that Wang Ting would be shocked when he saw the tower. They didn't expect him to only sigh. It's so big, no one else's brain was wired like this. This tower is called the Illusory Heart Tower. It's a special cultivation place in the sub-profession's headquarters used to test one's mental strength, Grandmaster Alfred explained. Test one's mental strength. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Yes, this illusory heart tower is very magical. It creates a corresponding illusion based on everyone's inner thoughts, causing people to sink into it. If one's mental strength isn't enough, they won't be able to break free. In this way, it can test the mental strength of the sub-professions. Although some grandmasters have met the requirements, if their mental strength isn't enough, it's like a bucket of water that isn't full. This illusory heart tower is used to screen these people out, Grandmaster Alfred said. It can create an illusion based on everyone's inner thoughts. This is very similar to my mental illusion. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He nodded and asked, "You just said that it's a place for cultivation?" Although this illusory heart tower is used for testing, it's actually a place for cultivation. If one often withstands the illusion test inside, it can quickly improve one's mental strength, Grandmaster Alfred said with a smile. That's a good place. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the Sub-Professions Alliance headquarters would have such a magical place to cultivate one's mental strength. He was very confident in his mental strength, so he wasn't worried about anything. At this moment, he was thinking about what benefits he could get from it. There are 13 floors in the Illusory Heart Tower. Those who pass 3 floors will be considered to have passed and can enter the next round of the competition. Of course, your performance in the Illusory Heart Tower will also be used as a reference for ranking. For example, if someone refines 2 elixirs of the same grade, then whoever passes the highest number of floors in the Illusory Heart Tower will be the final champion. Dan Chen's eyes were calm as he glanced at the faces of the people below. The people who didn't care much at first suddenly changed their expressions when they heard the last sentence. Their faces were full of competitiveness. At first, when they knew that they only needed to pass 3 floors of the Illusory Heart Tower, many people felt very relaxed. They were no strangers to the Illusory Heart Tower. They knew that if their mental strength was strong enough, it was enough to pass the first 3 floors. Anyway, they only needed to pass the first floor to enter the next round of the competition. There was no need to spend so much effort to fight for first place. The real competition was at the end. It was better to preserve their strength first and break out later. Moreover, if others knew their true strength, it wouldn't be a good thing. But at this moment, when they heard that the number of floors passed would also be used as a reference for the final ranking, everyone couldn't stay calm. Too ruthless, this move was simply cutting the firewood from under the cauldron. They couldn't ignore it. They had to fight for it, just in case, they had to do their best no matter what. All sub-professions must pass the Illusory Heart Tower. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeit. Now, everyone enters the Illusory Heart Tower. Dan Chen saw everyone's expression and smiled faintly. He immediately announced the start of the competition. Creak, a teeth-numbing sound suddenly came from the Illusory Heart Tower. The thick bronze door on the first floor of the Illusory Heart Tower slowly opened. After the door opened, a vortex-like gray circular hole appeared. It was rotating slowly. The situation behind it couldn't be seen clearly. Boom, in the next moment, there was a burst of violent roars in the square. On the square below, numerous figures immediately soared into the sky. They were like densely packed black dots as they charged towards the door. The Illusory Heart Tower stood in the air like a towering mountain, and those who rushed toward the Illusory Heart Tower were like ants. Figures rushed into the gray vortex at the door of the illusory heart tower and disappeared instantly. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to move. He stood in the same place and watched everyone enter one by one. The core family members didn't move either. They were very calm and let others go first. They were like onlookers. When Wang Ting saw this, he naturally wasn't in a hurry. If the core family members weren't in a hurry, why should he be? Not long after, Gabriel finally couldn't wait any longer. He straightened up, glanced at Wang Ting, smiled coldly, and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the sky. Let's go too. Grandmaster Xianxia, Grandmaster Luo Tang, and the others saw this scene and couldn't help but say. You guys go first, Wang Ting said. You're not going? Grandmaster Susanna asked. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait and see, Wang Ting said. Okay, then we'll go first. Grandmaster Susanna and the others didn't say anything more. They all flew into the sky and rushed toward the door of the illusory heart tower. Wang Ting waited for a while. He saw Guro also fly toward the illusory heart tower. Then, the core family members got up one after another and turned into streams of light, rushing out. He didn't wait any longer. He stepped out and flew toward the sky. Grandmaster Wang Ting. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others shouted from below. Wang Ting's figure paused slightly. He stood in the air and looked back at the crowd. I'll leave it to you, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others said solemnly. Wang Ting nodded and turned into a stream of light. He rushed toward the gray vortex at the door of the illusory heart tower and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Grandmaster Huayuan looked at Wang Ting's disappearing figure and said, I hope he can really bring honor to our Qian Empire Sub-Profession Alliance. Grandmaster Alfred said, believe in him. Grandmaster Hazel said, yes. Since we've pinned our hopes on him, we should choose to believe in him. The people in the square instantly decreased by half. Those who were left were those who didn't participate in the competition. They looked at the illusory heart tower in the sky and couldn't help but whisper. Everyone was extremely curious. Who would be the final winner in the first round of the competition? Would it still be a genius from a core family, or would it be a dark horse from another faction? Everything was possible. This was the charm of the conference. With so many geniuses gathered, even the core families couldn't guarantee that their own geniuses would be the final winner, let alone others. On the high platform, Danshan, Temberley, and Bias sat down. Then, the other Saint-level sub-professions sat down one after another and looked at the illusory heart tower in the sky with great interest. In order to show fairness, all the rankings will be displayed on the light screen in time for everyone to see. I hope everyone can supervise. Danshan waved his hand, and a huge light screen appeared in front of everyone. It was right in front of the illusory heart tower. Currently, the light screen was still empty. Only when someone successfully passed the trial would the corresponding ranking appear. The moment he entered the gray whirlpool at the entrance of the illusionary heart tower, Wang Ting felt as though he had passed through a space tunnel. There were slight distortions in the space around him. Then, the world in front of him started spinning. His head was upside down, and he appeared in another strange space. Wang Ting immediately looked around and was slightly stunned. He saw that he was surrounded by a large amount of dense colorful gas. The visibility was only a few meters, and there were still spatial distortions in his line of sight. This place. He frowned and couldn't help but open the Eye of Truth, wanting to see further. With the blessing of the Eye of Truth, his eyes bloomed with a faint golden light, which looked quite magical. The colorful fog finally couldn't stop his gaze. Eh. Suddenly, a soft sound came from his mouth. Attribute bubbles. In the colorful fog, there were dense attribute bubbles. Good heavens, so many! Wang Ting's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Before entering, he was guessing what benefits the illusory heart tower could bring him. He didn't expect to encounter so many attribute bubbles as soon as he entered. The surprise came a little too quickly. Pick them up, almost without any hesitation, he immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles. Space *10 Space *15 Universe Level Spirit *200 Universe Level Spirit *200 Time *1 Time *2. One by one, the attribute bubbles converged into Wang Ting's body, which made him slightly stunned. why is there a time attribute here? He frowned and looked around in disbelief. Although he saw the distorted space before, there shouldn't be a time attribute, right? According to his guess, the illusion of this space should have affected the surrounding space, which led to the distortion of space, so there were some space attributes. He glanced at the attribute panel and was stunned again. His attribute value didn't improve. He had just picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, but the attributes in the attribute panel didn't improve at all. It was fine if the universe-level spirit attribute didn't improve. After all, it had reached perfection and couldn't be improved for the time being. But the space and time attribute still had a huge room for improvement. How could there be no improvement? This wasn't right, something was very wrong. Wang Ting's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. His thoughts were spinning rapidly in his mind. Suddenly, a white light flashed. F***CK. In just a moment, Wang Ting seemed to understand completely and couldn't help but swear. He fell into a trap. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this illusion to be used on his attribute pickup. Those attribute bubbles just now were all illusions. No wonder his attribute panel didn't change at all. This illusion is really something. It reflects the greatest desire of the heart. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he was a little surprised. If this illusion didn't affect the attribute panel, he might have been immersed in it for a while. It was impossible to find the flaw so quickly. This illusion was actually used on the heart of the person, showing what everyone desired the most. What one could see depended on the person. In this way, only the person could see the content of the illusion. Outsiders didn't know what the person saw in the illusion. Otherwise, if outsiders knew the weakness, wouldn't it be over? That was why this illusory heart tower was so mysterious. When it was created, it probably already took into consideration the privacy of the person who broke through. Who knew who created this illusory heart tower? Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. But then his face suddenly froze. This is my greatest desire? His pupils contracted, and he stood there in a daze. He didn't move for a long time, and there was a trace of struggle on his face. He stood there for half an hour. And the outside world had already set off layers of waves. Look, the genius of the Yu family, Lu Yan, has reached the 4th level. What a fast speed, worthy of being a genius of a core family. Not only the Yu family, but several geniuses have also reached the 4th level. For example, Forest of the Runes core family, Yarvis family, and Kubo of the core forging family, Brood Hammer family. They should be in the first echelon. It's too early to say this. Some people are fast in the beginning, but not necessarily fast in the end. It depends on what they experience in the illusion. Indeed, everyone sees different things in the illusion. Some people may be able to come out quickly, and some people need to spend some time. I suddenly want to know what these geniuses saw in the illusion. Could it be? Men know. Men can see those things, but women can't see them, right? That's hard to say. Within half an hour, many geniuses had passed the first 2 levels of the illusory heart tower and reached the 3rd level. What's more, they had already entered the 4th level, leading everyone. And some people couldn't pass the 2nd level no matter what. No one knew what they had experienced, but they had been eliminated. After coming out, all of them looked dejected. When others asked them what they saw in the illusion, no one was willing to answer. With the progress of this competition, the square was completely lively. Everyone looked at the ranking on the screen and talked about it. Suddenly, at a certain moment, someone seemed to have discovered something and suddenly exclaimed. Look, why is there another person still on the 1st level? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As long as one person discovered it, the others would immediately notice the abnormality. In an instant, almost everyone in the square saw the name, Wang Ting. How could this be? Grandmaster Huayuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and the others' faces suddenly changed. They looked at each other, somewhat unable to believe this fact. They had high hopes for Wang Ting. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a dilemma in the 1st level of the illusory heart tower? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The other people in the Qian Empire also saw this result. Suddenly, they had different expressions on their faces. Some shook their heads in disappointment, some were puzzled, and some were gloating. I told you that this person is unreliable. Do you believe me now? Raging Flame Sector Lord of the Pyrax family sneered with a trace of mockery on his face. It's too early to say this. Wang Ting hasn't been eliminated yet, Grandmaster Huayuan couldn't help but say. He can't even pass the first level, let alone the later ones. It's only a matter of time before he is eliminated, Raging Flame Sector Lord said. It's really disappointing. I thought that this kid could at least pass the first level of the Illusory Heart Tower. I didn't expect him to stop here. Fire Sparrow Sector Lord on the side shook his head and said. Ping Tianwang frowned. The black-haired young man who threatened to participate in the 7 sub-professions only had this much ability. If he couldn't even pass the first level, participating in the 7 sub-professions was even more of a joke. Could it be that the Pyrax family was right? He was just a grandstander. If that was the case, it would be too disappointing. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others' faces gradually became a little ugly. They didn't speak and stared at the screen in the sky. End of chapter 1645. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.